This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Rebirth and the End of the World. When Qian suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. It was pitch black and silent. She looked around vigilantly in the moonlight, and her pupils dilated instantly when she saw the familiar yet unfamiliar environment. This is her home? When Qian took the phone, looked at the time on the screen, and was stunned. July 4th, 2135. 35:14. She has returned to a month before the apocalypse? She was just fighting with a group of robbers, and then encountered a major earthquake. When Qian turned her head and looked out the window, a few dozen meters away, on the side of the road, several uncles were sitting under the street lights in short-sleeved shirts and shorts playing cards. They would do this every summer, coming out after 9 o'clock in the evening and going home at 12 o'clock in the morning. When Qian had seen such scenes many times, but never once did she feel as stunned as she did now. A memory suddenly flashed through Qian's mind. She quickly raised her phone, turned on the camera mode, and aimed it at those uncles. Yes, she had seen them. Just before the end of the world, she stayed up late to watch TV series until the early morning one night, and saw with her own eyes the scene of them mutating and biting each other. At that time, she thought that they had a dispute while playing cards. When she saw them lying on the ground motionless, she called 120. Later, the ambulance took them away, and she didn't care. But she didn't expect that it was the opening song of the apocalyptic disaster. In the magnified picture, an old man holding a poker suddenly pounced on the one closest to him. After a scream, several people tore and wrestled together. The picture lasted for more than 2 minutes, and finally several people fell to the ground motionless. When Qian took this picture, and when she was about to stop recording, she suddenly choked, because the corpse that was originally dead, or at least a few days later to mutate, actually slowly crawled up from the ground. He walked stiffly towards the direction of home, but fell down again after walking a few meters. Ding! The Apocalypse Awakening system is activated. When Qian had just put down her phone when she heard a strange voice. Before she could react, a line of words appeared in front of her. Do you accept the Awakening Novice mission? What is this? I have never seen it in my previous life. When Qian was stunned for a second and immediately agreed. The next moment, she appeared in a completely unfamiliar environment. A thatched house, a well, and a square meter of vegetable field. This is the legendary space? In the end times, all kinds of strange things can happen. In her previous life, when Qian also awakened a special ability, but it was not space but invisibility. So she quickly accepted these things. When Qian was overjoyed and immediately looked through the novice task bar. Prepare for end-time living supplies 0/5,000 yuan. Does it mean that she should start stockpiling? When Qian was happy and immediately pulled out of the space and looked around her room to see if there was anything suitable. She glanced at the computer on the table. If she remembered correctly, it was bought by her brother last week for her, and it cost exactly 5,000 yuan. When Qian moved her mind, and the person and the computer returned to the space, the words on the task bar also changed from red to green. Preparing for Doomsday Living Supplies 25,500/5,000 yuan has been completed, and a 5 square meter preparation space is awarded. When Qian was stunned when she saw the number above, 25,500, when Rang clearly told her that he bought it on the way home from get off work and only spent 5,000 yuan. How could it be? When Qian understood it instantly, and her eyes were a little red. She took a deep breath and continued to do the novice task behind, moving things into the space. Ergonomic chair, 8,500 yuan. Sofa, 37,000 yuan. TV, 35,000 yuan. Trash can, 55 yuan. Socks, 1 yuan. 1 yuan? When Qian frowned at the socks she had just brought in, and after recognizing that they were Rangs, she threw them out. When Qian gradually figured out the routine. In the early stage, it was basically 1,000 yuan of supplies for 1 square meter of space. Although she didn't know whether the price would increase later. As long as she threw things in desperately, her space would continue to expand. And she also found that as long as it is not a living thing, the state of things here can be eternal. The ice cream she brought in an hour ago and forgot to eat is still hard and lying there. This is simply the best place to escape and hide in the end of the world. Unfortunately, the light in Qian's eyes dimmed a little bit. She thought of her parents and brother who lived next door, and clenched her fists tightly. It would be great if they could come in too. Although she was fully capable of protecting herself and them once again, she could not guarantee what accidents would happen later. But no matter what, this time she will never let them leave her. After a few hours of hard work, when Qian almost emptied her home, the thatched house in the space has also been upgraded to a mud house and a brick house. Just when Qian was so tired that she wanted to go back to bed for a nap, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in her ears. Congratulations! You have completed all the novice tasks, and you will be rewarded with a space family quota. Please bind the family information within 24 hours. When Qian froze in place, others can come in too. When Qian turned around and left the space, wanting to go to the next door to find someone. She lived in a loft with a total of 300 square meters of living space, and a 100 square meter rooftop garden in front, with one elevator per household. And her parents and brother lived on the top floor of the next unit. There was a low wall of only about 1.5 meters at the connection between the two rooftops, which was not load-bearing. So it was simply knocked down and converted into a dispensable small iron door. In this way, when Qian could go back to the next door to eat every day and have her own independent living space. Qian, are you awake? Mommy made your favorite beef buns and millet porridge, which are still hot. You should eat before going to sleep? Ah! On the stairs, Liamo, who came to call when Qian for breakfast, saw the empty living room and was so scared that his face turned pale. A thief broke into the house? She hurried downstairs and looked at her daughter, who pushed the door open, tears falling. Are you okay? Let mommy see. Liamo circled when Qian twice, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was okay. When Chongning and Wenrang, who heard Liamo's screams from next door, also ran over and were also shocked to see the empty living room. Dad? Mom? Brother? When Qian's voice trembled. She couldn't remember how many years she hadn't seen them. In the last life, they all died in the end of the world to protect her, and she was left alone to persist for another 10 years. Until the devastating earthquake brought her back here. She threw herself into Liamo's arms and hugged her, crying with joy. Liamo thought she was scared by the thief and hurriedly spoke to comfort her. The two grown men on the side were at a loss. One wanted to hug his daughter, and the other wanted to touch his sister's head, but they didn't act because of face. Chapter 2: Space Binding Family Members. Having lived alone in the apocalypse for 10 years, when Qian had long forgotten what it felt like to cry, without the protection of her parents and brother. Her home was occupied, and her food was robbed. She fled everywhere, trying to survive, while avoiding those men who wanted to do something bad to her. In the end, she had nowhere to escape, and was forced to kill someone. If there was a first one, there would be a second one. From the initial shaking of her hands to the final numbness, she killed more and more people, and fewer people dared to provoke her. In the end, she had become a female Yama that everyone feared. When Qian looked up at Liamo, who was close to her, wiped her tears, smiled slightly, and comforted her softly. Mom, don't worry. There's no thief in the house. And I'm fine. What's the matter with no thief? Don't be afraid. Go back to your mother's place to sleep tonight. After Liamo finished speaking, he turned around and hit Wen Chongning twice. It's all your fault. What a broken door you bought for your daughter. It's so easy for a thief to get in. Blame me. Blame me. It's my fault. When Chongning frowned and nodded repeatedly. He gave up buying a villa because he was worried about the safety. He didn't expect that he would still be robbed after choosing a penthouse. He will find someone to install an electric fence on the door soon. Let's see who dares to pry open his door. When Qian, it's really not a thief. I moved the things away. When Qian stopped Wenrang from calling the police, looked at the three people in front of him seriously, and asked, Dad? Mom? Brother? Do you believe me? The three people didn't understand why she asked this suddenly. After looking at each other, they nodded in unison without hesitation. If I say that the end of the world is coming soon, will you still believe it? Wenrang, did you have a nightmare? No. When Qian took out his phone and found the video recorded last night. Look at this. The three of them came over and had different expressions after watching it. When Chongning, these old guys were fighting fiercely. No wonder I heard the sound of police cars and ambulances this morning. Liamo, they play cards there every day. As they get older, they have bad tempers. So it's inevitable that they will have quarrels. Wenrang, That doesn't mean anything. What if I say I have space? When Qian and Wen Rang looked at each other, they were 5 years apart in age. And when Qian was basically brought up by Wen Rang since childhood. Liamo used to be a surgeon. He was busy in the hospital every day and often came home very late. When Chongming was a businessman, he started by selling fruits, then opened a restaurant, and then an educational institution. He did a lot of business. Although he made more and more money, he was also getting busier and busier. Later, when the family conditions improved, Liamo resigned from the hospital and focused on taking care of the 2 children at home. And the situation gradually improved. Before that, when Qian had always been Wen Rang's follower, he washed her clothes, fed her, took her to play games, and took her to school. So, the 2 of them had the least generation gap. Mom, I'm telling you in advance, I'm going to take you to a place in a while. You will suddenly arrive there, and Dad and brother will suddenly disappear. Don't be afraid. Liamo reached out and touched Wen Qian's forehead. Does the child have a fever? I don't. Wen Qian held her hand, her expression serious. Are you ready? Liamo looked at her and nodded hesitantly. The next second, the 2 disappeared from the spot. Wen Rang took a breath of cold air, while Wen Chongming's face changed and he staggered back 2 steps. Rang? Where are you? Your mother and sister? In the space, Liamo looked at the strange environment that suddenly switched and shivered with fear. Ding! Find family information. When Qian listened to the system's voice and looked at the panel that appeared in front of her, all of Liamo's information was clearly recorded on it. But Liamo could not see anything at all. Name, Liamo. Gender, female. Age, 47 years old. Height, 153 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, former surgeon. Relationship, mother and daughter. Loyalty, never betray. When Qian scanned all the content on the panel, quickly confirmed and pressed the binding key, and found that the system gave another prompt. Members can only enter and exit with the householder. The householder can unbind any member in the space at will. And after the member leaves the system, all memories of the space will disappear. This is simply a cheating skill. When Qian chuckled and closed the panel. Mom, let's go out. They will be worried if we stay for too long. Liamo just came out of the small bungalow and saw the missing things at home. She nodded with a wooden expression, took Wen Qian's hand, and the 2 left the space. Now, do you believe it? Wen Qian helped Liamo sit on the bed and looked at Wen Rang and Wen Chongming again. The 2 had ugly expressions. After a moment of silence, Wen Rang asked in a low voice, how long will it take until the end of the world? 1 month. But the situation may change, and it may be advanced at any time. Brother, do you still remember the zombie movie you took me to see before? Well, the end of the world is like that? No. It's scarier than that. The room fell into silence, and no one said anything. A few minutes later, when Rang called the company to ask for leave. He had just completed a big project and had been busy for more than a year. He had accumulated nearly 3 months of annual leave and vacation time. Now was the idle period for the project to take over. And he was the main person in charge of the previous project. So the company quickly approved it. Let him recuperate and go back to work after a good rest. After hanging up the phone, Wen Rang looked at Wen Qian. Tell me, what preparations should we make in advance? Wen Chongming and Liamo also sat upright, waiting for Wen Qian to speak seriously. Wen Qian looked at their reactions, and a warm current flowed through her heart. They were always like this, unconditionally doting on her and trusting her unconditionally. The weather was extreme in the first 3 years of the apocalypse. Although there were still 4 distinct seasons, the highest temperature in the summer was 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, and the winter was minus 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. In addition, there was no water or electricity, and zombies were everywhere. So we had to stock up some food, clothes, and medicine in advance. Wen Rang nodded thoughtfully. But our biggest enemy in the first 3 years should not be zombies. Right? Yes. Wen Qian nodded. It's people. Food shortage. Human nature is revealed. In the previous life, those neighbors climbed up the fire ladder to the top floor, and then jumped from the top floor to the rooftop, invaded and occupied their homes, robbed their food and drove them out. When Qian told them what happened at that time, and the faces of the 3 people gradually became cold. Aryan. Let's go. Let's go to the building materials market now. When Chongming slammed the table and stood up. He was originally a vendor who climbed up from the bottom of the market. Even though his temper became much milder after having a daughter, he would never allow others to bully him. This time, he will chop one by one. Come on if you are not afraid of death. Chapter 3. The whole family went out to shop like crazy. Dad, I'll take care of the rooftop. You and Mom go to the market. Qian and I can't tell the freshness of meat, vegetables and fruits, so you have to buy them. When Rang suggested, let's act separately, so it can be faster. Okay, that's it. Honey, let's go. Go back and change clothes and go out. When Chunning pulled Liemo up and walked away, but when Qian could still hear him scolding, dare to bully my daughter, I'll kill you. When Rang watched the two figures disappear completely before he looked at Wen Qian again, the brother and sister looked at each other. And when Rang continued to ask what he wanted to ask, how many years did the apocalypse last? I don't know. But judging from the situation at the time, it wouldn't end within 20 years. At least it hadn't ended when she died. And it was already the 15th year. When Rang's throat rolled, and he asked again, what about you? How many years have you been alone? When Qian didn't expect him to ask this. When Rang's mind worked quickly, thinking back to Wen Qian's reaction when she saw them just now, plus her mysterious space. He had already guessed a little. She probably hadn't seen them for a long time. And even though she deliberately slowed down in front of them, it was not difficult to see that her eyes were sharp and tough after experiencing life and death. Even when his sister was poor when she was young and the family lived in a bungalow, she was never wronged. Her parents didn't expect her to achieve much when she grew up, as long as she didn't go astray and was happy and healthy. When Rang thought so too. They can make money without her having to work too hard. As long as she doesn't gamble or smoke. They will try their best to make her worry-free for the rest of her life. But they didn't expect that in the end. They would leave this little guy alone. When Rang sighed, walked a few steps forward to Wen Qian, and touched her hair. This time, brother will definitely accompany you to the end. Yeah. Let's eat, fill our stomachs, and go out to buy things. Okay. When Qian really hadn't eaten such a delicious meat bun for a long time. The hunger in her previous life reappeared, and she ate more than a dozen in one breath. In the end, when Rang stopped her from eating because he was afraid that she would get sick. After eating and drinking, the brother and sister went downstairs and went their separate ways. When Rang went to the building materials market to work on the rooftop, while Wen Qian went to buy other needed materials. Wen Qian drove to the largest foreign-funded high-end membership self-service supermarket in the city, ready to start buying for free. Don't talk to her about moral bottom line. The end of the world is coming soon, and everyone's bottom line is to keep themselves alive. She thought about going abroad to do this, but she was worried that the end of the world would come early, because the uncles who died playing poker downstairs were obviously infected. This situation has already happened, and the end of the world may officially begin at any time. She dare not easily separate from her family. The moment she entered the supermarket door, the voice of the system sounded in Wen Qian's mind again. Turn on the monitoring shield. The host will no longer appear in the monitoring screen. Wen Qian smiled slightly, thinking that this system is quite sensible. She needs too many things. If she buys them according to the normal process, she needs to go back and forth many times to buy them all. And she doesn't want to be discovered and followed by others to cause unnecessary trouble. With the help of the system, the best choice is to buy quietly for 0 yuan. She pushed the shopping cart to the second floor, where rows of steel racks were neatly arranged with various products, and waiters on the main road were providing customers with various tastings. The steel racks in the supermarket were 70 to 80 centimeters deep, because there were not many waiters, and they needed to store enough products for customers to buy. Putting your arm inside the steel rack, the surveillance camera in the distance could not see what was happening. When Qian went straight to the food, a box of 40 kilograms of rice. She casually put 50 boxes into the space. Further ahead is flour. High gluten, low gluten, medium gluten flour. 30 kilograms per box. 50 boxes on the first shelf. Cereals, black beans, mung beans, red beans, millet, brown rice, black rice, glutinous rice, peanut kernels, 4 kilograms per box. Take 20 boxes each. Cooking oil, peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, sunflower oil, avocado oil. 5 liters per barrel. Take 30 barrels each into the space. Because it was a weekday, 9 o'clock in the morning was also very early, and there were not many people visiting the supermarket. so no one noticed the abnormality here. When Qian went to the seasoning area again, and took 20 bottles of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, balsamic vinegar, sashimi soy sauce, and pepper oil, 50 bags of each of the spices such as grass fruit, cinnamon, dried chili peppers, star anise, bay leaves, fennel, peppercorns, cloves, etc., iodized salt and non-iodized salt, 10 bags per box, 5 kilograms. When Qian moved about 70 boxes, there is still a period of time. She can't empty out everything in the supermarket crazily, and she also has to leave inventory for others to buy. And she doesn't know the current storage limit of the space, so she must take as many categories as possible. Otherwise it will be full, and there will be no room for other things. Just as when Qian was thinking about this, she suddenly remembered the voice of the system in her mind. Ding! Trigger the limited time double task. Within 1 hour, for every 1,000 yuan of war supplies, the space will increase by 2 square meters. When Qian's mouth slightly raised, she quickened her pace and walked forward, looking at the various high-quality meats in the refrigerator, and threw them into the shopping cart in front of the waiter. Pork ribs, 3 pounds a box, 120 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,200 yuan. Pork belly, 3 pounds a box, 80 yuan. 10 boxes, 800 yuan. Pork tenderloin, 3 pounds per box, 75 yuan. 10 boxes, 750 yuan. Pig's trotters, 3 pounds per box, 19 yuan. 10 boxes, 190 yuan. Black pork ribs, 2 pounds per box, 110 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,100 yuan. Soft bone ribs, 3 pounds per box, 110 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,100 yuan. Black pork ribs, 1.5 pounds per box, 130 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,300 yuan. Beef rolls, 2 pounds per box, 130 yuan. 10 boxes, 1,300 yuan. Steak, 1.5 pounds per box, 850 yuan. 10 boxes, 8,500 yuan. Lamb skewers, 1 pound per bag, 100 yuan. 10 bags, 1,000 yuan. A full cart of meat, a total of 10,250 yuan. It's not that she doesn't want to take more, but there is no stock in the refrigerator. The waiter just thought she was buying on behalf of others, but because there was no purchase limit label, he couldn't say anything, so he could only move the goods slowly. When Qian pushed the cart to the dead corner of the shelf, and the system blocked the surveillance, she threw the supplies into the space when no one was around, and turned to the home appliance area. Although there was no water or electricity in the end of the world, her space had water and electricity, so the loss of household appliances was inevitable. Moreover, they had prepared in advance this time, and could use household generators and solar panels, so they had to give more small appliances. Sweeping robot, 3,500 yuan each. When Qian took 3, 10,800 yuan. Air purifier, for 1,000 yuan each. This should be prepared more. When Qian took all that he could see, a total of 10, 40,000 yuan. Dishwasher, picked the most expensive one, 25,000 yuan each. Got 2, 52,000 yuan. The bladeless fan and cooling air 2-in-1 cost 3,800 yuan each. 5 of them cost 11,900 yuan. Air conditioner. Forget about the air conditioner. We have them all at home. We can just take them down and put them in the space when necessary. PS5 game consoles cost 4,000 yuan each. When Rang got 2 for 8,000 yuan. Drone, 5,000 yuan each. There are 6 on the shelf. I bought them all for 30,000 yuan. Leaving the home appliance area, when Qian bought 159,800 yuan. Chapter 4 tried to be on the same level as the boss. When Qian walked away quickly and saw the set of fresh-keeping boxes, her eyes lit up. The space can preserve the food in its freshest original state. When you are free, you can make more meals. Put them all in fresh-keeping boxes and put them on the shelf. When you eat, you can just take them out directly, which saves time and is convenient. There are 12 sets of fresh-keeping boxes in a box, and each box costs 200 yuan. She first moved 10 boxes, which cost 2,000 yuan. The 7-piece knife set costs 700 per set. And 10 sets cost 7,000 yuan. 32 rolls of toilet paper per bag. 250 yuan. 10 bags for 2,500 yuan. 8 packs of wet toilet paper per bag. 80 yuan. This is a good thing. Anyone who uses it will know. When Qian first took 20 bags, 1,500 yuan. 350 garbage bags per box. 70 yuan. 100 boxes. 7,000 yuan. Total. 20,400 yuan. In less than half an hour. When Qian rolled up 119,450 yuan worth of things. According to the exchange rate prompted by the system, her space should have increased by 380.9 square meters. When Qian couldn't help but feel excited. And found a hidden corner where no one was around to enter the space. When she saw that the supplies she had just swept were piled up on the open ground. And that the small bungalow she had upgraded after a night of hard work had now become a 2-story villa. She was so happy. Keep stockpiling. She wanted to work hard to be at the same level as the boss. Waking up from a 500 square meter bed in the morning. And having to drive to the toilet in a super invincible mansion. After leaving the space, when Qian happily went to the first floor and came to the beauty area first. The sun in the last days is so strong that everyone is tanned like an African native. Although being tanned is beautiful, she doesn't want to be tanned. And those rich white and beautiful women don't want to be tanned either. So sunscreen can be exchanged for other supplies later. And it is very popular. When Qian took all the goods on the shelf. 200 per piece. A total of 70 pieces. 14,000 yuan. Large capacity hand cream. 850 yuan per piece. 50 pieces. 1,900 yuan. A box of toothbrushes has 5 pieces. 120 yuan. And he took 20 boxes. 2,400 yuan. Toothpaste is sold in a pack of 5 boxes for 150 yuan. I bought 10 packs for 1,500 yuan. Just as she set her eyes on the sanitary napkins on the shelf, she suddenly heard 2 waiters talking in a low voice. What's going on today? There are so many empty shelves? Who knows? I remember there were stocks in the morning. How come they are sold out so quickly? I guess it's another group of purchasing agents. It's so annoying. After listening to their conversation, when Qian smiled and went to the fresh fruit area on the first floor, because they were there to stock up. It was difficult for her to buy on behalf of others. When she reached the first floor, there were still few people. The fruits here were sold by boxes and crates, and were placed against the wall. There were hundreds of crates of each kind. When Qian also took 30 crates, which did not affect the overall quantity at all, as long as she put her hands on the goods while others were not paying attention. The goods would enter the space in the blink of an eye. Even people with good eyesight would only think that they were dazzled. Moreover, when Qian had been fighting alone in the apocalypse for so many years, and her observation skills were already top-notch, so they would not notice any clues at all. A box of lychees costs 50 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 1,500 yuan. A box of watermelons costs 50 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 8,500 yuan. A box of blueberries costs 70 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 2,100 yuan. A box of kiwis costs 300 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 1,900 yuan. A box of cherries costs 200 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 5,000 yuan. A box of apples costs 100 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 3,000 yuan. A box of young coconuts costs 80 yuan, and 30 boxes cost 2,400 yuan. When we left the fruit area, we didn't have much time left. But the wine area was not far away, which was another good place. High and Mutai is locked in the cabinet, and you need to have a purchase qualification to get it. But other Wuyang Yeguiju and the like can be bought with money. Her father likes to drink some wine when he is free, and white wine can also kill viruses and disinfect at critical times. So it is also indispensable in the end of the world. When Qian went over to sweep it, and took more than 100,000 yuan of wine, before leaving satisfied. At the end of an hour, she had stockpiled a total of 403,250 yuan of supplies, and exchanged 805 square meters of space. When Qian threw some more things into the empty car, went to check out, and then moved on to the next battlefield. Bincheng is very big, and there are several large foreign membership supermarket chains like this. And she, a prodigal daughter in her previous life, happened to have all their membership cards. So she had to go through them all and treat everyone equally. When Qian first went to another supermarket to buy sanitary napkins and family planning supplies. Although she didn't need the latter, it was still very useful to exchange for other supplies in the future. And many rich people wanted them. Then she continued to stock up on rice, noodles, oil, salt, water, and seasonings, which were the most basic and important things. When Qian left home at 8 a.m. and returned home at 8 p.m. in the whole day, when Qian spent 0 yuan to buy 3 million yuan worth of supplies. Although the prices in high-end supermarkets are inflated, the quality is also guaranteed, and the space is converted according to the price. So she doesn't suffer any loss. Tens of thousands of kilograms of food are placed in the space. And when Qian feels full of security, when she got home and entered the house, when Rang and the other two had already gone home, and they were still worried about her safety and wanted to pick her up, when Chongning and Liamo found several markets and bought 200 kilograms of pork and 100 kilograms of eggs in each market, and also bought some potato cabbage vermicelli that are durable and inconspicuous. When Rang had already brought people back to measure the size of the rooftop, and agreed to come to install the glass house and diamond net in a week, you went out for a day, and you only brought back these few things? When Rang leaned on the sofa, looking at the 4 large plastic bags in Wen Qian's hand, his face full of disgust. When Qian rolled her eyes at him and sat down on the other side of the sofa. What do you know? Don't show off your wealth. I threw it all into the space. How much did it cost? I'll tell you. No. I bought it for 0 yuan. When Qian casually demonstrated to him what strength meant, the car keys disappeared and reappeared in her hand in an instant, which made one and the other two look a little unnatural. Qian, it's not good for us to take things without paying. After hesitating for a long time, Liamo asked, when Qian had expected her to say that. Because according to normal living conditions, this is stealing. Not only bad, but also a crime. According to the amount of her shopping today, it is enough to go to jail. But the situation is different now. Mom, I know what you are worried about. But even if I don't take these things, they will be submerged by floods in a month at most. And ordinary people will not be able to go out to collect supplies. The end of the world will definitely come early. I just want to prepare our supplies for the next few decades before it comes, without being discovered by others. Nothing else matters. Chapter 5. Even if I lose everything, I don't want my daughter to lack anything. Hearing her say a few years later, when Chongning and Li Mo's faces looked a little ugly, they were silent for a moment, and did not mention the 0 yuan purchase again, but asked about some situations in the end of the world. We live by the sea, and the environment in the end of the world is so bad. Will there be a tsunami? If it happens, where will we live then? The 2 houses Wen Chongning bought are not far from the sea. It is backed by mountains on the left, the sea in front, and the main road on the right. The location is excellent, and it is the king of the building in the entire community. The whole building has 30 floors, and they live on the top floor. There is a group of villas in front of the community, and in front of the villas is the sea, which does not block any view. Every day facing the sea and the flowers in spring, the mood becomes much more relaxed. If he has to move away from here, to be honest, he is really reluctant. There will be a tsunami, but as far as I know, it will be at least 15 years later. In the morning, she did not have time to tell them too much, and only told them about the natural disasters in the past 3 years. Now after a day of digestion, several people have accepted the truth that the end of the world is coming, and their psychological tolerance will be stronger. There will be floods in the first 3 years, but as you know, our community is very high, and the first floor is equivalent to the 5th floor of other communities, so the floods will not affect our home. This building is still there after more than 10 years, and has been developed into an alliance base. But I don't know about things further back. When Chongming nodded. More than 10 years. Enough. Liamo, Qian. What's the situation with the zombie you mentioned this morning? Have you developed a drug to fight it in the future? No. Wen Qian sighed. This is what I want to remind you. We can't stay at home forever. Sooner or later, we will have to go out and fight zombies. You must not be caught or bitten by them. Once infected, there is no medicine to cure it. When Chongming looked down at his beer belly and made up his mind to start losing weight and exercising from tomorrow, he absolutely cannot hold his daughter back. Liamo looked worried and asked again, then it should be difficult to get antibiotics in the future. Right? All Western medicines will be hard to get in the future. Even if they are available, they are controlled by the top group of people. So Mom, this is what I just said about spending money wisely. You used to be a doctor, and you know best what medicines should be used in case of a plague disaster. So you have to buy some commonly used medicines as soon as possible. Don't worry about the shelf life. Our space can keep the original state of the things put in indefinitely. After hearing this, Liam finally showed a relaxed smile on his face. Although these things are really too strange for people of her age, they are simply fairy tales. She doubted whether she was dreaming more than once today, but finally chose to believe her daughter's words. Even if she lost everything, she didn't want her daughter to be short of things in the end times. So she just thought of it as accompanying her daughter to go crazy. Money can be earned later, but there is only one daughter. Mom, I also need you to help me confirm where the drug warehouses of the hospital and the epidemic prevention station are. There are only a few drugs we can buy on the market, and some expensive drugs such as anesthetic vaccines are not accessible. On the last night before the end of the world, when there is a riot, I will go to these places to collect all the medicines. I will also bring back a set of operating room instruments, in case someone gets hurt in the future, so that you, a surgeon, can go to the battlefield at any time. Okay, I got it. I'll go out to buy medicine tomorrow. Liam agreed readily. The atmosphere was still a little heavy, and when Rang turned on the TV, when Qian had already put the TV in her living room into the space in the morning. So when Rang moved the one next door over, the TV just happened to jump to the local news channel, and it was broadcasting the old men who died on the side road last night. The few people watched it very seriously, and then continued to chat about the topic of zombies. When Rang, how long will it take for the mutation after being bitten? When Qian, in the early stage, the virus has not evolved, so it takes about 3 to 7 days. In the later stage, it is very powerful. 10 seconds. When Rang, the only way to kill them is like on TV. Headshot? When Qian, yes. Headshot. Other parts are not effective. When Rang sighed, feeling a little distressed. We can't get guns, and even if we do, we can't become sharpshooters. I have to find a way to get some crossbows and arrows. If we can get them, the situation will get more and more chaotic, and people will come out to sell them. And when the end of the world comes, I can also take advantage of the chaos to get a few to protect myself. As for crossbows, they are also okay. Apart from these, Wen Qian turned his head and looked at Wen Chongning, who was silent. Wen Chongning was born in the countryside and had a hot temper when he was young, pushing a cart outside to sell fruit. It is inevitable to have some disputes with others, and he himself likes weapons such as knives. Until now, he has a machete under his pillow, in case a gangster really breaks into the house one day, so that he can use it for self-defense. Dad, do you have a way to get a better Tang Dao? This thing is very comfortable to chop zombies. When Chungning's eyes lit up at once. Yes. Wait. Dad will get it for you tomorrow. No. No. Contact now. The more the better. The faster the better. It would be best if we can get it in stock within a week. The end of the world may come early at any time, and we must always be prepared. Understood. When Chongning got up with his phone and went to the next room to call someone, Liam looked at his back and shook his head with a helpless smile. If you say this, your dad won't be sleepy anymore. He'll be happy. He always likes to wield swords and guns. You know. Even now, he watches TV and movies at home every day. They are all about fighting and killing. Li Mo's words reminded Wen Qian. She had to prepare more mobile hard drives and download some movies, TV series, animations, variety shows, etc. to watch when she was bored in the future. Her father likes martial arts. Her mother likes palace fighting and house fighting. And she and Wen Rang like basically the same genres. Animation, thriller, horror, anything. Brother, do you know anyone who sells hard drives? Let's go get some. And download some good stuff while we still have the internet. How long will it take for the internet to be disconnected? 3 months after the end of the world at the latest. At the beginning, everyone had illusions and thought they could control it. But later the zombies evolved faster and faster. And even the June team fell. And the network was disconnected due to man-made or natural disasters. Let's go get the goods now. Wen Rang is a man of action. He walked out with the car keys while talking, looking down at the contacts on his phone. He is a software developer and knows a lot of people who sell these electronic devices. Liamo watched the brother and sister leave with concern, and couldn't help but remind them. Arung. Take good care of your sister. Chapter 6. Start the Doomsday Farming and Animal Husbandry System. When Rang drove to the place, the hard drive with the largest capacity in the store was 20T memory, which was sold for 3,500. When Rang didn't even blink, asked how many were left, and finally bought 30 to go home. Normally, a 1T hard drive can store about 100 movies, and 20T can store 2,000 movies. But if you want to download high-definition Blu-ray movies, one needs about 30 to 50 G memory, and 1T can only download 20 to 30 movies. Anyway, these 30 hard drives are enough for the time being. After returning home, when Rang and Wenqian turned on all the computers in the house, and spent a huge amount of money to open several super VIP accounts for downloading software, downloading movies, and TV series overnight. When Rang sat in the study and couldn't sleep, while Wenqian took the opportunity to enter the space while working on the computer. She has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and she feels uncomfortable throwing so many materials together in the space. And she was busy during the day and hadn't taken a good look at the upgraded new space. After a day of hard work, her little thatched house has been upgraded to a luxurious villa with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. Even the vegetable garden in front of the villa has been expanded a lot. Wenqian made some plans. Since the space has plans to open up family quotas, it means that her father and when Rang can come in the future. There is an audio-visual room in the basement of the villa, where everyone can sing karaoke and watch movies in the future without worrying about disturbing others. For the other rooms next to the audio-visual room, Wenqian plans to put wine in one room, cigarettes and tea in another room, and the remaining room will be used to store instant noodles and instant foods such as self-heating hot pot, ham sausage and braised eggs. Although she has the conditions to cook by herself now, she will inevitably have to go out and meet other people in the future, so she still has to pretend. In addition to the living room, the first floor also has a kitchen, a dining room, and 3 rooms with bathrooms, which is just right for their family of 4. On the second floor, there are 3 rooms for storing clothes and shoes, as well as paper towels, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, and other daily necessities. And the remaining rooms are for books and some valuable cultural relics and antiques that will be obtained in the future. She plans to convert one of the rooms on the 3rd floor into an operating room, and the rest will be used to store medicines and equipment. As for other things, they were temporarily placed in the backyard of the villa. There was also a yard of about 100 square meters behind the villa. Unlike the vegetable field in front, it was made of cement. Wenqian planned to build some large shelves like those in supermarkets here, and then put the things here by category and label them, so that they would be easy to find when needed in the future. If the space would increase later, she could also throw the containers in directly. After a simple plan, Wenqian started to act. After sorting for a while, she found that she could actually move the objects with her consciousness. But maybe because she just got this space and was not familiar with it, she could only last about 5 minutes before she felt dizzy. Combining automatic and manual operations, Wenqian was busy in the space for 3 hours, and finally finished sorting out the materials collected today. Just when she was about to go out and bring back some more things, she received a new task from the system. Ding! Start the Doomsday Farming and Animal Husbandry System. Please complete the tasks of Live Chickens 0/10, Live Ducks 0/10, Live Geese 0/10, Live Pigs 0/3, Live Sheep 0/3, and Live Cattle 0/3 within 24 hours. And you will be rewarded with a fish pond. Wenqian raised her eyebrows slightly. Fish pond? Does that mean she can eat fresh fish and shrimp anytime in the future? Good system. It wins the hearts of foodies. Wenqian quickly left the space and told Wenrang and the other 2 about this matter. So after breakfast the next day, the few people continued to act separately. Liamo went out to buy medicine. Wenchengning and Wenqian went out to buy livestock. And Wenrang went to find a way to get bows and crossbows. There is a large livestock trading market on the outskirts of the city, and Wenchengning drove straight there. Originally, he planned to come alone, and didn't want Wenqian to follow him and smell the smell here. But Wenqian said that he couldn't carry so many things in one car, and it would be more convenient for her to go with him. So he had to agree. Although Wenchengning was a rough man, he grew up in the countryside, farmed and raised pigs, and later sold a lot of things as a vendor. So he was still very experienced in doing business in the market. In order to conceal his tracks, He even found someone to rent a truck overnight. When he came to the place where chickens, ducks and geese were sold, Wen Chongning picked 10 local chickens weighing about 2 kilograms, 8 hens, 2 roosters, and 5 black chickens, 16 ducks. According to the feeding ratio, 14 of them are female and 2 are male, 12 geese, 10 are female and 2 are male, 3 live pigs, 1 male and 2 female, 3 live sheep, 1 male and 2 female, 3 cows, 1 male and 2 female. Wen Chongning turned his head and saw rabbits again, and took 2. This thing is easy to raise and has a high reproduction rate. Even if other livestock die in the future, they can still eat rabbit meat and rabbit heads. Then they bought 2 donkeys. They say that dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground are delicious. And even if they don't eat it, they can grind it and make tofu later. After buying these, a total of 75,000 yuan was spent. The boss saw that the 2 people were dressed and didn't look like they were in the livestock business. So he curiously asked them what they bought these for. Wen Chongning smiled and replied, "I plan to open a farmhouse. The kind that can feed animals. We can't afford the expensive ones, so we just buy some cheap ones. Anyway, the city kids have never seen anything now." After listening, the boss nodded repeatedly. Yes. Then these are enough. After the 2 finished chatting, Wen Chongning asked the boss to send someone to help deliver all these to the car, and then drove into a place where no one was around and no surveillance was available. Wen Qian immediately put the livestock into the space and completed the task. After getting the fish pond, the 2 immediately went to the seafood market to buy fish and shrimp. Carp, crucian carp, grass carp, black carp, bream, mandarin fish, perch, silver carp, bighead carp, 3-scale fish. All of these species were bought in large quantities. Wen Chongning had only raised ornamental fish before, and did not know the techniques. So he asked the boss a lot of questions. Wen Qian also stood aside and listened, occasionally looking around to see if there was anything else she needed to buy. When she saw the seafood stall, her eyes paused. In a few years, the global ocean system will be polluted by nuclear wastewater. By then, not to mention crabs and shrimps. Even kelp will not be edible. Wen Chongning turned his head and saw his daughter staring at the seafood stall. He hurried over and asked, "What's wrong? Daughter? What are you craving for? Dad will buy it for you." "No, I just think it's a pity." Wen Qian leaned over to Wen Chongning's ear and whispered to him about the future marine pollution. Wen Chongning frowned after hearing it. Originally, he thought that his family lived by the sea and couldn't lack seafood. But he didn't expect that there would be seawater pollution. He couldn't help but curse, and then touched Wen Qian's head. "Dad will buy some back for you to raise." "Forget it. It won't survive. You need to change the water regularly to raise seafood, and you won't have the conditions in the future. It's up to you when you can raise it. When it dies, we'll eat it." Wen Chongning was not discouraged at all. He walked a few steps to the seafood stall and chatted with the boss. In the end, he not only bought all the seafood, but also bought the glass fish tank used for breeding. He planned to go back and study how to raise seafood for his daughter at home. Chapter 7: Encountering an Enemy. After spending 50,000 yuan at the seafood market, the 2 drove away. On the way back, Wen Chongning talked to Wen Qian about her space. When he learned that he could still grow crops inside, he immediately found a place to buy seeds and saplings. Coriander, cabbage, eggplant, persimmon, pepper, potato, garlic, green onion, lettuce, cabbage, chrysanthemum and other common fruits. Take 100 bags of seeds. Apples, cherries, bananas, plums, blueberries, strawberries, grapes, pears, peaches, hawthorns, 10 of each of these fruit saplings. After spending more than 30,000 yuan, the 2 came to the building materials market again. They bought 10 large-capacity solar batteries, 10 solar charging panels, 20 portable solar nightlights, 5 gasoline generators, and 5 diesel generators. These things cost 200,000 yuan. Wen Chongning swiped his card and turned to ask Wen Qian if she needed to buy anything else. "Almost done. Let's go back first." When the 2 returned home, Wen Rang and Liamo just came back. Everyone reported today's shopping to each other. Wen Rang bought 10 satellite phones, each costing 5,000 yuan. 10 satellite phone cards, each costing 100 yuan. Each card can talk for 300 minutes. But it is only valid for 1 year after activation, and 7 years without activation. So he didn't dare to buy more. In addition, he asked a friend to get 4 crossbows and 1,000 arrows, and arranged to pick them up tomorrow. Liamo went to several hospitals and pharmacies, and asked someone to buy common medicines worth more than 100,000 yuan. She also went to several markets far away from home, and bought 100 kilograms of sausages, and 100 kilograms of eggs in each market. She didn't dare to wander around the neighborhood, because she often went there with acquaintances. And there were neighbors doing business there. If the news got out, wouldn't all these people come to her house and smash the door when the doomsday really came? Liamo, some medicines are limited and I can't get much. I see that they can still be bought at online pharmacies. Let's buy some online later. When Qian smiled and nodded and said yes. The whole family went out together. And the efficiency was high. Several people took out their mobile phones and shopped separately, all choosing the next day delivery. After Wen Qian bought the medicine, she placed an order for 10,000 pieces of warm baby stickers. This thing is a treasure when going out in extremely cold weather. There are 10 pieces of warm baby stickers in a pack. She ordered 50 packs in each store, and mailed them to the tiny post station in the nearby community. The post station is now 24 hours a day self-service. As long as you don't take someone else's things by mistake. No one will check the surveillance to see how many packages you have taken. It is very convenient and fast. After eating something at home, several people went out to consume again. This time they went together. And their purpose was to buy some clothes and shoes. Most of Wen Qian and Li Mo's clothes now are skirts and fashion shoes. Even if they have sports shoes, they only have a few pairs. When they arrived at the mall, each of them picked out the Martin boots and jackets that suited them. And then went to buy light pants, and finally thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters and down jackets. It is summer now, and thermal products are on sale. So there are many people picking them, and no one doubts their purpose. After buying these, Wen Qian and Liamo carried their things into the bathroom. This is the only place in the entire mall without surveillance. And Wen Qian quickly put all the things into the space. When walking out, Wen Qian saw several sports equipment stores. Her eyes lit up, and she pulled Wen Rang, the humanoid card reader, into the store to select baseball bats, helmets, protective gear, outdoor tents, sleeping bags and other items. When swiping the card, she couldn't help but ask Wen Rang, "Brother, you have only been working for a few years. Have you almost spent all your salary these days?" Wen Rang sneered and glanced at her. "Ignorance is not a crime. I will forgive your ignorance this time." Wen Qian pouted and planned to continue swiping his card in the future. Anyway, she is still a college student, has not graduated, and is a pauper. Wen Rang threw all the things to Wen Qian and asked her to go to the bathroom to collect them. Then everyone went to the underground supermarket together, each pushing a cart to buy some daily necessities and food. Wen Qian continued to shop like crazy for 0 yuan in places where no one was paying attention, buying all kinds of instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, and hot pot base. When she left, in addition to the things that Wen Rang and others bought with their credit cards, she also bought a few hundred boxes of instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, and other fast food, 500 kilograms of rice, 300 kilograms of noodles, and more than 1,000 bottles of mineral water. At night, the family returned with a full load. When walking back from the underground garage, they met Zhang Yang's family, their neighbors downstairs. When Wen Qian saw them, her face suddenly sank. Zhang Yang and his wife Su Yan used to be colleagues with Liamo in the same hospital. Their son Zhang Xiang was the same age as Wen Qian, and they went to the same kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and high school from childhood to adulthood. When they bought the house in this building, Liamo had already resigned from the hospital. She thought that if she got sick in the future, it would be easier to get things done with an acquaintance in the hospital. So Zhang Yang's family chose to live downstairs from her, and from time to time deliberately mentioned to her that they wanted Wen Qian to marry Zhang Xiang after graduating from college. When the two of them moved into the house they bought for Wen Qian together, she didn't say anything, because she didn't want her daughter to leave her side in the first place. If the two children really fell in love and got married, it wouldn't matter if they lived in her house. After all, the other party knew everything about her, and with her and old Wen by her side, Her daughter couldn't be wronged after marriage. But everything had to be decided by Wen Qian. If she didn't like it, then no matter how much the Zhang family hinted, it would be useless. Hey, old one, where did this family go? Zhang Yang and his family walked towards them with a smile and asked. Wen Qian had already thrown the things he bought into the space. So when Changning replied, I went out to eat. It was hot, and I didn't feel like moving. So I didn't cook at home. What about you guys? Zhang Yang shook the big bag in his hand. I went back to my dad's house to eat. Look! The old man and the old lady brought me some things. Zhang Xiang couldn't take his eyes off Wen Qian when he saw her. He walked a few steps to Wen Qian. Qian, let's go to the movies tomorrow. And then I'll take you to dinner. No. I have something else to do. Wen Qian refused coldly. What can you do? You're just going shopping for clothes. I can accompany you. Zhang Xiang looked indifferent and wanted to hold Wen Qian's hand. I know a very delicious and expensive restaurant. I'll treat you. No need. I have something important to do. Wen Qian quickly dodged and took Wen Rang's arm. My brother and I are going out tomorrow. If you don't believe me, ask him. Wen Rang knew from his sister's reaction that she didn't like this boy. So he cooperated very well. Yes, we have something to go out for. Zhang Xiang saw this and said nothing more. Several people entered the elevator together. When they reached the 29th floor, the Zhang family left first. After entering the house, Su Yan rolled her eyes and couldn't help cursing. Wen Qian, that damn girl. I don't know why she is so crazy. Yang Yang has been chasing her for a long time. But she never nodded her head. If her family didn't have a few pennies, I would not look down on her. Zhang Xiang, Mom, don't worry. After she and I get married, the 2 houses in her family will be ours. And the Qian her father bought for her. I can drive it to work. Chapter 8 The end of the world is coming. Everyone is a villain. The Zhang family is calculating. But they don't know that Wen Qian has seen through them. After returning home and closing the door, Wen Qian sat down on the sofa. Mom and Dad, do you remember what I said before? That our family will be targeted by the neighbors in the future? The two nodded repeatedly. But I didn't tell you at the time that the instigator was the family downstairs. At first, Su Yan came up to ask for food, crying and saying that her family was starving to death because they couldn't afford to eat. We thought that a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. And we would see each other every day. And if we helped each other, maybe we could overcome this hurdle. But they didn't think so. Wen Qian recalled the Zhang family's tricks and smiled coldly. We gave it on the first day. And we also gave it on the second day. But on the third day, we really didn't have much food left. And we also felt that his family's attitude was not right. So we refused. As a result, Su Yan turned around and went to the community group, saying that our family had a lot of supplies, but chose not to help. Which made many neighbors who were already starving to death instantly furious. And then chose to band together and attack our house. We were not prepared at the time. They were so many in number that they smashed the door and windows. After breaking into the house, they took away the little food we had left. But the family downstairs was not satisfied, because they had long been eyeing our 2 houses. Moreover, they had 100 kilograms of rice at the time. But they were reluctant to eat it. They did not come to our house to beg for food because they were desperate. Wen Qianyan calmly told what happened at the time. And when Changning was so angry that he cursed on the spot. Fuck. He looks like a decent person. But he is actually a beast. I knew that the family downstairs was not a good person. His son is ugly, but he wants to be beautiful. He thinks about my daughter every day. Li Mo's face was not good either. After a while of silence, he asked Wen Changning, Old one, you contacted the person who wanted to buy the knife yesterday. What did the other party say? When can I get it? Tomorrow. I will get the knife when I get up tomorrow morning. Whoever dares to come to our house to make trouble, I will stab them to death. Wen Changning was so angry that he was panting heavily. He wanted to go fight with the guy downstairs at any moment. Wen Rang's reaction was calm, but the murderous intent in his eyes was no less. Wen Qian, I'm not telling you this to make you angry, but just to give you a shot of prevention. The end of the world is coming, and everyone is a villain. If we are soft-hearted, others will be murderous. So we must prepare in advance. Yeah, my daughter is right. Wen Changning nodded repeatedly, holding the phone and went to the side, studying what self-defense weapons he could get. Wen Rang turned his head and met Wen Qian's gaze and asked, How much more can you put in your space? Is there a limit? For now, basically 1,000 yuan of materials are given for 1 square meter of space. Now, in addition to a villa of 1,000 square meters, 1 acre of land, and about 1,000 square meters of open space are given. There should be more in the future. Wen Qian did not hide anything because she originally planned to let them all enter the space. The space will issue tasks to me from time to time. I currently only have 1 family member quota. But since this hole has been opened, there will definitely be others in the future. Then you and Dad can go in and see what it looks like inside. Okay. Got it. When Rang was not hypocritical. I will also broaden my horizons and see what the Dabi looks like. One night passed. And after breakfast in the morning, when Chongqing went out to get knives, and when Rang went somewhere else, Qian, accompany your mother to your grandmother's house. I want to move back the relics they left behind. When Qian's grandfather used to be an old Chinese medicine doctor. He and his grandmother died in a car accident, leaving behind many books and medicinal materials. He originally planned to let his daughter inherit the family business. But Liamo took the initiative to study Western medicine, which almost angered the old man to death. Later, he set his sights on Wen Rang and Wen Qian. But Wen Rang had no interest in that since childhood. As for Wen Qian, she had been brought up by her brother since childhood to watch TV series about forensic medicine, such as Washing Away Wrongs, The Judge of the Song Dynasty, Forensic Qin Ming, Bones, etc., and was determined to train his sister to be an outstanding female forensic doctor. Finally, when Wen Qian was 10 years old, she was finally caught by Li Mo, who came back from overtime work in the hospital. After beating him up, he stopped fooling Wen Qian. Wen Qian couldn't help laughing when she thought of the scene where Wen Rang was already 15 years old that year, being chased by Li Mo and running around the house wailing. Wen Qian drove back to the old house with Li Mo. The house was full of dust, and the 3 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were filled with books. After the two cleaned up, they put the bookshelves into the space, and then went to check the medicine cabinet and put away some of the medicinal herbs that could still be used. Daughter, you said that Western medicine will be difficult to find in the future. What about Chinese medicinal herbs? You can find some, but it's very few, because the climate is extreme and the living environment in the wild is dangerous. In addition to the zombies everywhere, there are also some people who are robbing and killing. Can you grow medicinal herbs in your space? It should be possible, but I have never grown them. So, it's okay. Mom will do it. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have listened to the old man and learned more from him. It's not too late now. Not to mention that we have prepared in advance. I will get some medical equipment later. If Western medicine can be used for treatment, Western medicine will be more effective. Liamo nodded in agreement. She chose to study Western medicine because she felt that the effect of traditional Chinese medicine was too slow. After a day of shopping outside, Wen Chongqing had already brought back what Wen Qian wanted when he got home in the evening. Wen Qian looked at the 5 tang swords on the sofa and pounced on them in surprise. So many! She thought it was good enough to get one. Wen Chongqing sat next to her, looking at his daughter's happy expression, and crossed his legs with a proud look on his face. This is what they call money makes the world go round. A sword worth 40,000 yuan. 5 swords would be 200,000 yuan. However, he was always nervous on the way back, fearing that he would suddenly encounter a traffic policeman checking his car, and it would be difficult to explain if he saw this thing. With weapons, Wen Qian felt more confident. In the next few days, the group went out shopping as usual. Wen Qian brought back a few sets of fitness equipment, intending to let Wen Rang and others exercise properly. Wen Rang bought 10 speedboats, rubber boats, life jackets, and other things. Wen Qian didn't dare to ask how much they cost. Anyway, when the things were thrown into the space was visibly expanded. After a busy week, it was finally the day to install the glass house on the rooftop. Wen Qian followed along to supervise the work, seeing that Wen Rang was fully responsible for measuring the size and designing the finished product. She couldn't help but want to praise her brother. Awesome. Chapter 9. Activate the Doomsday Defense System. When Wen Rang said he wanted to install a sun room and diamond net, she thought the diamond net was outside the glass, because normally, it is designed this way. But unexpectedly, he asked the merchant to put the net inside. Wen Qian approached Wen Rang and asked in a low voice, "Why is the diamond net inside?" Wen Rang answered as a matter of course. "You said before that the weather will be bad in the future. And I am afraid that it will be corroded by acid rain or something. Wenqian didn't say anything. But Wenrang knew from her expression that he had guessed right. Wenqian sighed. Although she didn't want to admit it. Her brother was indeed smart since he was a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been recommended to Wadayaku Vocational and Technical College. The noise of the installation soon attracted the attention of the community property. The security guard called Wenchengning and said that this was an illegal construction and could not be done. Wenchengning cursed in his heart and responded with a smile on his face. Then let the neighbors report it. I will demolish it when the report is successful. You don't have to be embarrassed. You can also report it. The security guard hung up the phone in bewilderment, not understanding whether the other party's attitude was good or bad. He had no choice but to do as Wenchengning said. But reporting such a thing takes time. After a series of procedures, it will take at least half a month to implement it. It is not certain whether there will be anyone to take care of this matter by then. It took most of the day to install the sunroom. The roof is equipped with a manually controlled honeycomb sunshade, and the south side is designed with several sliding glass windows to facilitate ventilation and heat dissipation in summer. At the same time, the side where the window can be opened is equipped with a highly transparent diamond mesh to prevent mosquitoes. After opening the window, just pull down from the upper window frame. You can pull the diamond mesh out of the box, and then fix it on the lower window frame. For this small design, Wenrang spent an extra 10,000 yuan. Wenqian looked at the glass house after the installation with satisfaction. The installer had just left the house. And the next second, the long-lost system sound rang in her mind again. Ding! Turn on the Doomsday Defense System. Congratulations on completing the defense upgrade task. Rewards Defense System Upgrade. Defense Space Temperature Perpetual. Defense Technician Quota. Defense Upgrade? Perpetual Temperature? Technician Quota? Wenqian was stunned. And before he could figure out where the technician came from, he saw that the glass house that had just been installed had changed. The thickness changed, becoming a professional bulletproof grade. And you can only see the outside from the inside. And the outside can't see any pictures inside. Not only the glass of the glass house, but also the original windows of the house were upgraded. Fuck! Wenrang's voice came from the gate. He rarely swore. Wenqian ran over when she heard it, thinking something was wrong with him. What's going on? Wenrang saw her and pointed at her front door. He was just taking out the surveillance equipment and preparing to install it. But the door suddenly changed, which scared him. Wenqian laughed out loud when she saw that her front door had become a bank explosion-proof security door. Looking at the things in Wenrang's hand, she realized it belatedly. The technician should be him. Right? Wenqian quickly pulled Wenrang over. And in the blink of an eye, the two entered the space. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. And Wenrang's heartbeat accelerated. He stood there for a while, then looked around. Is this your space? Yes. I'll bind your information first, and you can browse around. On the panel that Wenrang couldn't see, all his personal information was displayed. Name, Wenrang. Gender, male. Age, 24 years old. Height, 855 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, programmer. Relationship, brother and sister. Loyalty, never betray. Wenqian quickly linked his information and went to find Wenrang. Wenrang was in a villa. After finding that his sister had already decorated their bedroom, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay. She still had some conscience and didn't let him live in a doghouse. Not bad. Right? Wenqian leaned on the door frame to look at him, pointing at his bed. Electric bed? Worth more than 40,000. Good. Wenrang came over and tapped her forehead. Don't let outsiders know about the space, or I'll blow your head off in a minute. Don't worry. I know. Wenqian knew the dangers of the end of the world better than he did. Wenrang tried it just now, and he couldn't leave here alone without Wenqian. And it was probably the same if he wanted to come in. This also means that no one can steal things and leave safely without his sister, which made him feel relieved. Otherwise, the little girl would cry to death if she worked so hard to store so many supplies and was taken away by someone. Wenrang was reluctant to let Wenqian do farm work, even though he had never done it since he was a child. But he still helped her plant the land, except for the grass. The two felt that the land would definitely get bigger and bigger in the future, so they just hit it off and provided space to buy seeding machines, pesticide sprayers, harvesters, crushers, rice mills, etc. After a long time, the two finally found a local agricultural machinery equipment factory and called to make an appointment to meet the next day. Then when Rain continued to install the monitoring equipment, and when Qian decided to go out again, she always had a bad premonition that the end of the world would come early. Taking the elevator to the underground garage, when Qian unexpectedly ran into Zhang Xiang downstairs again. He was walking in front and talking on the phone, and did not notice when Qian's appearance. Zhang Xiang, I said I would definitely go to the class reunion and bring my girlfriend. Why don't you believe this? Who is my girlfriend? When Qian. Who else could it be? Haha. She is quite difficult to pursue. But it depends on who is pursuing her. I've decided to get married with her after graduating from college. I'm so handsome and my family is well off. Why should she disagree? Sooner or later, she will get married? When Qian followed behind, resisting the urge to kick him away, and continued recording with her phone. Zhang Xiang, yes. We will drive there. What car? Just a Qian. I've already told her that after we get married in 2 years, I can drive the car to work. It's okay. But to be honest, I don't like her car. I plan to ask her father to buy me a G-Class in the future. Yes, her brother drives that car. But I heard he bought it himself. When Qian sneered, this little abacus is quite loud. Zhang Xiang didn't notice anyone behind him at all. And he was boasting. Until when Qian's eyes passed him, and saw a white stray cat lying on the roof of her car. She excitedly said, Xiao Bai. When Qian ran over quickly. Really Xiao Bai? Zhang Xiang was startled by her voice, and found an excuse to hang up the phone. He watched when Qian run to the car, and catch a dirty stray cat that jumped off the roof. And hurriedly shouted, When Qian, throw it away. Cats are dirty. You can't keep cats. Otherwise it will affect your childbearing in the future. Chapter 10. The whole family can enter and exit the space. When Qian didn't listen to his nonsense, she carefully checked the kitten in her arms. After confirming that it was Xiaobai, her eyes were red. Xiaobai is a long-haired heterochromatic stray cat with one yellow eye and one red eye. It is extremely beautiful. But it is not a beautiful waste. It can be said that it has no rivals in the garbage dump in this area. In the previous life, when Qian became interested in it, after witnessing it fighting 1 against 3 and winning a great victory, she tried to attract it with the fish fillet she just bought. But she never expected that it would really follow her home. Even when she had no dried fish to feed it in the end of the world, it still stayed by her side. Xiaobai rubbed against her arms and kept meowing, as if he was saying something. When Zhang Xiang came over, it suddenly stopped acting like a spoiled child, stepped on Wen Qian's arm and jumped over, and hit Zhang Xiang in the face with one claw. Zhang Xiang's face was scratched with 3 bloody marks. And he cried "Aw!" She cried out in pain, covered her face and looked at the wild cat that might pounce on her at any time, and said something fierce. Damn it. I will kill you. Xiaobai, meow. Come on. Wen Qian couldn't help laughing as she watched Xiaobai protect his master. She opened the car door and shouted, Xiaobai, let's go! Xiaobai turned around and jumped onto the passenger seat. Wen Qian glanced at Zhang Xiang, who wanted to follow but didn't dare to, and her smile disappeared. She said coldly, Go get the injection. Send me the money you spent, and I'll transfer it to you. After that, she drove away. After leaving the community, Wen Qian found a pet hospital and immediately arranged a big package for Xiaobai to take a bath, deworm and sterilize. At first, Xiaobai didn't react to where this place was. When he was carried in by the shit shoveler and saw his peers, it was too late to escape. Xiaobai, meow 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 meow. Can you be a human being? You cut my balls again. Wen Qian pretended not to hear it scolding him, touched its head, and whispered, It's better to cut it off. It will be cured once it is cut off. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find a companion for you in the future. Sterilization is not a major operation. Wen Qian added money and arranged for it to be done immediately. Xiaobai did not resist too much, but he cursed very dirty the whole time, and the whole hospital could hear his cursing. After Xiaobai came out of the operating room, Wen Qian heard the voice of the system. Ding! Open the Doomsday Warpet system. Name, Xiaobai. Age, 2 years old. Gender, male. Wen Qian looked at the question mark on the panel and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, Xiaobai was dizzy and couldn't see. Otherwise he would be furious. After paying, Wen Qian carried the cat box to the car and went to the supermarket. She wanted to stock up on food for Xiao Bai. Stock up on canned food. Stock up on dried fish. Stock up on cat litter. At 11 o'clock in the evening, when Qian received a call from Wen Rang, asking her where she was and whether she needed to pick her up, when Qian was already downstairs at this time, and said that she would be home soon. So Wen Rang hung up the phone with relief. When Qian happily carried Xiao Bai home, and she had been busy for a long time. She had already stocked up 2,000 kilograms of cat food for Xiao Bai, 1,000 bags of cat litter with a weight of 13 kilograms, more than 500 boxes of cat canned food, and countless bags of dried fish. When Rang and the other two sat on the sofa, they couldn't sleep unless Wen Qian came back, seeing Wen Qian carrying the cat into the house. Wen Rang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Has the useless kid downstairs come to us to complain, saying that he was scratched by the stray cat you picked up? Yeah, Wen Qian admitted with a smile. He should be thankful that Xiao Bai hasn't mutated yet. Otherwise his head would have been moved after one claw. When Rang was stunned, can animals mutate? It was like this in the last life. Anyway, our Xiao Bai has changed, and is as majestic as a big lion. So, she not only had to stock up on cat food, but also had to go out and stock up on more meat for it tomorrow. When Rang became excited when he heard this, and turned to look at Wen Chongning. Dad, I want a dog. Wen Chongning, arrange. I want one too. A night passed, and the next morning, Wen Chongning went out to buy a dog. Liamo went to the market to buy meat and vegetables. And Wen Qian and Wen Rang went to meet the manufacturer who had agreed to sell agricultural machinery and equipment yesterday. The other party didn't expect that the two young people came, and they couldn't help but be confused, not understanding why they bought such things. Wen Rang replied, My family has leased a lot of land and wants to start a farm. The merchant nodded in sudden realization. This is a young entrepreneur. He took them to see the products. Wen Qian didn't know anything about this, but she didn't expect Wen Rang to be able to chat with the merchant. Not like a novice at all. She couldn't help but whispered, Did you learn farming in college? Wen Rang turned his head to look at her with a look of disgust. The information I checked last night. Do you think I am you? What's wrong with her? She's also very capable. Following Wen Rang as a useless person. Wen Qian thought about how to stock up on gasoline and diesel. In theory, she should be able to get the oil from the gas station. But what should she use to store it after arriving in the space? While she was thinking about it, Wen Rang had already negotiated with the merchant. Harvester, tiller, seeding machine, pesticide sprayer, irrigation machine, feed crusher, forage cutter, corn peeler, corn thresher, rice making machine. The two bought 10 machines at once, spending more than 100,000 yuan. After the deal was done, the merchant happily asked them where they wanted to deliver the goods. Wen Qian replied, We will drive ahead and lead the way, and just deliver the goods to the village entrance. You can put some gas in the car, and our people will come over to drive back, which is also a good opportunity to try our hand. The merchant quickly arranged for workers to load the goods onto the car, and left with the two young and promising customers. Wen Rang drove the car to the village where his grandparents used to live. Now there is basically no one in the village. And even if there is, they are all elderly people. No young people want to stay in the village. They either go to the city to buy a house or go out to work. The truck driver and the workers left immediately after unloading the machine. They were very happy that they didn't have to work anymore. Wen Qian waited for them to go away, put the machine into the space, and took Wen Rang in to take a look. Just as she expected before, the space was still expanding, but the speed had slowed down. It was obvious that the exchange amount was no longer 1,000 yuan per square meter. Ding! Congratulations on completing the farm equipment task. And you will be rewarded with a farming member quota. The system's voice came again. And Wen Qian chuckled after hearing it. Her father is the son chosen by heaven to farm the land. There is no escape. Wen Qian told Wen Rang the good news. And Wen Rang was also very happy after hearing it. In this way, their family of 4 can all enter and exit the space. The two drove back, and when they passed by the grain store and the market, they bought another 500 kilograms of rice and 200 kilograms of beef. When they returned to the vicinity of the city, Wen Qian suddenly found a good place. Brother, do you think that is the storage place of several major e-commerce companies and supermarkets? Chapter 11 Catching an Adulterer in Bed. Wen Rang found a safe place to park the car, looked in the direction Wen Qian pointed, and then opened the map to check. It should be right. But the security measures there must be very strict. And you can't get in. You have to go in even if you can't. When the end of the world comes, it will rain heavily for a month. Even if you have a chance to come, most of the things inside will be soaked. It's better to give it to us. For a month? When Rang was surprised. Bicheng is a mountain city. If some people live on the mountain, there will naturally be people living at the foot of the mountain. The city doesn't get much rainfall in the summer. But occasionally there is a severe rainstorm. And communities and vehicles will be flooded. If the rainstorm lasts for a month. Then, when Qian leaned back in the chair, folded her arms over her chest, and nodded. Yes, it will last for a month. Day and night. The villa area downstairs was flooded. And even our building was flooded to the 5th floor. When Rang remembered that when Qian said a few days ago that there would be frequent floods in the first 3 years, but it would not affect their family. It was her home, not their neighborhood. This keyword was very important. When Rang was silent for a while, after digesting the news, he started the car and drove to the e-commerce storage area. The two people in broad daylight must not be too obvious. They drove around the outer road. Let Wen Qian remember the terrain here, and then left. When he got home, when Chongning had bought the dog, he bought 4 German shepherds, 2 males and 2 females. But they were all puppies. Xiaobai also came over when he smelled the dog. After seeing the 4 little ones, he felt that this world was not worth it. You are such a good shit shoveler. Not only did you cut off my balls, but you also want to have a dog outside. Right? You don't love me anymore. Right? The feelings have faded. Right? When Qian felt something was wrong. She was holding a puppy in her arms and stroking it. She realized the murderous intent belatedly, and slowly turned her head to see Xiaobai's face of catching the adulterer in bed. Xiaobai didn't even scream, but squatted there silently, staring at her intently. He looked like, I want to see how you explain it. And when Qian was so scared that she threw the dog away reflexively. The puppy didn't know much about cats and worldly affairs. He was not used to being out of his owner's arms suddenly. So he hummed and rubbed against Wen Qian's legs, wanting a hug. Bye. Listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Wen Qian didn't dare to neglect him, and quickly walked to Xiaobai and squatted down. They are all my younger brothers. From now on, you can leave all the dirty work to them. When there is trouble that they can't solve, you can come out. Isn't this going to make you look more powerful? Xiaobai, meow meow meow. Scumbag. I believe your ghost. When Qian tried hard to coax him here, and 4 little puppies came over with their tails wagging, and surrounded Xiaobai. Xiaobai drove them away with one paw, and they came back again, trying to get close to him. This went back and forth several times, and Xiaobai finally didn't bother to pay attention to them. It proudly raised its tail, and went to the rooftop to bask in the sun. Several puppies followed behind happily, as if they were determined to hang out with it in the future. Wen Qian was also very happy to see the dogs being sensible, and trying to please their big brother. Because her battle pet size increased, the system gave her another reward. Ding! Battle pet size increased. Rewarded with a natural sand pool. Wen Qian immediately entered the space to check, and indeed found a huge pool of 2 meters by 4 meters. And it was already filled with cat litter, which looked no different from the one she made in the mall. Moreover, there is also a flushable squat toilet next to the pool. It is obvious that it is for the convenience of the shit scooper to clean the sand pool in time. What kind of fairy space is this? This is too pampering to the owner. Wen Qian happily spun around, and quickly left the space to name the dogs with everyone else. After a while of discussion, Wen Qian's dog was named Xiao He, Wen Rang's was named Xiao Lu, Li Mo's was named Bei Bei, and Wen Chongning's was named De Shuang. After the names were chosen, the system immediately updated the information. Then Wen Qian brought Wen Chongning into the space, and bound his information. Name, Wen Chongning. Gender, male. Age, 48 years old. Height, 178 cm. Blood type, B. Occupation, businessman. Relationship, father and daughter. Loyalty, never betray. This was the first time when Chongning entered the space. He felt like he had discovered a new world. He walked upstairs and downstairs, inside and outside the house for several times. Finally, he returned to Wen Qian excitedly and hugged her. My daughter is amazing. The most amazing. Wen Qian's body froze for a moment. Because before her rebirth, she hadn't seen her father for 10 years. Not to mention the taste of a hug. She almost forgot his voice. When Changning felt Wen Qian's discomfort and wanted to let go with a bit of disappointment, but was hugged by Wen Qian. Dad, I miss you so much. Wen Qian lay in his arms and whispered. In the previous life, the first person to leave her was Liu Mo. Liu Mo was stabbed to death by Zhang Xiang on the day they were driven out of their home because he protected her from being defiled by Zhang Xiang. The second person to leave was Wen Changning. He was found and killed by a group of scavengers when he went out to find supplies. And then 8. When Rang was left. And in order to protect her, he joined the alliance. He was very good. And it took him 2 years to climb to the management of the alliance. But it was precisely because of his excellence that those narrow-minded people felt a sense of crisis. In the end, they conspired to plot against him and let him die in a mission. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, when Qian lost the 3 people who loved her the most. It was also after they left that she awakened her superpowers and began to become stronger little by little. When Changning looked at his daughter in his arms and touched her hair clumsily. Dad is here. And he will always be with you. Yes. My daughter. Will you feel any burden or discomfort when you carry this space? When Changning was a little worried. This space is so big. What if his daughter gets tired? When Qian smiled and stood up straight, shaking his head in reply. It's okay. I don't feel anything. Think about it. God has opened such a big back door for me. So it must be good for me. Otherwise, if I die suddenly because of the heavy burden on my body, wouldn't such a big masterpiece be gone? When Changning thought about it, and felt that his daughter was right, he stopped worrying and turned to work in the field. When Qian greeted him, and left the space first to go to the post station with Wen Rang to pick up the express. The things the family bought online arrived, while most people were at work in the afternoon. The 2 of them took out all the express and threw them into the space. Then Wen Rang went to a nearby mall and bought 50 mobile phones with the largest memory. When Qian was stunned when he saw him coming back with a box of mobile phones and asked him, why did you buy these? Listen to music, take pictures, and record things as souvenirs. The end of the world is bitter, so you have to find some sweetness for yourself. Right? When Qian was shocked. This straight guy is actually quite romantic. Chapter 12. The end of the world is coming. The rich and willful young master went into the study room with his mobile phone and was busy with something. When Qian went into the space to help Wen Changning with work. In the evening, the 2 of them went out to eat together. Then when it got dark, when Qian and Wen Rang went out together, she was really thinking about the storage factory she saw today. Although the stockpiled goods in the space were enough for their family of 4 to eat and drink in the end of the world, no one would complain that their property was too much. The richer the family assets, the more confident they were. And the more confident they would be when fighting with others in the future. When Rang drove to the warehouse factory and found a place to park the car, the 2 walked towards the factory. There were residential buildings nearby and people would go out for a walk at night, so they were not conspicuous. When Rang, did you see the 2 security guards at the door? They looked to be about 1.9 meters tall. You are not even as tall as their legs. Do you want to pretend to be an ant and crawl in when no one is paying attention? I'm going to let you use a beauty trick. Okay? When Qian looked sincere. After hearing this, When Rang turned around and was about to leave without saying a word, but was held tightly by Wen Qian. Brother, please sacrifice yourself for your sister's happiness in the second half of her life. Don't be happy. Just make do. While the 2 were playing, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Wen Qian's mind. Ding! The end of the world begins. Limited time mission unlocked. Collect 100 million supplies within 24 hours. And reward weapons exchange system. Wen Qian was stunned in place, which scared Wen Rang. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Wen Qian slowly raised his eyes, looked at Wen Rang, and said word by word, the end of the world is coming. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, lightning flashed continuously on the dark sea in the distance, followed by rumbling thunder, which made people's ears hurt. Wen Rang didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly, and the heavy rain would pour down like this. The 2 stood there and were soaked to the bone. Before they could run back to the car, they heard a loud bang. And then the vision became dark. The lightning strike blew up the nearby electric poles. When Qian's heart moved, she threw Wen Rang into the space without hesitation, and then ran towards the gate. She had little time left. She had to get the goods away quickly, then go to the gas station to stock up on gas. and go to the hospital to get medicine and equipment. Otherwise, in a few hours, the city would be flooded, and even cars would be difficult to drive. After a week of relaxation after returning from the apocalypse, when Qian had completely entered combat mode, she rushed over quickly while the security guard had not had time to turn on the backup power supply system and hurried back to the security booth. Then she jumped in from the top of the parking lot railing. 3 minutes later, the dark park was bright again. The staff turned on the backup power supply and lit up the lights in the park. When Qian hid carefully. Fortunately, the rain was so heavy that the security guards, who were patrolling everywhere, had to go back to take shelter temporarily, giving her the opportunity to take action. She kept running back and forth in the rain, starting with the container closest to the building, and then approaching the gate little by little. In the space, when Rang was still sulking because he was thrown in by his sister and couldn't help, he was worried about Qian's safety. But when he saw something suddenly appear in the open space, his heart slowly fell again. Half an hour later, when Qian took all the containers outside, a total of 68, she knew that there must be more supplies in the factory building. But the workers and most of the security personnel were in the building, so they went to the trouble. She couldn't waste any more time here. Moreover, as more and more containers disappeared outside, they finally attracted the attention of the security personnel. When Qian looked at the dozens of security guards rushing out of the building and quickly ran towards the exit, the security guard at the gate also received the notice and rushed out in the rain, facing Qian face to face. However, Qian was wearing a mask, so the other party could not see her face. But looking at her figure and clothes, it was clear that she was a girl. Several security guards were stunned. Their first reaction was not to regard her as a criminal, but to think that she was a staff member in the office building who came to inform them of something. But Qian couldn't get out without knocking them down, and she didn't want to waste time acting with them, so she had to take action. Her moves were fast, accurate, and powerful, and she knocked down 3 security guards with 2 flying kicks and elbow strikes. The 4th security guard at the gate saw that she was difficult to deal with, so he immediately raised his electric baton. But the next second, the electric baton fell into the hands of the female thief. When Qian stunned the man and ran out of the door, she ran back to the parking lot in one breath, opened the door, and got in the car, feeling that her heart and lungs were about to explode. Dozens of security guards rushed out of the park, but they hadn't caught up yet. When Qian panted and pulled Rang out of the space. Drive quickly. They're catching up. When Rang was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He started the car and left the place quickly. This was the first time the young master had been a thief since he was a child. But he didn't expect to make such a big one. His heart was pounding, and he drove the G-Class like a fighter jet. A few minutes later, when the security guards were no longer visible, when Qian asked him to stop the car stopped on the side of the road. And when Qian put both the car and the person into the space, then he released his Qian that he had prepared in advance, and the two of them changed cars and continued to move forward. After changing cars, when Rang stopped driving so fast, because the incident happened suddenly in the park, and they didn't understand how one person stole so many containers. So when they drove out to chase them, when Qian and the others had already changed cars, and there was no danger at all, while when Rang was driving, when Qian went back to the space to change into dry clothes. Then, she asked when Rang to stop at a gas station passing by. It was already late, and the storm was coming. The staff thought that no one would come to refuel, so they lay in the house and played games. When Qian saw that there was no one at the gas station, so she got out of the car and started to make trouble. She tried to operate it, but she didn't expect it to be successful. The refueling tool disappeared with the oil underground and entered her space. When Qian saw this and immediately took away all types of oil, and then ran to the next gas station. At the next stop, the operation was even simpler. The considerate space no longer collected the same refueling equipment, but only collected oil. They drove back to the city and swept more than a dozen large gas stations. When Qian stopped, not for anything else, because her beloved space spoke. Ding! The oil storage in the system has reached the upper limit. Unlocking the preparation achievement. Reward unlimited oil use privileges. When Qian was shocked. She can refuel at will in the future. Fill up number 98. No need to feel bad anymore. Chapter 13. His sister killed a zombie. When Qian told Rang the good news, and then called the MO. When the call was connected, Li Mo's worried voice came from the other end. Qian, where are you now? On the way to the hospital. Mom, don't worry. I'm with my brother, and I'll probably be home in the middle of the night. You and Dad must not go out. And don't open the door to anyone. We brought the key, and we will open the door ourselves when we go back. After Wen Qian instructed Li Mo, she hung up the phone and looked down at the map that Li Mo had drawn for her in the photo. The location she was going to was clearly marked on the map. The car drove to the place. And this time Wen Qian did not rush to let Wen Rang enter the space. They found a place to store the car in the space. And the two walked into the hospital with umbrellas. The power outage here was also caused by lightning strikes. But the hospital's backup power supply can be started within 10 seconds and can run for more than 95 hours. So it was basically not affected too much. They took the elevator to the operating room floor. Outside the operating room. And there were family members waiting at this moment. Wen Qian and Wen Rang looked at each other and heard screams coming from inside. Ah! A sharp cry sounded, making Wen Qian alert instantly. Could it be? Several doctors ran out of the operating room in a panic, their masks and faces covered in blood, shouting as they ran. Call the police! Call the police! The patient suddenly went crazy and bit Director Qin to death. When Wen Qian heard this, he turned around and grabbed Wen Rang. But Wen Rang dodged him. If you dare to throw me in, I will break your dog's claws. Wen Rang looked at Wen Qian seriously. Now should be the stage where the ghosts have the weakest attack power. If I am afraid of them now, how can I survive when they mutate in the future? He can't always rely on his sister's protection to survive. On the contrary, he needs to become stronger and protect her. Wen Qian was choked by his words. Because he was right. The early stage of the apocalypse is the weakest stage of zombies' combat power. Wen Qian gritted his teeth. Then you follow closely and hide behind me. Wen Rang sneered and nodded nonchalantly. Wen Qian was the first to push open the door and walked into the corridor of the operating room. The person who came towards her was the zombie patient who had just undergone surgery but mutated in the middle of it. He was a worker at the construction site. Because of the sudden storm tonight, the steel bars that were blown down stabbed his abdomen. So he was sent here for emergency surgery. Wen Qian looked at his white eyes and uncoordinated movements. Knowing that he had been infected and there was no hope, she immediately took out the Tang sword from the space, raised her hand and swung the sword, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. Wen Rang stood behind Wen Qian. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the shocking scene and took a step back. Damn! He killed someone. No. He killed a zombie. And his movements were extremely skillful. Without any fear or hesitation, Wen Qian looked back at the frightened Wen Rang, said nothing, and turned into an uncontaminated operating room. She collected 3 sets of surgical instruments and equipment. And when she came out, Wen Rang looked much better. He looked at Wen Qian expressionlessly and said, "Give me a baseball bat." Wen Qian took something out of the space and threw it to him. And the two ran to the intensive care unit. Screams were heard from time to time on all floors of the hospital. And even the morgue was noisy. This place had unknowingly become the first place of suffering in the end of the world. Wen Qian took away the monitoring equipment in the intensive care unit and hurried to the hospital's drugstore. The pharmacy was off work at this time, and the door was locked. Seeing this, Wen Qian went forward to pick the lock as if he had expected it. Wen Rang thought she was joking, but he didn't expect that the door was opened in only about 10 seconds. Rushing in and putting all the shelves and medicines into the space, Wen Qian dragged Wen Rang out of the hospital. Along the way, they encountered several zombies. Just like in the operating room, Wen Qian cut them with his knife, not giving them any chance to be arrogant in front of him. Nor did he give Wen Rang behind him any chance to show off. Ah! Murder! Someone nearby saw Wen Qian chopping off the zombie's head and screamed wildly in fear. Wen Qian didn't bother to pay attention to them and rushed to the hospital gate. The entire hospital had been occupied, and the parking lot exit was in chaos. Fortunately, Wen Qian had put the car into the space when she entered just now. She dragged Wen Rang to a nearby road without surveillance in the rain and took the car out again. Wen Rang drove the car in silence, occasionally turning his head to look at Wen Qian sitting in the passenger seat. Wen Qian also said nothing. If possible, she didn't want him to find out that she had become so cold-blooded and cruel so soon. In his heart, he must like his old self more. Right? No one likes a female devil who kills without blinking an eye. Wen Qian laughed at herself and calmly accepted the reality. You drive back first. I have something to do. I'll accompany you. Wen Rang refused straightforwardly. Are you injured just now? No. Wen Rang rolled his throat. And he turned his head to look at Wen Qian again. I am a little scared. But not afraid of you. You know. Some scenes are different when you see them on TV and in person. Although I am mentally prepared. But those things are still too disgusting. I need some time to adapt. Wen Rang recalled the dashing figure of Wen Qian swinging a knife to kill zombies just now. Sighed. And raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What are you laughing at? Wen Qian found that he was laughing and couldn't help asking. Laughing at how awesome my sister is. If the kid named Zhang downstairs saw it just now, he would probably pee his pants in fear. Right? Wen Qian thought about the scene of Zhang Ziang peeing his pants. And his mood couldn't help but improve. On the way home, Wen Qian went to the epidemic prevention station and 2 large shopping malls and cleared out all the supplies she could see. She also cleared out about a dozen tobacco and alcohol stores along the way. At 3:30 in the morning, when she and Wen Rang arrived home safely, the system's time-limited task had been successfully completed. Inside the house, Wen Chengning and Liam O had not slept all night. The power was also out at home. The two turned on a rechargeable night light and sat on the sofa anxiously waiting, while Xiaobai and 4 puppies were guarding by the side. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 of them quickly got up and ran to the door. After seeing that they were all safe, Liam O wiped tears in fear. Fortunately, they were fine. If they had any accident, how could she live? It's okay. Mom, don't cry. When Qian changed the blood-stained clothes outside, she went forward to hug Liam O and patted her back gently. Because it rained too hard, many roads were flooded and blocked. So we came back a little late. When Rang went forward and pulled Liam O into the house, his voice tired and a little excited. Don't cry. Mom, if you knew what your daughter did tonight, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to cry. Wen Qian, why doesn't this sound like a good thing? Chapter 14 opened the weapon exchange system. Fortunately, Liam O did not take Wen Rang's words seriously. She glanced at Wen Rang and warned him calmly. Don't talk nonsense. If your sister is injured, I will break your legs. Wen Rang, Mom, do you have any misunderstandings about our current combat power? The storm, lightning and thunder continued outside. And the sounds of police cars, ambulances and fire trucks on the streets in the distance also continued. Liam O and Wen Chongning both had a bad premonition. They looked at Wen Qian and asked in a low voice, Is it ahead of schedule? Yes. Wen Qian nodded and admitted, more than half a month ahead of schedule. Fortunately, we acted quickly and were well prepared this time. Wen Rang, zombies have appeared in the hospital. I don't know how they were infected. Wen Qian, in fact, it's not that there are no clues. The Earth has been overexploited for nearly 100 years. Wars, pollution, natural disasters, and viruses have recurred. It's just that humans don't care. This made Liam O deeply understand. As a doctor, she had to experience a virus infection almost every few years, and each time was more serious than the last. Humans are too small, and they are vulnerable to the counterattack of nature. Several people went back to their rooms to rest, while Wen Qian took Xiaobai and 4 puppies into the space. The materials collected tonight made the space undergo earth-shaking changes again, almost 5 times larger. Moreover, the buildings and facilities have been upgraded, which should be the reward for her unlocking the stockpiling achievement. She stockpiled too quickly tonight, and many material storage tasks were completed ahead of time. So she did not receive the task reminder and got the reward directly. Wen Qian was not in a hurry to see what was in the more than 60 containers. Anyway, the space could preserve the original state of the items. And even if there were fresh food inside, it would not go bad. She remembered the reason why she was frantically stockpiling tonight. Weapon exchange system. Hot weapons are difficult to get, but they are indispensable. Although it is the end of the world, you can buy them outside. But there are more cases of being robbed by the thieves. When Qian opened the panel, and there was indeed a label of the weapon mall on it, she opened it with joy, looking at the rows of treasures on it, and was so excited that she wanted to scream. Because there are not only various rifles, pistols and other individual weapons, but also heavy weapons such as artillery, tanks, submarines, missiles, fighter jets, etc. Even, it has nuclear weapons of mass destruction. When Qian was anxious to get a gun to warm up her hands, but the moment she clicked to buy, She found that she was a pauper. The cheapest gun in the mall costs 10,000 coins. And the balance in her account is 0. Obviously, this mall coin cannot be exchanged for money. When Qian studied it for a while, and figured it out, all outputs into space can be recycled by the system. For example, if she doesn't need the land she grows and the fish she raises, she can sell them to the system. In this way, the system will give her a certain amount of compensation, which is the mall currency. When Qian was happy and worried, how long would it take to make a fortune and buy weapons by farming? But she was relieved immediately. Her space was so fond of its owner that it would definitely not make things too difficult for her. Maybe there will be other ways to make money in the future. And she didn't understand farming. So she should ask her parents, and would Rang to study together tomorrow. There is strength in numbers. When Qian reluctantly closed the shopping mall system, and went to the villa for a look. Her villa had not been expanded since it was upgraded to 1,000 square meters a few days ago. But the facilities around the villa were brand new. In the backyard behind the villa, there was a swimming pool about 50 meters long. Next to the swimming pool was a large lawn. And there was also a hot spring pool. This was the best place to relax and have fun in the future. In the front yard of the villa, Xiaobai and several dogs had their homes prepared. And next to their nests was the natural sand pit, which was very convenient for the pups to solve physiological problems. A little further away, there is a huge parking lot. Next to the parking lot, there is a refueling device. Now, parked in the parking lot are her Qian, Wen Rang's G-Class, Li Mo's X5, and Wen Chongning's domestic Wuling magic car. That's right. Wen Chongning bought luxury cars for them all. And he himself always drives a Wuling when he goes out. Behind the cars of the family of 4 are the seed drills and other things she and Wen Rang bought. The system has organized everything neatly for her. And it seems that she has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In front of the parking lot, there is a fruit forest and a fish pond. When Qian walked over and was surprised to find that there was another pond next to the fish pond. The capacity of the pond is not as large as the fish pond, but it is also about 30 square meters. When Qian was a little dumbfounded, because the pond was filled with seafood that her father bought for her at the seafood market a while ago. Wen Chongning has been going into the space to take care of these things every day since he bought them. He was afraid that if he was lazy, his daughter would not be able to eat seafood in the future. The temperature of seawater needs to be controlled and replaced regularly. And the water needs to be oxygenated with an aerator to maintain a high dissolved oxygen content so that seafood can live longer. So Wen Chongning would go to the beach to fetch seawater whenever he had time and save it for replacing the water in the fish tank later. In just 1 week, he had prepared 10 large tanks full of seawater. At present, all the seawater Wen Chongning brought back is in the pool. And the seafood he bought is swimming in the water with full vitality, with no signs of dying. She can raise seafood in her space? This is really great. When Qian happily picked up Xiao Bai, who was following her, and spun around. Xiao Bai, we really don't have to go hungry anymore. Xiao Bai, meow. In her previous life, when Qian had chewed tree bark and drank muddy water when she couldn't find food, the feeling of hunger penetrated deep into her bones, so that she would remember it vividly even if she lived again. Now, not only she, but also her family members don't have to die because of hunger. When Qian breathed a sigh of relief, ran to the hot spring pool in the backyard and soaked for a while, then left the space to sleep. When she woke up the next morning, she was surprised to find that her body was unusually light. She thought she had too much exercise yesterday and her muscles would be sore today. After all, this body was hers before, not the one that had been beaten for more than 10 years in the apocalypse. When Qian got up and moved around, suspecting that it was the effect of the hot spring, the space would not give useless things. This hot spring must be a treasure. The heavy rain fell all night, and there was still no sign of abating. The low-lying areas in the city center had already been flooded, but the power supply system was temporarily restored. When Rang and the others woke up, as they didn't sleep much last night, the thunder outside the window was getting louder and louder, shaking the windows as if they were shaking. Liamo cooked millet porridge and steamed dumplings, and the few people sat around the dining table, eating and talking about today's plans. When Rang used his mobile phone to browse Moments and Weibo, and suddenly he saw a video. After watching it, he silently handed the phone to Wen Qian. Wen Qian took the phone and glanced at it, and found that the scene of her chopping zombies in the hospital last night was taken by someone with a mobile phone and uploaded to the internet. Chapter 15, she looks like a female warrior in the video. The rainstorm last night came suddenly and fiercely. Although many people were caught off guard, this kind of thing is still acceptable to people. But blatantly killing people in the hospital. This is. When Qian in the video has a high ponytail and black marten boots on her feet. She wears black overalls and a white short-sleeved shirt. A leather belt around her waist perfectly shows her slender waist. She holds a sharp tang sword in her right hand and pulls a young man who is half a head taller than her with her left hand, and is walking out in a hurry. Suddenly, a man with strange behavior rushed towards her. She did not dodge, nor was she afraid. She waved the tang sword in her hand, making the man's head fall to the ground easily like a ripe fruit falling from a tree. Blood spurted out, and the man's body fell to the ground. Then came the screams of the onlookers. Ah! Murder! The video was only a dozen seconds long, and it ended here. When Qian watched it, and was not surprised. She wore a mask, and when Rang also wore one, so no one could recognize it was her. Even if she is recognized, she is not afraid. There are already tens of thousands of comments under the video, most of which say that she is a murderer and ask the police to catch her and shoot her quickly. However, a small number of people have noticed something wrong. The man who attacked her looks like a zombie. Yes, I think he looks like a zombie too. According to reliable information, a zombie outbreak occurred in the city center hospital last night, and it has been blocked by the police. I also have reliable information. Several major shopping malls were swept clean by mysterious aliens last night. When Qian glanced at the comment area and threw the phone back to Wenrang. When Chongning and Liamo had just finished watching the video together, and their faces were not very good at the moment. Liamo was better. He used to be a doctor, and was used to bloody scenes. When Chongning couldn't even eat, so he simply put down his chopsticks and made a comment. Killing is wrong. Wenrang, the one in the video is your daughter. But killing zombies is no problem. My daughter is so handsome. Like a female warrior. But what's wrong with the one behind her? Why is he like a weak chicken? Dad, can your hypocrisy be more obvious? Wenrang was so angry that he laughed. Your son, was not weak last night, and asked her to carry me back. I'm already very good. Okay. I'm not weak. I just saw that thing suddenly, and didn't react a bit. Wenrang was right. His performance last night was already very good, and he didn't hold Wenqian back at all. Even after leaving the hospital, he drove the car all the way, and helped Wenqian to buy all kinds of things. Wenrang would never admit that he was a weak chicken. But he also realized that there was a qualitative gap between him and Wenqian in terms of strength. So after having breakfast and resting for half an hour, he began to exercise seriously. Wenqian put all the fitness equipment upstairs, so there was still an empty floor between the 29th floor, and no movement could be heard from below. Liamo and Wenchongning were not idle either. They took advantage of the fact that there was still water and electricity at home, and cooking would not attract attention and jealousy. So they quickly made some dishes and put them in the space. Boiled fish, pickled fish, squirrel mandarin fish, pot-wrapped pork, 3-cup chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried green beans, dry pot cauliflower, etc. These are all the things Wenqian likes to eat, all of which should be made more. Seeing that they were all busy, Wenqian went into the space alone to sort out the supplies collected last night. She had not opened the 58 blind box containers she had brought back yet, and she didn't know what was inside. She officially started opening blind boxes. Wenqian opened the first container, which was full of unopened pet cans. There were cats and dogs, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, fish, and venison cans. A large container was estimated to have about 100,000 boxes. Wenqian nodded in satisfaction. She had thought that the food she had stored for Xiaobai and the others was a little too little. But now it was enough. The second container was full of canned beer. Her father and Wenrang would be very happy if they saw it. The third container was full of happy water. Cola, Sprite, Red Bull, Pulse, herbal tea, coffee, juice, coconut juice, and many other categories. When the fourth container was opened, a gust of cold air came to my face. It was ice cream. The fifth container was still filled with frozen goods, including fish tofu, cuttlefish balls, lobster balls, pissing beef balls, fish roe buns, crab sticks, shrimp balls, tripe, lasagna, yellow throat, duck intestines, and other ingredients for hot pot. The 6th box contained towels, bath towels, socks, underwear, toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, disinfectant, and other daily consumables. The 7th box contained snacks such as potato chips, melon seeds, shrimp crackers, biscuits, chocolate, and lollipops. The containers at the back were opened one by one, and inside were high-quality fruits, rice, flour, oil, grains, steaks and lamb chops, salmon and sweet shrimps, household paper, edible salt, children's milk powder, nutritional supplements, beauty and skincare products, home clothing, etc. There were a lot of things, all useful. When she counted all these things with a satisfied look on her face, she put all these containers in the easternmost part, and also put all the things she brought back from the mall last night there. As for the good wine and cigarettes brought back from the tobacco and alcohol store, they were placed in the wine cellar in the basement. Then she went to check on her chickens, ducks, cows and sheep, and only left after seeing that they were all alive and well. The sky outside seemed to be leaking, and it rained non-stop, because of the strong wind and rain. Some neighbors' windows were of poor quality, and had begun to leak. Thousands of messages in the community group were discussing the heavy rain, and what happened in the hospital last night. When Qian was lying on the lounge chair on the rooftop, with one hand behind her head, and the other holding her phone, Zhang Xiang also sent her the video on the internet, and a message. Zhang Xiang, the world outside is too dangerous. Qian, tell me where you want to go in the future, and I will go with you. When Qian sneered when she saw this. When Qian, don't you think that girl who stabbed people looks like me? Zhang Xiang, how could it be? You are so gentle and well-behaved. You would never do such a thing. When Qian, then don't you think the one she chopped looked like a zombie? Zhang Xiang, where did the zombie come from? Qian, don't listen to the nonsense of those people on the internet. They are all making up stories to attract attention. After posting this content, Zhang Xiang directly sent a video call. When Qian rejected it without thinking, then put her phone on silent and threw it aside, stood up and started exercising. I was busy stockpiling supplies in the past few days, and it's hard to go out now, so it's a good time to exercise. She had to take advantage of this period before the zombie surged to try to get her body back to its previous state. After warming up, when Qian ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill, then she did 500 jumping jacks, 5,000 mountain climbing runs, 500 alternating shoulder touches, and 10 minutes of plank support. After she finished this series of exercises, sweating profusely, she found that her parents and Wenrang were sitting on the sofa, staring at her motionlessly, stunned. Chapter 16, There are zombies in the neighborhood. Wenrang had just run 10 kilometers and thought he was pretty good. He ran all the way without much effort. But now compared to his sister, why does he feel so weak? He, Liamo and Wenchongning looked at each other, stood up at the same time, and walked towards the fitness area. Hurry up and practice. Don't be the one who drags you down. When Qian couldn't help laughing at their actions, she asked them to sit back on the sofa and made their own exercise plans. Wenrang will be the main fighting force in the future, so he must train hard. When Qian asked him to run 10 kilometers with her every day before breakfast, 10 kilometers after lunch, and 10 kilometers before going to bed at night, to improve his physical fitness first. In addition, the two of them will also do 1 hour of strength training and 2 hours of sparring every day. After listening to his sister's plan, Wenrang struggled in his heart. Let's not talk about whether I can stick to this intensity of training. Just say that 30 kilometers a day. Will it kill my knees? No. When Qian replied calmly, I forgot to tell you that there is a hot spring pool in the space, which can quickly restore the body's functions to the best state. Wenrang nodded and understood. What his sister meant was that if he practiced to death, as long as he had a breath left, the space would be able to save him. After Wenrang's plan was finalized, the next step was Wenchongning's. Although Wenqian did not intend to let him charge into battle with him, he had to be stronger than other ordinary people. At least, he should be able to protect himself when something unexpected happens. So he needs to run 10 kilometers every day, and do 1 hour of strength training and 1 hour of sparring with Wenqian. As for Liamo, he only needs to run 5 kilometers and do 1 hour of strength training. After listening to Wenqian's words, Liamo frowned slightly and was a little worried. Ma knows you feel sorry for me, but compared to your training, Am I too relaxed? No. I know you have a lot of other things to do. Everyone has a different position. Liamo doesn't need to do too many things that require physical strength. But she needs to take care of the daily life of the whole family every day. And she also needs to seize the time to study and review the medical knowledge that she has abandoned for many years. When Qian knew that Liamo had downloaded and printed a lot of medical information recently. In the end of the world, it is impossible to go to the hospital to see a doctor when you are sick. Liamo knows the importance of his existence. And he has to read and study until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night every night. After when Qian told everyone about the exercise plan, he also told them about the space being able to exchange weapons. We need to grow more food as quickly as possible. And at least everyone needs a gun for self-defense. When Changning was no longer sleepy when he heard this. After exercising, he immediately asked to enter the space and go to farm. After not entering the space for a day, when Changning was shocked when he entered again, because the changes inside were too great. The original 1 acre and 3 mu of land has now become more than 10 acres. Which makes Wen Changning excited and energetic. My wife and children are working hard. So he must also work hard. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. Wen Changning renovated the new land and planted corn, wheat, and rice, the main crops. Next, he planned a piece of land to grow fresh vegetables for the family to eat every day. After planting the seeds, he began to water them. After watering, he walked to the breeding area. The grass in the space grew very well. And it seemed that if it was eaten on the first day, it would magically grow again on the second day. So it was so easy to raise livestock here. He first went to the chicken coop to pick up eggs, then cleaned the pigsty, filled the trough with food, and then fed the donkey and rabbit. All the cattle and sheep are free range, eating grass in a fixed area every day. So there is no need to worry. Ducks and geese stroll around the fish pond every day, and occasionally swim in the water to eat fish. So it is not surprising that when Changning picked up duck eggs and goose eggs near the fish pond, after running around for a few hours, when Changning returned to the residential area and saw the hot spring pool in the backyard that his daughter mentioned, he quickly went back to the house to take a shower, put on a swimsuit, and go to the hot spring. When Qian came in and called him out for dinner, he was about to fall asleep comfortably. My dear, this hot spring is so comfortable. I feel that my back pain has been relieved a lot. Wen Changning has a serious back disease, and he has to go to the hospital several times a year for physical therapy and acupuncture. The doctor suggested that he should have surgery if the pain was severe. But he was afraid that the surgery would fail, and he would be paralyzed in bed and add burden to his family. So he kept dragging his feet and didn't agree. Wen Qian was moved when she heard his words. This space is full of magic. Maybe it can really cure her parents' old illness. Dad, let's come in and soak for an hour every day from now on. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. The two of them left the space and told Liamo and Wen rang about the plan to take a hot spring bath. Then they ate and watched TV. The warm scene was in sharp contrast with the storm outside the window. The heavy rain had lasted for a day, and there was no sign of it getting smaller. Zombies attacked people in various areas, causing chaos in the whole city. Some people in the community group had begun to panic, vaguely feeling that this heavy rain was not simple. What was more terrifying than the rain was that the vegetable market downstairs in the community was closed. The location of the vegetable market is low-lying and half of it is soaked. The vendors heard rumors that zombies were biting people, so they stayed at home, preferring not to make money in the next few days to ensure their own safety. It is July now, and the weather is hot. Vegetables and fruits are easy to spoil after buying, so no one has too much stock. There is still some rice and flour, but who can eat without vegetables every day? For a time, all major online shopping platforms were flooded with orders. Everyone wanted to order takeout and buy vegetables and fruits on e-commerce platforms, but found that no one took the order. They have money in their cards now, but they can't spend it. When Qian had just finished reading the news in the community group when the light in the house suddenly dimmed again. The whole community was covered in darkness, and the power was out again. When Qian quickly turned on the backup power supply at home so that several computers that were downloading things could continue to operate. However, she did not turn on the lights, but lit a candle, then moved a recliner, sat on the rooftop, petted the cat, ate ice cream, and listened to the wind and rain. This bad weather lasted for 5 days, and some people had no food at home. But the rain continued, and what was even more frightening was There was also a zombie bite in their neighborhood. A young couple in Building 5 were so hungry that they put on raincoats and rain boots and wanted to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some instant noodles to fill their stomachs. But when they reached the gate of the neighborhood, the security guard suddenly rushed over and threw them to the ground and bit them. This scene was witnessed by several other neighbors, who were also thinking of going out to buy something. They were so scared that they turned around and ran home. After finally running back home, they immediately notified the group of the news. There are zombies in our neighborhood. Chapter 17, Picking the Lock of Her House. The terrifying scene that happened at the gate of the community was also seen by many neighbors living on the lower floors. They even took a video and posted it in the community group. In an instant, the group message exploded. It's really a zombie biting people. What should I do? I just called the police, but the line was always busy and I couldn't get through. 120 was also always busy. What the hell is going on? When will the rain stop? My family is going to run out of food. My family is the same. Now there are only 2 packs of noodles left. I dare not eat them at all. Is the end of the world coming? Every household locked the doors and windows, and everyone stood by the window to watch the movement downstairs. When Qian took out the telescope and looked down, and found that there were already dozens of zombies wandering around. They were just scattered around, and it had been raining and foggy for the past 2 days, so they were not discovered. When Rand's 3 people saw this scene, and their feelings were indescribably complicated. If they had not made preparations in advance, they would definitely be like other neighbors, anxious and afraid. When the rain stops, I'll take you down to practice with zombies. When Qian turned to look at Wenrang, and Wenrang's smile disappeared when he was about to praise his sister as a precious fairy. When Chongming and Liamo heard this, their hearts suddenly lifted, but neither of them said anything, letting their daughter make arrangements. When Qian noticed their worried expressions and smiled to comfort them. There's nothing to be afraid of zombies that haven't mutated in the early days of the apocalypse. But there's one thing you have to remember. If you really meet one in the future, don't scream. Zombies have poor vision during the day, but are very sensitive to sound. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, a loud cry for help came from the street in the distance. Help! Help! Several people looked over and saw a car driving out of the villa area downstairs. The roar of the engine attracted the zombies' attack. The driver initially thought he had hit someone and got out of the car in a panic to check. As a result, as soon as he got out of the car, his calf was bitten hard by the zombie lying on the ground. And even a piece of meat was bitten off. The smell of blood drifted through the air, attracting zombies farther away. In less than a minute, the driver and the car were surrounded by more than a dozen zombies. The driver shouted for help. But who dared to come forward to rescue him in this situation? The nearby residents all leaned on the windows, watching the bloody and cruel scene timidly and curiously. More than a dozen zombies quickly dismembered a living person. They were so strong that they could tear off a human arm with their bare hands. Then, they ate the person bit by bit, leaving only bones. This extremely shocking scene scared many people to tears. Wen Qian and the other 3 had binoculars in their hands, so they could see more clearly than the others. Wen Chongming felt sick and wanted to vomit, but Wen Qian and the other 2 were much calmer in comparison. Li Mo's face was a little pale, but he could hold on. She looked at Wen Chongming, who was sweating all over, and patted his shoulder. It's okay. We'll just stay here, and you should be able to get used to it after 2 days. Wen Chongming. Wenrang had seen zombies up close in the hospital that day, and he stayed up late to watch several bloody zombie TV series these days. So his psychological defenses were much higher now. As for Wen Qian, she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. She even felt a little hungry and wanted to fry a steak. This zombie not only bites people, but also eats people? When Rang asked with concern, if they eat all the people, how can people become zombies? Good question. Wen Qian smiled and gave him the answer. Zombies are also divided into different levels. Some eat people, and some don't. The ones downstairs that eat people are a minority. But they will also be the first batch of mutations in the future. Compared with ordinary zombies, they will be much more difficult to deal with. When Rang wanted to curse. This doomsday dungeon was too difficult to beat. Wen Qian, half of the villa area is now flooded, and it will be flooded tomorrow morning. The first floor of our community will also fall within 3 days. Within a week, there will be civil unrest in the community, and our family will soon be targeted. In fact, now someone has begun to target her family. 29th floor. Zhang's family. After witnessing 2 zombie attacks in succession, Zhang Yang's family of 3 was so scared that their legs went limp. Both husband and wife are doctors at the city center hospital. They know that the hospital is also in chaos now, and the situation outside is far more serious than what they see. The 3 of them ran into the kitchen and took inventory of the remaining food at home. 5 packs of instant noodles, a box of mineral water, and a frozen chicken, and a pound of pork in the refrigerator. However, due to the power outage, the food is thawed and can't be kept for long. The fresh vegetables have been eaten up, and there are only 2 cantaloupes left. There is still a lot of rice left. Someone came to visit the family a while ago and gave 100 pounds of rice. They thought the gift was too shabby at the time, but they didn't expect it to become life-saving food now. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, frowning. We can't go on like this. The situation outside will only get more chaotic. I don't know when it will end. 100 kilograms of rice can only last us 3 months at most. What will we do in the future? His wife Su Yan also looked worried. I heard from Lao Jiang in the hospital that many of our doctors and nurses on duty have died. It's not safe outside now. We can't go out to buy food. There's no movement from the community either. It's impossible to expect them to distribute relief food. Zhang Ziang was silent for a while and looked up at the ceiling. Zhang Yang and Su Yan noticed his actions and looked over, puzzled. Su Yan, son, why are you looking at the ceiling? Qian's family. The food is always good, right? Zhang Ziang slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Zhang Yang and Su Yan. Her family is so rich. They are very particular about food and clothing. Maybe there are a lot of things at home. Yes. Su Yan slapped her thigh. How could I forget about her family? Let's go upstairs and have a meal. The 3 of them packed up and went out. The elevator was out of power, so they could only climb the stairs. When they got to the 30th floor, the 3 of them were a little dumbfounded. Was the door of the Wen family like this before? Where was her doorbell? Inside the house. The surveillance system installed by Wen Rang found them, and the computer issued a warning. When Wen Rang and his friends heard the noise, they immediately ran to the study and saw Zhang Yang's family on the surveillance screen. Zhang Yang, when did she change the door? This door looks strong enough, and it costs a lot of money. Su Yan, a family of prodigals, spending money on useless things. Zhang Ziang, Mom, stop talking. Anyway, all the money will belong to us in the future. Let's go in and have a meal first. Liam O was so angry when he heard their conversation. This Su Yan used to be greedy for small gains, and now her appetite is getting bigger and bigger. She even controls how we spend money? When Chongning, damn it. I'll chase them away. When Qian reached out to stop her father. Don't worry. Wait and see. Zhang Yang's family knocked on the door, but no one responded. They put their ears to the door again, but they didn't hear anything. Su Yan, they are not at home. Are they? The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Zhang Ziang suggested in a low voice. Mom, how about we pry the door open and go in to take a look? Chapter 18, beat up the 3 members of the Zhang family. Zhang Ziang's simple words made the 3 people's hearts ripple. They looked around with a guilty conscience and discussed in a low voice. Su Yan, but we don't know how to open the lock. How can we pry it? Zhang Ziang, don't worry. Mom, my dad and I have studied it at home these 2 days, and it's a good time to try this lock. Zhang Yang, yes. If it works, this will be our home in the future. Su Yan's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a sky villa. If she relies on her family's wealth, she can't afford it in this lifetime. Liamo, that bitch, didn't expect to have such a good life. She used to find a rural guy who had no education or background and didn't even have a proper job, selling fruit, who among the colleagues in the department didn't laugh at her at that time. Unexpectedly, after a few years, when Chongning's business was getting better and better, she even made Liamo quit her job and became a rich wife at home. Su Yan didn't say it, but she was almost jealous in her heart. They both graduated from the same school. Why should Liamo's husband make more money than her own? I am obviously prettier than her. This is not fair. Su Yan thought of these trivial things, gritted her teeth, and knocked hard on the door of the Wen family twice. Liamo, are you home? I am Su Yan. Open the door. There was still no movement in the house. Seeing this, Su Yan decided to let her husband and son pry the door open. So the family of 3 went home to get tools. When they went back, Zhang Xiang even called Wen Qian. But the other party still did not respond. After a few minutes, the 3 members of the Zhang family reappeared at the door of the Wen family. Wen Qian looked at their actions, turned around with a sneer, and walked towards them. Wen Chongning and Liu Mo were originally planning to follow them, but were stopped by Wen Rang. "Don't go. My sister can handle it alone." Wen Rang leaned back in his chair, staring at the surveillance screen on the computer lazily, looking like he was just watching the fun. Outside the door, the 3 people who were bending over to figure out how to do it were not prepared at all. They were sure that no one was in the room. Otherwise, why would they not open the door for them? So, when the door that could withstand artillery shells was suddenly kicked open from the inside, the 3 of them were knocked to the ground in embarrassment, with blood flowing from their noses. Su Yan's head hit the wall, and she screamed in pain. But the next second, her son screamed even louder than her. "Ah!" The cold dagger in Wen Qian's hand flew straight to the base of Zhang Xiang's thigh, almost killing him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiang's pants were stained with blood. Zhang Xiang's face turned pale in pain. He looked up at Wen Qian and asked fiercely, "What are you doing?" Su Yan was heartbroken when she saw her son injured, and she cursed, "You crazy girl. I'll beat you to death." "Oh, sorry." Wen Qian leaned against the door frame, apologizing, but there was no trace of guilt in her eyes. "I thought it was some shameless thief who came to pry open my door, so I had to fight to protect myself." She walked towards Zhang Xiang, who thought she was coming to help him. But unexpectedly, Wen Qian stopped in front of him, bent down to pull out the dagger, turned around and went back. The nerves that had been numbed to pain were touched again, and Zhang Xiang was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. He tilted his body and fell into Su Yan's arms. "Mom, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Zhang Yang stood up first, picked up his son, and went into the house. Seeing Wen Qian blocking the door, he scolded her sternly, "Get out of the way. Call your parents out. You hurt my son. Your family must be responsible." "Su Yan, that's right. Let us go in and treat the wound." Wen Qian didn't say anything, but kicked away all 3 people who insisted on breaking in. The 3 didn't expect her to be so strong, and they were kicked to the ground, and their bones seemed to be broken. Wen Qian looked down at them with a cold look. "There's nothing to eat at home. My parents are so hungry that they can't get out of bed. My brother and I are so hungry that we want to bite people. Are you sure you want to come in? Itchy teeth? Want to bite people?" The 3 Zhang family members grasped the key word sharply, and trembled with fear when they thought of the zombies eating people they saw not long ago. Could this damn girl Wen Qian be infected? Otherwise, how could she have the strength to kick them away? Inside the house, when Rang heard his sister's words, smiled badly, and shouted, "Why do I seem to smell blood? Is there anything to eat?" His 2 words frightened the 3 Zhang family members so much that they got up in a panic and tried to run. But Wen Qian was like the god of death, blocking the entrance to the fire escape. She looked at the 3 people expressionlessly. Her red lips parted slightly, and spoke word by word. "If you want to attack my family again, I will kill you. You dare." Su Yan spoke faster than her brain, and spoke reflexively. After hearing this, Wen Qian smiled, which made her shudder. "You will know if you dare to try. I will only give you one chance. Take care of yourself." After she finished speaking, she turned around and went back home and locked the door. The 3 members of the Zhang family hurried back downstairs. After the couple treated their son's wound, they could not swallow this breath. "Zhang Yang, what's wrong with Wen Chongning and Liu Mo? They taught such an uneducated person. Wen Qian, that little bitch. Is she so bold that she dares to threaten us?" Su Yan put one hand on her waist and called 110 with the other hand. Unfortunately, the call never got through, and she was so angry that she started to curse. "Are all these people dead? They don't even answer the phone. What's the use of them?" Zhang Xiang lay on the sofa, unable to speak in pain. He had never suffered such an injury since he was a child, thinking that Wen Qian had hurt him and didn't let him go to her house. Zhang Xiang was also full of anger. Since she was not obedient, he would teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiang's eyes were full of ruthlessness, thinking of the scene of pressing Wen Qian under him and torturing her severely. He spoke weakly in a low voice. "Dad, Mom, let the neighbors know about what happened today." Zhang Yang and Su Yan were stunned to hear him say again, Now there are more than one family without food. Everyone knows that the Wen family is rich, and they will definitely want to ask them for help. If the Wen family still has this attitude, it will cause public outrage. When they are desperate, they will naturally come to us for help. Zhang Xiang really hopes to see Wen Qian kneeling in front of him, crying and begging him. In the entire community, we have the best relationship with her family. They had no choice but to ask us for help. Once we get to the 30th floor, we can do whatever we want to them. Zhang Xiang's words made Su Yin and the others a little excited, but they calmed down a little. Zhang Yang was worried. Now we don't know if the 4 members of his family have been infected. Wen Qian suddenly became so powerful. What if we can't beat him? Su Yin, it's okay. There are so many people in the community, and we can't deal with them. Let's unite the 25th floor first. If we can drive the Wen family out, each family will get one of the 2 houses. Then we will find a way to deal with the 25th floor. What do you think? Chapter 19 Crazy Face Slapping Output. After the 3 Zhang family members discussed, Su Yin immediately went to call the neighbors downstairs. After Wen Qian returned home, she also made preparations. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the quiet community group began to be lively. Su Yin first at Liamo, then posted a photo of pants covered in blood, questioning. Su Yin, your daughter hurt my son today. How are you going to deal with this matter? The whole community was trapped at home, hungry and bored. Seeing this excitement, everyone was a little gloating. Just as Su Yin expected, someone immediately asked her what happened. So she exaggerated and made up stories. Su Yin, when we were at home today, we heard strange noises upstairs. We were a little worried and wanted to go upstairs to see what was going on. Su Yin, as soon as I knocked on the door, Wen Qian rushed out and stabbed my son with a knife. Su Yin, she also said that even if her family had food, they would not give us a bite, and told us to get out as far away as possible. Su Yin, heaven and earth are my conscience. Su Yin, we didn't go upstairs to beg for food today. Although my family is out of food now, we went there because we were worried about her family's situation. Su Yin at Liamo, I have worked with you for more than 10 years, and this is how you do things? Su Yin, don't play dead. Come out and apologize immediately, and then give me a solution. Su Yin, Wen Qian also said that she is itching to bite people now. Your family will not be infected, right? Su Yin sent out a series of messages, making some people who originally just wanted to eat melons quietly unable to sit still. Infected? Want to bite people? This is a big deal. At once, everyone came out to attack the Wen family. So much blood was shed. You were really cruel. People cared about you with good intentions, but you stabbed them with a knife? Come out and apologize. I didn't expect that there would be such a neighbor in our community. Who can feel at ease living in the same community with such a person? If his family is infected, we are all doomed. Contact the property management and ask them to come and take a look. Such hidden dangers are best driven out directly. Within a few minutes, there were more than 100 group messages. Wen Chongning and Liamo were furious when they saw the messages in the group. They didn't expect the Zhang family to be so shameless and confuse right and wrong. Liamo was so angry that his fingers trembled, and he wanted to type an explanation. But Wen Qian snatched his phone away. Mom, don't talk nonsense to them. Wen Rang had already saved the surveillance video. Wen Qian intercepted a section and threw it into the community group. In the video, the 3 members of the Zhang family were sneaky and planned how to occupy the magpie's nest. Zhang Yang, when did she change the door? This door looks solid, and it must have cost a lot of money. Su Yin, what a spendthrift. Spending money on useless things. Zhang Xiang, Mom, don't say anything. All the money will be ours in the future. Let's go in and have a meal first. Several people knocked on the door, but no one responded. Zhang Xiang, Mom, how about we pry the door open and go in to take a look? Su Yin, but we don't know how to open the lock. How can we pry it open? Zhang Xiang, don't worry. Mom, my dad and I have studied it at home these 2 days, so we can try this lock. Zhang Yang, yes. If it works, it will be our home in the future. In the picture, the faces and voices of the 3 people are very clear. After Wen Qian posted the video, Su Yin asked, Wen Qian, is this what you call worrying about us? Su Yin didn't expect that there was a surveillance camera at her door, and they recorded it. Other onlookers didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly, and they were all quiet at once. Wenqian, everyone knows what special period it is now. I just want to ask you. If a neighbor suddenly comes to pry open your door, will you panic? Wenqian, I can tell from their conversation that they have been practicing at home for a while. Which good person would practice unlocking and prying doors at home these days? If you pry open my house today, what about tomorrow? Su Yin panicked for a while, and quickly appeared to explain. Su Yin, stop talking nonsense. We are obviously worried about your safety, so we are anxious to go in and take a look. Wenqian, oh? You mean, you never covet my family's stuff? Su Yin, bullshit. Do you really think you are some rare treasure that everyone covets? Su Yin, Wenqian. I tell you, my family is rich. I don't care about your filthy money. Su Yin, I don't like people like you who don't respect their elders. My son doesn't like you either. Su Yin, don't think that you like my son. And if you fail to pursue my son, you can turn the tables and frame us. Wenqian looked at the messages she sent and chuckled. She posted another video to the group. It was recorded in the garage that day when Zhang Xiang boasted to someone that he would take her to a class reunion. In the video, Zhang Xiang didn't notice anyone behind him at all, and his abacus was clanging. Who is my girlfriend? Wenqian. Who else could it be? Haha. She is quite hard to pursue. But it depends on who is pursuing her. I have decided to get married with her after graduation. I am so handsome and my family is well off. Why should she disagree? Isn't she going to get married sooner or later? Yes. We will drive there. What car? Just a Cayenne. I have already told her that I will drive the car to work after we get married in 2 years. It's okay. But to be honest, I don't like her car. I plan to ask her father to buy me a G-Class in the future. Yes, her brother drives that one. But I heard he bought it himself. Wenqian not only recorded the voice, but also let Zhang Xiang show his face. In this way, even if Su Yin wanted to deny that he was her son, she couldn't do it. Wenqian asked after she posted the video. Wenqian, I'm chasing after your son? Is he worthy? Are you worthy? Su Yin, delete the video for me. You are infringing on someone else's portrait rights. I can sue you. Wenqian, stupid. Go ahead. Wenqian, I still say the same thing. If you try to target our family again, I will make you die on the 30th floor. If you don't believe me, try it. After Wenqian finished her output, she remembered something else. She flipped through the dialogue box between herself and Zhang Xiang, found a conversation, and took a screenshot. Wenqian, you still have 100 kilograms of rice left, but you want to go to your neighbor's house for a meal. Do you have any shame? Su Yin was stunned. How did Wenqian know that her family had food? Su Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? Where did my family get so much rice? Did you give it to me? Wenqian smiled and sent the screenshot. Wenqian, see for yourself. A week ago, your son complained to me that people are getting more and more shabby in giving gifts. He only gave you 100 kilograms of rice when he came to your house. Wenqian, you gave birth to a good son. So don't deny him. Wenqian, also, guard your door well. 100 kilograms of rice is enough for many days. Her words made Su Yan's back chill instantly. It was impossible to admit it. She immediately denied that Wenqian's picture was photoshopped and her family had no food. But whether it was true or not, the onlookers already knew it in their hearts. Chapter 20 The mission of killing zombies within a limited time. Su Yan was afraid that they would come to steal food, so she deleted all the building numbers and house numbers she had noted. But what's the use? I have already remembered everything I should remember. When Chongning and Liamo breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the evidence thrown out by their daughter, and they felt much better. Su Yan argued a few more times in the group, but this time no one paid attention to her. Everyone was worried about the future survival problem. Since the second power outage, the power supply system has not been restored. Now the power outages are happening all over the city, and the staff can't fix them at all. Power outages, food shortages, zombies. Fatal problems appear one after another, and some smart people start to take out pots and pans from their homes and store water. If the water resources are polluted in a few days, or the water supply is cut off, then there will be no way to survive. I don't know when the higher-ups will send people to rescue them. So everyone is thinking about whether the homeowners committee can take the lead and work with the property management to collect food from supermarkets near the community. The discussion in the group was heated. But when Qian found those words ridiculous, they were afraid of death. They didn't want to go hungry. So they asked the homeowners committee and the property management to go out and find food for them. Wen Qian silently took note of those people who urged others to go out and find food, and then prepared the ingredients for the hot pot with Liam O. Other people's homes were cut off from water, electricity and food. But hers was not. And her home was not hot without air conditioning. The system notified her that day that the temperature in the defense space was constant. Wen Qian noticed these days that her house was neither too hot nor too cold, and was very comfortable. They moved a table to the rooftop garden. There were other rooms blocking them, so even if the neighbors in other buildings used binoculars, they couldn't see them, because Liam O couldn't eat spicy food. They chose a Xuanyang hot pot today. Half was spicy, and half was tomato, beef, mutton, grass carp fillet, tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, luncheon meat, fish balls, shrimp paste, potato chips, kelp slices, lettuce, green bamboo shoots, winter melon, baby cabbage, enoki mushrooms, and oil bean skin. The dishes that everyone liked were served, as well as beer, cola, coconut milk and hawthorn juice that had just been taken out of the refrigerator. Wen Qian originally wanted to eat some pig brains, but was afraid that her father would associate it with other things and affect her appetite. So she gave up. The family of 4 gathered around the table, eating and chatting, and had already forgotten about the shameless family downstairs. After eating and drinking, Wen Qian threw the kitchen waste into the processor, and the other garbage was temporarily placed in this space. She emptied a container and put all the garbage in it, planning to throw it away together when she went out one day. Anyway, the garbage will remain in its original state in the space, and it will not ferment, breed insects, or become smelly, so she can accept it. After filling their stomachs, the family began to get busy again. Wen Qian dragged Wen Rang to exercise. Liam O went to the study to study, and Wen Chongning was thinking about his farming and animal husbandry business in the space, and was eager to go into work to save money for her daughter to buy weapons. After a few days of exercise, Wen Rang could clearly feel his physical strength improving. Moreover, he went to the hot spring in the space to soak for an hour every night, and his muscles did not feel sore. Wen Rang followed his sister to practice without worry. After running 10 kilometers, the two did strength training for an hour, and then went into the space for sparring. Wen Rang had practiced Sanda when he was a child, and he didn't dare to use all his strength against Wen Qian at the beginning, for fear of hurting her. As a result, his sister knocked him down with one move, and the sharp tip of the dagger hung on the tip of his nose, almost taking his life. Since then, Wen Rang has not restrained himself. But even if he tried his best, he still couldn't hurt Wen Qian's hair, and he was speechless. On the training ground, Wen Rang was panting. If I remember correctly, didn't you learn piano and ballet when you were a child? Yes. What's wrong? Wen Qian looked at Wen Rang, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, and asked with a smile, "Do you look down on us artists?" "I dare not. I dare not." Wen Rang struggled to get up. "I will avoid such people in the future, and I dare not provoke you no matter who I meet." After being beaten unilaterally for 2 hours and resting for a while, Wen Qian took Wen Rang to practice crossbow shooting together. After Wen Chongning finished his farm work, he took a few puppies to train in a serious manner. When Wen Qian and Wen Rang finished their practice today, the 3 of them and the 4 dogs left the space together. It was already dark outside. Screams and calls for help were heard from time to time in the community. Some people who had stayed at home and were not bitten by zombies also began to have attacks. The flood completely submerged the villa area downstairs and spread into their community. Everyone remembered that their cars parked in the underground garage would be flooded, and they were all distressed. Some people in the group started discussing about organizing a group to go out and find supplies. Some people also cursed the property management for not sending people to help them solve the problem, and threatened that they would never pay the property management fee again. When Wen Qian saw this, she silently cursed in her heart that she was an idiot. She lay on the sofa and found that Zhang Xiang had sent her a message again. "Zhang Xiang, Qianqian, why did you say that in the group today? Do you know that you make people very sad? Zhang Xiang, how much I have liked you all along. You know better than anyone. You know that I am not chasing you for your family's money. I really like you. Zhang Xiang, apart from me, you can't find another man who can treat you so well and so devotedly. Zhang Xiang, don't be so willful anymore. There are 4 people in your family. Even if there is food at home, it won't last long. Zhang Xiang, why don't you come to my house and I will protect you? Zhang Xiang, I can also treat what happened today as if it never happened. As long as you apologize to me and become my girlfriend, I will forgive you. When Qian read the message and deleted the friend with a backhand, and felt that the world was much quieter, she threw down her phone, picked up Xiaobai and walked to the window. Xiaobai has a very sensitive sense of smell. He became a little irritable when he smelled the zombies outside. When Qian patted his head soothingly, "Don't worry. Wait until the rain stops. You will kill someone." She held Xiaobai for a while and felt that he was a little too fat. Xiaobai and a few puppies have spent most of their time in the space recently. And in the past few days, their growth rate is incredible. Xiaobai used to weigh only about 7 or 8 kilograms. But now, he weighs 13 kilograms. As for the puppies, they were still wobbly when they first came home, and couldn't even run steadily. Now they are almost as big as Xiaobai. Xiaobai couldn't figure out why the puppies that he could swat away with one paw a few days ago suddenly grew so much. But the puppies still listen to him, and he is very satisfied with this. Outside the community, there is a row of solar street lights about 100 meters away. When Qian leaned against the window frame, looking at the zombies attracted by the lights, feeling calm and her mind empty, suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in her mind. Ding! Limited time mission started. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's combat power will be rewarded with 1% increase. Killing 100 zombies will reward any member of the system with a 10% increase in combat power. Chapter 21. The God of War is actually her. When Qian was instantly excited when she heard the news. She ran to Wenrang's room and found him, who had just washed up and was about to read a book before going to bed, with an excited look on his face. Brother, let's go out and kill zombies. Wenrang leaned against the sofa, scratching his ears with an indescribable expression. Just looking at his sister's excited expression, he thought he had heard it wrong, and she was going to take him to a nightclub to drink. In the end, they were going to dance on the grave. Wenrang looked out the window, somewhat reluctant. It's still raining heavily. Can't you wait until the rain stops before training me? The system has issued a task. For every 100 zombies you kill, your combat power will increase by 10%. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Wenrang jumped up and went to the cloakroom to find clothes. Wait for me. Wenrang has been abused by his sister recently, and he has been eager for combat power to the extreme. Although Wen Qian didn't tell him how much reward the system gave her, Wenrang also cleverly guessed that the system must have given her more than himself. But the fat water didn't flow to outsiders. His sister is strong, so he is strong. It doesn't matter if he can't beat his sister, as long as he can beat other enemies in the future. Wenrang and Wen Qian changed into combat uniforms, put on masks and goggles, put on raincoats outside, said hello to Wen Chongning and Liemo, and went out. When Wen Chongning and Liemo learned that they were going out to kill zombies, they were so worried that tears came out. But the two of them gritted their teeth and didn't say a word to stop them. The end of the world has come, and it is definitely not possible to live like before. The children have grown up. They are stronger than them, and their vision is farther than them. Since my daughter thinks we should go out and kill zombies now, then it must be right. They can't stop them from growing up and hinder their steps. After Wen Qian and Wenrang left, Wen Chongning locked the door, then took the baseball bat and tang sword left by his daughter, hugged his wife, and walked to the window. His daughter said that they would deal with the zombies near the community first, so standing by the window should be able to see. Wen Qian and Wenrang walked down the fire stairs layer by layer. It was the first time for Wenrang to go out and hunt zombies, so he couldn't help being nervous and took every step very carefully. What surprised him was that they didn't encounter a single zombie in the building. They arrived at the first floor smoothly. The door of the unit was tightly closed, and the wind blew in from the crack of the door, with ghosts howling and wolves howling, extremely piercing. Wen Qian slowed down his pace, looked back at Wenrang, who was serious and nervous behind him, and asked, "Are you scared?" Wenrang hesitated for 2 seconds and chose to tell the truth. "A little, but I can overcome it." In his 20 years of life, Wenrang had never killed even a chicken. Now, he was suddenly asked to jump to a higher level and directly kill zombies transformed from humans. He would definitely not be able to adapt. But it can be overcome. Everything has a first time. Wenrang knew he had to take this step. so he did not look back. Don't worry. I will never let you get hurt. Wen Qian smiled. In the early days of the apocalypse, she still had this confidence. Wen Qian held the Tang sword in her hand, and chose a crossbow for Wen Rang, and took out a speedboat from the space. Now most of the outside is flooded, and only their community is barely holding on. So Wen Qian planned to lure all the nearby zombies to the entrance of the community, and then move to other places. Seeing that Wen Rang was mentally prepared, Wen Qian opened the door of the unit. The strong wind and rain rushed towards him, and the mask and goggles on his face were instantly wet. Wen Qian walked outside against the wind and rain, and when he arrived, he knocked hard on the gate of the community. The banging sound of the iron door was particularly loud in the middle of the night. This not only attracted the attention of the zombies, but also shocked the residents in the building. They leaned on the window and tried hard to see what was happening below. After seeing that someone deliberately made the noise, they all thought they were crazy. So, the community group that had been quiet for several hours became lively again. Where did those two idiots downstairs come from? If you don't want to live, just jump down from the building. If you get bitten to death by zombies, won't that mean there are 2 more zombies? Damn. There are idiots every year. But there are especially many this year. The zombies outside are all gathered here. What do they want to do? Are they going to drag us to death together? If you want to die, stay away. Don't dirty our place. The mocking and abusive voices continued. But within 2 minutes, the wind direction changed again. Wait, are they killing zombies? In the storm, for the first time, Wen Qian complained that there were too few zombies. She almost used a loudspeaker to shout, there are new people here. Come and bite them. But why did only 30 or so of them come? Wen Qian was very dissatisfied and took out her anger on the zombies. So, Wen Rang watched helplessly as those first-generation mutant zombies, who were so ferocious not long ago and ate all the living people, were killed by his sister like cutting vegetables with a machete, one little head at a time. Wen Qian raised his knife, and the zombie's head fell to the ground first, but the body was still conscious. After a few seconds, they fell one by one. Wen Rang stood behind his sister, and his blood began to boil. He raised his crossbow and aimed at a zombie that was rushing towards them with its fangs bared. After holding his breath for a short time, he accurately shot through the zombie's head. Beautiful. Wen Qian couldn't help but shout out. Awesome. Wen Rang was so excited that his palms were covered with sweat after successfully shooting a zombie for the first time. He did not dare to relax and continued to cooperate with Wen Qian. Half an hour later, more than 50 zombie bodies had piled up in front of the big iron gate. Wen Qian continued to knock on the gate to attract zombies, but the speed at which the zombies came was far slower than they killed them. If this continued, it would only be a waste of time. So Wen Qian decided to change places. The two took off their masks and breathed in fresh air. Carrying the speedboat, they planned to go to the city. The central hospital was a severely affected area, and there must be a lot of prey. Wait! Wait for us. Just as the two were about to get on the speedboat and leave, a burst of excited voices suddenly came from the community. God of War. Let's go together. Wen Qian was slightly stunned and turned to look. I saw 8 or 9 people rushing out of the community. They were all out of food at home and had been wanting to come down to collect food but didn't dare. Now that they saw someone clearing all the zombies near the community, they quickly seized this opportunity and tried their best to hold onto the thigh. Just now, they saw it clearly from upstairs. These 2 people killed zombies easily and happily. At first glance, they were not ordinary people. Several people rushed over quickly, and after seeing who the God of War they were talking about was, they were all stunned. Wen Rang? Wen Qian? Why are you here? The Wen brothers and sisters are also well known in the community because they are not only good-looking, but also have good academic performance. One was recommended to Tsinghua University, and the other was admitted to the School of International Studies. Every parent who mentioned these 2 children was envious. Wen Qian looked at their shocked expressions and spoke indifferently. What's the matter? Chapter 22. The person in the video is Wen Qian. Wen Qian's cold voice brought several people back to their senses, and everyone rushed to speak. Why are you here? Are you going out to find food too? Can you take us with you? Yes. Take us with you. There is strength in numbers. Please, since we are all neighbors. Help us. We have no food at home. We are starving. Wen Qian looked at their anxious expressions, and his heart was not moved at all. But she changed her mind and agreed. Okay. Let's go! When Rang raised his eyebrows when he heard his sister's answer. Very surprised. According to his understanding of his sister in the past half-month. When Qian should not agree. First, they were short of time. And second, these people had no combat experience at first glance. And they could not help at all when encountering zombies. When Qian's words made several people overjoyed. And before she regretted it, they quickly jumped on the speedboat and sat down. When Qian met Rang's puzzled gaze, smiled slightly, and leaned over to whisper. Such a group of people will definitely attract zombies more. When Qian doesn't have that kind of great selfless dedication. In the end times, being able to survive is already a luxury. It's impossible for her to desperately protect people other than her family. The reason she agreed to take them with her is because they can be used as bait. She stepped on the edge of the speedboat and said the ugly words to the people on the boat first. I agree to take you with me, but I can't guarantee your life or death. If I meet zombies, I must first ensure the safety of myself and my brother. If any of you are scratched or bitten by zombies, I will kill them without hesitation. Do you understand? Several people nodded repeatedly, knowing that she could have refused. Seeing that they were still obedient. When Qian started the speedboat and headed for the nearest supermarket, the speedboat sailed away quickly, leaving those watching in the community with mixed feelings. Although they were trapped at home for only a few days, everyone knew that such a disaster would not end in a few months. It might even take several years for them to regain their previous lives. Supplies will become increasingly scarce in the future. And now is indeed the best time to go out and find food. Otherwise, when everyone is starving, the supermarket will be sold out. Everyone understands the principle. But when it comes to actual action, they get scared. What if they get bitten to death by zombies? Zombies eat people? Now, they see someone kill dozens of zombies. And it seems to be very easy. So they start to get excited again. Maybe zombies are not as difficult to deal with as imagined? Just take a knife and kill them casually. If others can do it, they can do it too. So, after when Qian and the others left, more than a dozen people rushed downstairs. But this time, they were not able to leave safely, but were killed on the spot by the zombies, who smelled the blood from a distance and were attracted. Zombies are much stronger than humans. They move slowly during the day, but can move like normal people at night. And their vision is much better than during the day. Screams and cries sounded at the gate of the community, causing the next group of people who were ready to take action to close the doors and windows again, and dared not step out of the door again. On the speedboat, several people huddled together and looked around nervously, fearing that zombies would pounce on them. Fortunately, when Qian had just attracted all the zombies here and killed them, so they didn't encounter them for the time being. They looked at the brother and sister who looked calm and not afraid at all, and remembered the small episode that happened in the community group during the day. So they chatted with them. Why are you two out? Where are your parents? When Qian glanced at the person who asked the question and answered slowly, my parents are in poor health and fell hungry. So only the two of us can come out. After hearing this, several people nodded. When people get older, they will have all kinds of minor problems. They all have children at home. That's why they risk their lives to find food, not wanting their children to starve. When Qian's simple 2 sentences made everyone believe that her family had no food. After all, if there was no shortage of food and drink, who would run outside to die? In this way, no one would believe what the Zhang family said in the community group in the future. The speedboat soon arrived near the supermarket, and there were indeed many zombies gathered here. When Qian stood up, glanced at the shivering people behind him, put on the mask pulled down to his chin, and drew his sword. The zombies saw this group of living people, just like seeing a buffet, and ran towards them with a roar. When Qian jumped up from the speedboat and landed steadily on a car parked on the side of the road, before everyone could react, a cold light flashed and blood spurted out. The newly mutated zombie still had human blood flowing in its body. When Qian chopped off the zombie's entire head with great strength, looked at the neighbors who were so scared that their legs were weak and couldn't move, and shouted loudly, don't stay on the boat all the time. Go to the supermarket. When Rang led the way, follow me. Several people came to their senses and hurriedly followed when Rang's footsteps. When Qian looked at the increasing number of zombies, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, her eyes shining. They are all damage buffs. Come on, babies! Her desire to kill zombies was so strong that the zombies that rushed in front of her felt her malice. But now that they were here, How could Wenqian give them a chance to escape? There were no living people nearby, so there was no need to worry about accidental injuries. Wenqian killed people everywhere, and it had been a long time since he had such a good time. In front of the team, when Rang's movements became more and more skillful, he killed those who could beat him, and ran to his sister if he couldn't. A group of 10 people entered the supermarket without any danger. Some staff members inside turned into zombies, but they were also successfully dealt with by Wenqian and Wenrang. The neighbors who were traveling with them didn't expect the two to be so powerful. Looking at their clothes, they looked more and more familiar. Ah! I remember it. Suddenly, a neighbor remembered the video he saw online a few days ago. He looked at Wenqian with sudden realization. The female warrior who killed zombies in the hospital. Is that you? Wenqian? Yes. It was me. Wenqian did not deny it. It would be good to let them know how powerful she is, so that even if they want to take over her family in the future, they will have to weigh their own weight. Don't talk about this for now. Let's see if there is anything we can take. Most of the things in the supermarket were soaked in water, and since Wenqian was here, she had to pretend. However, she was not interested in the rice and noodles that were soaked in water, so she only took a few packs of instant noodles and dried noodles, as well as a few bottles of mineral water. When the neighbors saw that she didn't take the rice and noodles, they advised her, "Those things are not edible. You should take something decent. You take them first." Wenqian smiled obediently. "It's not easy for you to come out once. My brother and I will come out to look for it after a few days after we finish eating." Chapter 23. If you don't accept a toast, you will be punished. The supermarket has been plundered, and there is not much left. Barely enough for them to share. This time, Wenqian and Wenrang put in the most effort. But in the end, they didn't fight with them for things, which moved several neighbors to tears. What a fairy child! Wenqian looked around and heard the movement of zombies again. After confirming that it was safe here, she and Wenrang went to deal with the zombies first. Wenqian, hurry up and take it. And wait for me at the checkout after you get it. Remember not to run around, or I can't save you. Okay. We won't run around. At the critical moment, listen to the boss. Wenqian told them to go east, and they would never go west. Time passed quickly. More than an hour had passed since they left home. Wenqian and Wenrang killed a total of 137 zombies, and they both felt the rewards given to them by the system. Wenrang's feeling was not too obvious, but every time Wenqian killed a zombie, he felt more and more relaxed. Wenqian went outside to kill dozens of zombies attracted by the smell of blood, picked up a few neighbors, and sent them back to the gate of the community. Wenqian saw those neighbors, who had just turned into zombies. She took all the heads without hesitation, and then asked the neighbors who were traveling with her to go home quickly. "Where are you going?" The neighbors asked in surprise when they saw that they seemed to be going further. "My mother has a bad heart. Today, she was upset by the things in the group. So I want to go to the pharmacy to find some quick-acting heart pills." Wenqian replied in a deep voice, which made the others feel distressed instantly. Look at those Zhang family members. What kind of immoral things they did. Wenqian watched them enter the gate of the community, turned back and smiled at Wenrang. "Is your acting okay? It's a pity that you didn't get into the drama school." The speedboat restarted and headed straight for the city center. Just as Wenqian thought, the city center was completely occupied, and the number of zombies was several times more than that of her home area. With Wenrang along, she dared not be careless. Wenrang also proved to her with facts that her brother was not only smart, but also much better than others when it came to fighting. From home to the supermarket, and then to the central hospital, Wenrang's hands became more and more steady, and more zombies died in his hands. From dusk to dawn, the brother and sister went on a killing spree. Their adrenaline soared, and they didn't feel sleepy at all. Some survivors hiding in the building found them killing zombies, and they couldn't help but record it with their mobile phones and posted it online. So, when Wenqian and the others returned home at night, they were already like the saviors of the community. Even many people on the internet pinned their hopes on them, leaving their community addresses and comments, hoping that they would go kill zombies. In 24 hours, the two killed a total of 3,000 zombies. Without hot weapons, they had to do everything manually, and their arms were almost useless. They hurried into the space, took a bath in the hot spring, and then fell asleep on the bed without even eating a bite of food. The two slept for 15 hours before waking up. Liamo knew that they were exhausted, So he prepared a table of delicious food for them. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised fish, beef and sour soup, spicy fried clams, garlic lettuce, green pepper pork shreds, dry pot baby cabbage. When Qian and when Rang saw these, they were like starving ghosts who hadn't eaten for a week. And they were crazy showing off. In the end, when Qian ate 5 big bowls of rice, and finally felt alive, when Rang ate more than her, and the two of them stood up with the help of the wall, supported each other, and walked slowly to the living room, and fell on the sofa again. When Qian lay there, and didn't want to move. So he kicked Wen Rang with his foot. You're taking a day off today. So you won't exercise. Right? Thank you for thinking about this. If you don't exercise, I won't exercise today even if you kill me. Wen Rang didn't want to move even more than she did. He did extreme exercise for 24 hours. Although he took a hot spring bath after returning, it was obvious that the amount of exercise he did that day was far beyond his body's tolerance. As a result, his arms were still sore after the bath. Wen Qian didn't feel any pain, but just felt tired and simply didn't want to move. The two hit it off and decided to play it off for a day. Wen Qian was holding a pad and watching the anime that he had downloaded in advance, while Wen Rang was checking WeChat messages first. The news that they took a few neighbors to the supermarket to shop last night had spread, and many people added him as a friend, wanting him to take them out next time. Wen Rang showed the message to Wen Qian, who frowned, put the 10 packs of instant noodles and 2 packs of dried noodles, and 5 bottles of mineral water that he had bought from the supermarket last night on the table, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Wen Qian, eat these things sparingly. They are enough for a month. So I don't plan to go out within a month, as long as the system doesn't give her any more tasks. No one can let her go out in the rain. It's really uncomfortable to fight in the rain. Raincoats don't work at all. When they came back last night, they were soaked like drowned rats. Fortunately, they have good physiques. If it were someone else, they would have caught a cold and had a fever by now. When Wen Qian was collecting supplies last night, the neighbors saw it, so she wasn't afraid of others knowing. What's more, this little bit of food can't last long. Everyone knows her cruelty now, and it's impossible for them to come to her to die for this bite of food. On the 29th floor, Zhang Xiang was looking at the messages in the group. His teeth were almost broken. He saw several videos of Wen Qian killing zombies in seconds. He didn't expect Wen Qian to be so powerful. If she was his girlfriend, then his future safety would be guaranteed. Even if there was no food at home, he could ask her to go out and find it. But what should he do to make her agree? Zhang Xiang started pursuing Wen Qian since high school. But Wen Qian rejected him with the reason that I just want to study hard and don't fall in love too early. Later, when they went to college, although he failed to get into the same school as her, they were still in the same city. But Wen Qian rejected him again with the excuse that I am too busy with my studies and I don't accept a relationship between people from different schools. Now Wen Qian has become so powerful that she can easily kill zombies. It is definitely impossible for Zhang Xiang to force her. Zhang Xiang opened the bedside table and looked at the bottle of medicine he had prepared long ago. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He had wanted to use this trick for a long time. He didn't believe that when she became his, and the matter was settled, she would still refuse to be with him. Zhang Xiang was calculating in his mind, and excitedly opened the chat box with Wen Qian. He had to ease the relationship with Wen Qian first, so that she could relax her vigilance against him. Zhang Xiang put aside his pride and chose to apologize to Wen Qian first. Although she was wrong in that matter, he chose to forgive her. But after the message was sent, Zhang Xiang's face darkened instantly. The other party has turned on friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and you can chat only after the other party passes the verification. Wen Qian deleted him as a friend. Zhang Xiang couldn't help it for a moment, and threw his phone hard on the ground. Damn! The dead girl who refused to drink the wine and drank the wine for punishment. Sooner or later, he will make her look good. Chapter 24. Is his sister a love-brain person? Zhang Xiang was calculating with all his heart, wanting to get Wen Qian. But Wen Qian didn't take him seriously at all. The end of the world is tormenting, and it would be a bargain for him to kill him with one knife. She had to let him experience the fun of the end of the world more. After completing the system's limited time task, her combat power increased by 3,000%. What does this mean? It means that she can now break his neck with one hand, and killing him is as easy as killing an ant. After Wen Qian and Wen Rang rested for a day, they started high-intensity training again. The first time Wen Rang went out on a mission, he shot all the arrows he had stored before. When there were fewer zombies at the beginning, he could still find time to recycle the arrows. But later he really had no time. Wen Qian was worried that he would be in danger, so he didn't let him leave his side, and said that he could use the space mall system to exchange them in the future. So he used them boldly. But now, he didn't have any arrows in his hand, which made Wen Rang feel insecure. There was no other way. He could only learn from Wen Qian how to chop zombies with a tang dao. Wen Chongning went into the space with him, and after watering the land, feeding the livestock, and shoveling cat and dog feces, he followed his son and practiced together. They stayed in the space for 4 hours, and it was dark when they went out. The power supply system of the community has not been restored, and even the water flow of the tap has begun to decrease. The underground garage has been flooded, and the neighbors living on the lower floors are so worried that they dare not even sleep. They asked in the group if there are any kind neighbors who can take them in, as long as they give them a room. They can pay, but at this time, everyone can't spend the money in their cards. Who would let strangers into their homes for that little money? The atmosphere of the end of the world is getting stronger and stronger. In addition to the continuous heavy rain and the increasing number of zombies, even the temperature has risen. In fact, when Qian and Wen Rang found out on the night they went out to do the task that it was like hot water in the sky. It is hard to imagine how high the temperature will soar after the rain stops. Luckily, their home has a constant temperature, so no matter whether it is extremely hot or cold outside, they can be comfortable at home. In the evening, the family sat around the dining table, eating and chatting. Wen Chongning, the grains and fruits in the space are estimated to be mature in 2 months, and there is no need to fertilize them, and there are no insects. It really makes people worry-free. Liamo, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that after drinking the water in the space and soaking in the hot spring every day, my body is much healthier than before. Wen Qian smiled after listening to the two people's words. Don't we have a lot of hospital equipment? Tomorrow, the whole family will have a full physical examination, and we will know whether it is really healthy. Liamo nodded. That's a good idea. Go to bed early tonight. I'll wake you up for a physical examination tomorrow. Wen Rang wanted to say something, but the surveillance system at home suddenly sounded an alarm. The faces of several people changed, and they all stood up and walked towards the study. Wen Qian walked at the end, wondering which desperate person dared to come to her house to cause trouble. If it was the ones downstairs, she would open the door and throw them out to feed the zombies, and would never give them another chance. In the study, Wen Rang frowned as he sat in front of the computer. Liamo and Wen Chongning stood behind him, also with suspicious faces. Wen Qian leaned against the door frame, looked at the expressions of the three people, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?" Wen Rang, "It's not a ghost. It's a man with a child. I don't know which floor he is from. Why he came to us. A man with a child? Who is so shameless that he comes to beg for food with his family?" Wen Qian was a little curious, so she went to the computer to see what was going on. As a result, when she saw the face on the screen clearly, she instantly gasped. Gu Ran? Wen Rang and the other two were stunned by her reaction. They didn't know the neighbor, but she actually knew him? Outside the gate, Gu Ran was holding a 3-year-old girl in his arms. He looked up at the gate in front of him in confusion. Would a normal family install such a professional explosion-proof door? After observing for a few seconds, Gu Ran found the location of the monitor. He stared at the direction of the monitor and spoke politely. "Hello. Is this Li Mo's family? I am Gu Ki's son. My name is Gu Ran. My sister is sick. Can you help take care of her?" Liamo was shocked after hearing this. Gu Ki's son? Why would he come here? Liamo bit his lip and didn't plan to open the door. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang thought the same thing. Pretending to be dead. Pretending to be dead to the end. Waiting for him to get impatient and then leave. But what they never expected was that the female Yama in their family turned around and ran to the door quickly. And with a click, opened the door. Wen Rang and the other two were dumbfounded. Wen Qian opened the door and once again confirmed that he had not recognized the wrong person just now. She looked Gu Ran up and down and asked simply and directly, "Are you injured?" "No." Wen Qian looked at the child in his arms again. "What about her?" "No. She just has a high fever." Come in and talk. When Qian pulled the person into the house, she closed the door, turned around, and met the eyes of Wen Rang and the other two. Liamo, how could you open the door to a stranger? Wen Chongning, you actually opened the door to a strange man. Wen Rang, I see. It turns out that you are a love-brain person. The three of them didn't say anything, but Wen Qian could tell what they were thinking by the look in their eyes. She rolled her eyes and said to Liamo, Mom, this child has a high fever. You should check her first. Liamo, how can I check? I don't have any equipment or medicine. Can I risk my life? Liamo didn't want to show off his wealth. But unexpectedly, Gu Ran said, Auntie, I know you have medicine at home. My dad said you bought a lot of medicine from the hospital a while ago. I really have no other way. So I came to you. My sister is really seriously ill. If you cure her, I will take her away immediately. Afraid that Liamo would not believe it, Gu Ran took out a few loaves of bread and a bag of 10 kilograms of rice from his backpack. This rice is for you. I can eat bread. I just want some medicine. No other request. Liamo frowned. But looking at the child who had fainted from fever, she felt a little distressed. She looked at Wen Qian, and when she saw Wen Qian nodded, she sighed and carried the girl into the house. Gu Ran looked at her back worriedly, but he had no intention of going in. He stood by the entrance door and said to Wen Rang and the other two, I'll wait here. Don't worry. I won't go in. Wen Qian smiled. You've come in through this door. Does it matter where you stand? Come in. I just have something to ask you. She bent down to find a pair of slippers for Gu Ran, threw them in front of him, and turned back to the living room. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang saw her actions, and they felt an indescribable sadness and bitterness in their hearts. Similar to girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. Wen Chongning, his daughter, actually treated a strange man so well in front of him. Wen Rang, his sister, she is really a love-brain person. Chapter 25. Double standards should not be too obvious. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang glared at Gu Ran fiercely, and then turned and went into the house. Gu Ran felt the hostility of the two, hesitated for a moment, and changed his shoes and went into the house. He was very dirty, with mud and blood, so he did not sit down, but stood aside and looked at Wen Qian. What do you want to ask? Where are your parents? Gu Ran did not expect her to ask this right away. He lowered his head, his eyes red, and answered after a moment of silence. Dead. My mom was bitten by a zombie on the way home from get off work. My dad wanted to bring me and my sister to your house to ask for medicine, but he was also attacked by zombies on the way. Gu Ran's voice was flat, but everyone present could hear his sadness. Wen Rang winked at Wen Qian, signaling her not to ask such a heart-wrenching question. But when his sister saw his eyes, she immediately asked again, Apart from your sister, are there any other living people in your family? Wen Rang, is his sister so bad at chatting? Wen Chongning, his daughter is really good at asking questions. Gu Ran's face turned pale, and he shook his head. No, they are all dead. Wen Qian, before coming to my house, have you been to the pharmacy and hospital? Well, the hospital has been completely occupied, and I went to several pharmacies, but they were all sold out. I really had no choice, so I came here. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully, looked at his dirty clothes again, and then turned to look at Wen Rang. Brother, take him to your room, find him some clothes, and let him take a bath. Gu Ran, no. Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I'll take my sister away when she's better. Where can you take her at this time? Wen Qian sneered. Do you think you can feed a 3-year-old child with those 2 loaves of bread in your bag? Gu Ran's body stiffened and his face turned black. Wen Rang quickly got up and dragged Gu Ran to his room to take a bath. He was so afraid that his sister would say something sarcastic again. This atmosphere was too deadly, and he couldn't stand it. After entering the bathroom, Wen Rang whispered, There is a backup power supply system at home, but don't turn on the lights. I put your clothes outside. They are all new, and I have never worn them. Gu Ran, thank you. After closing the door, Wen Rang hurried back to the living room and sat down next to Wen Qian. Stinky girl. Why didn't I realize that you were this kind of person before? Wen Qian was puzzled. Who am I? You are just looking at your face and serving you a favor. You think I am blind? You saw that guy's face on the surveillance screen just now, and you smiled immediately? Your eyes were shining. You opened the door for him without saying a word, and you said you fell in love with him? Wen Rang's questions confused Wen Qian. She looked at him with a headache. Then looked at Wen Chongning. Dad? Do you also think that I let Gu Ran in because I like him? What else? Zhang Xiang downstairs wanted to come into our house. How did you treat him? Girl. Don't be so obvious about your double standards. Wen Qian smiled bitterly inside. She leaned on the sofa, folded her hands on her chest, tilted her head, and looked at Wen Rang. I know Gu Ran because of you. He used to be your subordinate, very loyal to you, and saved your life. In the end, he died for you. Moreover, he is a retired Special Forces soldier with strong combat power. Keeping him here will be beneficial to us. Wen Rang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Wen Qian, think about it. He was able to run from the east to the west of the city with his sister alone, and went to the hospital, pharmacy, and even the supermarket without any injuries. This is enough to prove his strength. Wen Rang, that's right. But if it happens again, we can't be sure that he will be as loyal as before. Wen Qian, so you have to observe. If he has any other intentions, kill him immediately. I don't support useless people, let alone unfaithful people. With your and my current strength, killing him is not a problem. Wen Rang and Wen Chongning were relieved when they heard her say that. Wen Chongning, you scared me to death. I thought you had a boyfriend behind your father's back. Wen Qian, Dad. I focus on my career and don't fall in love. Wen Chongning, you still have to talk about it. Finding the right person to fall in love is a very happy thing. You can see me, and your mother will know. Wen Qian didn't want to discuss this with him, so she got up and went to Li Mo's room. She received a system prompt that the unconscious injured person had 0 attack power, and asked her if she needed permission to take the injured person into the space for treatment. Li Mo had already done a simple examination of the little girl. When he saw Wen Qian coming, the two immediately took her into the space and checked again with professional instruments. Li Mo looked at the results of the CT scan and frowned. If you had come a little later, the child would not have been saved. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li. Wen Qian hugged Li Mo and told him about Gu Ran's situation and why she opened the door for him. Li Mo felt relieved after hearing this, took the medicine, and took the child out of the space. Gu Ran had already taken a shower and changed his clothes, and stood nervously in the living room waiting for news from Li Mo. Li Mo pushed the door open and saw his tense appearance, and suddenly felt a little sad. Just now, he heard from his daughter that his parents were dead, and his sister was the only relative left in the family. Li Mo put himself in his family's shoes, imagining him as Wen Rang, and couldn't accept such a thing happening. I've given her antipyretic medicine and an injection. Please go in and take a look. Thank you. Auntie! Gu Ran thanked her quickly, then went into the room and sat by the bed to watch over his sister all night. The little girl's fever went away at around 4 a.m., and she woke up for a while before falling asleep again. Gu Ran didn't close his eyes all night, staring at the little person on the bed, feeling indescribable fear in his heart. Originally, he didn't have much affection for this sister, because she was born when he was in the army. He was not at home in the past few years, and had not seen her many times. But now he has returned from the military service. But his parents are gone, leaving only her and him to depend on each other. Gu Ran's eyes were bloodshot, and he dared not even close his eyes. He was afraid that if he was not careful, even this little girl would leave him. In the morning, Wen Rang knocked on the door and asked Gu Ran to have breakfast. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and refused. No, I still have bread. Just eat that. I brought your share. Don't be polite. Wen Rang walked into the room and walked to the bed, touching the little girl's forehead. The fever has subsided. Don't worry. Come back after you're full. Gu Ran refused several times, but was eventually dragged out of the room by Wen Rang. Gu Ran was shocked and a little shocked to find that he was not as strong as Wen Rang, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. On the dining table, hot wontons and beef noodles were placed there, and Gu Ran drooled. He didn't expect that the Wen family could still eat such food after being trapped for so many days. Being pressed on the dining chair by Wen Rang, Gu Ran looked at Li Mo embarrassedly. Thank you, Auntie, for saving my sister and giving me food. I will take my sister away when she wakes up. It's so chaotic outside now. Where can you take her? Li Mo sighed. Why don't you stay here? My house is big, and there is room for you to live. Chapter 26: The Immortal System. Specializing in favoring the master. Gu Ran was stunned. He looked at Li Mo in surprise. He really didn't expect that she would ask him to stay. In this situation, everyone has problems protecting themselves. How could they be willing to let outsiders stay at home and share their food? But Liamo spoke up. And when Chongming and the others seemed to have no objection and nodded in agreement. Liamo, your father and I are friends. If it weren't for his help, I wouldn't be able to buy these medicines back. When Chongming, it's not peaceful outside right now. It's not easy for you to take care of your sister. Just stay. When Rang, to be honest, I have a lot of stockpiled goods at home. It's no problem to have 2 more of you. When Rang said this deliberately, thinking that if Gu Ran showed any intention of seizing his family's supplies, he would take action to deal with him. Gu Ran's eyes were already red with emotion. After hearing what Wen Rang said, he immediately turned his head and looked over, reminding him with a serious face. Don't say this to others casually. It will be dangerous. Wen Rang, I'm thinking of stinging him. Otherwise I wouldn't have said it. Wen Qian smiled. You can bring your sister across most of the city to my house by yourself. You must be very skilled. We provide food and accommodation. And you are responsible for protecting our safety. How about it? At this time, showing goodwill for no reason will only make people more suspicious. It's better to make a deal and make him feel better. Sure enough, Gu Ran's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He thought for a moment and nodded. You saved my sister's life and are willing to help us. I am really grateful. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect your safety. As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in Wen Qian's mind. Ding! 2 more combatants are added. And the space prosperity increases by 20. The reward farm increases production by 20%. Wen Qian originally wanted to pick up a strong teammate, but she didn't expect there would be an extra surprise. She happily accepted the reward from the system, and then found the information of Gu Ran and his sister. Name, Gu Ran. Gender, male. Height, 852 cm. Age, 35 years old. Blood type, A. Occupation, former Special Forces soldier. Loyalty, 19%. Name, Gu Wanwan. Gender, female. Height, 19 cm. Age, 3 years old. Blood type, A. Loyalty, 100%. The information was successfully bound, and Wen Qian was ready to continue eating. But the system sent several notifications in succession. System prompts that people with loyalty below 19% cannot bind information. After successful binding, the system will automatically increase the loyalty to 100%. If the loyalty of a member decreases to 80%, the system will automatically kill the member, and will no longer issue prompts or notifications to the host. In addition to the permanent personnel in the space, for every 100 increase in the prosperity of the space, the system will reward the combatants in the system with 2 hours of space activity time, which can be accumulated. In order to ensure the safety of the host and the space, all members in the system are forced not to disclose space-related information to outsiders. System member information updated. Gu Ran. Loyalty 100%. After reading these pieces of content, Wen Qian was so happy that she wanted to go out and kill hundreds of zombies to celebrate. A divine system that only favors its master. Right. If this were a man, she would marry him on the spot. When Rang looked at his sister's happy look and felt a little disappointed. She also said that she was not interested in Gu Ran. How happy was she to hear that he agreed to stay? It was simply unbearable to watch. Wen Qian did not notice her brother's eyes that wanted to kill someone. After happily filling her stomach, she took Xiaobai to the rooftop to play. After Gu Ran finished her meal, she heard crying coming from the room. He ran into the room and found that Gu Wanwan had woken up and was looking for him in a panic. Brother. Seeing Gu Ran, the little girl rushed over. Brother. Don't go. Gu Ran squatted down and held her in his arms, whispering to comfort her. Brother won't leave. Brother will always be with you. The little girl sobbed in fear for a while, then spoke in a low voice. Brother. I'm hungry. Gu Ran was a little embarrassed. He had just finished eating beef noodles, and it was unfair to give his sister bread. But he couldn't bring himself to ask his aunt for food. Just as Gu Ran was struggling, Wen Qian appeared at the door. She raised the things in her hand. My family happens to have children's milk powder, which is quite suitable for her age. Let her drink some first. My mother went to make porridge for her. It will be ready in a while. Gu Ran, this. Thank you so much. We are all family in the future, so don't be so polite. Just ask if you need anything. Gu Wanwan hid in Gu Ran's arms and looked at the strange sister at the door with curiosity. Brother. Who is she? Wenqian smiled and waved to greet him. Hello. My name is Wenqian. And I'm your brother's friend. This is your home from now on. If you want to eat anything, you can come to me and ask for it. Gu Wanwan's face was full of confusion. Her home? Her home doesn't look like this. Gu Wanwan looked around and asked again, Brother, where are Mom and Dad? Gu Ran's body suddenly stiffened. He didn't tell Gu Wanwan about his mother's death. When his father died, Gu Wanwan fainted due to a high fever. So he didn't see it. Now, how should he tell her this? Wenqian looked at Gu Ran, who was so nervous that the veins on his neck were exposed, sighed, and helped him out. Your parents went to a faraway place to carry out a mission. Gu Wanwan, what is a mission? Wenqian, TSK, it means to help others. Your father is a doctor, right? He is very good and can treat people. There are many people who are sick there. So he went to help. Gu Wanwan thought about it and nodded. Then I understand. Dad has also gone out on missions before. And it took a long time to come back. Wenqian, well, this time it will take longer than before. But your brother will accompany you. So don't be afraid. Gu Wanwan hugged Gu Ran's neck tightly, as if holding a life-saving straw. Unwilling to let go, Gu Ran thanked Wenqian gratefully. Wenqian nodded casually, then turned and left, leaving the space for the two siblings. When she was a child, she also loved to pester Wenrang. When her parents were not at home, Wenrang was her heaven. So she could understand this little girl. Gu Wanwan drank a glass of milk, and then left the room with Gu Ran. Seeing a few strangers, she was a little reserved at first. But after drinking the vegetable and shrimp porridge brought by Liamo, and seeing the dogs and cats in the house, she gradually regained her spirits, and soon went to the rooftop to play. Wenqian was afraid that Xiao Bai would be annoyed, so she called over with a paw. So she also accompanied her. Within half an hour, Gu Wanwan became familiar with her, calling her sister very sweetly, which made Wenqian feel quite accomplished. When Rang saw that they were having fun, walked silently to Gu Ran, and asked in a low voice, What do you think of my sister? Gu Ran thought for a while, and answered seriously, She is very nice and kind. When Rang, are you afraid that you have some misunderstanding about my sister? Chapter 27 The community distributes supplies. Before the end of the world, Wenqian was innocent and kind, which was absolutely true. She had never suffered from hardship or grievance since she was a child, and was protected by her family, so that she didn't know the dangers of the world. But after the end of the world, she had been struggling for more than 10 years, and she had nothing to do with the word kindness. When Rang coughed lightly and asked again, Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister? Even if Gu Ran was wooden, he understood what he said. He was nervous and breathed hard, and shook his head repeatedly. I didn't mean that. Don't worry. I will never do anything to your sister. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me. And what's more, I have someone I like. It's over. His sister is out of luck. When Rang suddenly felt sorry for his sister. But as soon as this emotion spread from the bottom of his heart, he was dragged to the next room by Wenqian and severely taught a lesson. Although Wenqian didn't hear what the two said, he could guess it from their reactions. I said I'm focused on my career. I don't like him. If when Rang makes trouble again, I'll beat you up and make you cry. When Rang was abused by his sister and had no power to fight back, he could only cry out for injustice. I'm afraid you're in love with him unrequitedly. That's why I'm helping you to find out. I never have unrequited love. After beating up Wen Rang and making him understand that he only regarded Gu Ran as a teammate, Wenqian went to run for training. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the community was cut off from water. There were whales in the community group, but Wenqian was as calm as an old dog. In addition to the water in the space, she also stored some extra water at home. There were 2 large bathtubs and 5 oversized plastic buckets for daily washing water, which was enough for a while. Before Gu Ran came, he knew that the Wen family must have stockpiled some supplies. His father said that the Wen family was very smart and had a long-term vision. Otherwise, they would not have bought so many medicines before the disaster. But after arriving at the Wen family and seeing what they ate every day, Gu Ran was still inevitably shocked. Now outside, people can fight over a pack of instant noodles and get bloody. But the Wen family always maintains a high standard of meat and vegetable meals. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, mao shuang, pine nut corn, dry pot cauliflower, Chinese tune sprouts with shredded potatoes. Not to mention the end of the world. Even in the past, not every family could eat these. Gu Ran thought of the bag of rice he brought, and his face turned red to his neck. After 2 peaceful days at the Wen family, Gu Ran hadn't slept so soundly for a long time, and Gu Wanon was the same. At noon on the 3rd day, after eating, several people stood by the window to observe the situation around the community. The flood had already flooded the 2nd floor of their community, and the people living on the 3rd floor were also uneasy and trembling with fear. The neighbors on the 2 floors below had no choice but to move their luggage to the corridor, living in fear all day long, fearing that zombies would run out. There were fewer and fewer people talking in the community group, and no one wanted to use their phones unless there was something important. Because of the power outage, the power bank at home was almost used up, so they had to use it sparingly. Gu Ran held up the telescope with a serious expression. There were more and more zombies, and even the flood could not repel them. Those zombies were washed away by the flood. So now there were many more zombies floating from other areas downstairs. Gu Ran had originally planned to go out these few days to find some supplies. Although the Wen family has a lot of stock, they will run out sooner or later, and they must not live off their resources. Moreover, the Wen family saved his sister and took them in, so he must do something in return. But looking at the current situation, even if he can swim out, it will be difficult for him to successfully avoid the zombies in the water. There are too many of them. Wen Qian also saw the situation below, but she didn't mind the number of zombies. She also hoped that after the rain stopped, her baby system would suddenly give her a limited time task to increase her combat power, so that she could go out and kill as many zombies as possible. Just as Gu Ran was worried, and Wen Qian was praying for the next time-limited mission to come soon, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky in the distance. It was the sound of a helicopter. Wen Qian raised his eyebrows. The other survivors in the community were ecstatic. They opened their windows one by one and shouted for help desperately. The helicopter hovered in the air for a while, and Wen Qian heard someone make a notice with a loudspeaker. Starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, supplies will be distributed in the Black Mountain area 5 kilometers away. At that time, staff will clear and kill zombies along the way in advance. But there is no guarantee that there will be no fish that slip through the net. The zombie killing time starts at 12 a.m. and ends at 4 a.m. Residents are advised not to go out during this period. Currently, no escort service is available to residents to and from Montenegro. Residents need to go there on their own. Each person with ID can receive a survival kit on a first-come, first-served basis. After the helicopter notified this area, it moved on to the next area. After listening to this, Wen Qian and Wen Rang looked at each other silently. They guessed that Gu Ran would definitely not miss this opportunity and would go out to get the kits. They had to go out together just to show off. However, Wen Qian wanted to observe Gu Ran's fighting ability up close. On the road to Black Mountain, besides zombies, there were inevitably other people who robbed supplies along the way. Going out tomorrow, there would be a fierce battle. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gu Ran looked at them with shining eyes. You stay at home tomorrow. I'll go out to get supplies. Wen Rang, there are so many people. It won't take you long to get your share. Wen Qian and I will go with you. Gu Ran was surprised that he would actually suggest taking Wen Qian with him, and immediately refused. No, it's too dangerous. She should stay at home and wait for us. Wen Rang also refused. No, it's dangerous if we don't take her. He didn't feel safe at all without his sister. Wen Qian smiled. I'll go with you. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Gu Ran was still a little worried and hesitant. But when he thought of the 30 kilometers Wen Qian ran every day and other training, he felt a little relieved. No matter what, she must be better than other girls. Wen Rang also looks like a good fighter, so it should be no problem for the two of them to protect Wen Qian. Thinking of this, Gu Ran nodded and agreed. Okay, the 3 of us will set off together tomorrow morning, and try to go early and come back early. But, can you all swim? What swimming? We have speedboats. Wen Rang answered calmly, which surprised Gu Ran again. They even prepared this in advance? No wonder they can make a lot of money. They have a long-term vision. After making a travel plan for tomorrow, Wen Qian lay on the sofa and played with his phone. The community group was discussing how to get to Heishan tomorrow. Suddenly, someone mentioned that the Wen family had a speedboat. The Wen brothers and sisters used a speedboat to take a few neighbors to the supermarket to collect supplies last time. And this matter has spread throughout the community. So, everyone hopes that they can also be helpful this time, and use a speedboat to pick up the neighbors in the community to collect supplies. When Qian looked at the screen full of messages about himself and Wen Rang closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. The white and tender fingertips typed a few words on the screen and sent them out. I owe you. Chapter 28. The fight for things has come to her. Wen Qian didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless, and they all asked her to pick them up. She refused immediately, and any hesitation would be disrespectful to herself. Soon, Wen Qian's refusal aroused everyone's dissatisfaction. Even the family downstairs came out to join in the fun. Su Yan has always been resentful of Wen Qian for injuring her son a few days ago. Seeing Wen Qian being criticized by everyone, she was very happy and expressed her own opinions. Su Yan, you have a speedboat at home. What's wrong with helping everyone? Su Yan, the situation is special now. If it's not necessary, no one will be willing to ask you. Su Yan, don't be too selfish. Helping others is also helping yourself. Su Yan, escort the neighbors in the community to and from tomorrow. And do yourself some good deeds? Wen Qian laughed when she saw what Su Yan said. What a saintly white lotus. How can she say these things with such a flattering face? Wen Qian, there are thousands of people in the community. Who should I take with me, and who should I not take with me? Wen Qian, even if I do nothing and pick you up from morning till night, I may not be able to pick up everyone in a whole day. Wen Qian, besides, what do you give me in return for picking you up? Wen Qian, don't mention money to me. I'm not short of money. Everyone knows that the most useless thing now is money, because it can't be spent at all. Wen Qian at Su Yan, if I remember correctly, your family has 2 rafts. When your son asked me to go to the beach a month ago, he sent me photos. Do you need me to find a screenshot of the chat history and show it to you now? Wen Qian at Su Yan, since you are so selfless, remember to bring a few more people tomorrow. Wen Qian, as for me, I won't bring anyone. Don't be dissatisfied. After sending the message, Wen Qian threw her phone aside. She returned to her room, closed the door, and entered the space. The vegetables that Wen Chongning planted in the space have already ripened. Because there are too many stalks to eat, they are simply sold to the system to recycle some. So Wen Qian now has 3,000 mall coins. Looking at the weapons on the mall panel, Wen Qian almost cried with greed. But she still gritted her teeth and spent the 3,000 yuan. There were bows and arrows for sale in the mall. The arrows were very cheap. 1 mall coin for each arrow. Wen Qian bought 3,000 arrows for her brother. After spending the money, Wen Qian started her daily training again. When she was tired and sweating, she went back to the villa to take a shower, then soak in the hot spring, then changed into comfortable clothes, went out to lie on the bed, put on a facial mask and rested her eyes. After dark, Wen Qian and the others laid down to rest early. At 12 o'clock in the morning, they heard bursts of machine gun fire in the distance. Outside, the zombies were being killed. Wen Qian continued to rest. And at 4 o'clock, the door was knocked on time. Wen Qian, wake up. We should leave. Gu Ran's voice came from outside the door. Wen Qian sat up and stretched, and replied, I'll be there soon. She went into the bathroom to wash her face, did a complete set of skin care, combed her hair into a ponytail, and then left the room. Wen Rang had already soaked the instant noodles. Wen Qian went over to eat and told her brother that she had bought 3,000 arrows, which made Wen Rang feel more secure. After the preparations were completed, the 3 of them said hello to Wen Chongning and Liu Mo and went out. Gu Ran and Wen Rang walked in front with the speedboat, and Wen Qian followed slowly with a bag on his back, as relaxed as if he was going on a picnic. When they arrived at the lower floor, some neighbors lived in the corridor, and some neighbors were waiting for them. Seeing them appear, a group of people rushed up, wanting them to take them away. Wen Qian stood on the stairs, looking down at them. I thought I had made my words clear enough yesterday, but it turns out there are still people who don't understand what I say. When everyone saw that soft tactics didn't work, they wanted to use force and seize the speedboat. But this time, Wen Qian didn't even need to say anything, and was directly dealt with by Gu Ran. After being beaten by Gu Ran with bruises and blood on his head, everyone fled in panic. Wen Qian and his companions stopped on the 3rd floor, jumped out of the window of the escape passage, and then boarded the speedboat and headed straight for Heishan. where supplies were distributed. After several hours of killing, there were indeed no living zombies on the street for the time being. Many people had already set out from their homes. Some swam, some sat on inflatable swimming pool floats, and some dismantled their own bed boards overnight and made simple rafts to travel. There were also people like Wenqian who took the speedboat, but they were very few. Wherever the speedboat went, you could hear cries for help. The few people did not stop and arrived at Black Mountain at the fastest speed. The place for distributing supplies was set up halfway up the mountain. Gu Ran carried the speedboat and walked in front without even taking a breath. After climbing the mountain for more than 20 minutes, they finally reached the final destination. At this time, there were nearly 2,000 people queuing in front. The first ones to arrive were all residents living nearby. There were staff members on both sides of the team with guns on guard, so no one was seen snatching supplies for the time being. Wenqian was wearing a Bluetooth headset, listening to music and quietly queuing. More than an hour passed like this, and finally, it was their turn in the queue. After taking out his ID card to verify his identity, Wenqian got the survival supplies. Each bag contained 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 packs of noodles. Although there were not many things, because there were too many people collecting supplies, the total was not a small number. After Wenqian and the other two received their things, they turned around and walked down the mountain. When Rang took Gu Ran's portion and gave it to Wenqian together, Wenqian pretended to put the things into the backpack, but actually threw them into the space. The road down the mountain away from the team was not so peaceful. At the bottom of the mountain, there were already many robbers waiting here, intending to rob supplies. When they found Wenqian and the other two with the assault boat, those people immediately surrounded them like crazy. Wenqian was blocked behind when Rang and Gu ran. She admired Gu Ran's clean and neat movements, secretly feeling that he was worthy of being a former Special Forces soldier. And his skills were really beautiful. And her brother is also very good. Although when Rang has not received professional training, he has practiced Sanda since he was a child. In addition, he has been trained hard by his sister during this period, and the combat power bonus awarded by the system a few days ago. So he is actually better than Gu Ran now. But his actual combat experience is not as rich as Gu Ran, so he doesn't look so comfortable. Wenqian didn't have a chance to fight, and stood in the corner chewing gum in boredom. Unexpectedly, more and more people gathered around. Some wanted the supplies in their hands, and some wanted their speedboats. Some of them were neighbors in their community. They were resentful of Wenqian for refusing to bring them along, so they wanted to take this opportunity to teach Wenqian a lesson. Wenqian saw a few familiar people and smiled coldly. It seemed that her reputation in the community was not very high. Otherwise, how could someone dare to mess with her? Chapter 29. Who has the guts to mess with me? More and more people were besieging them, and Gu Ran was a little too busy for a while. He saw several tall and strong men holding folding knives and walking towards Wenqian, and shouted anxiously, "Wenqian, be careful!" Gu Ran's hands moved fiercely, trying to kill the people in front of him in seconds. Unexpectedly, the dozen people who rushed over later had some kung fu skills, so he failed to do so. Wenqian stood there, looking at the 5 strong men who were running straight towards him, without changing his expression. "How old are you? Little sister? Do you have a boyfriend? It doesn't matter if you do. Brothers don't care. You are so beautiful. You must be from a rich family. TSK. It must be very fun to do it. Don't be afraid, little sister. Brothers are good people. Come with us. We have food. Yes, there are a lot of food. One every night to ensure that you won't starve. How about it?" Several men said dirty words, looked at each other, and laughed out loud at the same time. Wenqian looked at them coldly. When one of them tried to touch her shoulder, she grabbed his wrist. "Ah!" The man's face changed instantly, and he screamed, "Let go! You fucking let go! Ah! It's broken. My hand is broken." Wenqian obeyed and let go of his hand. The next second, she kicked the man away. The man flew 4 or 5 meters and fell to the ground. This dramatic scene made the men around dumbfounded, and they didn't react for a while. By the time they reacted, they had already met the same fate as the man. Wenqian dealt with several people with an indifferent expression and walked towards the familiar neighbors. They found that Wenqian recognized them and turned around to run. But how could Wenqian give them this opportunity? The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Then, it reached its peak when a man, with a dagger rushed behind Wen Qian and wanted to stab her to death. Wen Qian drew out the tang sword, turned around, and chopped off his head cleanly. This was the first time Wen Qian killed a living person after the apocalypse. It felt no different from killing zombies. What does it mean? It means that some people are no different from dead when they are alive. They are just wasting air. Wen Qian wiped the blood off her goggles, turned her head, and looked at the remaining people nearby. She asked the neighbor who had just wanted to attack her, but was now scared to the point of peeing his pants. Who gives you the courage to rob me? Before Wen Qian took action, Gu Ran had always thought that the tang sword she carried on her back was for Wen Rang. But now, he realized that he was so wrong. Wen Qian's every move was a killer move. Seeing her chop off a man's head with one hand, Gu Ran began to doubt his own strength. Even if it was him, he probably couldn't beat her. Right? No wonder Wen Rang had to bring her out. The people around were frightened by Wen Qian and fled, shouting help, murder. Wen Qian didn't bother to pay attention to them, jumped on the speedboat and sat down, saying to Wen Rang, "Brother, go home. I'm hungry." There were constant gunshots outside last night, so she didn't sleep well at all. She got up early again today, so she was sleepy and hungry now. When a person is hungry, his temper is easy to be irritable. Wen Rang knew how strong his sister's fighting power was when she was irritable, so he quickly pulled Gu Ran to jump on the speedboat. Go home. Go home now. Just bear with it, and let your mother make you something delicious when you go back. The speedboat started and drove quickly towards home, leaving behind a headless corpse, and dozens of robbers who were beaten to the point of being unable to get up were left there, too painful to struggle. On the way back, the three encountered several waves of zombies again. There were too many people going out today, so the zombies that escaped in the morning had another chance to have a good meal. Gu Ran initially thought that Wen Qian would be afraid of zombies. After all, she was a girl and might be a little timid. But soon he found out that he was wrong. Wen Qian's ferocity in killing zombies was beyond his reach. When they were almost home, they met Zhang Yang's family of 3 downstairs. They went out earlier than Wen Qian and the others, and came back earlier too. They escaped the robbers at the foot of the Black Mountain, but not the ones at the door. When they saw Wen Qian, they shouted for her, as if they had found a life-saving straw. Wen Qian. Wen Rang. Help. Qian. It's me. Zhang Xiang. Wen Rang. Save Uncle and Aunt. Uncle and Aunt will be grateful to you forever. The robbers saw them shouting and looked over. When they saw the speedboat coming, greed flashed in their eyes. But when they saw the girl standing on the speedboat, holding a tang sword and wearing black clothes, like the god of death, they felt a chill on their backs for some reason and did not dare to stop them. Wen Qian looked straight ahead, as if she didn't see Zhang Xiang's family, and left directly. The 3 members of the Zhang family were so angry that their faces turned red. Not only were the supplies they had just received robbed, but even the raft was robbed by the robbers. Fortunately, all the zombies nearby were killed by Wen Qian. Otherwise, they would not be able to return home safely. After returning home, Wen Qian went into the house to take a shower and change clothes. Gu Ran looked at the tang sword she threw in the living room and began to doubt his life. After Wen Qian came out, he asked in confusion, "You are much more powerful than me. Why do you still keep me in your house? What's the use of being powerful?" Wen Qian sat on the sofa, opened a can of iced cola, and handed it to Gu Ran. "I agreed to let you stay because you are strong enough. Strong enough for me to recognize that you can be my teammate. The end of the world is coming, and there will be more and more enemies in the future. I don't think I can fight 100 alone. And I think you are the same." Gu Ran felt mixed emotions after hearing her words. It is a happy thing to be recognized by a strong person. But this strong person is a teenage girl, which makes Gu Ran feel inferior. Wen Qian saw his complex emotions and said, "I am very strong, and it doesn't conflict with you being strong. There is no need to dwell on this." Gu Ran thought about what she said and felt that it was true. There are always people who are better than him. There must be many people in this world who are stronger than him. What's wrong with girls? Too many women are stronger than men. There is no need to feel inferior for this. Gu Ran immediately let it go, and looked at Wen Qian with admiration. When Changning and Liamo came out of the room holding Gu Wanwan and asked them if there was any accident when they went out today. Wen Rang, how could there not be? The streets were full of robbers. Fortunately, your son is very capable and scared them all away. When Changning, Why did the higher-ups decide to distribute supplies today? The heavy rain hasn't stopped yet. It's so inconvenient for everyone to go out. Because it will be too late if we don't distribute it now. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran and asked, "You should have noticed something, right?" Gu Ran nodded. "Yeah. When we took action in Heishan, the people who maintained order on the mountain saw it. But they didn't intervene." Chapter 32 Words written on the forehead. Invincible. Wen Qian also noticed what Gu Ran noticed. If it happened in the past, they would have been taken away immediately. But today they were able to return home safely. Gu Ran, I think they definitely don't want to take care of it. But because they don't have enough manpower to take care of it. That's right. Wen Qian nodded, agreeing with his point of view. I'm afraid that the choice to distribute supplies today is also because the meteorological department found that the rain will not stop in a short time. Now the whole city is basically without water and electricity. If some supplies are not delivered to the residents, I am afraid that many people will really starve to death. When she went to collect supplies today, the staff also saw the Tang sword on her back. But they did not confiscate it, which shows that the higher-ups now allow residents to protect themselves to a certain extent. The whole city, the whole country, and even the whole earth are currently in chaos. The higher-ups have realized the seriousness of the matter. And it is obvious that Bin Cheng is not on their first rescue list. Wen Qian, if I'm not mistaken. After today's batch of supplies is distributed, there shouldn't be a second batch. Liamo, why do you say that? Wen Qian, because of our geographical problems. Bin Cheng is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and only one side is accessible. This place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And the transportation is extremely inconvenient. Now that the whole country has fallen and zombies are everywhere, the cities that the higher-ups want to rescue first must be those developed transportation hubs. Not here. Liamo and Wen Chongning were stunned, while Wen Rang and Gu Ren also opened their eyes wide. The four thought about it, and felt that what Wen Qian said made sense. If there was no rescue, what would the city become in the future? All of a sudden, they all felt heavy-hearted. Okay, let's take it one step at a time. It's useless for us to think too much now. Wen Qian broke the silence in the room and looked quite optimistic. Wen Rang and the others thought of her space and the preparations they had made in advance. And they all relaxed. If they can't live in this city, then they will move to another place. Anyway, no matter what happens, as long as their family can be together, it's fine. Liamo got up and went to the kitchen to study what to eat for lunch. Wen Qian followed closely. And Wen Rang took Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan to the study to play games. Half an hour later, Liamo and Wen Qian brought the prepared food out of the space. And several people sat on the rooftop to eat, and then went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. After waking up in the afternoon, Liamo made a few pots of dumpling stuffing. And everyone started making dumplings. Now that there are more people in the family, the demand for food is also greater than before. Liamo goes into the space to cook whenever she has time. But she still wants to make dumplings with everyone, because more people can make dumplings faster. And everyone can sit together and chat to keep in touch. She prepared 3 pots of dumpling fillings. 1 pot of pickled cabbage and pork, which Wen Qian likes. 1 pot of Spanish mackerel filling, which Wen Rang likes. There is also a pot of leek and shrimp, which is Wen Chongning's favorite. Gu Wanwan is young, but she is not to be outdone. After washing her hands, she sat aside and imitated everyone's movements. After a few minutes of hard work, she actually made a small dumpling. Although the dumpling leaked the filling, it was still well received by everyone, who applauded to show their affirmation. After spending several hours wrapping these dumplings, Wen Qian helped Liamo take everything into the kitchen, and then sent them to the space. Her murder today had spread throughout the community through the mouths of some neighbors. Liamo and Wen Chongning received many private messages from neighbors, blaming them for not educating their daughter well and raising such a murderer. It was as if the people who had been begging Wen Qian to take them out were not them. Liamo and the others were not angry after reading the news. They had long since stopped caring about what outsiders said, and they did not think their daughter had done anything wrong. Liamo and the others did not care about rumors, and Wen Qian and Wen Rang cared even less. Wen Qian carried Xiao Bai into the space for 2 hours of training. After coming out, she took the pad and went to Gu Wanwan to watch cartoons together. She liked watching Tom and Jerry very much, and thought it was okay to let children watch it. So she let Gu Wanwan watch it for an hour every day. A big and a small nestled in the sofa, eating snacks and fruits while happily watching cartoons. as if it was no different from before the end of the world. If the system hadn't suddenly issued a task, Wenqian would have continued to immerse herself in this simple happiness. Ding! Limited time task started. Collect materials on the map within 24 hours. And you will be rewarded with a steel plant. An additional 5,000 square meters of preparation space. Hearing this voice, Wenqian jumped up excitedly. She hasn't gone out to collect supplies for a long time. The last time was the day when the end of the world came. The system thoughtfully prepared a map for her, which clearly marked the specific places where she needed to go to buy things. Wenqian looked around and found that most of them were in the suburbs, including a grain processing plant, a canning plant, 2 clothing factories, a building materials market, and a cement plant. The system meant that she should clear out all these places and then build a steel plant for her in her space? Is this the rhythm of taking her to do something big? Wenqian was excited, and she quickly ran to Wenrang's room and told him what happened. When Wenrang heard the reward from the system, he also felt that it was not simple, and he immediately prepared. By the way, are you taking Guran with you this time? Wenqian hesitated for a moment. Yes. You can take him away temporarily while I collect supplies. It is safer for the 3 of us to act together. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The team's joint combat mission is launched. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's defense will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the defense of any member in the system will be increased by 10%. Ah! Wenqian couldn't help it. She jumped a few times in excitement and screamed. System. She loves the system. Last time, she had increased her combat power by 3,000%. This time, with Guran, a powerful fighter, the data will definitely be higher and not lower. If her defense power is increased again, what weaknesses will she have? In the future, when she goes out, there will be 2 words written on her forehead, invincible. Wenrang was shocked by her behavior, and after hearing her talk about the system's additional tasks and rewards, he couldn't help it. He immediately ran to Guran's room and pulled him out. Change clothes. Let's go out. Guran was a little confused. It's dark outside. It's not safe to go out at this time. Right? Wenrang, the less safe the better. Otherwise, how can we hone our physical and mental will? Guran. Although it sounds weird, it makes sense and cannot be refuted at all. Chapter 31 Going out to collect supplies. After the 3 of them were ready to go, they went out after talking to Liamo and the others. After dragging the speedboat downstairs, Wenqian frowned slightly after meeting the neighbors living in the corridor. Which floor is this? The neighbors were shocked when they saw her, because her bad reputation had spread. Everyone said she was crazy. The kind of crazy that murder is not against the law. You? What are you doing down here? A dozen people huddled together, looking at Wenqian, and asked with a trembling voice. They were all residents who were flooded downstairs, because the escape route of this building was relatively wide. They discussed with each other and simply gathered here, thinking that more people would help everyone take care of each other. At this time, several tents had been set up in the corridor, and a candle was burning on the ground. In the weak candlelight, they looked at Wenqian's cold eyebrows and felt that the knife in her hand seemed to be about to chop them at any minute. I ask you which floor this is. Wenqian didn't pay attention when she went downstairs just now. She looked around and didn't see the building sign, but she always felt something was wrong. Everyone was frightened by her sudden increase in decibels and quickly answered. 5th floor. This is the 5th floor. Everything below is flooded. We had no choice but to come here. Wenqian got the answer, and his face became even uglier. The flood has already submerged the 4th floor? In the last life, after the month-long rainstorm, only 5 floors of their building were flooded. But now, only half a month has passed, and it's already like this. Realizing that the situation this time is much more serious than last time, Wenqian did not delay any longer and immediately turned over and jumped out of the window to collect supplies. The 3 of them drove the speedboat towards the suburbs. They encountered some zombies along the way, but Wenqian chose to avoid them all, which made Guran a little puzzled. Are we here to gain experience? Why don't we kill the zombies when we see them? Wenqian raised his eyes and glanced at him. Don't worry. There are several factories in the suburbs. I want to try my luck and see if there are any supplies. Guran suddenly realized that stockpiling supplies is indeed more important than killing zombies. They have to race against time and try to get there before others. Fortunately, the supplies were just distributed today, and the rain was getting heavier. So apart from them, there were basically no other living people on the street. When Rang sat on the speedboat and suddenly felt a little bored, he looked at Guran, kicked his shoes with his feet, and chatted with him. By the way, didn't you say before that you had someone you liked? How did you meet? When Rang suddenly brought up this topic, which made Guran a little embarrassed, he touched his neck and whispered back, I met him when I was in the army. Is she also a special forces soldier? Yes. When Rang continued to ask, where is she now? Is she still alive? Still alive? We contacted her 2 days ago, but there has been no news in the past 2 days. I guess she went on a mission. Wen Qian sat aside and looked at Wen Rang for a while, but did not hit Gu Ran. It is not a good thing to lose contact at this time. Wen Qian thought for a while and said, if you contact her again later, you can ask her if she is willing to come to our place, and we can accompany you to pick her up. Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll ask her, because adding more combatants can improve the prosperity of the space, and the system will give extra rewards. Wen Qian is not opposed to recruiting capable people as teammates. After arriving in the suburbs smoothly, Wen Qian checked the map and came to the first grain processing plant. On the way here, Wen Qian was still worried that the rain was so heavy that everything in the factory should be soaked. But after arriving, she was surprised to find that the factory was actually built on the mountain. It was so foresight. Brother, you two stay outside to prevent others from attacking. I'll go in first. Wen Qian ran into the factory first. Wen Rang understood what she meant and took Gu Ran to kill zombies outside, giving her enough time to collect supplies inside. After entering, Wen Qian first killed the zombies inside, then took a night light to observe the equipment in the factory and found that they were all in good condition. There was so much food in the warehouse that her eyes lit up. After putting everything into the space, Wen Qian received a system prompt. The grain processing plant has collected all the materials, including 500 tons of grain in stock, 200 tons of finished rice in stock, and a set of production management machinery. Wen Qian let out a long sigh of relief and turned to run outside. Wen Rang and Gu Ran breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her come out safely. Gu Ran saw that she had nothing in her hands and thought that the place had been emptied. So he comforted her, it's okay. Let's go somewhere else, and we will definitely find materials. Wen Rang smiled and said nothing. From his sister's expression, he knew that this trip must have yielded a lot. Several people worked together to eliminate all the zombies in the factory, and then rushed to the next destination, the canning factory. After arriving, Wen Rang and Gu Ran continued to guard outside, and Wen Qian went in to collect things, like the grain processing factory. No one had gotten there first. Wen Qian swept away all the equipment and inventory in the factory, and then left dozens of cans and threw them into his backpack, thinking that he would show them to Gu Ran later, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm. The materials for the canning factory have been collected, with a total of 10,000 boxes of canned fruit, 10,000 boxes of canned fish, 10,000 boxes of canned livestock and poultry, and a set of assembly line production equipment. The system's voice reassured Wen Qian, and she ran out to tell Gu Ran the good news. Gu Ran looked at her backpack of canned peaches, strawberries, hawthorns, luncheon meat, beef and tuna, and a satisfied smile appeared on her serious face. There were 2 garment processing factories on the map given by the system, which were far away from here and had to pass through a residential area. So Wen Qian chose to go to the nearby building materials market and cement factory first. Gu Ran was a little confused when he heard her decision, especially the cement factory. What supplies could they need there? Wen Qian couldn't tell him about the system's task, so she had to bite the bullet and say it. It's raining so hard. I want to go to the cement factory to see if there are any cars in sand, and bring some back for flood prevention and disaster relief. Gu Ran was shocked, turned his head, and looked at Wen Rang, with an incredible look on his face. Is her ideological awareness so high? Wen Rang, after Gu Ran was fooled, he looked at Wen Qian's every move as if it was coated with a layer of light. Wen Qian coughed awkwardly twice, feeling that he was still not thick enough and needed to practice more. The number of zombies in the building materials factory was obviously much more than the previous 2 places, and the distribution of supplies was more scattered, so it took more time than before. Wen Qian ran up and down the stairs, killing zombies and throwing things into the space. The light was too dim at night, and Gu Ran could barely see the area around him with the light of the night light. Moreover, he focused all his attention on the zombies, fearing that he would be scratched if he was not careful. So he did not notice Wen Qian's strange behavior, and even did not notice that the supplies disappeared. Chapter 32, Fighting a Bloody Path. Wen Qian collected all kinds of building materials and decoration materials. Although she was a little confused about why the system asked her to collect so many steel bricks and tiles, she felt that the system must have its own plans. So she was very motivated. She ran non-stop for more than an hour, and finally heard the system prompt that she had collected all the materials here. She stopped panting, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and went to meet Wen Rang and Gu Ran. When Gu Ran first found out that she was missing, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. Later, when Wen Rang comforted him, saying that his sister was afraid that she couldn't move with them, so she went upstairs to kill zombies, Gu Ran felt relieved. After clearing out the building materials market and killing all the zombies inside, several people sat by the window on the 3rd floor, all too tired to move. Wen Qian looked at the time. It was already 4:30 in the morning. They left at a little after 10 o'clock, and 6 hours had passed. It was time to take a break. So she took out several boxes of self-heating rice, including Cantonese sausage, Taiwanese braised meat, curry beef and teriyaki chicken. There were also 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, which contained lotus root, potato, kelp, fungus, cauliflower and other vegetables. Open the lunchbox. Put the rice and vegetable packs in. Then add water and wait for 15 minutes. And the aroma of the food will float out. Gu Ran originally wanted to eat some compressed biscuits to deal with it, but he didn't expect Wen Qian to prepare so well. He ate delicious food every day in the Wen family, and he could have such high-standard meals when he came out. Gu Ran felt that he must have accumulated virtue for several lifetimes to meet such a fairy family. After eating and drinking, Wen Qian decided to rest for 2 hours before going to the next stop. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had no objections, and they leaned against the wall and closed their eyes to enjoy this brief peace. At 7 in the morning, the 3 of them set out from the building materials market and headed for the cement factory 3 kilometers away. They encountered several waves of zombies along the way, and were killed by the few people who had recovered their strength. The longer he spent with Wen Qian, the more Gu Ran felt that this girl was too powerful, whether in terms of physical strength or combat power. He was far behind. A while ago, he also saw a video of Wen Qian killing zombies on the internet. At that time, he didn't know Wen Qian. When he saw netizens commenting that she was a female warrior, he was dismissive and thought they were exaggerating and had never seen the world. But now, he firmly believes that no one is more worthy of the 3 words female warrior than her. When they arrived at the cement factory, they were faced with hundreds of zombies. Wen Qian and Wen Rang thought about the rewards given to them by the system, and they were like chicken blood, and they were extremely brave. Gu Ran was shocked by the momentum of the brother and sister, and was infected. He also rushed forward desperately and started killing. Wen Qian hurried to collect supplies while Gu Ran and Wen Rang were being chased by zombies. This cement factory is very large, and it even has a small quarry and mining site. Tens of thousands of tons of raw materials, gravel and sand, were piled on the ground, and Wen Qian was not sure if her space could accommodate them. And those loaders, rotary kilns, giant industrial fans, grinders and other machines. She must take them away. She gritted her teeth and stuffed things into the space, for fear that the system would suddenly prompt her that the space was insufficient. Fortunately, such a voice never appeared. After she ran around the factory like a headless fly, collecting everything she could see into the space, and being threatened by zombies rushing up from time to time, she finally completed the task of the cement factory. Congratulations on completing the cement factory collection task. Rewards will be issued after completing all tasks. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Qian was about to cry. She ran towards the direction of Wen Rang and Gu Ran, and shouted excitedly, "Brother, let's go!" Wen Rang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she had completed the task here. This way, they only have 2 garment processing factories left. In this kind of bad weather, even if there are people who come out to collect supplies, they are all heading for places with food. No one would think of collecting clothes or something like that. After all, who doesn't have a few clothes at home? Risking one's life to come out and bring back a few clothes. Isn't that crazy? But Gu Ran didn't think there was anything wrong with Wen Qian doing this. It is unknown how long this disaster will last. They have to go out frequently to kill zombies and collect supplies. Clothes will be damaged much faster than ordinary people. So it is definitely right to prepare more. Passing through a residential area, the number of zombies was so large that the 3 people's scalps were numb. It seems that no supplies were distributed here yesterday, so there were no measures to kill zombies. After so many days, there are almost no living people here. Along the way, Gu Ran was almost caught by zombies several times, but was finally dragged over by Wen Rang and escaped dangerously. After finally reaching the garment factory, Gu Ran and Wen Rang asked Wen Qian to get the things while they continued to fight the zombies outside. Wen Qian got more than 100,000 pieces of clothing, all kinds of sizes, in boxes and bags. Her waist started to hurt after picking them up. She didn't dare to slow down her movements at all. She seized every moment and collected the garment factory as quickly as she could. Then she collapsed on the windowsill due to exhaustion. Ding! The time-limited material collection task has been completed. The rewards have been distributed to the space. Please check it in time. The team's joint combat mission is still going on. Currently, the team members have killed 3,500 zombies. And there are 7 hours left in the mission. When Qian turned his head to look at the 2 people outside who were so tired that their movement slowed down. After thinking for a moment, he got 3 bottles of water from the well in the space and called them in. Wen Rang and Gu Ran ran into the factory, closed the door, took the water thrown by Wen Qian, drank a bottle in one breath, and then slowly recovered. Wen Rang, there are too many zombies here. How long will it take to kill them? Gu Ran, I didn't expect there would be so many here. Wen Qian, the people who live here are mostly temporary residents who come from outside to work, and there are very few locals. So, for operations like killing zombies and policies for distributing supplies, we can only focus on a few areas in the city first, and we can't take care of them. Wen Rang and Gu Ran sighed heavily. After resting for a while, they were surprised to find that their physical strength seemed to recover very quickly, and they felt that they could go out and kill again. Wen Qian knew that the effect of the well water in the space was taking effect, so he rushed out with them. Wen Qian felt much more relaxed without having to collect supplies. The Tang sword in her hand was constantly washed by blood, and wherever she went, blood flowed like a river and corpses were scattered all over the ground. After leaving the garment factory, Wen Qian rushed in front of Wen Rang and the others, killing her way out. Gu Ran and Wen Rang were protected by her behind her. At first, they wanted to struggle, but later they found that they really couldn't catch up with her speed. Her strength was obviously qualitatively different from theirs, and they were not on the same level at all. Chapter 33 Being surrounded in the mall. Wen Qian originally wanted to kill her way back and not waste time shopping in the small supermarket on the street. However, when she saw a large chain store, she couldn't help being greedy. Brother. She tugged at the corner of Wen Rang's clothes, then pointed to the mall building in front of her left. And Wen Rang immediately understood what she meant. Changing direction to the mall, Wen Qian felt happy, as if she was about to open a blind box, and she didn't know what was waiting for her inside. The speedboat stopped in front of the mall, and the flood had already submerged the first floor of the mall. Just as Gu Ran and Wen Rang were discussing how to enter the mall, they suddenly saw Wen Qian smashing the thick glass window of the mall with his bare fists, and then beckoned them in. Wen Rang and Gu Ran were numb, looked at each other, and followed the boss obediently, not daring to breathe. There were also zombies in the mall, but compared with the number they had just encountered outside, it was simply not worth mentioning. Wen Qian saw that the danger here was not high, so he told Wen Rang and the others, "Let's go separately. You don't have to follow me. Go see if there's anything you want. We'll meet here in half an hour." Both of them had no objection, so they dispersed and went to collect supplies. Wen Qian wandered around and killed zombies whenever she saw them. There was nothing she wanted to take. In this way, she walked all the way to the top floor of the mall, and then after kicking open a thick warehouse door, she found a treasure. Generally speaking, supermarkets and major malls are located on the first floor, and the top floor is usually occupied by restaurants and movie studios. But there was a huge warehouse on the top floor of this mall, and it was full of food and edible salt. Wen Qian didn't expect her luck to be so good. She accepted all of them without hesitation, and then prepared to go downstairs to meet Wen Rang. But before she reached the stairs, she met a group of people in uniform with guns in their hands, and they quickly surrounded her. Wen Qian looked at them coldly, without showing any fear on her face. Is it appropriate for so many people to point guns at a little girl like me? She asked them softly. Someone in the team ran to the door of the warehouse and saw that it had been looted. He ran back and reported the situation to the leader in a low voice. The leading man frowned, put his gun to Wenxian's temple, and asked sternly, "Where are the things inside? Hand them over." "I don't know what you were talking about. It was empty when I got here." "Impossible. We were patrolling here half an hour ago." "Then who told you not to stay here all the time? If you have treasures, you should keep them tightly. You accidentally let someone steal them. And then you falsely accuse me, an innocent citizen. Is that reasonable?" Wenxian didn't care what he said. She just insisted that she didn't know. Anyway, how could she move so many things by herself? "Wenxian!" Gu Ran's nervous voice came from a distance. Gu ran, and Wenrang found something wrong downstairs and rushed over. Seeing Wenxian surrounded by a group of people with guns, the two of them got angry instantly. They ran over to block Wenxian. "Gu Ran, what are you doing?" "Wenrang, so many people bullying a little girl. Do you have the nerve? We have no ill intentions and don't want to hurt her. We just want to know where the supplies in the warehouse went." The man leading the team had no expression on his face, as if he had already insisted that the three people in front of him were the criminals. Even if they were not them, they must provide some useful clues. Otherwise they would never let them go. Wenxian saw the other party's intention and got angry. "I said I don't know." She threw her backpack to the ground. "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. I have collected these supplies today. If you really want to rob them, then take them all. Anyway, all my belongings are here. If you want anything else, there is none." The two sides were deadlocked. Wenxian stood beside Wenrang, ready to throw him into the space at any time. If this group of people really fired guns, then she could only hide in the space and waste time with them. She didn't believe that they could still stay here after the flood submerged the building. As for Gu Ran, the prosperity of the space has not yet risen to 100. And he is not qualified to enter the space for the time being. So she has no choice. Wenxian gritted his teeth and stared at the actions of the group of people. The leading man sent people to check around, and only found the speedboat brought by Wenxian and his friends, and no other means of transportation. A few minutes later, the rest of their team, who came to move supplies, also arrived. Looking at the empty warehouse, everyone was a little dumbfounded, whispering about what was going on. They had specially collected and stored these supplies here, waiting for the base to clear out all the zombies, and then come and move the supplies back. They had also set people to guard the place these days. But half an hour ago, they found a group of residents trapped in a building by zombies nearby. So everyone went out to rescue the residents. The residential building is very close to the mall, less than 100 meters away. Everyone thought that even if someone came to steal supplies, so many things would definitely require several large trucks to come. Then, they would be able to see it and catch the person. Unexpectedly, the truck was not seen, and the things were still lost. The team leader repeatedly looked at Wenxian and asked the three people. It seemed that these things were indeed not taken by them. But there must be an explanation for the matter. They are still suspects. So they decided to take them back. "We are from Bincheng Base. Since you didn't take the supplies and have nowhere to go, come with us. The base has prepared shelter and food for the residents. You don't have to go out to find supplies anymore." Base? In the last life, Bincheng Base was built a few years after the end of the world. How come it was built so quickly this time? Wenxian didn't expect to accidentally take the supplies from the base to save people. But now that so many people are watching, she can only deny it. Otherwise she can't explain how she took the supplies. And the space will be easily exposed. Wenxian interrupted him immediately. "Who said we have nowhere to go? We have parents and children to take care of, and a 3-year-old child waiting for us to bring food back home. I won't go with you. You have no say in this." The other party was very aggressive and pulled Wenxian and the other two out. Wenxian winked at Wenrang and the other two, watching them put away their guns and planned to find a time to take action. There were about 60 or 70 people on the other side, and they were obviously professionally trained. Wenxian was held in the middle of the crowd, calculating her chances of winning. But just after walking down one floor, the leader in front stopped. "Commander, why are you here?" Wenxian could hear the fear in the leader's voice from a few meters away. She tilted her head, curious to see what kind of tough guy had come. But the dozens of people in front of her were all about 1.8 meters tall. and all they could see were the backs of their heads. Wen Qian was furious. You're so tall. Right? I'll cut off all your legs when I get back. See how you can still block my sight. Chapter 34 Wen Qian. Stop swearing. Wen Qian sighed and lowered his head, and heard the ruthless guy asking, why didn't you move the supplies? His words froze dozens of people present. The scene fell into a suffocating silence. And finally, the team leader mustered up the courage to answer. Sir, the supplies were stolen. Where is the criminal? He's caught. The team leader turned around and looked in Wen Qian's direction. The other team members also turned around, and their movements were surprisingly consistent. Wen Qian was unhappy when she heard this. Don't come on. Don't try to wrongly accuse us. Don't think I didn't see that you just want to use us to get away with the crime. You said I stole something. Where is the evidence? It's impossible for her to admit it. She would never admit it even if she was beaten to death. Because as long as she admitted it, she would have to explain how she took the things away. And the space would be exposed. The dozens of people who were blocking Wen Qian automatically retreated to both sides and made way in front of her. Wen Qian's vision finally opened up, and she saw the ruthless character as she wished. And then her heart sank suddenly. The man was wearing a black combat uniform, and there were too many stars on his shoulder straps. So Wen Qian couldn't tell what level he was. But just by looking at his fierce eyes and his aura of intimidation, she knew that this man was definitely not easy to deal with. It would be difficult for her to escape from him. Wen Qian suddenly felt a little nervous, and even regretted coming to this broken place. Not only did she delay her leveling up by killing zombies, but she also met such an unlucky thing. The man walked over step by step, and the team members lowered their heads and dared not look at him, and even breathed carefully. Gu Ran saw his epaulets and his face turned ugly. Wen Rang also realized that he couldn't mess with this guy, and frowned at his sister, wondering how to solve this problem. Mo Han walked straight to Wen Qian, and the two looked at each other, and he spoke softly. Let's talk. Wen Qian was panicking, but she didn't show any fear on her face. Do you look like you want to have a good talk with me? You want to force me to confess, right? Team leader, how can you talk like that? What's your attitude? Wen Qian glared at him and stopped talking. Mo Han looked at her face, and then, to Wen Qian's surprise, he gave the order for those people to retreat downstairs and wait. Although those people hesitated, they did not dare to disobey the order, so they had to follow the order and retreated to the stairs downstairs. Upstairs, only Wen Qian and the other two were left with him. Wen Qian poked his cheek with his tongue, wondering if this man had been in a high position for too long and was too confident in his own strength, or if he really had such great ability. Otherwise, how could he dare to face the three of them alone? Mo Han glanced at the two people behind Wen Qian. Can I have a word with you? Let's talk here. Are you sure we can talk about everything here? He asked a question, which made Wen Qian lose confidence. She had a bad feeling for some reason. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment and walked a few meters away from him. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she seemed to hear him sigh. Mo Han stopped by the window and turned to look at Wen Qian. Take out your things, and I'll let you leave safely. I just said. I didn't take the things. No matter how much you threaten me, it's useless, since you insist that I took it. Then tell me, there are only 3 of us. How did we empty the warehouse? Wen Qian's attitude was very firm. She questioned Mo Han with confidence. After hearing his answer, she held her breath. Aren't you the only one? The things are in your space. Take them out. Wen Qian, how did he know about the space? Damn. Who is this bastard? If you have something to say, please talk to him nicely. Don't curse him secretly. Wen Qian. Mo Han, you have superpowers, and I have them too. So I am sure what you did. I need this batch of supplies urgently today. I must take it away. I don't know what you were talking about. Play dumb. No matter what he says. Just play dumb. This kind of person is the best at getting people to talk when interrogating prisoners. He can't know that I have a space. He must be deceiving her. Mo Han seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly laughed. Wen Qian was almost blinded by that smile. And then he called her by her full name, and she almost had a heart attack. Wen Qian, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, I'll give you a batch of the same supplies in a week, but I'll take away today's supplies. Wen Qian, you, how do you know my name? Not only do I know yours, I also know that the 2 people behind you are Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Where do you live? And what's the current situation of your parents? Wen Qian, are you threatening me? Not really. I just want you to know my sincerity. I said. I will let you leave safely. And I will give you this batch of supplies in a week. If I don't have this sincerity, I can kill you and blow up your space. And even kill your family. Wen Qian hasn't felt fear for a long time. In her memory, the last time she was afraid was when she killed someone for the first time 10 years ago. But now, she was so scared that her hands and feet were cold because of the few words of the man in front of her. Her intuition told her that he was not joking. And he also had the ability to kill her. At this point, she had no choice. Wen Qian glanced at the direction of the stairs. Your people are downstairs. How can I get the things back? I'll give you an address. Send the things there. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Will you? Emohan smiled slightly. And Wen Qian silently cursed in his heart that he was smiling with a knife. Wen Qian swallowed his breath silently and nodded. Okay. Tell me. Where do you want me to send the things? I'll send the address to your phone. Remember to deliver it before 12 o'clock tonight. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Wait. Wen Qian quickly chased after him and stopped him. Another question. How do you know me? You know her name, where she lives, her family members, and even her phone number? Emohan was silent for a few seconds and answered. Your video is very popular on the internet. It's not difficult to find your information. Wen Qian thought about what he said and felt that it was right. Personal information is no longer a secret now. You have to fill in your ID number and mobile phone number when you use an app online. And when she went to the community to collect supplies before, she also filled in her home address and mobile phone number. If the people above wanted to check her, it would not be difficult at all. Wen Qian sighed helplessly. For the first time, she hoped to disconnect from the internet as soon as possible. She didn't want to be photographed and uploaded to the internet every time she went out in the future. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. Once this person becomes famous, all kinds of troubles will come to her. Look at her. Didn't she meet a big one today? Chapter 35 Defense increased by 5,000%. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll send you the delivery location in an hour, and I'll contact you in a week to let you know where to pick up the supplies. Emohan didn't say anything else and strode away. After Wen Qian waited for his figure to disappear around the corner of the stairs, she finally couldn't help herself and slid down to the ground against the wall. Wen Rang and Gu Ran hurried over. Gu Ran, are you okay? Wen Rang, what did he say? Wen Qian curled her lips, looked up at Wen Rang, hugged his legs, and felt wronged. Brother, I was scared to death. She didn't lie. She was really scared. The other party knew her details clearly, but she knew nothing about him. That person said he also had superpowers. What was his superpower? The superpower to see other people's superpowers? Wen Rang helped her up from the ground. Don't sit on the ground. It's cold. How did he scare you? He told me to return the supplies and give me another batch in a week. Wen Rang. Is this a threat? Gu Ran. They didn't take anything. So why did they return it? Wen Qian looked at the expressions of the two people and felt annoyed. She looked at the time. The man told her to return the supplies before 12 o'clock. And the task given to her by the system was to return the supplies by 10:30 tonight. So in other words, she could return the supplies after completing the task. And it wouldn't delay her time. Wen Qian looked outside. And after confirming that the group had all left, she picked up the Tang sword and walked out. Wen Qian was bloodthirsty after leaving the mall. Wen Rang followed her, and could feel his sister's murderous aura from a few meters away. It was obvious that the girl was really stimulated today. Wen Qian kept killing zombies along the way, and encountered several waves of survivors. Not surprisingly, she was filmed and posted on the internet. At 10:30 p.m., Wen Qian and the other two killed a total of 6,000 zombies, and successfully received a generous reward from the system. Ding! The team's joint combat mission has been completed. The host's defense has increased by 5,000%. Please select a member of the system to receive the reward of 500% increase in defense. Wen Qian immediately gave the reward to Wen Rang, and then heard the system say again, the first team combat mission achievement is unlocked, and the reward is 100 space prosperity. Prosperity? Wen Qian remembered that the system had prompted a few days ago that for every 100 increase in space prosperity, the system would reward the combatants in the system with 2 hours of space activity time. So that means that now Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan can also enter the space. and can stay in it for 2 hours, although the time is short. If she encounters a crisis like today again, she can take them to shelter together. The magic system. She loves it. Instantly, when Qian's bad mood due to the incident in the mall finally disappeared, she was very happy and asked when Rang and Gu ran to go home first. I still have some things to deal with. I will definitely be home before 1 o'clock. Don't worry. Before Gu Ran could refuse, when Rang pulled him away. After they left, when Qian took out another speedboat from the space, then took out her mobile phone, saw the address set by the strange number, and went there cursing. Arriving at the place, when Qian looked around cautiously, but found no one ambushing here. Although she was a little reluctant, she still took out all the supplies. After throwing them down, she left without looking back. 10 minutes later, she received another message. Supplies have been safely received and are being sent to the base. When Qian didn't expect that person to send another message, and also told her where the supplies were. Base. In the previous life, Binsheng also built bases, large and small, with more than a dozen. But there is only one official one, which is the Binsheng base. Judging from the outfits of the group of people today, they should be from there. When Qian wondered again why they moved so quickly this time, it was obvious that the official base was not built until the 3rd year in the last life. She felt strange, but did not delve into it. After all, there were many strange things. For example, she could be reborn. For example, her system. For example, how did that dogman know that she had a space today? She continued to walk home and arrived home on time before 1 o'clock. Several people at home were still waiting for her in the living room. Seeing her coming back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and went back to their rooms to rest. When Qian was pulled into the study by Wen Rang and asked in a low voice, "How did that person determine that we took the supplies today?" "I don't know. But he knew that I had a space. And he knew all the details of all of us." Wen Rang frowned, not expecting the matter to be so difficult. He thought for a while and asked again, "What are you going to do? Can this space be taken away?" "I don't know about the space. But at present, the other party should not be hostile. He even promised to return the supplies to me. So there is no need for us to move. Besides, it is almost impossible to find another place like ours to live at this time. He knows our details very well. And he may have been monitoring us. Even if we move away, he will still come to our door if he wants." When Rang nodded, but still couldn't figure it out. Why would he be willing to return the supplies to us? There is such a good thing? Isn't it a trap? It doesn't feel like a trap. Maybe he saw that I have superpowers. So he wants to win me over. It is definitely not difficult for them to get a batch of supplies. But it is not easy to find someone like me. She said this not because she was arrogant, but because it was the truth. With her current combat power, killing zombies is easy. After raising her defense today, zombies can't even scratch her. She didn't believe that there were people as strong as her around that person. So it was completely understandable that he wanted to win her over. When Qian, forget it. Don't think about it for now. Just take it one step at a time. We work hard to complete the tasks and upgrade. Once we have replaced all the weapons in the space mall, we will have the confidence and not be so afraid. When Rang, well, it's useless to worry about this now. But we should not go out in the next few days. There are too many videos about you on the internet. And some people even broadcast live to wait for you in various places. Our whereabouts are completely transparent now. So it's better to be careful. I know. As long as the system does not issue tasks. I will stay at home until the rain stops. After the two finished chatting, when Qian returned to her room, she went into the space to take a shower, changed her clothes, and then went to check the supplies she had collected today. When she was at the cement factory, when Qian was always worried that the large equipment and sand and gravel she threw in would crush all the land her father had worked so hard to grow. Now that she saw that there was no damage to the fields, she was finally relieved. The space was much larger than before. After when Qian came out of the villa, she walked for more than 20 minutes before she saw the steel factory that the system rewarded her. Chapter 36 24-hour fully automatic factory starts. When Qian looked at the steel plant in front of her, a little confused, because there were several other factory buildings near it, which were not in the original space. When Qian walked over to check in confusion, but couldn't open the door. When she looked up, she found a red exclamation mark above her head. "Do you want to unlock the grain processing plant function?" "Huh?" When Qian slightly widened her eyes, and immediately agreed. The next second, the locked door in front of her opened automatically, and she was stunned when she walked in. All the equipment she had brought back from the grain processing plant today were inside, and they looked brand new. When Qian's heartbeat quickened a little, she turned around and went out to check other nearby factories. Do you want to unlock the canning factory function? Do you want to unlock the garment factory function? When Qian agreed to all of them, and then received a new task. The factory's 24-hour fully automatic operation function has been enabled. Please write the program yourself and start it. When Qian was dumbfounded. How could she do such a thing? But a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she immediately left the space and pulled Wenrang, who was just lying on the bed and about to go to sleep. In. Brother. Don't sleep. Work. What are you doing in the middle of the night? The system asked me to write a program. Take a look. When Qian pulled him to the outside of the brand new factories, and when Rang was also shocked. Is the space so powerful? This is amazing. When Rang visited several factories inside and out like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, and suddenly saw a computer operation interface in front of him. He quickly scanned the code above, sat down against the wall, and started to get busy. When Qian looked at the garbled code that appeared out of thin air, and he couldn't understand it. He couldn't help. So he just sat aside and waited. When Rang's 10 fingers quickly moved on the keyboard, and after half an hour, he hit the enter key. Done! As soon as he finished speaking, the system sounded. Ding! The factory automatic operation mode has been activated, and the space prosperity has increased by 400. The cloud warehouse storage function in the system is enabled. Please check it in time. When Qian was confused, she opened the control panel and saw several new options next to the weapon mall. She clicked in and studied for a while and figured it out. The goods produced by the additional factories in the space will be directly stored in the cloud warehouse system every day, so that they will no longer occupy space in the space. The number of products stored will be displayed behind each product, such as 10,000 steel bars, 10,000 kilograms of rice, 10,000 cans of beef, and 10,000 pieces of cotton cloth. If she needs it, she can click the takeout button and fill in the number she wants to take out in the options behind it. If she thinks that the storage volume of goods is too much, she can also sell it to the system for recycling. This function is so convenient. They have one more way to earn mall coins. When Qian was so excited that she dragged her brother to run around in several factories. But she suddenly remembered something. She went to the cement factory today and got a lot of sand and gravel raw materials. The building materials collected in the building materials market were also gone. Where did they go? The two searched for a while, but couldn't find it. Finally, when Qian made a suspicious guess. These factories, couldn't they be built with the materials I brought back? No wonder the system asked her to go to the cement factory and the building materials market. It turned out to be this reason. After listening to her, when Rang nodded thoughtfully. It should be like this. The two had fun in the space for a while, and then went out to rest. The next day, they pulled Wen Chongming and Liamo in, and both of them were shocked. Liamo, how come this space changes every day and gets bigger? Wen Chongming, don't these factories need people to work? They run automatically? Can we sell those things? The merchant blood awakened, and Wen Chongming was a little eager to make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, Liamo glared at him. It's so chaotic outside now. Who are you going to sell them to? Zombies? Wen Chongming smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I just said it casually. I won't really go out. Wen Qian, not now. Maybe in the future. More than a dozen bases in Bincheng will be built and put into operation in the future. And they will definitely lack supplies. When Qian told Wen Rang and others about this matter, the group of people we met yesterday are from the official base of Bincheng. In the end times, it is difficult to survive alone. So we have to find some more capable teammates. Otherwise our combat effectiveness is still too weak now. The only ones who can really go out to fight now are Wen Qian, Wen Rang and Gu ran. But looking at the status of Xiaobai and the dogs, maybe they can be taken out in another month. Xiaobai has now grown to more than 20 kilograms, and his body size is no different from that of a dog. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan were unaware of the situation. Seeing Xiaobai grow larger every day at a speed visible to the naked eye, they were both a little scared. After visiting the space, the few people returned home and were busy with their own things. Liamo went back to his room to continue reading and studying, while Wen Qian took Wen Rang and Wen Chongning to the rooftop for training. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan heard the noise in the house and came out to join their team. Wen Qian watched Gu Ran teach her father and brother self-defense moves, and said after thinking for a while, "Gu Ran, shall we have a fight?" "Okay." Gu Ran agreed without hesitation. In fact, he had wanted to fight with Wen Qian for a long time, but he had never dared to say it. After all, he was a grown man and lived in someone else's house. If he said in front of Wen Chongning and Wen Rang that he wanted to fight with Wen Qian, he would be thrown out by the father and son. Wen Chongning was worried when he heard what they said. Wen Rang smiled and said nothing, and pulled his father and Gu Wanwan to the side to watch the fun. Wen Chongning pointed at Gu Ran and warned him seriously, "I'm telling you, don't be too harsh. If you hurt my daughter, I'll never forgive you." Gu Ran nodded and said yes. And within 2 minutes, he was knocked to the ground by Wen Qian. Wen Chongning saw this scene and slapped his thigh. "You kid, I asked you to let him go. But I didn't ask you to let him go so hard. You let him go to the sea. Right? No. No. Let's do it again." Gu Ran was lying on the ground in a daze. Although he had just agreed to Wen Chongning, he was really serious when fighting. And he didn't mean to let him go at all. He knew Wen Qian was strong. But wasn't this too strong? Gu Ran touched his arm, wondering if it was broken. He only knew that Wen Rang was strong before. And every time he pulled him, it was as easy as pulling a chick. But now compared with Wen Qian, he felt that Wen Rang was gentle. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran looking at her in confusion, and rubbed her nose awkwardly. The system gave too much combat power last time, and she hadn't adapted to it yet. And she lost control and killed a person in seconds. Next time there is a combat power bonus. She must give some to Gu Ran. Chapter 37. I've mutated. Gu Ran thought he would lose, but he didn't think he would lose so quickly. He was a little shocked. So after dinner, he kept training crazily in the fitness area until dark. Gu Ran did this for 3 days in a row. And Wen Qian quickly stopped him. She couldn't let Gu Ran go to the space to soak in the hot spring every day. If he continued to train like this, his body would be ruined sooner or later. Wen Qian pulled Gu Ran to the living room, sat on the sofa, and said seriously, "To tell you the truth, I am so strong not because of training. What is it? It can't be natural. Right? I have mutated. Do you know what mutation means? Look at those zombies outside. Some of them became so after being bitten. But some of them mutated on their own. My situation is similar to theirs. But I am just stronger." Wen Qian lied, and Gu Ran was half believing and half doubting. Seeing this, Wen Qian said again, "Look at my cats and dogs. Aren't they different from normal ones? Because they have also mutated. So you don't have to train yourself so hard every day. You just need to wait for them to mutate, and you will naturally become stronger." Gu Ran suddenly realized. No wonder they grow so big. So this is the reason. But he soon lost his temper again. But mutation is not something that will happen to everyone. Don't worry. You will definitely change. My home is a feng shui treasure land. Whoever comes will change. I still have this confidence. Wen Qian patted Gu Ran's shoulder soothingly. I am just stronger than you now. But I still lack practical experience. Let's continue to learn from each other and make progress together. Strive to be a metamorphosis. No. Strive to mutate more powerfully. Gu Ran's eyes were full of clear stupidity. He nodded vigorously, and his whole body was full of energy again. Try to live well. Strive to mutate as soon as possible. After untying Gu Ran's knot, Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and went back to the house with her mobile phone to watch the live broadcast. Now the network is still connected. Everyone is stuck at home, relying on the internet to find fun. Wen Rang said a few days ago that many people are now broadcasting live and waiting for her in every corner of the city. But Wen Qian has been staying at home these days. So they all waited for nothing. Wen Qian turned on the live broadcast and watched netizens discussing when she would appear in the live broadcast room. She thought it was quite interesting. Suddenly, she saw a comment. This person is my neighbor. If you really want to wait for her, come to our community. Wen Qian frowned. At first, she thought it was someone who was trying to attract attention. But after the idiot typed out the address of the community, she took a deep breath. If you don't believe me, come and wait here. But to be honest, it's better for you not to come. She is a lunatic who kills without blinking an eye. Do you know why she always wears a mask? Because she is ugly. I have seen her in person. Ugly and short. with pockmarks all over her face, and a height of at most 1.5 meters. She is simply a shorty. When Qian wanted to curse. You are the shorty. Your whole family is shorty. I am 158 centimeters tall, which is almost 2 meters, and I can kick you off the top of your head with one kick. She was so angry that she punched the bed twice, and then heard a knock on the door. When Rang came in with his phone, trying to hold back his smile, and found that when Qian was also watching the live broadcast, and he couldn't help it. Did you see what that comment said? Do you want to taste my fist? When Qian raised his fist and waved it, frightening Wen Rang so much that he quickly took 2 steps back. Don't get excited. I'll help you find out which idiot this is. Just wait, he said, and went into the study. Wen Qian followed him curiously, thinking he was joking. But after some operation, Wen Rang actually found the man's IP address and located it downstairs of her house. Wen Rang turned around in his chair and teased, Zhang Xiang. Is he going to destroy what he can't get? I really want to see if his head is full of water. Zhang Xiang posted her home address online, and someone would definitely come to her house. Some came to ask for protection, and some came to steal supplies. After all, she went out so many times and killed so many zombies. No one would believe that she didn't have any stock at home. However, with so many zombies outside, it is not easy to successfully reach her. There are many companies around Wen Qian's house, and residential buildings are also next to each other. It is a highly densely populated area. If those people really have the life to come here, then she will let them leave without a life. The apocalypse has been going on for more than half a month, and the heavy rain has been falling for more than half a month without stopping for a minute. The flood has now flooded the 6th floor of the community, and more people are living in the corridor of the fire escape. In this way, internal fighting is inevitable. Everyone has realized that this disaster cannot be ended in a short time, and the supplies distributed by the community last time will not last long. Therefore, they dare not go outside the community to find supplies. So they start to think about neighbors. In the entire community, only Wen Qian's building was designed with 1 household per floor, and the other buildings had 2 or 3 families living on 1 floor. Everyone tried every possible way to grab supplies. Some tried to pick the locks, and some simply broke down the doors. As for those who lived in the corridors, they were the first to be robbed. Their supplies were robbed by others, and they had no food or drink, so they could only go to other people's homes. Even Wen Qian's family was not spared from being targeted. In the past 2 days, the surveillance alarm at home has never stopped. Every day, someone came to the Wen family's door, trying to open the seemingly impenetrable door. Wen Qian was annoyed by the alarm and decided to install an electric fence on the door. There was also a wire mesh that she and Wen Chenging had bought at the building materials market. She went out and kicked away several sneaky people outside the door, then went to the 29th floor to guard the stairs, letting Gu Ran and Wen Rang work upstairs. The screams of the men who were beaten attracted the idea of the 29th floor. Su Yan secretly opened the door a crack, thinking of watching the excitement. But when she opened the door, she saw Wen Qian standing outside her house like a death god, and she was so scared that she almost fainted. What are you doing at my door? Su Yan asked in panic. Zhang Yang and Zhang Xiang came over after hearing the noise. They were shocked and scared when they saw Wen Qian. Qian, is there no food at your house? I still have some. Come live at my house. Zhang Xiang opened his mouth to invite him, but was stepped on by his mother. Wen Qian smiled slightly, which made Zhang Xiang breathe faster, and some yellow waste began to appear in his mind. She looked at him for a moment, then opened her red lips and asked softly word by word. Do you think I will let you live until the day when you finish eating all the food? Chapter 38, he notified her to go get the supplies. Wen Qian had a smile on her lips, which was breathtakingly beautiful, and frightened the 3 Zhang family members. The door was slammed shut, and Zhang Xiang didn't dare to answer her question, and immediately locked the door. Wen Qian sneered at his useless look. He dared to do something behind her back with such courage. She definitely didn't believe that he was not mentally retarded. Wen Qian sat down on the stairs, waiting for one and the others to finish their work. Some people came up to pry the door open, but when they saw her, they turned around and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. After scaring off several waves of people, Wen Rang and Gu Ran finally fixed the electric fence. Wen Qian dusted herself off and went upstairs to go home. She looked at the electric fence on the gate with satisfaction. and went to the next door with Rang to install the door there as well. The electric fence was successfully installed and powered on. And when Qian received the system prompt, ding! The defense system has been manually upgraded. The system reward defense bonus has increased by 100%. And the combat power of all members in the system has increased by 10%. When Qian took a breath. Wow! I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. She quickly opened the door, and saw that the power grid that had just been installed had changed. The iron wire was much thicker, and looked stronger. As for the doors and windows at home, there was no big change for the time being. But they must have been upgraded. Gu Ran was shocked to see the changes in the power grid. He and Wen Rang installed this power grid by themselves, so he knew best what it looked like originally. When Qian looked at his surprised expression and smiled calmly. Didn't I tell you that my home is a feng shui treasure land? Not to mention humans and animals. Even the power grid can mutate. Now you believe it. When Qian closed the door and brainwashed Gu Ran. You have been in my home for so many days. I think you should have changed more or less. Feel it yourself. Do you feel that your combat power has increased? Gu Ran clenched his fist slowly and waved it twice. When Qian nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Not bad. It seems that the combat power has increased by about 10%. Really? Really? Believe me, it must be true. The system said that everyone's combat power increased by 10%. So it must be true. Although this bonus is a drop in the bucket for her, it is still a drop in the bucket. If it accumulates slowly like this, Gu Ran and the others will definitely become stronger. After when Qian finished speaking, she happily returned to the house. Gu Ran felt inexplicably that he had really become a little stronger after what she said. So he was in a particularly good mood and smiled all day. When Rang wrote another program so that the power grid would not trigger the switch when the door was open normally. Their goal was very clear, and they only targeted those bastards who wanted to break in. When Qian posted a piece of paper outside the door, reminding them that there was electricity on the door, and those who tried to break in would be at their own risk. No one believed it at first. The community had been without power for so many days. So where did her family get the electricity? Power grid? It's more like a spider web. You can fool a 3-year-old child. As a result, the first person who tried to cut the power grid with tools was electrocuted to death on the spot. The remaining few people saw this scene, and they were so scared that they ran to the 29th floor. They looked at each other, all shocked and speechless. The Wen family actually had electricity? Where did they get the electricity? This matter quickly spread in the community group, and all those whose mobile phones still had power and were not turned off saw this exciting news. The Wen family had a large place, so they must have stored a lot of food. They had electricity at home, and maybe they even had water. This made a group of people who had been without water and electricity for several days feel like hungry wolves seeing rabbits. And they were filled with evil. Go to the Wen family. As long as they can kill Wen Qian and drive them out of the house, that place will be their home in the future. Although Wen Qian is powerful and can kill zombies, she is a woman after all. As long as they have enough people, they will definitely be able to defeat her. They thought of Wen Qian's beautiful face again, and other evil thoughts spread in their hearts. The Wen family is rich. Wen Qian has been well fed and well dressed since she was a child. And I heard that she has never had a boyfriend. This is a virgin. How cool would it be if I could be the first to play with her? So, one after another, people who were looking for death ran to Wen's house. Some were bitten to death by zombies in the community before they even entered her unit door. Some desperately reached her doorstep, but were electrocuted by the electric wire on her door. Just like that, Wen Qian, who was enjoying a good life at home, received a reminder from the system again. The defense system has killed 50 enemies cumulatively, unlocking the primary achievement of defense. The system rewards the defense bonus by 100%, and the combat power of all members in the system increases by 10%. When Qian rolled around on the bed happily when she heard this. She was so happy that she could upgrade her combat power while lying at home and reading comics. In this way, she stayed at home for a week. At noon on the 7th day, a message was received on her mobile phone. It was sent by the man a few days ago. He gave her an address and asked her to pick up the supplies. When Qian looked at the message and was in a daze for a long time, she was not sure if this was a trap, but she wanted to go. The batch of supplies was not small in quantity. Although she did not lack these things now, she would definitely be able to use them in the future. Wen Qian has already talked to Wen Rang and Gu Ran in private. She wants to build a base. Having lived alone for 10 years in her previous life, Wen Qian knows the importance of teamwork in the later stage. She and Wen Rang have also been to other alliances. But she really doesn't like the atmosphere of other alliances, and doesn't want to be used as pawns by others. So she wants to start her own business. The industrial chain of her space can already guarantee food and clothing. So her alliance does not need too many people. She doesn't want basic labor. Just a sharp team with strong combat effectiveness. In this way, as long as the weapons and equipment can keep up, she will have nothing to worry about. So, she decided to go out and take this trip. She told Wen Rang about this matter. And Wen Rang was very worried. He felt that the man could not be so kind and definitely wanted to trick her and then take her away. So I want to go alone. If anything unexpected happens, I will hide in the space. And they can't do anything to me. By the way, I can also explore the strength of that person. She was really curious about what special abilities that person had. Wen Rang frowned. I'm not trying to hit you. I just have a feeling that the guy is dangerous. We'd better not offend him. I know my limits. Besides, he asked me out today. I didn't take the initiative to go to his house to pick a fight. He had no reason to attack me. The two chatted for a while. Wen Rang saw that his sister was determined, and he couldn't do anything about her. So he could only remind her to be careful on the road. Wen Rang, you are a celebrity now. Many people know you. Be careful. Don't worry. I promise to come back unscathed. Wen Qian changed her clothes, talked to Liamo and the others, and went out. As a result, as soon as she left the community, she was spotted. Chapter 39. His special ability is. It was dark outside, and the zombies were much more active than during the day. After Wen Qian found someone following her, she did not rush to get rid of them. She chose to go to places with many zombies, because she had a speedboat and it was very fast. So when she killed the zombies and drove away quickly, the zombies automatically shifted their targets to the pursuer. However, she met two groups of people with a little strength later, and they also drove speedboats. But after chasing for several streets, he was still thrown off by her and lost. It took Wen Qian nearly 2 hours to finally reach the place the man mentioned. It was a winding mountain road. After Wen Qian took a speedboat to a place without water, she directly moved the car out of the space and drove to the top of the mountain. Wen Qian drove very carefully for a short 10-minute drive. She kept observing the surroundings, but never found any signs of an ambush. After successfully reaching the top of the mountain, Wen Qian saw the car on the top of the mountain and raised her eyebrows. The other party saw her coming and got out of the car. Wen Qian walked over and looked into his car in disbelief. You came alone? Yes. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Mo Han didn't say anything, and even his expression didn't change. But Wen Qian felt that he was laughing. He laughed at her for overestimating her own abilities. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, looked him up and down, and turned to look at the containers next to him. These things looked no more or less than those found in the mall a few days ago. Wen Qian opened the container and confirmed that it was not filled with explosives or garbage. Then she put the things into the space. She walked back to the man and saw him standing next to the car in a uniform with an umbrella. She couldn't help but say in her heart, he looks good. And he's quite handsome. The other party came alone and returned all the supplies to her as agreed. So Wen Qian didn't want to be too hostile. She hesitated for a while and asked him, Can I ask you a question? Ask, and I'll consider whether to answer or not. The other party was also a straightforward person. Wen Qian asked immediately after hearing this, You said before that you have a special ability. Can I ask you what your special ability is? You can get so many supplies up here. You don't have a space. Do you? She was really curious and wanted to know the truth. Mo Han stared at her for a moment, his thin lips slightly raised. This question is indeed quite presumptuous. But I can answer you. I don't have a space. I sent people to transport these supplies. As for my special ability, he paused, looked at Wen Qian's nervous expression, and said, It's mind reading. So I heard clearly what you said just now. You look like a dog. Wen Qian, sorry. I bothered you. Wen Qian had lived 2 lives, and she had never been so socially dead. She wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, or hide in the space directly, but she held back in the end. She coughed lightly, a little flustered for a rare time, and never mentioned the supernatural power again. Since you have returned the supplies to me, I will treat the previous things as if they never happened and write them off. I'm leaving. Bye. She turned around and left, but was stopped again. Wait a minute. Imohan called out, walked a few steps to her side, and handed her a piece of paper. Wen Qian took it hesitantly and heard him say, "This is the radio channel and satellite phone number. You can contact me if you have any questions. You can send a text message." Wen Qian was halfway through her words when she realized, the communication network is down? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Wen Qian put the paper in her pocket and did not refuse the possibility of cooperating with him in the future. She drove away and only breathed a sigh of relief when she reached the foot of the mountain. How could there be such a perverted ability as mind reading? Wow. It's too perverted. Wen Qian walked home cursing. And when she got home safely, she told Wen Rang about the man's mind reading ability. After hearing this, Wen Rang's expression became very complicated. Wen Qian had a bad feeling when he saw this. You didn't scold him that day, did you? More than that. I scolded him so badly. The brother and sister looked at each other speechlessly, and finally decided unanimously that if they had the chance to see this person again in the future, they would definitely stay as far away from him as possible. All communication networks were down, and people couldn't make calls or surf the internet. Some people couldn't make trouble online under disguise. Fortunately, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had downloaded a lot of movies, TV series, animations, variety shows, and documentaries in advance, so they didn't feel bored even at home. Their lives were very fulfilling. In addition to eating and training, Wen Qian also took out an hour every day to teach Gu Wanwan to study. Gu Ran was a poor student since he was a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the army later. So when he accidentally learned what university Wen Rang and his sister were attending, he immediately pushed his sister in front of him and said seriously, "My sister will be in your hands from now on." Gu Wanwan is very well behaved and doesn't make any noise. Even if she is sick or uncomfortable, she will cry quietly, not like some naughty children who cry and roll on the ground. So Wen Qian's family likes this little girl very much. Moreover, Gu Ran and her are very sensible. Since moving here to live with them, the activities of the brother and sister are limited to their room, living room and rooftop, and they never run around in other places. They never stepped into the kitchen, nor did they ask the Wen family how much supplies they had at home. They just worried when they were eating every day, wondering if they would run out of food soon according to their meal plan, because they ate a lot of fish and meat every day, and everyone had a big appetite, eating several bowls of rice at a meal. So Gu Ran took the initiative to ask to go out to find supplies several times, but was rejected by Wen Qian. She told him to eat without worry. Gu Ran didn't believe it at first, until later, when he saw Wen Qian feeding Xiaobai and the puppies canned meat and raw bones and meat. He finally believed that the Wen family was really rich and powerful. There was no shortage of supplies because of the appearance of him and his sister. In this way, the days passed one by one, and the heavy rain that had been pouring down like a pot finally began to get smaller and smaller. Finally, on the 30th day of the apocalypse, the rain stopped. The survivors looked at the clear sky and seemed to see hope. They even had an illusion that as long as this heavy rain ended, the apocalypse would end with it. The heavy rain lasted for a whole month, flooding Wen Qian's neighborhood to the 10th floor. She stood on the rooftop, looking at the dazzling sunlight outside the window, listening to the neighbors opening their windows and cheering again and again. But she couldn't be happy, because after the heavy rain, there will be extremely high temperatures, and the high temperature will last for at least 3 months. The plague is coming soon. The zombies will also begin to mutate. Chapter 40. Playing both sides. The temperature rose to 40 degrees on the first day after the rainstorm stopped. There were many corpses floating on the water, which had already begun to rot. The phenomenon of giants can be seen everywhere. Mosquitoes are flying around, and crows are everywhere. Liamo saw the scene outside and looked worried. As a former doctor, she knew what would happen next. Gu Ran saw that the rain had stopped and wanted to go out to find supplies. Wen Qian was actually a little itchy in her heart. She had been staying at home for a long time and always wanted to go out and stretch her muscles. But, wait 2 more days. Wen Qian still refused. There must be a lot of people out looking for supplies these 2 days. I don't want to run into them. Okay. Then wait 2 more days. Gu Ran stood in front of the window looking outside, a little absent-minded, not knowing what he was thinking. Wen Qian and Wen Rang both noticed it. The two exchanged glances. When Rang walked to Guran and asked, "The little girl you like hasn't contacted you?" Guran stiffened, then shook his head. "The last time I sent a message was more than half a month ago. Now the network communication is completely cut off. Even if I want to contact her, it's difficult." When Qian could see that he was very worried about her. And he even ate less in the past few days. "I want to go out today. Maybe I want to find that girl." She couldn't bear to see her man trapped by love. So she thought for a while and said, "Well, what is her name, and which unit she is from? Tell me. I will help you find her." Guran didn't expect her to say that, and was surprised and a little happy. "What can you do? Don't worry about it. Tell me the information and I'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the army with you. We have to confirm whether she is dead or alive." "Right. If she is still alive, they will try to find her. If she is dead, then they should cut the Gordian knot and stop thinking about it. After all, he still has a long life ahead of him and will meet other people." When Qian spoke, and Guran didn't pretend, he told her the girl's identity information, and then watched her turn and walk into the room. In the bedroom, when Qian opened the bedside table, looked at the black and white paper inside, and sighed. If possible, she really didn't want to contact this person. When Rang seemed to guess what she wanted to do, followed closely and asked, "Have you thought about it? You have to pay this favor back in the future. Give it a try. You can't watch him worry about it every day. Both parents are dead, and the girl he likes is missing." Although Guran pretended to be good in front of them, they all knew that he always cried alone. Even his sister knew about it. One time, she ran to Wen Qian's room and whispered to her, "Sister, brother misses mom and dad and is crying again." Then she threw herself into Wen Qian's arms. Her little mouth pursed, and tears fell. "I miss mom and dad too. Will it take a long time for them to come back?" Wen Qian couldn't help them find their parents. But this girl still had to try hard. She took the satellite phone and dialed the number Emohan had given her before. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Wen Qian heard the other party's voice and spoke politely. "Hello. I'm Wen Qian. May I ask who?" Oops. What was that man's name? She didn't know. The other party seemed to recognize her voice and answered. "Emohan. Do you have something to ask me?" "Yeah. A little bit. Aren't you very good at finding people? Can you help me find someone?" "Someone from the special forces." Wen Qian said straight to the point. "I won't let you look for him in vain. Your base should be in great need of supplies." "Right. As long as you help me find this person, I will send you the supplies I took last time as a reward. What do you think?" The other party was silent for a few seconds and agreed to the deal. "Okay. I'll contact you after I find out." "Thank you. I'll wait for your call." Wen Qian quickly told him the girl's identity information. And soon, 10 minutes later, she received a call back from him. Wen Qian knew that this man was quite powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so efficient and get it done so quickly. "Found it." Emohan's cold and indifferent voice came over. "But are you sure the person you are looking for is called Zhang Duo? Wen Qian was sure at first, but after hearing him ask, she was no longer sure. "Wait a minute." She ran to the living room and confirmed the girl's identity information with Guran again. Emohan also heard it on the other end of the phone, and then asked, "Why are you looking for her?" When Qian returned to the room and answered in a low voice, "Her boyfriend is here with me. I haven't been able to contact her for more than half a month. I'm so worried that I can't even eat." So, Emohan was silent, listening to the silence on the phone. When Qian was a little panicked. She thought she would soon hear a reprimand like "Don't come to me for such trivial matters in the future." And she had already thought about how to righteously fight back. "What do you mean by trivial matters? I promised to give you the supplies. This is a deal. If you don't agree, you can just not help me." If he gets angry, she will say this. But after a short silence, when Qian heard Emohan say, "Zhang Duo and her boyfriend are both with me." "Who is the boyfriend you were talking about?" When Qian was full of questions. What's going on? Playing both sides? What did she find with all the supplies? She might as well die. Wouldn't it be better to die in the mission? When Qian didn't know what to say for a moment. And finally Emohan spoke. "How about this? You come to the base. Confirm with your own eyes that this person is the one you are looking for. And then give me the supplies. How about that?" Not so good. She regretted it now. She felt that Imohan had 99% right to find the wrong person. But she couldn't run away, because the other party knew all her details. And they didn't make deals like this. If she went back on her word the first time she approached him, what would she do if she really needed help in the future? So even though Wenqian felt very distressed, she still gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, we'll be there at 8 p.m. After agreeing on a time with Imohan, Wenqian hung up the phone and told Wenrang about the situation. After hearing this, Wenrang had the same reaction as her, and wanted to curse. Wenrang, what should we do? Should we tell Guran? This brother is too miserable. Or should we just tell him directly that Zhang Duoduo is dead? Wenqian thought about it and refused. Bincheng is not a big deal. If we run into him in the future, we still have to tell him the truth. It's better to tell him now and let him get hurt once. Wenqian made up her mind to go out. Besides, it's just a broken heart and being cheated on. What's the big deal? Love is nothing at the critical moment of life and death. Women will only affect the speed at which he swings his sword to kill the enemy. The same goes for men. It will only affect the speed at which she swings her sword. Who wants to talk about love in the end times? Are you crazy? Chapter 41. He's so green. Wenqian walked to the living room. Gu Ran was still standing by the rooftop window, looking outside absent-mindedly. Wenqian took a deep breath, walked quickly to his side, and asked, "How long have you known Zhang Duoduo?" Gu Ran was stunned for a moment and answered, 2 years. Then how long have you been dating? Gu Ran touched his neck and smiled shyly. We haven't dated yet. I've always been pursuing her, but she didn't refuse. Half a month ago, she told me that when we meet again, she will agree to be my girlfriend. I understand. He is a sucker. Wenqian glanced at Gu Ran's hair and felt so green. After 2 years of pursuing her, have you ever given her any gifts? Gu Ran frowned slightly when he heard Wenqian ask this. Although his brain was not very good, he could tell that Wenqian's questions were a bit strange. Gu Ran, have you found her whereabouts? Did you find her? Wenqian, answer my question first. After 2 years of pursuing her, how much money did you spend on her? Gu Ran was a little reluctant to say. Not much. Why are you asking these questions? Nothing. Just wanted to see how badly you were cheated. Wenqian said venomously. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that I did find her, and she is fine. The bad news is that according to reliable information, she has a boyfriend, and they are now together, and are very sweet. Gu Ran's body froze, and his face turned pale. Wenrang listened to him, wanting to comfort her, but not knowing where to start. So he could only listen to his sister's continued venomous words. If I'm not mistaken, she has been contacting you just to ask for money from you, and treat you as an ATM. Although it's hard to hear, you have to face the reality now. Gu Ran was a little angry. How do you know that the person you found is her? Is the information you got true? Good question. Wenqian smiled. So I made an appointment to go to Bincheng Base at 8 o'clock in the evening to meet this Zhang Duoduo in person. Gu Ran was in a complicated mood, with sadness, anger, luck and other emotions entangled together, making him grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly. Wenqian had no reason to lie to him, and would not lie to him, but he was unwilling to admit that he had been an idiot for 2 years. Wenqian looked at his red eyes and sighed. Give you a few hours to digest this matter. We will leave for Bincheng Base at 6 p.m. For the sake of our friendship, I will give you a few more pointers. When you meet people at night, don't show any reluctance or sadness. 1 month after the apocalypse, I don't believe anyone's living conditions will be better than ours. So show your momentum of killing zombies on the battlefield, and let her know that she has chosen the wrong person. Also, you, Gu Ran, are no longer someone she can afford. Understand? There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. You deserve better. Wenqian said everything she needed to say, patted his shoulder, and turned back to the room. Wenrang handed a pack of cigarettes to Gu Ran. My sister is outspoken, but what she said is not wrong. Brother, there is still a long way to go in the future, and it is not worth it to be depressed for such a person. After he said that, he left. And by the way, he also took Gu Wan away, who ran out of the room to play with her brother. Gu Ran sat on the rooftop and smoked a pack of cigarettes in silence. I didn't even have lunch, and went back to my room to face reality. At 1 p.m., a helicopter flew in the distance. Just like the last time I notified everyone to collect supplies. I issued new instructions in the same way. In order to ensure the safety and livelihood of residents, an official Bincheng base has been established. Residents are requested to bring their carry-on luggage and gather at the gate of their respective communities within 1 hour. At that time, staff will count the number of people and arrange to go to the base. Within 1 hour, staff will kill zombies in advance. Residents are requested not to leave their homes and close doors and windows to avoid accidental injuries. As soon as the news came out, many people's hearts were instantly chilled. What does it mean? Let them leave their homes and go to what base? Will there be more floods in the future? Those zombies can't be dealt with? Many people thought that things would get better after the rainstorm. But now, they are panicking again. No one wants to leave. And a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as their own doghouse. But they have to leave because there is no food at home. And they dare not think about what will happen next. So, each household hurriedly began to pack their bags, listening to the sound of machine gun fire outside. Wen Qian's family would definitely stay where they were. And they were bored. So they lay on the windowsill to watch the fun. After many days, the second comprehensive killing of zombies. But from the results, this time was far less smooth than the last time. Wen Qian observed with a telescope for a while, and heard Gu Ran's voice behind him. The zombies have mutated. Wen Qian turned back in surprise, thinking that he would hide in the room until night. Gu Ran also held a telescope and said while looking at the situation below. Previously, if a zombie was hit by a bullet, it would not be fatal, but its movement would become slower. But now it is completely different. He just saw that the knees of 2 zombies were hit by bullets, but their movements were only slowed down for 2 seconds before they immediately recovered. Wen Qian nodded in agreement with him. Yes, this is just the first stage of mutation. The zombies are more aggressive, and their defenses have increased. There is no other way except to shoot them in the head. In the past few days, Wen Qian sold half of the products produced by several factories in the space, and has saved more than 30,000 mall coins. She exchanged 2 guns, and the rest were all exchanged for bullets, and 3 bulletproof vests, and then divided them between Gu Ran and Wen Rang. When the 2 saw it, their eyes widened. Gu Ran, where did you get it? It's a family heirloom. I just haven't taken it out yet, Wen Qian said casually. My brother has never touched this thing. You teach him how to operate it first. And now there are gunshots everywhere outside. You two can warm up your hands. Gu Ran was originally irritable, but he finally found something to distract himself. He immediately became extremely active and dragged Wen Rang to practice shooting. It was the first time for Wen Rang to touch a gun, and he was a little scared. He didn't expect that after studying poetry and books for more than 10 years, he would eventually embark on the difficult path of abandoning literature and pursuing martial arts. An hour passed quickly, and hundreds of people gathered at the entrance of the community. Wen Qian roughly calculated that it was half of the original population of their community, which was already a community with a high survival rate, because the flood had not receded. The staff could only use lifeboats and other means to transport residents one by one. They first sent the residents to Heishan, gathered with people from other communities, and then waited for the base to come and pick them up. Zhang Yang's family of 3 downstairs from Wen Qian also set off for the base. They didn't want to leave, but there was really nothing to eat at home. There were only a few dozen kilograms of rice left, and they couldn't even eat a mouthful of vegetables every day. They thought that the food would be better at the base, and they knew people at the base, so they could use the back door at critical moments. So they left reluctantly. Chapter 42: A bloodbath in front of the base. Wen Rang practiced shooting at home for an afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the weather was not so hot. Several people put on bulletproof vests and set off for the base. Gu Ran said nothing along the way. His face, which usually had no expression, looked even more frightening now. He stood on the assault boat, holding a gun in his hand, full of murderous intent. The pistol that Wen Qian exchanged for him, and Wen Rang had a double-row magazine with a capacity of 35 rounds. It had a fast firing rate and strong penetration. The effective range could reach 100 to 150 meters. It could choose full automatic or single-shot shooting. Wen Rang has become proficient at this and feels that this thing is much simpler and easier than a crossbow. It is so cool to shoot a zombie when you see it. It's just that the weather is too hot. There are too many corpses floating in the water, and even the bodies of those zombies are beginning to rot. So it looks too disgusting visually. Wen Qian and the other 2 wore masks and goggles and kill their way to the base. They met other neighbors in the community without bias. An isolation net was set up 1 kilometer outside the base. It was temporarily safe inside the isolation net. Many residents, who have not yet moved into the base, were waiting here. Wen Qian thought that since the people in the community left so early, they must have arrived here a long time ago. Unexpectedly, there were too many people coming to the base today, and they couldn't arrange them at all. So they waited for several hours in Heishan before being sent here. The neighbors were stunned when they saw the figures of Wen Qian and his sister. 1 month. The heavy rain lasted for a whole month. Even if they barely survived, they all lost a lot of weight due to hunger. But looking at the state of the brother and sister, there is no difference at all. Even the body lines look a little stronger than before. The people of the Wen family have never experienced hunger. They have enough food, but they are selfish and unwilling to share it with others. When everyone thought of this, they were furious and began to sneer. Hey, who is this? Why does she look so familiar? Oh, isn't this the legendary female war god? Hee hee. I thought she was so powerful. But in the end, she is just like us and has to come to the base for refuge. Stop talking like that. We are different from her. We are not as selfish and vicious as her. That's right. Killing zombies is fine. She can even kill her own neighbors. She is a murderer. That's right. Murderer? Come on. Catch her. Wen Qian heard their helpless and furious shouts from afar, and looked over coldly. Although those people were scared to death, they still relied on being in the official base, and dared to shout at her. What are you looking at? Can you kill us? That's right. What do you think this place is? Can you do whatever you want? Residents of other communities didn't know what happened, but they had seen videos of Wen Qian killing zombies online before. So they were all staring at this side to watch the fun. Zhang Xiang found that Wen Qian was being attacked by everyone, and he hypocritically said to help. Everyone calm down. We are still neighbors after arriving at the base. We should not have conflicts among ourselves. As soon as he opened his mouth, the men standing behind him became more excited. What do you mean by our own people? Only you and her are our own people. Right? That's right. Mr. Zhang, tell me the truth. Wen Qian has not been hungry for a month. Is it because of your family's help? I heard that your family has 100 kilograms of rice. How much did you give her? It can't be given for free. Right? Is it a sexual payment? The few people were too careless and went too far, blatantly making dirty jokes. Their eyes wandered over Wen Qian unscrupulously, and their eyes became more and more greedy. Just give her food? Then name a price. How many kilograms of rice a night? We still have some stock on hand. If you shout louder, we can consider giving you more. The dirty words came out of their mouths, making some onlookers frown involuntarily. How could Wen Rang and Gu Ren bear to hear this? They immediately walked towards those people. But the one who moved faster than them was Wen Qian. A figure flashed quickly before everyone could react, and Wen Qian was already standing in front of several men. She grabbed one of them by the hair with her right hand, grabbed his head, and hit him hard with her knee. The man's nose was broken instantly. His face was covered with blood. He was dizzy, and he was about to lose consciousness. The onlookers gasped, not expecting Wen Qian to take action directly. And the next second, something happened that they did not expect. Wen Qian actually broke the man's neck. The man's head fell to the ground with an incredible twist, scaring the other 3 men so much that their minds went blank. When they realized that Wen Qian had killed someone, they all thought that this bitch was really crazy. So they rushed forward and wanted to join forces to subdue her. Wen Qian watched the 3 losers huddle together with cold eyes, kicked one of them in the balls, and kicked him out. The remaining 2 attacked her from the front and back at the same time. One attacked from behind, strangled her neck, and tried to strangle her. One attacked from the front, holding a dagger and trying to stab her to death. Wen Qian grabbed the arm of the man behind her with one hand, threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, she snatched the dagger from the last provocateur, knelt on one knee, and stabbed the dagger in her hand directly into the throat of the man lying on the ground. After dealing with this, she looked at the owner of the dagger again. The other party had realized that he was no match for her, so he turned around and ran into the crowd. Help! Someone is killing me! He shouted while running, and his pants were soaked with fear. But he had only run 2 meters when his head flew out. After his body paused for a second, he fell to the ground. Wen Qian drew out the tang sword he carried with him and chopped off his head. in just a few dozen seconds. Wen Qian killed 3 people and seriously injured 1 person. There were screams at the scene, which soon attracted the attention of the staff. Wen Qian stood there, threatened by 2 men in combat uniforms with guns. Put down your weapons. Fighting and killing are not allowed in the base. You have violated the rules of the base and must be punished. As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies suddenly froze. Because when Rang and Gu Ren had already pointed their guns at their temples, no one expected that Wen Qian and his group would have guns in their hands. Wen Qian took off his goggles, wiped the blood off, then put them on and looked at the 2 stunned base members. She smiled and said, "The rules of your base have nothing to do with me. Put down your guns, or I don't mind letting you know whose gun is faster." "Impossible. Don't think you can kill someone here and leave alive." Wen Qian, 3. Bang! A gunshot came from Gu Ran's gun, and the base member standing in front of him fell down. In a blink of an eye, Wen Qian took the gun from his hand and aimed at the remaining person with Wen Rang. The man didn't expect them to attack first. Looking at the fallen teammate, he shouted, "How dare you sneak attack?" He started it first. Wen Qian raised the gun in his hand. "The bolt has been pulled. If he doesn't die, I will die. If Gu Ran hadn't fired just now, then now, she would be the one who died under the gun." Chapter 43. I didn't provoke you. Why are you angry? The gunshots attracted more fighters in the base. They ran out one after another. When they saw Wen Qian and his team killed one of their teammates and threatened another with guns, they immediately raised their guns and pointed them at them. "Put down your gun. Release the hostages." Wen Qian just found it funny to hear them shouting. She lowered her head and played with the gun in her hand, and decided to put it in her pocket. "Wen Qian, I don't want to waste time with you. Take me to see Mo Han. He asked me to come." Wen Qian said the man's name, and a group of people looked at each other in disbelief. "What are you all doing here?" A cold voice came from the back of the crowd. Wen Qian looked over and saw the leader he met at the mall that day walking out of the crowd. He was also stunned when he saw the scene at the entrance of the base, and then looked at Wen Qian with an unhappy face and asked, "Did you kill the man?" "Yes," Wen Qian admitted readily, "but he was the first to act and wanted to kill me." Yi Xinghua didn't expect to run into such an arrogant person in his own territory. He got angry and pulled out his gun. Then, he heard his men whispering. "Boss, she said that Chief Mo asked them to come." Yi Xinghua was stunned and looked at Wen Qian in confusion, asking, "What's your name?" "Wen Qian." Yi Xinghua was silent and reluctantly put down his gun, asking the people around him to do the same. "Put down your guns." He was here to pick up Wen Qian and the other 2 under Mo Han's order. Yi Xinghua couldn't understand why the commander was so busy, why he still wanted to meet such a person. He took Wen Qian and the other 2 to Mo Han's office, thinking that he would report them when he saw them later. If the commander knew that they killed their own people, he would never let them go. Wen Qian was brought into the base unscathed, which shocked the crowd of onlookers. They just saw with their own eyes how Wen Qian killed the 3 men. Some people suspected that the video on the internet was processed with special effects before, but after today's experience, they have completely believed in Wen Qian's strength. Zhang Xiang stood closer and saw more clearly. He was even splattered with blood. The body of the man whose head was chopped off fell at his feet. He was so scared that he was sweating coldly, and his legs were weak. Finally, with the help of his parents, he slowly walked into the gate of the base. Wen Qian was brought to Mo Han by Yi Xinghua. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Yi Xinghua complaining impatiently. "Report to the commander. Wen Qian just killed 3 people, and one of our team members in front of the base gate. Please tell me how to deal with him." Wen Qian glanced at him speechlessly, and couldn't help complaining in her heart. He is not good at anything, but he is the best at complaining. You are the only one who has a mouth. You are the only one who can talk. Mo Han was flipping through a document. He read it carefully, signed his name on the last page, and then slowly raised his head and looked at Wen Qian. "Tell me, what happened?" "Report to the commander. His report just now is wrong. To be correct, I killed one of your team members, 3 civilians, and seriously injured another civilian." Wen Qian had no expression on his face, and his voice was flat. "Although the bastard whose balls were broken by her is still alive, he will definitely live a life worse than death in the future. The reason I killed those 4 people was that they wanted to rape me. I killed your team member because he wanted to shoot me. Look, the safety of this gun is on, and the bolt is pulled. I will die as long as he hooks his finger. I was scared to death. When Qian took out the gun and showed it to Imohan, then quickly put his hands behind his back, fearing that Imohan would ask for the gun. Yi Xinghua was shocked by her words. Scared me to death? How could she say such a thing? He didn't see her looking scared at all. Imohan listened to her and nodded thoughtfully. Self-defense? Wen Qian, yes. Sir, you are wise. Yi Xinghua. Imohan looked at Yi Xinghua and said, add more people to maintain order in the base. I don't want to hear this again. Yi Xinghua. Yes. Sir. Go out and bring Zhang Duo from the medical team. Yes. Sir. Yi Xinghua turned and left, closing the door. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She met Imohan's gaze, and she didn't expect that this man was so nice and reasonable. When Rang and Gu Ren were both sweating coldly. After all, if this commander ordered them not to leave, they would definitely be unable to escape today. Imohan watched Wen Qian hide the gun, lowered his eyes, and continued to sign the documents on the table, reminding him in a calm voice. Go out and release the bullet. Otherwise it will easily go off. Oh! Wen Qian saw that he was still thinking about the gun, and curled her lips, a little unhappy. How could this man be so stingy? He had so many people, and so many guns under his command. So what was wrong with giving her one? She came here to give away supplies for free today. So many supplies in exchange for useless intelligence and a gun. He wouldn't suffer a loss. Right? Wen Qian turned and walked out, opened the door, and fired a shot into the sky, scaring the people guarding the door. She came back after firing the gun, closed the door tightly, walked to the table and put the gun down. The table was shaken by the force of her firing the gun, and the pen in Imohan's hand was crooked, and the last stroke of his name was drawn out a long line. Wen Qian saw it, and quickly turned his head away, and pretended not to see it. Imohan stared at the crooked name for a long time before looking at Wen Qian again. I didn't provoke you. Why are you angry? Wen Qian wanted to say that she didn't, but then she thought of his abnormal mind-reading ability. So she simply stopped pretending, and said what she wanted. Who made you so stingy? It's just a gun, and you're still asking for it back. At worst, I can get more supplies to exchange with you. Did I say I want this gun? Wen Qian was silent for a moment. When Rang, who was behind him, lowered his head and held his forehead, wanting to pull his sister away and run. Imohan sighed and continued to look at the next document. Wen Qian pondered over his words again, and then carefully took the gun back. Seeing that he didn't respond, he walked back to Wen Rang. Wen Rang gritted his teeth and whispered to his sister, Can you control your temper? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Brothers and sisters, if you are not born on the same day of the same month of the same year, you must die on the same day of the same month of the same year. The two of them whispered quietly, and Gu Ran listened beside them. His mood was so complicated. He was very sad today. But now those emotions seemed to have disappeared, and all that was left was worry. Can they really walk out of the base gate safely today? Gu Ran began to doubt his life. The room was quiet, and Imohan was busy all the time, either reading documents or answering calls. Wen Qian and the other two stood side by side against the wall, looking down at their toes, not daring to disturb them. They didn't know how long they waited. And finally Yi Xinghua's voice was heard again, outside the door. Report to the commander. The people have been brought here. Chapter 44 is Sincerity. Yi Xinghua brought Zhang Duo over. Wen Qian heard the voice, turned her head curiously, and stared at the door. Let her take a good look at what this stinking liar looks like, to deceive Gu Ren so badly. With permission, Yi Xinghua pushed the door open and came in, followed by a woman. Zhang Duo was very happy to hear that Imohan wanted to see her. She even secretly applied lipstick and touched up her makeup on the way here. But after entering the house, she saw Gu Ran's figure, and her face changed immediately. This time, Wen Qian didn't need to remind him. Gu Ran could see her guilty conscience. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look at Gu Ran. She never expected Gu Ran to appear here. Shouldn't he be dead? It was so chaotic outside. How did he survive with that encumbered sister? The last time Zhang Duo contacted Gu Ran was more than 10 days ago, when she heard Gu Ran say that his sister had a high fever and wanted to take her to the hospital to see a doctor. She felt that this idiot must be dying. The hospital was so chaotic. How could he survive? Even if he was lucky enough to survive, He would have starved to death without food or supplies. Zhang Duoduo concluded that this person was no longer valuable. So she simply cut off contact with Gu Ran, tricked him into going out on a mission, and then ignored his messages. Zhang Duoduo took a deep breath, looked at Imo Han, and asked anxiously, "Sir, what do you want to talk to me about?" Imo Han didn't say anything, but looked at Wen Qian. Gu Ran said coldly, "I want to talk to you about something." Zhang Duoduo's body stiffened. Gu Ran turned his head and looked at Imo Han, and asked, "Can I talk to her alone? There's no one in the next room." "Thank you." Gu Ran walked to Zhang Duoduo's side, and seeing her nervous look, he sneered, "Let's go. Do you want your leader to know what embarrassing things you have done?" "You?" Zhang Duoduo looked at him angrily. But Gu Ran ignored him and left directly to the next room. Zhang Duoduo bit her lower lip, and seeing that Imo Han and Yi Xinghua had no intention of speaking for her, she had to bite the bullet and go with Gu Ran. Wen Qian leaned against the wall and curled her lips. She thought Zhang Duoduo was some fairy descending from the earth. But she turned out to be too ordinary. How could she match Gu Ran from head to toe? Wen Qian decided that she would test Gu Ran's eyesight after returning home. This child is probably highly myopic, or has glaucoma and cataracts. Otherwise he can't be blind to this extent. Wen Qian felt sorry for Gu Ran, and even more sorry for her batch of supplies. She turned her head to look at Imo Han and asked, "Let's find a place. I'll give you the things." She thought Imo Han would be happy to arrange a place to collect the supplies immediately. But he said, "You can choose not to give it. But you have to do me a favor. Tell me first, and then I will choose whether to agree or not." Wen Qian was not easily fooled. For fear that he would want her to stay and work for him. "We have several scientists who are out for research and their whereabouts are unknown. I hope you can cooperate with our team members to search and rescue. No matter what the outcome is, it will not affect our agreement." Before Wen Qian had time to say anything, Yi Xinghua on the side became anxious. "Sir, how can she help?" Yi Xinghua quickly glanced at Wen Qian and Wen Rang. His expression was full of disgust. These two people were clean and white, and it was obvious that they had never done any hard work or suffered any hardship. Especially Wen Qian, whose hands were as soft as tofu. Bringing her along would just be a burden, wouldn't it? This mission was already difficult. And Yi Xinghua didn't want to bring two people who would hold back and endanger the lives of his team members. So he refused desperately. "I don't want to go with her. We can complete the mission smoothly." Wen Qian smiled. "I don't want to be with you guys yet. What's so great about it? It's just supplies, isn't it? She'll give it to you. What she lacks the least is supplies." Wen Qian snorted, and went to see Imo Han. She was about to say, "I still choose to give you supplies." But the next second, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Ding! Limited time mission started. Within 7 days, for every zombie killed by a member of the system, the host's combat power will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of other members of the system will be increased by 10%. Wen Qian. System. You are my father in another world. She carefully looked at the line of words that appeared in front of her. She was not mistaken. Every time she killed 100 zombies, she would be rewarded with a 10% increase in combat power for all members in the system except her. Everyone. Including her brother. Including Gu Ran. Even her parents and Gu Wanwan. How could she miss such a great opportunity? But she had just expressed her dissatisfaction and disgust with Yi Xinghua, and it seemed a bit bad to change her words immediately. So Wen Qian looked at Imo Han in silence. "Sir, give me a way out?" Imo Han stared at Yi Xinghua, ignoring his refusal. "This is an order. You can't refuse it. What's more, Wen Qian and the other two are very powerful. If they help us on this trip, the success rate can be at least doubled." Yi Xinghua looked incredulous. He had already investigated the information of Wen Qian and the other two. One was a college student. The other was a programmer at a startup company. And the only one who was somewhat useful was Gu Ran, a retired special forces soldier. How could this be considered extraordinary? But Imo Han said that, and he didn't dare to talk back. Imo Han and Wen Qian looked at each other. "I can give you the command of this operation. It's my sincerity. Why don't you consider it again?" Imo Han's step was too big. Wen Qian was shocked for a moment and said quickly, "Forget the command? But if I have a different opinion at a critical moment, your people must listen to me. If you agree, I will help you." "I agree." Also, you provide the guns and ammunition. I'm poor and don't have that much stock. Okay. Yi Xinghua was dumbfounded. He began to wonder if their superior had any leverage over this little girl. Otherwise, why would she agree to everything? When Rang also frowned slightly beside him, vaguely sensing something was wrong. According to his sister's personality, if she said she disagreed, she would disagree. It was impossible for her to change her mind just because this emo guy praised her a few times and gave her some benefits. Unless, when Rang silently said 2 words with his mouth while Yi Xinghua was not paying attention. Mission? Wen Qian nodded. And when Rang almost laughed out loud, Emo Han asked Yi Xinghua to take Wen Qian and the other 2 to select guns. Yi Xinghua suddenly remembered that Wen Qian had killed his men and also took a gun. So he quickly told Emo Han, "Report to the commander. She has one of our guns in her hand, and we need to recover it." Wen Qian, "I'm telling you, I'm a grudge holder. Just wait for me." Emo Han, "I've recovered the gun. Take them to get a new one." Wen Rang, "Commander, you're really good at lying. Chapter 45 I will beat you every time I see you." Emo Han said so. Yi Xinghua had to give up and reluctantly took Wen Qian and the other 2 to get the gun. Wen Qian left the room and glanced at the door next door, feeling a little worried. She didn't know how Gu Ran talked with that woman. When she saw Gu Ran later, she had to take a good look at his face. If Zhang Duoduo took action, she would beat her so hard that she couldn't even recognize her own mother. In the quiet room, Gu Ran and Zhang Duoduo looked at each other. Zhang Duoduo felt guilty when he looked at her, and she was angry and said, "What do you want to talk to me about? Don't you have anything to tell me? What do you want to hear me say?" Zhang Duoduo was furious. "All network communications are down. And this is not what I wanted. I can't contact you. So you come to my leader? Gu Ran, are you crazy?" She became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and simply turned the tables. "You are tired and don't hang around here anymore. But I still want to continue. You made a fuss about this little thing and let my leaders know about it. How can I hold my head up in front of them in the future?" Gu Ran gritted his teeth and listened to Zhang Duoduo's accusations. "You have been pursuing me unilaterally for 2 years. Do you know how annoying I am? Gu Ran, don't look for me again in the future. Understand? It's impossible for us. He is now just an unemployed vagrant. His parents are dead, and he can't spend his savings. He also has a sister who is a burden and whose life is unknown. But she is a formal member of the base. She can enjoy all the welfare benefits of the base. She has a dormitory to live in and 3 meals a day. What can he compare with her now? What can he pursue her with?" Gu Ran suddenly laughed after she finished speaking. "Is it annoying? Why didn't I see it before? 2 years. Hundreds of thousands. Although this amount of money is nothing to those rich people, it is definitely not a small amount to ordinary people." Zhang Duoduo was stunned and listened to Gu Ran's words. 2 years ago, when I asked you if you had a boyfriend, you told me no. A year ago, I asked you if you had someone you liked, and you still said no. I believed it. So I have always been good to you. As long as you ask for something, I will buy it for you. As a man, you earn money to spend on your wife and children. I don't feel bad at all. But what's the truth? Zhang Duoduo, when did you start lying to me? Zhang Duoduo suddenly started to panic when she heard him say that. What did he mean? Did he know something? Zhang Duoduo, what did I lie to you about? You gave me those things voluntarily, and I didn't force you. Gu Ran, think about it carefully. The gifts you asked for from the beginning were all couple gifts. You want 2 cell phones in different colors, 2 clothes in different sizes, and even a pair of necklaces and rings. You said it was convenient for you to switch between them. But in fact, you used them with your boyfriend. Right? Zhang Duoduo's heart sank. Gu Ran, don't deny it. I heard from your leader that you have a boyfriend. You don't have to worry. I never thought of taking back the things I gave away. I just want to tell you that from today on, you and I have no relationship. No matter how miserable your life is in the future, even if you kneel down in front of me and beg me, I will not give you a penny. I beg you. Gu Ran, what are you dreaming about? Zhang Duoduo simply gave up and stopped pretending. Do you think you are a great person? Stop daydreaming. You will know in the future. Just live in your dormitory with dozens of people in one room. This is the limit of your life. Gu Ran sneered and turned to leave. Zhang Duoduo had been pursued by him like a dog for 2 years. How could she bear his sudden strong and contemptuous attitude? So she rushed over and grabbed Gu Ran's sleeve. Where are you going? You don't want to go to my leader and talk nonsense. Do you? Gu Ran. I tell you, if you dare to say a word of nonsense in front of my leader, I will smash your face. Gu Ran threw her away. Zhang Duoduo didn't expect him to be so strong. Staggered back and hit the back of her head against the wall. The pain made Zhang Duoduo's anger sore. She rushed towards Gu Ran again, raised her hand, and was about to hit him in the face. Gu Ran had already opened the door and left the house. He turned around when he heard footsteps. And before he could hide, he saw a figure blocking his way. When Qian saw this scene when she came back from getting the gun, how could she bear it? She reached out and grabbed Zhang Duoduo's wrist, then slapped her hard in the face. Zhang Duoduo's face was swollen immediately after being hit, and even her nose was bleeding. When Qian, Gu Ran in our family doesn't hit women. But I don't have this rule. Yi Xinghua saw her taking action and hurried forward to stop her. After all, Zhang Duoduo is from his base, and he can't just sit back and watch. Yi Xinghua, what are you doing? This is an official base. You can't do whatever you want. Did I do anything wrong? I'm just helping you discipline your subordinates, who have bad intentions and bad behavior. The woman behind you obviously has a boyfriend. But she lied to my friend and said she didn't, relying on my friend's affection for her, and asked for money again and again. Can you feel at ease keeping such a person around you? Do you think it's possible to rely on such a person to protect the people? Zhang Duoduo, I didn't. You don't have a shit. Zhang, I tell you, you'd better be like a cuckold for the rest of your life, hiding in the official base's protective umbrella. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After when Qian finished speaking, he pulled Gu Ran into Imohan's office. Zhang Duoduo was so frightened that her heart was pounding, and her face turned pale when she saw that she could enter and leave the office freely. Yi Xinghua saw her reaction and knew that what Wen Qian said must be true. He sighed heavily and said, You go back first. The base will investigate this matter thoroughly. If she has wronged you, we will seek justice for you. Leader, this is just a personal grudge between Gu Ran and me. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. Let's just forget about it. How can we just forget about it? This is related to your personal reputation and will affect your future promotion. Don't worry. I'll make the decision for you, Yi Xinghua said, patted Zhang Duoduo's shoulder, turned around, and went to Imohan. Zhang Duoduo was so scared that she wiped the blood from her nose in a panic, not knowing what to do. In fact, Yi Xinghua lied to her. The base is so busy now. How could he have the time to investigate her personal love life? He was just trying to scare her. But people with such bad character should be careful in the future, and they should not be allowed to participate in any important missions. When Qian gave one of the guns he received to Gu Ran, and then said goodbye to Imohan, If there is nothing else, we will go back. Contact me when you are leaving? Imohan, the combat team will leave tomorrow. Why don't you stay at the base tonight? Chapter 46 Constant Temperature Combat Suit. When Qian thought about it and refused. No. There are dozens of people living together in your dormitory. I am not used to it. You can arrange a single room. Imohan made a concession. No. You don't have air conditioning here. It's too hot. When Qian was like a difficult-to-serve daughter, and Yi Xinghua felt very uncomfortable after hearing it. In this situation, it is very difficult to live in the official base and have a bed. There are only 2 single dormitories in the entire base. One for the highest executive officer of the base. That is, Imohan. The other one is prepared for leaders from other bases, who come to meet and discuss things. This kind of treatment. This little girl actually despises it? She is too ungrateful. Imohan thought about it, and did not insist. He just asked Yi Xinghua to contact her about the time and place of tomorrow's meeting, and then let her go. When the 3 left, there were still countless residents waiting to check in outside the gate of the base. Helicopters were circling in the air, shooting zombies outside the protective net. When Qian and the other 2 walked side by side outside the protective net, chatting in low voices. Gu Ran, thank you for bothering you today. Don't talk about this among your own people. When Rang punched him on the shoulder. Come on. Let's talk about business. When Qian took out a map that Yi Xinghua had just given her, she pointed to a point on the map and said, We will meet with the Special Operations team at the base here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and cooperate with them to go into the mountains for search and rescue. I don't know how long it will take to get back from this operation. So have a good rest tonight, and kill a lot tomorrow. Gu Ran nodded. Then asked in confusion, why did the base ask us to cooperate? Because we are powerful. When Qian answered confidently, I told you a long time ago that I am powerful, and you are also powerful. Do you believe it now? Strength determines everything. If it weren't for their ability, Wen Qian would probably be shot by Imo Han after killing people at the gate of the base today. Isn't it because he saw that she was of some use? That's why he spared her? Gu Ran and Wen Rang thought about what she said, and both felt that it made sense. Wen Rang, by the way, have you seen Imo Han before? No. Wen Qian told the truth. In her previous life, the official base was only established in the 3rd year after the apocalypse. As for Imo Han, she had never even heard of his name, let alone met him. Wen Qian looked back at the direction of the base and asked them, have you noticed that the number of people at the base is wrong? Gu Ran nodded and replied immediately. I found out. I didn't see any old, weak, sick or disabled people inside. They were all young and middle-aged. This so-called base was actually converted from a large air raid shelter. And then some simple houses were built outside the air raid shelter as dormitories. Maybe because of the rush to finish the work. Those dormitories were not decorated. Each room had 10 beds with upper, middle and lower beds. Which means 30 people lived in one room. Wen Rang also told his discovery. Many people saw the accommodation conditions and immediately wanted to go home. But the base is only responsible for picking them up, not sending them back. Bicheng has a population of 30 million. But the official base can't even accommodate 1/10 of the population. Although the conditions are a bit worse. At least the base can guarantee their safety and food and accommodation. Compared to them, those who can't even get through the base gate are more pitiful. The 3 left the safety range of the base and immediately cheered up to fight their way home. More than 2 hours later, they arrived safely. When Chongning and the others were relieved to see that they were safe, Liamo hurried to prepare food for them. When Chongning took advantage of Gu Ran's absence to accompany his sister to pull Wen Qian aside. In fact, he and Liamo inadvertently heard the conversation between Wen Qian and Gu Ran in the morning and roughly guessed what happened. But they were afraid of hurting Gu Ran's self-esteem. So they never mentioned it and pretended to know nothing. At this moment, Wen Chongning lowered his voice and asked Wen Qian with concern, have you found that person? Yes. Wen Qian sighed. Gu Ran has made it clear to her that they will not have any contact in the future. Ah, I guess Gu Ran, that idiot, has spent a lot of money on her. It's okay. Just think of it as a lesson learned. If he meets such a person again in the future, he will definitely not be fooled. Wen Chongning was open-minded and knew that Gu Ran had let it go, so he didn't ask any more questions. While eating, Wen Qian learned that some residents of the community had returned, because they did not meet the conditions for staying in the base. They were sent back. In the few hours they were away, the doors of several houses in the community were knocked open, and all the supplies were looted. Even their house had several waves of people. But when they saw the electric fence, they left without giving up. Wen Qian told Liamo and the others that they were going out to perform a mission tomorrow, and then gave Wen Chongning a gun and asked Gu Ran to teach him how to use it. Wen Qian went back to his room to rest at night, and entered the space to fill dozens of bottles of water from the well for drinking in the next few days. She had discovered before that this well water was very effective in restoring physical strength and was essential for going out. Then she checked the factory shipments and sold half of the inventory, exchanging all the mall coins for bullets. Just as she was about to close the mall and go out to sleep, the system prompted her that she had unlocked a new achievement. Congratulations on unlocking the mall consumption primary achievement. And reward 3 constant temperature combat suits. The combat suits will be available in the mall later. If needed, the host can purchase them by themselves. Battle suit attributes: increase defense by 100. Maintain constant temperature at 24 degrees. Wen Qian was delighted, and 3 thin clothes appeared in her hands. She looked at these 3 treasures and wanted to cry. The highest temperature during the day tomorrow is expected to reach 50 degrees. She was originally wondering if she would faint from heat stroke. But the system came to deliver equipment. It also knows that it is hot outside. Right. It also doesn't want its host to be killed by heat. Wen Qian happily left the space and distributed the battle suits to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. At 3:30 in the morning of the next day, they took Xiao Bai out and headed for the agreed meeting place. Xiaobai is now 40 kilograms, and his body is still growing rapidly. After being cooped up at home for a month, he finally smelled the free air outside. He was a little excited and kept circling around Wenqian. It was more than 30 degrees outside. After making a fuss for a while, Xiaobai collapsed at Wenqian's feet and didn't want to move. His eyes flashed green in the dark. After keenly discovering that a zombie was approaching them, he suddenly jumped up and pounced on the zombie. Xiaobai bit the zombie's throat. At the same time, he attacked with his claws. Just like that. In just a few seconds, he broke the zombie's neck. When Rang and Gu Ran didn't expect it to be so fierce. After watching it successfully kill a zombie, it came back covered in blood, and then lay at Wenqian's feet and licked its fur elegantly. The two of them couldn't help but worry. This is zombie blood. Xiaobai won't be infected? Wenqian thought about it. No. In the previous life, Xiaobai not only drank zombie blood, but also ate zombie meat. He had a strong ability to survive. Much better than their group of two-legged beasts. Chapter 47: Encountering Mutant Zombies. With a strong teammate, the three of them successfully arrived at the meeting point. At this time, Yi Xinghua and his team had already arrived. When Qian looked at the time, she was not late, and even arrived 10 minutes early, so she was not at all nervous. Yi Xinghua's team had 15 people. 5 people in a group. That is, 3 small teams. They heard that the commander had assigned 3 people to assist in this operation, and they were very curious. So they set off early in the morning and arrived 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. At this moment, they all frowned as they looked at the 2 men. 1 woman and a pet. I don't know if it was a dog or some other kind of pet. Only one person in the team was surprised when he saw Wen Rang. Brother Rang? Why is it you? When Rang looked up and found that there was a familiar person over there. So he smiled and greeted him. Ji Fan. Long time no see. Ji Fan quickly introduced him to his teammates. This is my senior. A super academic genius. I heard that we hired him with a high salary before, but he didn't agree and later went to a startup company. Yi Xinghua and the others had different expressions after hearing this, and none of them believed Ji Fan's words. A startup company. Isn't that a small private enterprise? Who would give up such a great opportunity to work in such a place? Seeing this, Ji Fan said, they are technical stocks in that company, and they can get 8 figures every year. Everyone was silent. Yi Xinghua, what's the use? No matter how much money you make, you still can't spend it now. He always had hostility towards Wen Qian and the other 2, and didn't want to say a word to them. Wen Qian didn't care, and followed them to the helicopter transport plane and set off to the location where the scientists disappeared. They also brought 2 rescue dogs. When they saw Xiaobai, they hid far away, grinning and looking very alert. Xiaobai didn't bother to pay attention to them. He rolled over at Wen Qian's feet from time to time, showing his belly and meowing for petting. The helicopter quickly arrived near the mountain area and found a wide place to land. At this time, the sky was getting brighter. Several scientists disappeared on an island. The island was full of fishermen and had a permanent population of about 20,000. According to previous surveys, 19% of the residents on the island have turned into zombies. So the survival rate of the missing people is very low. Almost 0. But because they were accompanied by Special Forces personnel, and the research site was on the mountain, far from the residential area, everyone still held a glimmer of hope and came for the last search and rescue. After getting off the plane, Yi Xinghua turned his head and looked at Wen Qian and the other 2 behind him. Follow closely. If you get lost, we won't waste time looking for you. Okay, as you say, Wen Qian said lazily, and his careless look made Yi Xinghua frown again. Although Wen Qian and the other 2 were sent by a Mohan, Yi Xinghua and his team did not slow down the search and rescue because they had to take care of them. As the sun rose, the temperature began to rise gradually. Even though they were in the woods, they still felt the unprecedented high temperature. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the temperature had reached 42 degrees. The search and rescue team members were wearing combat uniforms, carrying search and rescue bags and bags on their backs. They walked for 2 hours without stopping. They were already sweating all over and a little exhausted from lack of water. Seeing that everyone was in a bad state, Yi Xinghua immediately ordered them to rest on the spot for 10 minutes. Everyone slumped on the ground and quickly replenished their water. They were so tired that they didn't even want to say a word. Yi Xinghua leaned against a tree and turned his head to look at Wen Qian and the other two. He originally thought that since they were so tired, Wen Qian would definitely be exhausted and might even cry and go back to the helicopter to rest. But he didn't expect that Wen Qian didn't even look tired at all. And even her face was not red, and she was not out of breath. She was standing not far away, looking around sharply. For 2 hours, she didn't encounter a single zombie, which made Wen Qian a little uncomfortable. She didn't dare to be careless and always remained alert. After accidentally meeting Yixinghua's gaze, she smiled slightly and walked over. Yixinghua was still upset because she killed someone in the base yesterday. So he asked with a dark face, "What's the matter? I think our search speed is too slow. Why don't we split up? There are too many zombies on the island. So it is not recommended to split up. If there is a zombie attack, it is easy to get hurt or even die if you split up." Wen Qian showed a trace of doubt on her face. Yixinghua saw it and laughed contemptuously. "You have never killed a zombie, so you don't know how powerful they are." When Rang and Gu Ren were drinking water, and they choked when they heard this, they looked at Yixinghua in disbelief. Didn't he go online? Didn't he see the videos of Wen Qian killing zombies online? Or did he see them but thought they were synthetic? Wen Qian probably understood what image she had in Yixinghua's eyes. But she couldn't help asking, "Then how do you think I survived when I came out to look for supplies? Went to the base to discuss things, and went out to meet you today, and encountered zombies on the way." Yixinghua glanced at Wen Rang and Gu Ren behind her, and didn't hide her opinion. Those two seemed to be pretty strong, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to protect you. Okay. Wen Qian had nothing more to say, so she turned around and went back to Wen Rang. She would be the one who would get tired if they separated. And since he disagreed, she would just follow his plan. Anyway, it wasn't her business whether those people could be rescued or not. 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone continued to move forward. Wen Qian followed them obediently, acting as a mascot that wouldn't kill zombies. Just when everyone thought the morning would pass peacefully, Xiao Bai at Wen Qian's feet suddenly got angry. The two rescue dogs at the front of the team also stopped and barked in a certain direction. Everyone immediately raised their guns and looked around. A few seconds later, a black shadow appeared from the woods. When they saw what it was, they were all stunned. Even Wen Qian opened his eyes slightly, because it was obviously a mutated zombie. This zombie was more than 2 meters tall, with a rotten body and a swollen face. A pair of eyes like dead fish scanned the people in front of him, and finally fixed their sight on Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked into its eyes and raised her eyebrows, thinking that it had good vision. But at the same time, she also had a bad feeling and drew out the tank sword behind her. Seeing so many living people, this zombie did not rush up immediately. And Yixinghua's people had fired shots as soon as it appeared, and every shot hit its head, but it could not make it fall. Suddenly, Wen Qian understood why there were no other zombies on this mountain. Because this is its territory, and those low-level zombies dare not step near here. Finding that shooting its head with a gun was useless, Yixinghua and others were a little panicked. But no matter how scared they were, they could not retreat here, especially after discovering that the zombie's eyes were fixed on Wen Qian. Yixinghua directly blocked in front of Wen Qian. Chapter 48 Saved by Wen Qian. Yixinghua didn't like Wen Qian. From the first time they met in the mall, he felt that this girl was too flamboyant, not calm, and liked to use backdoors. Although he didn't know what her relationship with the superior was. It was a fact that she killed a member of the base yesterday because of Imohan, but was not punished. And also took 3 guns and 500 rounds of bullets from the base. But no matter how much he disliked her, Yixinghua couldn't watch an ordinary person die in front of him. Wen Qian saw his actions and frowned. Why is this man like this? If he had a firmer attitude and had always ignored her, she wouldn't feel guilty for not saving him. But now, he was standing in front of her again, looking like he didn't care even if he died, which made Wen Qian angry. The mutant zombie locked onto the target and walked towards Wen Qian. There were 15 people in Yixinghua's team, and none of them retreated. They all rushed to Wen Qian. Even the 2 rescue dogs rushed to the zombies and bit their thighs. Go! Leave here! They fired their guns and shouted to the 3 people behind them. Wen Qian stood there inside. Xiao Bai. Wen Qian spoke sharply, and Xiao Bai heard her order and flew out with a wow. It stepped on Yixinghua's head and pounced on the zombie's head. Yixinghua's body tilted, and he almost fell to the ground. After he stood up, he looked again and saw that the pet that Wen Qian brought had pounced on the zombie's head and dug out one of the zombie's eyes with its claws. The zombies started to go crazy, and their targets were no longer focused on Wenqian. The people closest to it were slapped away first, and another person was pulled up by the arm and thrown into the air, intending to throw him into his mouth. Seeing that it was going to eat their teammates, everyone shot at its head even more desperately. But even after being shot so many times, it still didn't fall down, and even its movements didn't slow down. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and they were ready to die here today. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew past them, and a very faint fragrance floated into their noses. It was a smell that only belonged to girls, like the scent of shower gel, and also like the fragrance of laundry detergent. In short, it was completely different from the smell of these stinky men. And in their team, there was only one girl. Wenqian's name flashed through their minds, and at the same time, the figure had rushed in front of them. Since the end of the world, Wenqian has killed more zombies than all of them combined. Unlike them who used hot weapons to kill zombies at a distance, all the zombies that died in her hands were almost all beheaded by Tang Dao. Since bullets can't blow up zombies, then just chop off its head and kick it like a ball. Will it still react? Wenqian was very curious about this, so she tried it. The knife flashed, the zombie roared, and the arm that was grabbing the team member and putting it in its mouth was chopped off by Wenqian. Wenqian frowned slightly, feeling that the bones of this zombie were several times harder than ordinary ones. If it weren't for the combat power bonus given by the system before, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. She flipped back in the air and landed steadily, avoiding the zombie's crazy attack. She attacked again, holding the knife handle with both hands, aiming at the zombie's neck. The annoying howling sound finally disappeared, and the zombie's head rolled to the ground. No blood splashed. It seemed that it had been mutated for a while. Wenqian kicked the corpse on the ground, but there was no response. She turned around to pick up the zombie's head, lifted it up and shook it, but it didn't open its eyes. Wenqian was a little disappointed. She wanted to ask Yixinghua, didn't those scientists come here just to study this thing? As a result, when she turned her head, she saw the expressions of others as if they had seen a ghost, staring at her motionlessly. Yixinghua never thought that they would be saved by Wenqian. He watched Wenqian put the zombie's head into a large sealed bag and then threw it into the bag. Then he came to his senses and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you taking it back for research? This head has been shot into a sieve by you, full of bullet holes, but it can still jump around so happily. It's quite interesting. So not only the head, but also the body should be taken back." This zombie is so ferocious that Wenqian always feels that the survival rate of those researchers is not high. So bring this back to Mohan, so that he won't think she didn't do anything this time. Yixinghua and his group were shocked by Wenqian's actions and were speechless. Wenqian walked to the people who were attacked by zombies just now and circled around them seriously. She wanted to see if they were scratched. If so, kill them directly. But after checking a few people, she found that these people didn't have any external injuries, and their combat uniforms were not damaged. They looked like they were made of special materials. The only one who was seriously injured was the one who was caught and almost eaten by the zombies. That is, Wen Ranks Jr. Ji-Fan. He had a wound on his face, which was caused by hitting a rock when he fell. His arm was also broken, but the rest of his body was fine. The people who were being checked watched Wenqian stop in front of them with a Tang sword and then leave. And they didn't dare to breathe. They were afraid that she would swing the sword down if she was unhappy. Fortunately, Wenqian turned around and walked away, saving their lives. What's going on? Even the gun doesn't work? Wen Rang waited for her to come over and asked quickly. It looks like that. But it's impossible for all zombies to be like this. This was also the first time Wenqian encountered this kind of zombie. She wanted to take out the head and show it to her brother, but was seriously rejected by Wen Rang. He was a little hungry and wanted to eat later, but he didn't want to be shocked by this visual impact. The surroundings returned to the previous silence. Wenqian leaned against the tree and looked down at Xiao Bai rolling at her feet. When she heard the footsteps, she looked sideways and met Yixinghua's gaze. Although we had a conflict before, let's put it aside. Thank you for what happened just now. Yixinghua thanked him with a straight face. Wenqian thought about it and nodded. I accept it. You're welcome. Yixinghua wanted to say something else, but after hesitating for a while, he didn't say anything and turned back. After resting for another 5 minutes, and simply treating Ji-Fan's injury, everyone continued to move forward. Xiaobai was entangled by the two rescue dogs and kept circling around it. It was so annoying that it showed its claws and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Wenqian at the critical moment. The dozen people walking in front looked back at Wenqian from time to time, and then the more they looked, the more familiar she looked. And finally someone recognized her. I know. She is the female warrior on the internet. Right? Am I right? It must be her. Chapter 49. 1 month after the apocalypse. Her food is still so good. This sentence reminded everyone of the video clips they had seen on the internet not long ago. Even Yi Xinghua couldn't help but frown and looked at Wenqian. Ji Fan limped to Wenqian's side, because Wenqian had just saved his life. He looked at Wenqian with admiration. That person is you. Right. Goddess? I knew it. The person sent by the commander to assist us must be extraordinary. Wenqian saw his excitement and poured cold water on him. Flattering is useless. If you are infected by zombies, I will definitely chop you with a knife. Well, if I am infected by zombies, you don't need to do it. I will just shoot myself. They had already written suicide notes before coming here, and they didn't think they could go back safely, because the search and rescue team members who came before have not been found yet. Everyone knows that this mission is likely to be a one-way trip with no return. Ji Fan looked at Wen Rang again after he finished speaking. He had heard of Wen Rang's name when he was a freshman, but Wen Rang was already a junior at that time. The two had met several times in the club, but they never had much interaction. They didn't expect that they would have the opportunity to carry out a mission together this time. Ji Fan didn't talk for a few words before he was called back by Yi Xinghua. Zombies could appear here at any time, so how could he walk and chat like he was walking on the street? However, everyone couldn't help but communicate in a low voice, and they were all shocked by Wenqian's strength. They saw it when they watched the video before. The girl in the video was a professional martial artist. Every move was a killer move. But because Wenqian always wore a mask and never showed her face, no one had seen what she looked like. When they were bored, they even made a bet on whether she was as pockmarked and short-legged as the rumors on the internet said. Now that they finally saw the real person, everyone couldn't help but curse those bastards who spread rumors on the internet. Wenqian was tall and fair-skinned. No matter how you looked at her, she was a beauty. How could those people have the nerve to say that she was ugly? Everyone was extremely curious about Wenqian. Finally, at noon, the temperature had risen to 45 degrees. Yi Xinghua ordered everyone to rest and have lunch. The group finally couldn't help but run to Wenqian to find a chance to chat with her. My name is Lin Yan. My name is Su Shuo. My name is Zheng Yun. Everyone smiled and introduced themselves, then took out compressed biscuits and mineral water, and asked Wenqian if they wanted to eat. Wenqian shook her head and declined their kindness, then took out a few fresh-keeping boxes and opened them one by one, making the smiles on their faces disappear. 3 boxes contained rice, and the other boxes contained sweet and sour spare ribs, beef brisket with tomatoes, stir-fried kidney beans, and a fruit platter. Seeing these things, the people who had been eating compressed biscuits and mooncakes for a month stared with their eyes wide open and drooled. Ji Fan leaned on Lin Yan's shoulder, looking like he was about to faint. Tell me, am I dreaming? I can actually smell meat? Lin Yan slapped him in the face and asked, Does it hurt? Ji Fan. It doesn't hurt. I'll hit you again. Lin Yan, get away from me. Su Shuo, it's good. The compressed biscuits taste much better after smelling this. Zheng Yun, this mineral water seems to taste like mutton soup. Wenqian didn't expect that so many people would watch her meal, but she couldn't do anything about it. Her family was like this, and she couldn't keep a low profile even if she wanted to. Take off the gloves. Wipe your hands with a disposable disinfectant. Then pick up the chopsticks and start eating. In order to prevent Ji Fan and his friends from being too greedy, the 3 of them ate faster. After they were full, Wenqian saw that Ji Fan and his friends were about to lick the plates, so he quickly threw the food containers back into his bag. Ji Fan swallowed again and asked curiously, Brother Rang, it's been a month since the end of the world. Why are your people still eating so well? Well, we have too much food at home, and we can't finish it. When Rang said the fact that made people grit their teeth in a calm tone, Gu Ran saw that he was showing off his wealth again, and quickly winked at him. When Rang noticed it, but said with a nonchalant smile, It's okay. Anyway, they have already investigated our assets. Even if I don't tell them, the MO guy knows. MO Han knew their details. Whether the base wanted to rob their supplies was just a matter of his words. The few of them chatted, and soon talked about the rescue mission. Because there were dense trees on this mountain. Even if they used drones, they couldn't take pictures. They had to go out and conduct a carpet search. Gee Fan, luckily you guys came with me this time. Otherwise, I would have died at the hands of the zombie just now. Lin Yin, that's right. The whereabouts of our first 2 batches of brothers are unknown. I thought we were going to die here too. When Qian listened to their words and her eyes darkened, she knew that this mission must be difficult, and that Imohan would not do a loss-making business. But she didn't expect that they were already the 3rd batch to die. When Qian was silent for a moment and asked, how many people were there in the first 2 search and rescue teams? Ji Fan, more than 100. What happened? What did you say? Those people all disappeared on this mountain. You treat them as brothers, but they treat you as snacks. When Qian glanced at Yi Xinghua not far away, no wonder he disagreed with the team's separate actions. It turned out to be because of this. 100 professionally trained combatants turned into zombies. This is no joke. When Rang and Gu Ran's faces also changed, and they looked around vigilantly, Ji Fan and others also suddenly realized the crisis. The smiles on their faces disappeared. Listening to the breeze blowing the leaves rustling, they all felt like the footsteps of zombies approaching. After a half-hour break, at 12:30, everyone set out again to continue the search and rescue. The temperature was so high that it seemed to melt people. Wen Qian and the other 2 were wearing constant temperature suits, so they didn't feel it very much. But Yi Xinghua and the others were already sweating all over, and their clothes were wet as if they had been drenched in water. After walking a distance, Yi Xinghua sent out a signal flare. If there were still survivors on the mountain, they would definitely know that someone was coming to rescue them when they saw this. And they would not hide and dare not come out when they heard the footsteps. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they found a helicopter. There were 2 bodies that were gnawed to the point of only white bones, and some pieces of clothing next to them. Judging from the fabric and style, they were definitely sent by the base. Everyone was in a heavy mood and continued to move forward. Less than 5 kilometers away, they were trapped by the oncoming zombies. Just as Wen Qian expected, the team members who came to search and rescue before basically turned into zombies. And unlike those ordinary zombies that can be killed with one shot, 1/3 of them, like the one Wen Qian killed in the morning, have evolved. Chapter 50 Unlocking Combat Skills. Evolved zombies are much stronger than ordinary ones, and are all over 2 meters tall. And maybe it's because these zombies were combatants before. Wen Qian felt that their aura was different from those zombies he had met before. Everyone spread out. Get rid of the ordinary zombies first. A cold female voice came from the back of the crowd. At the same time, gunshots rang out, and Wen Qian was the first to get rid of an ordinary zombie. Xiao Bai, go and attract the attention of the evolved zombies. At her command, Xiao Bai, who was guarding her, immediately took action, moving swiftly among the larger zombies. Xiao Bai's strength was not that great at the moment, but his jumping ability and speed became amazing. It jumped up and onto the zombie's shoulder, and just like in the morning, it used its claws to attack the zombie's eyes. Everyone was once again shocked by its fighting power. What on earth was this thing? A cat? A dog? A little lion? Gunshots continued, and everyone dispersed in the woods, dodging the zombies' attacks and blowing up the heads of ordinary zombies with guns. Wen Qian, on the other hand, worked with Xiao Bai to deal with those evolved zombies that could only stop moving if their heads were cut off. She tried to irritate those ghosts and tried to attract them to a place farther away from others. After more than 10 minutes of work, she heard the system's voice. Ding! Unlock combat skills. Attract firepower. Unlimited number of uses per day. Within 3 minutes, you can attract all zombie firepower to yourself to ensure the safety of your teammates. Wen Qian, what the hell is this skill? I don't need it. Withdraw it. What's wrong with the system today? Does it have no feelings for her? Does it no longer love her? Does it want her to die? How could it bear to let her be bait? Wen Qian wanted to cry, but had no tears. The next second, the system sounded again. While using this skill, for every zombie killed by a combatant in the system, the host's speed will be increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the speed of any member in the system will be increased by 10%. After this skill is activated for 1 minute, the zombies will ignore the host's existence. Wen Qian, a slap in the face and a sweet date. Right? Okay. I'll take care of this one. When Qian took a deep breath and used the skill Attract Fire. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies that were chasing others suddenly stopped, turned around, and rushed towards Wen Qian. Everyone didn't know what was going on, and seeing that they were about to besiege Wen Qian, they hurried forward to rescue her. Wen Rang and Gu Ren were even more anxious, and they tried their best to rush to her. Wen Qian discovered their intentions and shouted, "Don't come over. Only 3 minutes. Hurry up while they chase me." When Wen Rang heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. There is a fixed time limit. It is a task issued by the system. In 3 minutes, the zombies treated everyone except Wen Qian as heir. Everyone noticed this and started to output with all their strength. Only Wen Qian, who was chased and fled everywhere, had a lot of curses in his heart and wanted to sit down and have a good talk with the system. These zombies were all people who had received professional combat training. They ran very fast, and they almost caught Wen Qian's hair several times. Time passed by, and finally managed to survive for 3 minutes. Wen Rang and Gu Ren killed 35 zombies, and Yi Xinghua and others almost dealt with all the other ordinary zombies, leaving only the last 5 or 6 and the evolved mutant zombies. It must be said that the people sent by Imohan this time had great shooting skills, and they shot without missing a single shot. At first glance, they brought all the elites from the base here, but even so, there were still 30 mutant zombies waiting for them to deal with. As soon as the 3 minutes were over, Wen Qian immediately increased her speed by 35%. She watched these zombies pause for a few seconds as if they had just woken up from a dream, and then dispersed to hunt others. She quickly took a breath and took advantage of the minute they ignored her to start dealing with them. Wen Rang and Gu Ren were the closest to her, so Wen Qian turned around and ran towards them. Xiao Bai seemed to have sensed who her target was, and cooperated with her, allowing her to strike with 2 consecutive knives and chop off the heads of the 2 zombies. The intense battle continued. Wen Qian threw 2 Tang swords over while her brother and Gu Ren were resting. During this period, they practiced Tang swords with Wen Qian for an hour every day at home. Although they could not use them as skillfully as she did, they also knew the basic essentials of chopping zombies. You must be strong. If you can't chop off the zombie's head with 1 blow, turn around and run away immediately. Don't think about pulling the Tang sword out of the zombie's bones and then chasing it a second time, because such a time difference is enough for the zombies to counterattack, especially when facing these evolved zombies. 1 second can make them lose their lives. The 2 remembered Wen Qian's warning, stretched their muscles quickly, and rushed into the zombie group again. The first time when Rang saw his sister kill zombies, she used a Tang sword. After watching for a long time, he inevitably had the illusion that it's not difficult to operate like this. Now it was finally his turn to play. When Rang tried his best, after finally chopping off a zombie's head, he felt that his arm was about to be dislocated. Didn't the system increase his combat power? Why is it still like this? When Rang was numb from the pain, while Gu Ren, who had not been given much combat power by the system, was unable to successfully cut off the zombie's neck. When Wen Qian saw him fail, he immediately stepped forward to make up a blow, took back the Tang sword and threw it back into his hands. In this way, after more than an hour of fighting, this group of perverted zombies was finally eliminated. 3 people died on Yi Xinghua's side, all of whom were scratched by zombies and then shot by him. Although the rest of the people were fine, they were already exhausted and lay on the ground motionless, breathing rapidly, and their chests were about to explode. Wen Qian was not as bad as them, but she also sat on the ground holding Xiao Bai, feeling too tired to talk. She hadn't felt that zombies were so hard to kill for a long time. This was only the first month after the apocalypse. Could the combat power bonus given to her by the system keep up with the speed of zombie evolution? Wen Qian looked up at the sky, thinking of the skill she had just acquired. As long as she used the skill, she could always get the speed bonus. Right? Okay. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be broken is speed. When she becomes the Flash, she will see how those ghost zombies can catch her. Seeing his sister's face full of despair, when Rang came over and sat beside her, Wen Qian leaned her head over, let go of Xiao Bai, and hugged his arm tightly. Her mind was blank just now, and she didn't feel scared. But now it's over. She started to get scared. She's not strong enough. Still not strong enough. She must make herself stronger. She has to protect her family, and can't make the same mistake again. Chapter 51, He really deserves to die. Everyone sat on the ground, resting in silence for half an hour. And finally someone broke the silence. Goddess. Ji Fan turned his head to look at Wen Qian and Xiaobai at her feet, and couldn't help asking, "What kind of species is this battle pet you brought?" His words made the others perk up, and they all pricked up their ears to listen to Wen Qian's answer. Wen Qian glanced at Ji Fan and calmly replied, "A cat. You haven't seen one?" Ji Fan was stunned by the question. "I've seen cats, but I've never seen one this fat." Xiaobai, meow. "What did you say?" "No. I've never seen one this strong and fierce." Ji Fan was afraid that Xiaobai would pounce on him, so he quickly changed his words. "This cat must weigh 40 to 50 kilograms? Has it been like this since it was a child?" Wen Qian scratched Xiaobai's chin, and Xiaobai stretched out his body in comfort, rolled on the ground again, and exposed his belly for her to touch. Everyone was so cute when they saw it. And then, they remembered how it had just torn the zombies apart with its bare hands, and immediately shuddered. "Xiaobai is a stray cat. I picked him up and adopted him a month ago. It has a strong ability to adapt to the environment. So it mutated. You can also observe the military dogs in the base more after you go back. There will always be differences." Wen Qian didn't hide it. After all, in the end of the world, Xiaobai is not the only animal that is mutated. She believed that Emohan must have more information than she did. So even if she didn't say it, these people would know it sooner or later. After hearing this, Ji Fan and others turned to look at the 2 rescue dogs they brought. 2 dogs also tried to join the battle today, but one was kicked several meters away by the zombies, and now has broken bones all over his body. The other eye was also injured, and the team doctor simply treated and bandaged it. I don't know if it will be infected. The 2 poor little ones lay on the ground obediently, looking pitifully in the direction of Xiaobai. They looked like they wanted to go over, but didn't dare, and could only hum and communicate with Xiaobai through the air. But Xiaobai was very arrogant, and didn't even look at him. He just wanted the poop shoveler to rub his belly quickly, so that he could go poop. After asking the cat, Ji Fan started to be curious about Wen Qian again, because he really couldn't understand how a girl like Wen Qian could be so much better than them. Ji Fan could say without being modest that each of the 15 people who came this time was an elite in the team. They had a sense of superiority. But today, that sense of superiority was completely wiped out, because if it weren't for Wen Qian, they would have been defeated here today. "Goddess, you are so amazing. What did you do before? Did you serve in the army?" Wen Qian thought for a moment and answered softly, "No. I'm just good at fighting. Because my family was poor when I was young. I couldn't eat. And my neighbors and classmates looked down on me and always bullied me." As soon as Wen Qian opened his mouth, more than a dozen men felt distressed. Especially Ji Fan. He wanted to slap himself twice. He was such a mean mouth. Why did he ask this for no reason? Did he open up other people's wounds? Ji Fan regretted it so much that even his comrades around him punched him twice. Wen Qian looked down at the ground and continued to speak slowly. "When I was a kid, I even picked up my brother's old clothes. So they called me a she-male and wanted to take off my clothes to see if I was a man or a woman. That's when I learned to fight." Ji Fan. He deserves to die. When did this happen? Why doesn't he remember it? When Rang was full of suspicion. His family used to be poor, but it got better when Wen Qian was in elementary school. Also, this little girl has never worn a piece of old clothes since she was a child. Her parents would rather not eat themselves than buy their daughter a beautiful little skirt. There was even one time when the skirt they bought for her was too big and didn't fit her. So they wanted Wen Rang, who was already in junior high school, to wear it as a nightgown at home. Wen Rang turned to look at Wen Qian, frowning. Wen Qian pretended not to see and continued to talk nonsense. In the end, Ji Fan and others had red eyes. Even Yi Xinghua began to reflect on whether he had been too rude to this girl before. Finally finishing her speech, Wen Qian sighed and concluded her speech. "Thanks to those who hurt me for making me grow and become stronger. If we have the chance to meet again." Everyone's heart was lifted, thinking that she would say something touching again. But Wen Qian changed the subject and smiled leisurely. "I will definitely kill them and feed them to the dogs. Unless someone is mentally ill, who would be grateful to their enemies." Wen Qian rolled her eyes, stood up and patted the dirt off her body. "It's getting late. Let's look for it before the sun sets. Otherwise, the zombies will move faster at night, and we may not have the good luck we just had." Wen Qian was a little tired now. Although she had drunk the well water in the space, she still couldn't recover. If possible, She wanted to go into the space to soak in the hot spring. But now the time and place did not allow it. The zombies at night are simply two different species from those during the day. Everyone remembered this terrifying thing, and quickly stood up to continue searching despite the pain in their bodies. Except for Wenqian and the other two. Everyone else had some scratches and injuries. With such a body, no one dared to be careless. And every step was taken with extreme caution. So, when footsteps were heard again in the woods, including Wenqian, everyone immediately raised their guns, their eyes full of murderous intent. Don't shoot. A trembling voice came from the bushes, and everyone looked sideways, only to see a young man wearing a helmet and ragged clothes limping towards them. Bowen? Yi Xinghua recognized the other person and hurried forward to support him. Guan Bowen didn't expect it was them. His eyes turned red instantly, and he was choking and couldn't speak. Wenqian leaned against the tree and silently observed the survivor. One leg was broken and one arm was broken. It was not easy to survive in this state. Yi Xinghua patted Guan Bowen's shoulder and asked in a trembling voice, "Besides you, are there any other brothers who survived?" Guan Bowen shook his head. "No. But Professor Ouyang and the others are still here." Hearing this, Yi Xinghua and the others were sad but also relieved. After all, their mission this time was to find those researchers and bring them back to the base safely. "Didn't you see the flares we sent out before?" Wenqian stood behind the crowd and asked curiously. Guan Bowen looked at her after hearing this, with a complicated expression. "I saw it, but I didn't expect you to survive. The zombies have evolved, and the team members who came to search and rescue were found by them after sending out the flares. And none of them survived. So he waited until the flares and gunshots were over before he came out with courage." Chapter 52. Why did you have to provoke her for no reason? After Guan Bowen finished speaking, he took Wenqian and others to their hiding place for the past few days. Wenqian was wondering how they survived in this situation. But when they arrived at the place, he suddenly realized it. In the woods, there were many zombie corpses lying in all directions. Without exception, they were all wearing the same combat uniforms as Guan Bowen and others. And under those corpses, there were several man-made pits. The researchers were in the pit. Guan Bowen first buried them with soil, and then piled the bodies on top. He didn't bury them very tightly, and left a breathing tube for them, connecting the underground and the ground. So although this way of escaping was very embarrassing, they still escaped the pursuit of the zombies. Yi Xinghua and others worked together to rescue the professors from the pit. "Lin Yan, you guys quickly carry the professors on your backs, and we will try to leave here before dark." Yi Xinghua gave orders, not wanting to stay in this hellhole for another day. Others had the same idea, and immediately carried the researchers on their backs and ran towards the helicopter. Wenqian had other plans in mind, but she didn't say anything, thinking about sending them back to the plane safely before talking about it. But before 2 minutes had passed, she felt something was wrong. Wenqian frowned and looked at the man on Lin Yan's back. The high temperature for many days, and the shock brought by the zombies had exhausted him to the point of being unable to say a word. But at this moment, he stared at Xiaobai beside Wenqian. His greedy eyes made Xiaobai feel the danger, and the hair on his body stood up, and he kept growling at the man for warning. The man looked at Xiaobai, then at its owner, and smiled at Wenqian. Wenqian didn't look good to him, and rolled his eyes at him, cursing in his heart, with a bad premonition. The way out of the mountain was much easier than the way in, without the zombies' attacks. They had no obstacles along the way, and soon returned to the helicopter. Wenqian watched Yi Xinghua and the others board the plane, but she had no intention of following them. "You go first." She stood there and said something shocking. "I have something else to do, so I won't go with you." Everyone was stunned after hearing her words. "Yi Xinghua, there are zombies everywhere here. You can't do anything." "Lin Yan, that's right. And if you don't go with us, how can you go back? Isn't there a helicopter in the woods? I will send it back to your base in 6 days." Wenqian turned her head and looked down the mountain, speaking slowly. "The zombies here mutate faster than in other places, and I don't want to waste this opportunity to fight. Although there is a task issued by the system. If she leaves here and goes back to kill ordinary zombies, she will gain more combat power in a limited time. But that is too easy for her. For the sake of the future, she must improve her combat experience as much as possible." Yi Xinghua and others heard that she wanted to stay here to kill zombies, and they couldn't help but feel that she is crazy. But Wenqian didn't listen to her advice. And when Rang and Gu Ran didn't have any opinion on her words. They all looked like they had lived enough and wanted to accompany her to go crazy. When Qian had made up her mind, she smiled and waved goodbye to the others. And then heard the professor surnamed Ouyang, who had been silent all the time. Speak. You can stay, but I want to take this mutant animal away. He looked at Xiaobai with a dark look and said in a tone that could not be refused. It has great scientific research value. It's a waste to follow you. When Qian sneered after hearing his words. She originally thought that the surname Ouyang sounded familiar. And now she was completely sure. In the previous life, there was a very famous scientist named Ouyang Yong. His research on human experiment projects was crazy. He was keen on studying the combination of mutant zombies and humans. It was said that in the end, he also began to study the possibility between humans and mutant animals. When Qian had heard a lot of rumors about him, but she had never seen this person. I didn't expect that this apocalypse had just begun, and I would meet this perverted devil. Ouyang Yong asked Yi Xinghua to catch Xiaobai on the plane, but Yi Xinghua didn't move after hearing it. Just looked embarrassed. Professor, this animal belongs to Wen Qian. We have no right to take it away. Ouyang Yong didn't expect Yi Xinghua to refuse. Looked at him, snorted, and went to instruct Lin Yan next to him. You? Go and catch it. No. 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 Lin Yan shook his head like a rattle. Professor, we can't rob it in broad daylight. What a joke. That's the goddess's pet, who saved their lives. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Seeing that he couldn't control this group of people, Ouyang Yong simply took action himself. He jumped off the plane and walked towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai was prepared and hit him hard in the abdomen, knocking him back a few steps and falling to the ground. Yi Xinghua and others stood by and watched. Only the assistants brought by Ouyang Yong hurried forward and helped the man up. They looked at Wen Qian and felt that she was ungrateful. How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? It's your blessing that the professor likes your things. That's right. Hurry up and hand over that beast. Wen Qian looked at them expressionlessly. The other party relied on his special status and wanted to rob directly. Yi Xinghua and others stepped forward to stop them. Wen Qian saw that they still had a conscience and did not help the perverted professor to bully her, so she did not make things difficult for them. She stepped forward and walked straight towards Ouyang Yong. Maybe she was too violent, so Ouyang Yong could sense danger even from a few meters away. Anyway, she had just taken a step forward when she heard Ouyang Yong's warning. Ouyang Yong thought that she was a soldier of Imo Han like Yi Xinghua and others, so he threatened her. What do you want to do? You were sent by Imo Han to protect my safety, and you dare to attack me? If I lose a hair today, you will never be able to stay in the official base again. When he said this, Yi Xinghua and others looked a little embarrassed. They really wanted to remind Ouyang Yong that Wen Qian was not from the base, and it was useless to scare her with the superior. But Ouyang Yong seemed to have already determined Wen Qian's identity as a soldier, and asked the people around him to catch Xiaobai. Not taking Wen Qian seriously at all, Wen Qian walked in front of Ouyang Yong, took out a sealed bag from her backpack, and waved her hand to hit Ouyang Yong's head. Yi Xinghua stood behind and saw clearly what was in the bag at a glance, and shivered with fear. Hey! 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 Don't do it! Yi Xinghua frantically grabbed Wen Qian's wrist, but it was too late. Wen Qian had already knocked Ouyang Yong unconscious with the zombie's head, and kicked him again. Ouyang Yong didn't expect that she carried a zombie's head with her. He was shocked and frightened, and his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yi Xinghua hurried forward to catch him, after confirming that Ouyang Yong was just fainted and not in any danger of life. He sighed, and couldn't help muttering. Tell me, why did you have to provoke her for no reason? Chapter 53. Is there anyone alive down the mountain? Seeing Wen Qian knock Ouyang Yong unconscious, the remaining researchers were annoyed, and rolled up their sleeves to come forward to settle accounts with her. They kept saying, are you tired of living? And do you know who you hit? As if they were going to execute Wen Qian on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Xinghua quickly winked at his men and asked them to stop the people. He was afraid that these people would really irritate Wen Qian, and Wen Qian would dismantle the helicopter in displeasure, and then no one would be able to leave today. Yi Xinghua brought everyone on the plane, looked at Wen Qian, frowned and asked, are you really not going to go with us? No! Wen Qian was angry, and Yi Xinghua heard it and didn't dare to provoke her. He said a few polite words, asked her to pay attention to her safety, and then took Ouyang Yong and others to leave first. Wen Qian looked up and watched the helicopter fly away. and then said to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, "Oh, Yang Yong is famous for his research on mutant zombies. This time he brought his team here and must have discovered something. The zombies on the island mutate very quickly, so we must be careful next time." Wen Rang nodded and looked around. It was getting close to evening, so it was definitely unwise to go down the mountain at this time. So the three of them chose to spend the night on the mountain. They returned to the helicopter in the forest and set up a tent. Wen Qian took out a few boxes of dumplings and a large bag of raw bones and meat prepared for Xiaobai from her bag. She took the dumplings out of the space in advance. They were a little cold now, but it didn't affect the taste. Gu Ran thought he would have biscuits or instant noodles at night, but he didn't expect to eat dumplings brought from home. He was immediately full of happiness and forgot to ask Wen Qian why the dumplings were still warm. Wen Qian took out the well water in the space that she had prepared before and shared it with the two of them to replenish their energy. After eating and drinking, she went into the tent and entered the space under the guise of resting. She took a shower and soaked in the hot spring and changed into clean clothes. When she came out again, Gu Ran and Wen Rang were still guarding outside the tent. The two chatted in low voices while looking around vigilantly. Xiaobai was lying in the tent. When he saw her suddenly disappear and reappear, he looked like he had long been accustomed to it. He lazily turned over and raised his 4 legs to the sky to be cute and begged for petting. Wen Qian and the other two took turns to keep watch and rest, and everything went smoothly. On the other side, Yi Xinghua and the others returned to the base smoothly and reported the mission to Imohan as soon as possible. "Sir," Wen Qian and the other two insisted on staying on the island. "We couldn't persuade them, so we could only..." Yi Xinghua observed Imohan's expression while speaking. He thought that Imohan would be furious if he failed to bring Wen Qian back safely, but he didn't expect that after hearing this. Imohan nodded calmly and said, "I know." And then, there was no follow-up. Yi Xinghua was stunned and asked bravely, "Sir, you won't punish us?" Imohan was surprised why he asked this. Wen Qian didn't want to stay? Yes. Otherwise who can force her? Yi Xinghua told the truth, and then sighed with some regret. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wen Qian's strength was indeed above theirs. If such a talent could be recruited into the base, it would definitely be a blessing. But now? "Sir, can she come back?" Yi Xinghua already had the answer in his mind, but he couldn't help asking. It was as if as long as the cruel answer didn't come from his mouth, it would alleviate some of his guilt. On the way back, Yi Xinghua kept thinking, if he had ordered to bring Wen Qian and the others back by force, what would the success rate be? But no matter what the answer was, it was meaningless, because he didn't try his best to stop Wen Qian and the other two from committing suicide. No matter how much he regretted it now, it would be useless. No matter how strong Wen Qian and the other two were, they couldn't survive on that island for a week. Imohan was silent for a few seconds after hearing Yi Xinghua's question. When did she say she would come back? 6 days later. Wen Qian said she would send a helicopter to our base in 6 days. Well, it's getting late. Go back and rest. Imohan nodded and continued to look down at the documents on the table, without a single doubt about Wen Qian's promise. Seeing his calm look, Yi Xinghua didn't dare to ask any more questions and turned away. Fishing Island. It was late at night, and everything was silent. Wen Qian sat under a tree, looking up at the bloody full moon in the sky, and she always felt that something was wrong. She thought about it for a long time, and suddenly realized it. It was too quiet. There were always insects and birds chirping in the woods, but now it was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Wen Qian gritted her teeth and glanced at the tent, where Wen Rang and Gu Ran were resting. She turned her head and looked around, and suddenly, she heard a drumbeat coming from the bottom of the mountain. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. Is there still a living person on this island? Wen Rang and Gu Ran were lying in the tent, but neither of them fell asleep. After hearing the drum sound, they came out of the tent and looked at Wen Qian with a puzzled look. Wen Rang, where did the noise come from? Gu Ran, is there someone down the mountain? I don't know. Judging from the clues from Yi Xinghua and the others, there can't be any living people on this island. But, Wen Qian looked hesitantly at the direction where the drum sound came from. Undecided. According to the convention of horror movies, the more curious a person is, the more likely he is to die. But now is the end of the world. Even if she doesn't care about anything, she will still die when the zombies come to her. Moreover, there is so much noise down the mountain that the zombies must have been attracted by the sound. She just secretly looked at who was so bold on the mountain. It should be okay. Right? Wen Qian made a decision and said to Wen Rang, I want to go over and take a look. Let's go! The two said in unison and immediately got up and set off. Under the moonlight, the three of them walked cautiously towards the mountain. As the distance got closer, the drum sound at the foot of the mountain became clearer and clearer. Finally, within the visible range of the telescope, the three stopped and looked down the mountain curiously. It was pitch black at the foot of the mountain, and Wen Qian searched for a long time before confirming the specific location where the drum sound came from. But after seeing clearly what was happening there, she was shocked and got goosebumps. Fuck! What the hell is this? Beside them, Wen Rang and Gu Ren made the same sound. They took off the telescope and looked at each other. And then, as if they couldn't believe it, they confirmed what they saw again. Wen Qian's reaction was the same as theirs. She didn't dare to believe her eyes. After repeatedly confirming that there was indeed a group of zombies at the foot of the mountain holding some kind of worship ceremony, Wen Qian felt cold all over. There must be a reason why Professor Ouyang and his team came to this island to conduct scientific research. Wen Qian had long expected that the zombies here were unusual, but to have evolved to this point was still far beyond her imagination. Chapter 54. A little zombie pretending to be a ghost to scare people. In the previous life, zombies evolved to have human consciousness many years later. And some top zombies have even evolved to the point where they look no different from humans. But that is also conditional. As far as Wen Qian knows, even the most powerful zombies can only stay awake for 2 hours a day. The rest of the time, they are still controlled by killing and the desire for blood. Just like ordinary zombies. But this life has just begun. How come there are zombies imitating humans to worship? Even Wen Qian, who has seen too many big scenes, couldn't help but curse at this moment. Damn! Don't you really leave people away to survive? Wen Qian raised the telescope again and looked down the mountain. This time, she not only saw it clearly, but also made eye contact with the zombie standing at the front of the team. Standing at the front of the zombie group was a little zombie who looked only 5 or 6 years old. In the night, it seemed to sense that someone was watching it. It slowly turned its head, twisting it into an arc that humans could not reach at all. After a suspicious sweep of the mountain, it accurately located Wen Qian's location. Wen Qian found that the other party had discovered her, and her heart sank. Let's go back. She didn't have time to say too much to Wen Rang and the others, and immediately turned around and walked into the woods. Wen Rang and Gu Ren also found something wrong. Both of them remained silent and returned to the helicopter with cold sweats all over their bodies, both with expressions of seeing a ghost. The woods were still quiet, apart from each other's breathing and the sound of the wind. They could not hear any other sounds. It was quiet for a long time, and Wen Rang finally couldn't help asking, what the hell are those things down the mountain? They behaved like humans, but their rotten bodies and eyes like dead fish proved that they were not human at all. Gu Ran didn't come back to his senses at this moment. He waved his hand and said, Don't ask me. I have a low IQ and can't figure it out. Xiao Mai kept circling around the three of them, and from time to time, he bared his teeth alertly towards the direction of the mountain. Wen Qian thought that after they were discovered by the zombies, there would be a fierce battle. But after waiting for half an hour, the group of zombies did not make any movement, and even the previous drum sound disappeared. This situation is too wrong. Is there really something on this mountain that makes them worried? Wen Qian glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning. If they don't rest, they may not have enough energy and physical strength to kill zombies after dawn. So she thought about it and said, It's been so long since they caught up. They probably won't come. You guys take a rest first. I'll keep watch. I'll call you in 2 hours. At this time, how could Wen Rang and Gu Ran bear to let a little girl keep watch? Wen Rang, no. You should take a rest first. We'll keep watch. Gu Ran, that's right. You are the main fighting force. You must rest well. They refused immediately. But Wen Qian couldn't help but mock them after hearing it. It's good to know that I am the main fighting force. These zombies have evolved so much that you two can't resist them if they really rush over. Don't waste your rest time. I will wake you up in 2 hours. Her sharp words made the two unable to refute. And finally one of them got into the helicopter, and the other into the tent. Wen Qian took advantage of the separation of the two, and immediately threw Wen Rang into the space. Wen Rang found himself in the space in the blink of an eye. After a moment of stunned, He quickly went to take a bath in the hot spring to recover his strength. Wen Qian held the tang sword tightly in his hand. Sitting under the tree, with Xiaobai lying at his feet, and couldn't help but recall the scene he had just seen. If she guessed correctly, the little zombie that met her eyes should be the leader of the zombies. Normally, the combat power of children after becoming zombies is indeed stronger than that of adults. They are small but flexible, and they will become very terrifying after their power evolves. Wen Qian folded her hands in front of her chest, wondering if she would have a chance of winning if she fought with the little ghost. The opponent evolved so quickly. Could he have some superpowers? In her previous life, she had only encountered zombies with superpowers twice. One was to strengthen their power, and the other was to copy human voices. I wonder what abilities the zombies I meet this time have. Wen Qian kept thinking about how to go down the mountain to kill zombies after dawn, and how to deal with that little ghost if she met him. Time passed by like this, and more than an hour passed unknowingly. Wen Qian gradually relaxed from her initial extremely tense state, and just when she thought that there would be no more zombies coming to her tonight, she suddenly felt a chill. Wen Qian couldn't describe what it felt like. In short, in an instant, her scalp was numb, and a chill spread from her back to her limbs. Wen Qian held her breath, and all her senses were infinitely magnified at this moment. She tightened and loosened her grip on the tang dao, swallowed her saliva, and slowly raised her head to look above the tree trunk she was leaning against. One glance, just one glance, almost sent Wen Qian away, because above her head, the little zombie that had met her eyes in the telescope before was now squatting on the tree branch with drool. Its pale little face was like a piece of white paper under the moonlight. Seeing Wen Qian discover itself, it grinned, and its 2 rows of small teeth were like fish teeth, sharp and pointed, as if they could bite through a person's throat at any time. Wen Qian took a breath and reacted immediately when the little zombie launched an attack. The little zombie suddenly pounced on her from the tree. Wen Qian rolled on the ground for a while, waved the tang sword in her hand, and chopped it at its arm. The zombie didn't expect Wen Qian's power to be so strong. It was caught off guard and had its arm chopped off. After a howl, it turned around and ran away. Wen Qian watched it quickly flee, with no desire to fight, and was so angry that her head was about to explode. Damn it! The zombies on this island are so bad. Eating people is fine, but why are they scaring people? Wen Qian's heart was about to jump out of her throat. She heard Gu Ran's voice coming from the tent and immediately released Wen Rang from the space. Wen Rang looked confused and didn't know what happened. But soon he found the arm cut off by his sister on the ground and asked nervously, "Zombies are coming?" Wen Qian nodded weakly. "It's here. It's a little ghost. And it ran away when it found it couldn't beat me." As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Xiaobai came up and sniffed, then raised his head, picked up the arm, and swallowed it into his stomach. This dog thing didn't show any fighting power just now, and now it is very rude when eating meat, and even licked his mouth with satisfaction, looking like he was not full. Chapter 55 Zombie Lair. Wen Qian was angry. It had only been a month since the end of the world. How could she let a naughty zombie bully her? "You want to play with her? All right. You wait for me, you little kid." Wen Qian looked around and made sure that the little zombie had run away. She turned her head and looked at Wen Rang and Gu Ran. "I'm sleepy. I'll sleep for a while. Call me in 3 hours." After saying that, she turned around and got into the tent. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Gu Ran was stunned and asked Wen Rang in a low voice in disbelief, "Can she still sleep in this situation?" "Yes." Gu Ran didn't know Wen Qian, but Wen Rang knew her too well. His sister was very adaptable and never gave up. He still remembered that when Wen Qian was in high school, she studied science. In the first exam after the class division, a boy in the same class scored more than 10 points higher in math. This was actually nothing, but the key point was that after the boy's results came out, he mocked Wen Qian. He said that girls' brains were not as good as boys, so they should study liberal arts instead of science. Wen Qian was so angry that she retorted, "You don't know how smart you are to say such things," and then went to class as usual as if nothing had happened. However, she went to bed early after returning home that day. After dinner, she finished her homework and went back to her room to sleep. The reason why Wen Rang remembered it so clearly was that Liu Mo and Wen Chongqing felt that she was unhappy at the time and suspected that she was bullied at school. They were afraid that Wen Qian would not dare to tell them the truth. So they called Wen Rang and asked him to ask what was going on. Wen Qian had nothing to hide from Wen Rang. So when he asked, she told him what happened. Then she said she was unhappy, but it would be fine after a good sleep. So he didn't need to worry. After hearing this, Wen Rang even asked for leave to go home, fearing that his sister would show off. But when he got home, he found that Wen Qian was indeed fine, except that she practiced more questions than before. Wen Qian was either sleeping or practicing questions during that period, and as a result, she never did worse than the boys in the class in the subsequent exams. And Wen Rang also discovered that the more pressure his sister was under, the more she was willing to sleep. Even during the lunch break of the college entrance examination, when his parents were so worried that they couldn't even eat, she turned around and went back to the house to sleep after eating. So Wen Rang felt that Wen Qian must have been really angry with the little zombie just now. So now she is resting up. And when the sun rises, she will probably go to find the zombie's lair. Wen Qian slept for 3 hours, and was woken up by Wen Rang. She stretched and climbed out of the tent, took out the gas stove and pot from the space, as well as the hand-rolled noodles that Liamo had rolled before, and started to cook noodles. After cooking, he took out a bottle of beef sauce made by Liamo, and the three of them started to eat breakfast. Wen Qian ate 2 large bowls of noodles, stood up and looked down the mountain. Since they came to this island, they have never gone down the mountain. They have been searching in the woods, and they don't know what is going on down there. After eating and drinking, the three of them packed up their things and started to walk down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they found that there were several statues around the mountain, which seemed to be what the group of zombies were worshipping last night. This island is full of fishermen who live by the sea and respect the Dragon King, the god of the sea, Mazu, and the river god. Gu Ran has relatives who are fishermen in his hometown, so he knows a lot about these things. These are customs passed down from generation to generation. So even if those fishermen have become zombies, they have not forgotten these habits they have developed since childhood. It is precisely because of these statues that ordinary zombies dare not go up this mountain. In any case, there are only a few zombies who can go up the mountain. There is a relatively safe place, which makes Wen Qian and the other two feel relieved. Wen Qian looked at the zombies wandering around the foot of the mountain, distributed the bullets exchanged in the space last night to Wen Rang and the other two, and gave them instructions. If you can't win, run to the mountain. Don't worry about me. After she finished speaking, she went down the mountain with her tank sword. Gu Ran looked at her aggressive look and thought that if he was a zombie, he would have run away long ago. Gu Ran and Wen Rang found a position that could be attacked or defended, and began to shoot the zombies that did not appear to have mutated. The nearby zombies were attracted by the gunshots, and then were killed by Wen Qian, who was guarding at the foot of the mountain. The proportion of mutated zombies on this island is indeed higher than that outside. Wen Qian suspected that they had eaten too much seafood that was irradiated by nuclear radiation before they died. So this result occurred. She vented all the anger she had accumulated last night because of the little zombie on this group of unlucky zombies. Xiaobai followed her, jumping around in the zombie group like he was in an amusement park, and his movements of biting and killing zombies became more and more proficient. Wen Qian also did not forget the unlucky skill that the system gave her, attracting firepower. Within 3 minutes, for every zombie killed by a combatant in the system, the host's speed will be increased by 1%. Killing 100 zombies will increase the speed of any member in the system by 10%, because there is no limit on the number of uses. As long as her condition allows, she will activate this skill. The 3-minute extreme escape. The feeling of adrenaline rush is simply addictive. As the number of zombies killed by them increases, Wen Qian's speed becomes faster and faster. This is how the first day of killing ended. Wen Qian did not see the little zombie who ran away after scaring her. When it was dark, the system prompted that they had killed a total of 950 zombies, and 200 of them were killed when Wen Qian launched the attract firepower. Skills. Wen Qian's speed increased by 200%, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran's speeds also increased by 10% respectively. Wen Qian was quite satisfied with the result. As soon as the sun went down, she immediately took Wen Rang back to the helicopter, and then took out a bunch of food from the space to solve the problem of food and clothing. Wen Qian suddenly wanted to eat hot pot, but the conditions were really limited. She was afraid that she would scare Gu Ran if she took out more than a dozen boxes of hot pot ingredients from her bag. So she had to retreat, and took a few boxes of self-heating small hot pots, and a few boxes of self-heating braised pork rice. Although they were all fast food, It was a luxury to be able to eat a hot meal in this situation. After filling their stomachs, Wenqian asked Wenrang and the others to rest first, while she sat under the tree holding a tang sword and waiting for the little zombie. But the whole night passed, and the little ghost did not show up. Wenqian, who was full of murderous intent but waited in vain, was full of anger again. After dawn, Wenqian and the other two continued to go down the mountain to hunt. They successfully killed 1,200 zombies that day, and Wenqian's speed increased by 400%. Wenrang and Gu Ran received 20% of the reward respectively. After returning to the mountain after dark, Gu Ran and Wenrang could clearly feel that their speed of movement had increased a lot. As for Wenqian, her speed was now so fast that the zombies could not catch her. Chapter 56, Unlocking the Regeneration Ability. Wenrang and Gu Ran were a little excited when they found out about Wenqian's changes. But Wenqian's reaction was very calm. She was changing, and the zombies were also evolving. There were not many ordinary zombies left on the island. The remaining ones were basically mutant zombies, with a height of 2 or 3 meters. Wenrang and Gu Ran could no longer blow their heads off with bullets alone. So on the third day, Wenrang and Gu Ran could only choose to fight in close combat with Tang Dao like Wenqian. In this way, the speed of killing zombies was slowed down. After a whole day of hard work, the three of them killed more than 800 zombies, most of which died at the hands of Wenqian. The little zombie never showed up again, and the days passed one by one. Soon it was the 7th day since they came to the island, and it was also the day they should return. Wenqian was in a bad mood because she didn't find the zombie leader, but she also accepted this fact. After all, it was a rare species, and it couldn't be killed so easily. However, just when Wenqian had given up and was ready to go home, the little ghost thing appeared in front of her again. Moreover, the arm that Wenqian had chopped off a few days ago had also grown back. Wenqian couldn't help but chuckle when he found out about this. Wenrang turned his head and looked at his sister, and felt that her eyes seemed to glow green when she looked at the zombie. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was more like the villain. After not seeing each other for a few days, the little zombie saw Wenqian again, and his little face was full of anger. Wenqian didn't know whether it was angry because she chopped off its arm, or because she killed many of its men in the past few days. In short, the angry little zombie actually looked a little cute. If Wenqian hadn't seen it squatting on a tree in the middle of the night pretending to be a ghost and scaring people, she felt that she would even have an impulse to catch this zombie, put a dog chain on it, and take it home to keep it as a pet. The little zombie screamed, and the zombie army surrounding it immediately rushed towards Wenqian and the other two. Seeing this, Wenrang and Gu Ran immediately turned around and ran up the mountain. But this time, the mutant zombies did not stop, but followed them up the mountain. Wenqian glanced at the two men's backs and did not follow them. She could not stay with them forever, and there would always be a time for them to act separately in the future. After this period of training, the combat power of the two had improved a lot. So those dozens of zombies might be a little tricky for them, but they would definitely not take their lives. Wenqian confirmed this and stared at the little zombie. The air was filled with a rotten fishy smell. The zombies swarmed towards Wenqian from all directions, and after missing again and again, their movements began to slow down, as if expressing their doubts. Wenqian dodged their attacks easily, occasionally using her knife to kill one or two. She looked at the little zombie hiding in the zombie group and said coldly, "Little ghost, whoever escapes today will be a grandson." The little zombie seemed to understand her words and stared at her with a sinister expression. After a moment of silence, it suddenly rushed towards her. Wenqian had been looking for it for almost a week, and seeing that it came to her on its own initiative, she simply stood there without moving. She moved her wrist, and when the little zombie rushed in front of her, she dodged and got behind it. In the blink of an eye, the little zombie's newly grown arm was chopped off by Wenqian again. It howled in pain, and then soon, it grew a new arm again, and it looked much thicker than the previous one. A normal person would have been scared to death by such a scene, but Wenqian's eyes were full of excitement. This is a zombie with the ability to regenerate. The ability to regenerate is very rare. In a sense, having this ability means being able to live forever, because as long as you are strong enough and regenerate fast enough, there is no such thing as a fatal injury. The little zombie grew his arm again, and without giving Wenqian extra time to rest, he immediately launched a new round of attacks. In just a few days, Wenqian's strength has risen to a new height. The little zombie couldn't figure out why she was so much stronger than that night. After several attacks failed, it began to act like a real naughty child, yelling in anger. When Qian watched it rush up again, and this time she didn't use a knife, but directly grabbed its wrist with her hand. When it bared its fangs and tried to bite off her flesh, it swung its arm and smashed it to the ground. When Qian was very strong now. When dealing with ordinary zombies, she could even tear off the zombies' heads with her hands. So, after her ruthless attack, the little zombie's head hit the ground directly. For a moment, it was completely confused, finding that it was no match for Wen Qian. The little zombie thought of escaping again, but Wen Qian had already caught it. So how could she let it escape? Her eyes were shining, and her gaze was fixed on the little zombie's neck. She wanted to try and see if the little ghost's regeneration ability was strong enough to grow a new head. The little zombie struggled frantically, but its strength was far inferior to Wen Qian's. Suddenly, it raised the other hand that was not caught by Wen Qian, pressed the shoulder of its caught arm, and exerted force suddenly, removing one of its arms, finally regaining its freedom. It no longer wanted to fight, and turned around and ran away. But it soon discovered that not only was it not as strong as the female devil, but it was also not as fast as her. Wen Qian did not give the little ghost a chance to escape. She cut off its neck with a knife. When she saw the little zombie's body fall straight to the ground without any changes, her eyes were full of disappointment. TSK. Wen Qian sighed in disdain, bent down and picked up the little zombie's head, thinking of taking it back to Mohan as a gift, and cheating some supplies by the way. The perverted professor would definitely be interested in this thing if he had it. But before she could put the head into the sealed bag, she saw a fist-sized bead falling out of the zombie's head. Wen Qian quickly caught it and frowned slightly. What is this? Brain? This kid has a big brain? She was puzzled, dodging the attacks of other zombies while retreating towards the mountain, wanting to find a place to study it carefully. In the distance, Xiaobai, who was fighting the zombies, seemed to smell some tempting fragrance and rushed towards Wen Qian. Wen Qian was so busy hiding from the zombies that she ignored it for a moment. So she was hit on the back by it and fell face down on the ground. What was even more terrible was that when she opened her mouth to curse, she accidentally bit the white bead. She said hack and got a bite of zombie brain. Wen Qian couldn't vomit because the ghost thing melted in her mouth and disappeared immediately. Wen Qian got up and looked at Xiao Bai's innocent face, wanting to cry but not crying. She didn't know if she would be infected and mutated, so she didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Just when she was so anxious that she wanted to pull out all the hair on Xiao Bai's body, the voice of the system came from her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Regeneration Ability. Chapter 57. She is scarier than zombies. Wen Qian froze, wondering if she was hallucinating because she had eaten something dirty. But the system's voice continued. This skill does not need to be activated. There is no restriction on its use, and it will change with the host's physical fitness. The host's blood cannot bring regeneration effects to others, according to the host's current physical condition. The fatal damage caused by the zombie attack cannot be regenerated for the time being. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the primary achievement of Superpowers, and reward 100,000 mall coins. The host's combat power will increase by 100%. The space prosperity will increase by 100%. And the combat power of all members in the system will increase by 50%. Wen Qian listened to the system's prompts and grasped the keywords keenly. Temporarily unable to regenerate. Temporarily. That is to say, as long as she becomes strong enough in the future, and the quality of this body can support the unlimited use of this ability, then she may be able to ignore the damage of zombies? Even if she is bitten by zombies, and her heart is taken out by zombies, she still has a chance to regenerate? What kind of fatal skill is this? If others know about it, won't she be hunted all over the world? As far as Wen Qian knows, superpowers can be taken away. In her previous life, she had seen many cruel incidents of killing each other just to take away each other's superpowers. There are relatives whose blood is thicker than water, lovers who accompany each other day and night, and friends who share weal and woe. No matter what the relationship is, as long as there is enough temptation, they can turn against each other. Wen Qian bit the corner of her lip, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. The system seemed to sense her emotional changes, and suddenly a voice sounded again. Due to the special situation of the host, all skills are bound to the host's identity and cannot be taken away. All members in the system are forced not to reveal the host's information to the outside world while maintaining the current loyalty. When the loyalty of a member in the system drops to 80, they will have the idea of seizing the host's superpowers. When the loyalty of a member in the system drops to 80, the system will automatically kill the member, and no longer issue prompts or notifications to the host. Update the member information in the system. Gu Ran. Loyalty, never betray. Gu Wan. Loyalty, never betray. System prompts that the loyalty of the top never betray members will never change. Wen Qian. What should I do? I feel like crying. In the end times, Wen Qian knew that if she wanted to survive to the end, the best way was to turn herself into a cold-blooded machine and not have any emotions towards anyone. Because compared to zombies and ghosts, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart. But how can people control emotions? She was very afraid that her relatives and friends would turn against each other. That would be more painful than death. She didn't want to be worried all day and sleepless because of her superpowers. And she didn't want to be betrayed by the people around her. Fortunately, the system understood her. The system gave her enough confidence to let her do whatever she wanted. It forced her to control the minds of all the people she cared about. And they would never betray her. Wen Qian took a deep breath and smiled again. She turned her head to look at Xiao Bai. The dog seemed to realize that he had just done something wrong. So he stood behind her and bit the zombies desperately to atone for his sins. Xiao Bai. Wen Qian called it out and asked it to retreat to the mountain together. She had made enough money on this trip. And now she just wanted to go home quickly. Lie down on the bed and have a good sleep. And have a hot pot with her family tomorrow morning. In the woods. Although Wen Rang and Gu Ran were in a mess, they still managed to kill all the zombies chasing them. This was the first time they felt so clearly that they had really become stronger. Wen Rang cut off the head of the last zombie and caught a glimpse of his sister in his peripheral vision. He turned his head and looked. And then his face turned pale with fear. Wen Qian suddenly had an idea and wanted to see how powerful the regeneration ability was. So she took out a folding dagger and cut her arm. The system had given her too much defense before, causing her to have thick skin and blood. The knife didn't cut through her skin, so she had to change the method and stab herself with the dagger. What Wen Rang saw was his sister mutilating herself as if she was possessed. In the past month of the apocalypse, Wen Rang had never been so scared when he was chased and bitten by zombies. Wen Qian. He shouted her name in a trembling voice, ran to her quickly, and snatched the dagger from her hand. Wen Qian looked up and met her brother's red eyes, and found that Wen Rang's eyes were already tearful. What are you doing? Wen Rang nervously checked Wen Qian, and after confirming that she was not injured, his heart, which had jumped to his throat, slowly fell back. Wen Qian realized what Wen Rang was afraid of, and hurriedly explained, Brother, don't worry. I'm fine. I just got a regeneration ability, so I want to see if it works. Wen Rang was stunned. Regeneration? This word sounds like a pyramid scheme. How could there be such an outrageous thing? Wen Qian took out another dagger from the space, and before her brother could react, she stabbed her arm hard. The blood instantly dyed the blade red. But after just 3 seconds, the blood coagulated, and then the wound healed incredibly. Wen Qian and Wen Rang saw this magical scene, and they looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Wen Qian was ecstatic, thinking that this skill was too awesome. Although there would still be pain when injured, as long as she didn't die, she could endure the pain. Wen Rang's nervousness disappeared all of a sudden. He suddenly felt calm and thought, it's over. If this continues, his sister will become a demon who destroys the world. Right? She looks much scarier than those zombies now. Gu Ran walked over from a distance and saw the brother and sister standing face to face, not knowing what they were doing. He approached curiously, and before he could ask a question, he saw Wen Qian took out a white bead and handed it to them. Come on. Each of you have a bite. Wen Qian gave each of them a piece of the zombie's brain, hoping that they could also have some superpowers. Wen Rang and Gu Ran reached out to take the things, and only remembered to ask after throwing them into their mouths. What is this? Wen Qian, zombie brain. Wen Rang. Gu Ran. Wen Rang. Gu Ran, ugh! The two immediately turned around and retched. But the brain melted in their mouths, and they couldn't vomit even if they wanted to. Two big men, about 180 feet tall, held the tree trunk and felt nauseous. They looked at Wen Qian with a hard-to-tell expression and spoke weakly. Wen Rang, if you are not a human being, can you stop dragging me? Gu Ran, is it retribution for killing too many zombies? Are you crazy? Wen-Qian looked excited. Did you hear any voice in your head? The kind that prompts you to acquire skills? Wen rang. Gu ran. My head hurts. Who will drag her away? Chapter 58. There are many people who want to see me. Who is he? Wen rang and Gu ran stood up weakly and walked towards the helicopter, not wanting to accompany Wen-Qian to go crazy. But Wen-Qian grabbed them and said unwillingly, "Oh, I'm serious. Look around carefully and see if there is anything different." Seeing that the two looked hopeless, Wen-Qian thought for a while and comforted them. "What's the matter? I see you guys are quite happy eating pig brains." Wen rang. Gu ran. It's better not to comfort them, because they have another picture in their minds. Wen-Qian sighed. Let's put it another way. This thing is a crystal core. Is that okay? Although she didn't think there was any difference. They all fell out of the zombies' heads anyway. Wen rang and Gu ran were forced by Wen-Qian to observe whether there were any changes in themselves. They were reluctant, but they couldn't do anything about her. So they just thought about perfunctorily doing it for a while. As a result, after seeing the zombies climbing up the mountain, both of them were stunned. Wen-Qian looked at the two people's reactions, followed their line of sight, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" As soon as she finished speaking, she also found something wrong. Wen-Qian had focused on her regeneration ability before, and didn't pay attention to other things. But now, she looked at the faint flashes of light on the zombies' heads and seemed to understand something. She turned her head and asked Wen rang and Gu ran, "Can you see it?" The two nodded, and Wen-Qian said, "Try to aim at the bright spot and see if you can shoot it in the head." Although Wen rang's shooting skills were not as good as Gu ran's, he was already very good after the high-intensity practical training during this period. So, he raised his hand and shot accurately at the part of a zombie's head that was glowing white. As the gun went off, the zombie's head exploded instantly. The same thing happened to Gu ran. After aiming at the bright part, the zombie was immediately shot in the head and lost its ability to move. They quickly dealt with the group of zombies that were chasing them. After looking at each other, they had to admit that the zombie's brain was really a great tonic. And they also understood why they couldn't use guns to blow up the heads of these mutant zombies before. Normally, the head structure of zombies is the same as that of humans. The weight of the brain accounts for about 80% of the entire brain. As long as you hit this 80% part, you can basically kill the zombies successfully. But after the evolution of zombies, the brain has undergone more or less changes. Some zombies even have brains that have shrunk to the size of peanuts or melon seeds. So it happened before that the whole zombie's head was shot into a sieve. But it still didn't die, because they didn't hit the vital point at all. As for the little zombie with superpowers, Wen-Qian has not figured out what it is like yet. Wen-Qian happily put the crystal core of the little zombie into the space, thinking that if Wen rang and Gu ran's bodies didn't have any resistance after returning, she would give some to her parents. The two men who were used as test subjects by Wen-Qian changed their previous despair, and now their faces were full of excitement and happiness. After being chased by those mutant zombies for so many days, they were as miserable as they were before. The two looked at each other, and went down the mountain with their guns. Wen-Qian couldn't stop them, and could only watch them kill zombies in revenge. After venting their anger, Wen rang and Gu ran were as happy as two fools. After returning, they got on the helicopter and set off for home. Gu ran had practiced flying a plane when he was in the army before, and he operated it skillfully. Soon, several people returned to the city smoothly. Wen-Qian agreed to send the helicopter to the base because there was no place to park it near her home. When she arrived at the place, she found that the base had changed a lot in the past few days. Walls are being built around the base. Many wire meshes are being built above the residential area, and glass houses are being built in the open space inside the base. Wen-Qian raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw these preparations. Zombies will continue to evolve in the next few years, and the previous blockades outside the base will definitely not last long. Building walls is the right decision. The protective net in the air can effectively block mutated flying animals after the apocalypse, such as crows and bats. Bicheng has many mountains and trees, and there are many bats. Wen-Qian is not sure whether bats used to suck human blood, because he has not studied it. But in the future, bats and crows will really eat human flesh and drink human blood, and they like it very much. As for the glass house, is it prepared for acid rain? Wen-Qian jumped off the plane and fell into deep thought as he looked at the rows of glass houses in the distance. Someone in the base found them and rushed over. thinking that they were accomplices who went out to rescue and collect supplies. As a result, when they ran over, they saw 3 unfamiliar faces and a scary-sized animal that was not sure whether it was a cat or something else. They were all stunned. "Who are you? How did you get a helicopter from our base?" Wen Qian looked at the man who asked the question with caution. He was wearing the same combat uniform as Yi Xinghua's group. "I'm here to give you a gift. Tell Yi Xinghua that I sent the helicopter back." Wen Qian spoke softly, but halfway through she remembered something, turned back to the plane, and took down a large bag of zombie heads. This was something she picked up in the woods before she came back, and she was as perfunctory as she could be. "By the way, give this to Imohan, and say that it was given by Wen Qian, so that he can return some of the supplies to me later." Wen Qian didn't care whether the other party needed it or not. After all, gifts must be given, and she couldn't suffer a loss. Under the stunned gaze of a group of people, Wen Qian threw the bag of head to the ground and turned away. But before she walked far, she was surrounded by another group of people running from a distance. Wen Qian frowned slightly, and seeing that they were not wearing the familiar combat uniforms, she probably guessed their identities. Ouyang Yong had been holding a grudge since he was beaten and frightened by Wen Qian that day. But because the people had returned to the base, he wanted to go to the fishing island to settle accounts with Wen Qian and continue his research, but was rejected by Imohan. Imohan didn't say anything else, and told Ouyang Yong to go by himself if he wanted to. Anyway, the base would not send anyone to escort him. Without Imohan's protection, it would definitely not work if Ouyang Yong brought his own people. So Ouyang Yong was very angry these days. He accidentally heard Yi Xinghua's men chatting, and said that after Wen Qian agreed to come to the base in the next few days, he ordered people to keep an eye on every plane flying back to the base. "Look!" He finally caught her. Ouyang Yong's men looked at the mutated battle pet beside Wen Qian, and confirmed that she was the one they were looking for. So they said in a cold tone, "Come with us. Professor Ouyang wants to see you." Wen Qian smiled disdainfully after hearing what they said. "There are many people who want to see me. Who is he?" Anyway, they had already torn their faces and fought before, and Wen Qian didn't think about meeting again in the future, and she could still pretend that nothing happened. What's more, the other party wanted to steal her things, so he was an enemy. She never had a good face to her enemies. Chapter 59. It's okay if you don't accept it. Just beat them until they accept it. When Ouyang Yong's people saw Wen Qian being so arrogant, they got angry. They didn't know what this woman had the capital to say such things. In their opinion, refusing to meet with Professor Ouyang was just ungrateful. Professor Ouyang is currently the top biological expert in China, and even in the world. There are countless people who want to see him on weekdays. But what did this Wen Qian say just now? Who does he think he is? How dare she say these words in such a tone? Some of Ouyang Yong's team members were brought here from their original places, and some were taken from the base to protect his safety after they arrived at Bincheng base. But no matter which one, they all volunteered to be with Ouyang Yong because they admired his academic success. So now, they all couldn't swallow their anger when they saw Wen Qian despising the professor they admired. There is nothing to say to such a person who refuses to accept a toast and drinks a forfeit. If she doesn't want to leave, then take her away by force. The few people didn't say anything else, took 2 steps forward and started to fight. Wen Qian stood there, looking at them with cold eyes. Gu Ren came from behind her and knocked them all down neatly. If it were before, he might need more time to deal with all these people at the same time. But since he came to Wen Qian, just as she joked before, Gu Ren felt that he had changed. He was more than a little stronger than before, and dealing with these people was as easy as dealing with unreasonable children. Xiaobai squatted beside Wen Qian, licking his fur lazily, watching those idiots fall to the ground one by one. The combatants in the base did not expect to see such a scene, and they were all alert for a while, because the opponent was too strong. What's more, Professor Ouyang is now a member of their base. It seems a bit unreasonable to watch a few strangers knock down their own people without doing anything. The movement here attracted the attention of people in the distance, and before long, there were dozens more people in front of Wen Qian. Wen Qian lowered her eyes, feeling bad. She wanted to stretch her muscles. Just as Wen Qian was about to take action, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name. "Wen Qian!" The voice came from behind the crowd. Wen Qian looked over and saw Yi Xinghua and several familiar figures. When Yi Xinghua and the others saw her, Their faces instantly showed a complex expression of surprise and joy. When Qian said on the day she separated from them that she would be back in 6 days, Yi Xinghua always remembered this, even though he had no hope in his heart. Today is the day when Qian said she would come back. So Yi Xinghua has been arranging people to keep an eye on the helipad since morning. He waited for a whole day, but didn't hear any news about Wen Qian. He thought he would not be able to wait any longer. But just now, Lin Yan ran to his office out of breath and said that Professor Ouyang's people were heading towards the helipad. Although they didn't know what happened here, they knew what was going on from the reaction of Ouyang's group. Yi Xinghua led people to block Wen Qian and Xiao Bai behind them and looked at the opposing group. There were a few familiar faces in the crowd. They were all from their base before, but were later picked by Ouyang Yong to become members of his team. What are you doing? Yi Xinghua asked with a somewhat unhappy tone. The group didn't expect him to come, and after a moment of stunned silence, they didn't want to be too tough. After all, Yi Xinghua was someone close to Imohan, and Imohan had the final say in this base. Don't get me wrong. Professor Ouyang just has something to do with this girl, so we'll take her over. The other side answered politely with a smile on his face. What could Ouyang Yong want from Wen Qian? Yi Xinghua and the others knew it all too well. 6 days ago, this girl knocked Ouyang Yong unconscious with a zombie head. 6 days later, Ouyang Yong probably wanted to lock her and the zombies in a room for an experiment. Yi Xinghua glanced at the people behind him. Even at this time, Wen Qian still looked fearless. He even doubted whether she would dare to rush to Ouyang Yong and beat him up again if no one stopped her. Yi Xinghua sighed in his heart and said to the person opposite, It's really unfortunate. We have something to do with her, so we have to take her away. After he finished speaking, he winked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan and his friends were smart and immediately took Wen Qian and the others to leave. But the other party still did not give way and blocked them again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wen Qian stood behind to watch the fun. She didn't expect Yi Xinghua to bring people to protect her. They are kind-hearted. Wen Qian coughed lightly, not wanting to waste time with him here. She patted Yi Xinghua on the shoulder and walked out from behind him. Okay, I'll go with you to see Ouyang Yong, Wen Qian said, rolling up her sleeves, which made Yi Xinghua and others tremble with fear. They thought what she really wanted to say was, okay, I'll go with you to beat Ouyang Yong. Yi Xinghua quickly stopped her, fearing that she would cause a big mess. The commander was not in the base now, and would not be back until tomorrow. If something really happened, Yi Xinghua was afraid that he would not be able to protect Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked at Yi Xinghua's action of stopping her, and didn't know what he was afraid of. But no matter how much Yi Xinghua didn't want Wen Qian and Ouyang Yong to meet, it was useless, because Ouyang Yong came. Wen Qian was happy to see Ouyang Yong and his team walking towards her. I'm so popular. So many people came to pick me up at the airport after I came back. Ouyang Yong came over and just heard her words. He snorted and said, Imohan is not at the base. Wen Qian, what does it matter to me whether he is here or not? Ouyang Yong, do you know what this means? Wen Qian, does it mean that you are so annoying that he would rather leave his territory than see your old face? Wen Qian was silent for a few seconds and answered the question seriously. Ouyang Yong's face changed. It means that no one can protect you today. He is not here, and I have the final say in this base. Oh my! Wen Qian was so angry that he wanted to kill people. What is this? Is this the monkey who dominates when the tiger is away? Wen Qian smiled at Ouyang Yong. Imohan is not here. Isn't it yourself that you should be most worried about? You don't think that these shrimp soldiers and crab generals you brought can really do anything to me? Right? Wen Qian mocked a bunch of people with one sentence. And the small soldiers and crab generals behind Ouyang Yong all turned black. Maybe they didn't beat women before, but today they can make an exception. This sharp-tongued woman, she won't be honest unless she is beaten. Right? Wen Qian saw that they were not convinced, so she didn't say anything more. It's okay if they are not convinced. Just beat them until they are convinced. Now in this base, the only person who can make her a little cautious is not here. So they still dare to be so arrogant? Chapter 60. The person who fired the gun was Imohan. The moment Wen Qian took action. When Rang and Gu Ren also took action at the same time. Xiao Bai knew that the leader should be captured first, so he went straight to Ouyang Yong. Wen Qian was so fast that these people couldn't react at all. Before they could see her face clearly, she was lying on the ground. Ouyang Yong was frightened by the beast that suddenly rushed up, and he grabbed the person closest to him to block him. In addition, There were people who spontaneously protected him, so he was safe for the time being. Yang Yong looked around for Wen Qian in fear. He knew this woman was powerful when he was on the fishing island, but he never thought she would be so strong. It is obvious that Wen Qian can no longer be evaluated by normal people's standards. She is like a monster in terms of strength and speed. Even the two men who followed her are stronger than any combatant in this base. From a scientific point of view, it is impossible for humans to be so strong. So there is only one possibility. They have mutated. When Yang Yong thought of this, his eyes burst into a kind of greed that was almost crazy. Before, he just wanted to catch the beast for experiments. But now, he wants to catch these people. Especially Wen Qian. He wants to use her for human experiments. All of Yang Yong's men were injured in just 2 minutes. Yi Xinghua and his group were a little embarrassed at first, not knowing whether they should take action. But they soon realized that it was not their turn to take action. With Wen Qian's current momentum of being able to kick someone more than 10 meters away, let alone these 100 people, even if there were another 1,000 people, they would not be able to catch her. The men who were knocked down by Wen Qian were shocked and inferior. They couldn't believe that they couldn't beat a woman. Bare hands are not her opponent, so use weapons. Yang Yong saw someone pull out a gun and shouted, "Don't shoot. I want to live. Only living people are valuable for experiments." After hearing Yang Yong's words, most people put down their guns. But there was one person whose eyes were always flashing with a fierce light. His name was Chaowen, and he was the boyfriend of Zhang Duo, who cheated Gu Ran of more than 100,000 yuan. He had known Gu Ran for a long time. He was simple-minded and strong-limbed, and he could be fooled by just a few words. Zhang Duo's contact with Gu Ran in the past 2 years was also carried out with Chao Wen's tacit consent. After all, who would be willing to refuse an ATM? Chao Wen has always looked down on Gu Ran. A fool. But now, he can't even take Gu Ran's move. The feeling of being killed in seconds made Chao Wen stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he was pierced by huge anger. He would lose to that loser Gu Ran. This is impossible. Chao Wen raised his gun and pointed it at Gu Ran. Even after hearing what Yang Yong said, he did not put it down. He knew that Professor Yang mainly wanted that woman and that beast. So even if he killed Gu Ran, it would not be a big problem. And that woman was too arrogant. He would not kill her, but he could shoot and break her legs. Anyway, according to the professor, as long as they are alive, it will be fine. However, before he pulled the trigger, another gunshot sounded first. Before everyone found the source of the gunshot, they saw Chao Wen lying in a pool of blood. One shot to the head, killing him instantly. Except for Wen Qian and the other two. Everyone present looked unhappy. It is not allowed to fire a gun without permission in the base. Who is so bold as to kill someone directly? Everyone went to find the murderer. And soon they found the target. But they were all dumbfounded, because the person who fired the gun was Imo Han. Yi Xinghua was relieved when he saw Imo Han. But Yang Yong's face darkened. Why did he come back early? Imo Han came over with a gun. He seemed to be afraid that everyone didn't know that he fired the gun. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the person who fell to the ground and died. He raised his hand and shot again. "What are you doing?" Yang Yong asked in shock and anger. Imo Han raised his eyes and looked at him. "This is what I want to ask you. What are you doing?" Yang Yong was stunned by his self-righteous tone. He was the one who killed people. How could he have the nerve to question him? Non-combat personnel in the base are not allowed to carry firearms. Members of the scientific research team's guards can only carry guns in the laboratory where zombies are imprisoned and when they are out on missions. I thought this rule was very clear as early as the first day you came. Imo Han looked at Yang Yong with a cold look, and his tone was even more so. He glanced at the people with guns behind Yang Yong, and then looked down at the gun in Chao Wen's hand. The safety is on. I don't know who he is going to shoot. As the executive officer of the base, I am only exercising self-defense when necessary. What do you think? Yang Yong. Goddamn self-defense. You were more than 10 meters away from here, and you knew with your feet that the person he was going to kill was not you. Wen Qian. The reason of self-defense sounded familiar to her. Yi Xinghua. Take them to my office. As soon as Imo Han gave the order, Yi Xinghua and others hurried to Wen Qian's side, pulling her, fearing that this girl would not leave. After they walked away, Yi Xinghua couldn't help but whisper to Wen Qian. Do you know who Yang Yong is? How dare you attack him? If Yang Yong died, the higher-ups would definitely track him down. Then, in order to give an explanation to the higher-ups, the base would have to hand her over. Wen Qian was happy to hear this. It's because I know too much that I can't let him have his way. If I was really captured by him, what would happen next? Don't you know? So even though she knew Yang Yong was in a high position, she still had to fight back desperately. Because once he caught her for experiments, it would be worse than death. Before the end of the world, when all the rules and regulations were operating in an orderly manner, her resistance would be a joke. But now, who can care so much? Survival is the most important thing. Yi Xinghua, the commander, intends to protect you and will not let him use you for experiments. Do you think I'm so stupid to put my life in the hands of others? No matter how nice the words sound, it's useless. She won't trust others easily. Emohan protects her because of her space. There are no eternal enemies in this world. But there are no eternal friends either. He can protect her today and tomorrow. Can he protect her for a lifetime? It's not her system. Thinking about her everywhere. Wen Qian rolled her eyes, but didn't believe what these dogs said. Yang Yong watched Wen Qian walk away, and he held back his temper and said to Emohan, "This Wen Qian has great scientific research value. You must hand her over to me." Emohan listened to his commanding tone and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What if I don't?" Yang Yong didn't expect him to refuse. "I said, she has great scientific research value. Sacrificing her may save all mankind. Then let all mankind die." Chapter 61. Stay overnight at the base. Emohan's words were shocking and his attitude was firm. Yang Yong tried to find a trace of joking on his face. But after trying hard, he found that he couldn't find it at all. Emohan looked at the people around him. These people included his men and Yang Yong's men. He knew that what he just said might make these people feel chilled. But he had to say it. You use Wen Qian as an experiment today. And tomorrow, you can target anyone in the base. Including me. Yang Yong. I have made it very clear before you came to the base. I don't care how much you have achieved in your research field. But in my base, no human clinical trials are allowed. If you don't accept this, don't come. What did you say at that time? Yang Yong was silent. Emohan said again. At that time, you promised and repeatedly guaranteed that such a thing would not happen. So I agreed to take you over. Why? Now that your safety is guaranteed, you want to go back on your word? The situation now is different from before. Wen Qian's mutation speed is faster than zombies. We must find out what's going on. Yang Yong retorted emotionally. No difference. If you don't accept my conditions, get out of my base. Emohan threw down this sentence and turned to leave. Yang Yong looked at his back and was furious. Emohan! Aren't you afraid that I will complain to the people above and ask them to take back your position as the executive officer of the base? Emohan stopped and raised his thin lips slightly, as if he heard a joke. He looked back at Yang Yong and asked, "Do you remember why you came to Bincheng base?" Yang Yong froze, his face pale. As a top scientist in the country, he also enjoyed top protection after the end of the world. However, the global climate became extreme and zombies broke out. He wanted to find a safe place to continue his scientific research. But after moving to several bases, he almost lost his life. Humans are simply unable to resist the revenge of nature and the attacks of zombies. Those bases were just established not long ago. And they all became new zombie gathering places because people inside were infected. Yang Yong fled for a long time until his superiors told him to come to Bincheng. Before that, Yang Yong never looked down on this coastal city. Because the transportation here is inconvenient and the population is dense. No matter how you measure it, it is not in the first line of rescue. But the superiors told him very confidently that as long as he was with Emohan, he would be absolutely safe. Some confidential information is unknown to outsiders. But Yang Yong knows it. Emohan's body had already undergone a change before the end of the world. He is the first person known to have superpowers. Although Yang Yong did not know what his superpowers were, he tried to communicate with the people above to let him do human experiments, but was severely rejected by the people above. The attitude of the people above was the same as Emohan, and no human experiments were allowed to happen. Otherwise, he would no longer be protected. Yang Yong signed the agreement and was sent to Bincheng base. He felt that as the situation became worse and worse, sooner or later the people above would give in and allow him to do those experiments. But after hearing what Emohan said just now, he was unsure again. If he was not in Bincheng base, he might not be able to build a laboratory for experiments, and even his life might not be saved. Thinking of this, Yang Yong hurried to chase Imo Han, not wanting to leave because of offending him. But when he ran behind Imo Han, he saw that Imo Han was already holding a satellite phone and contacting him, asking someone to pick him up. Imo Han! Yang Yong shouted at him and made a concession. I promise you that I will not have any ideas about that girl anymore. I only want the beast next to her. Imo Han didn't even pause, and simply and clearly told the person on the other end of the phone what he wanted, asking them to get Yang Yong out within 3 days. Otherwise, he would just throw him out of the base. Imo Han returned to the office and saw Yi Xinghua standing outside the door. He asked him to take people to watch Yang Yong and not allow anyone from the experimental team to leave the living area within 3 days. Yi Xinghua went to do it immediately. Imo Han pushed the door open and entered the room. The first thing he saw was Wen Qian sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching variety shows on her phone. His hand holding the door handle tightened slightly, and then quickly relaxed. He closed the door and met Wen Qian's gaze, and heard her ask, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Wen Qian had just finished a bag of potato chips. She threw the packaging bag into the trash can, wiped her hands and mouth, turned off her phone, and looked at Imo Han curiously. "I heard that you brought me a gift?" "Oh, a bag of zombie heads. Isn't that Professor Yang going to do an experiment? Maybe it can be used? He will leave Bincheng within 3 days." Imo Han sat down at the table and shared information with Wen Qian and the other two, but those zombie heads are indeed useful. Wen Qian became excited. "What are they useful for? You have been on the fishing island for so long. You should have found some special mutant zombies, right?" "No." Wen Qian lied without blushing or breathing hard, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran were a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Imo Han. Imo Han smiled and continued, "I just came back from another base. According to the latest intelligence, the crystal core of zombies can greatly improve human functions." Wen Qian pretended to be clueless and asked, "Oh, how to improve it?" "The current method is to extract the harmless part of the crystal core and then inject it into the body." "The crystal core also has harmful parts?" Wen Qian was dumbfounded. "What side effects will there be if the crystal core is eaten directly?" Imo Han was silent for a few seconds and replied, "It may be infected. But everyone's physical fitness is different, so the situation is also different." Wen Qian asked again, "If you are infected, how long will it take for the disease to break out?" "According to current intelligence, it's 24 hours. I think your base is pretty good. Do you mind if the 3 of us stay here for a day?" Wen Qian changed her previous disdain for the base and said with a smile, "Not for long. Just 1 day. The 3 of them are not in danger yet and can't go home." Imo Han raised his eyebrows. "We don't have air conditioning here." "No need. Just give us a bed. If there's no bed, we'll sleep on the floor at your door. Let us experience life at the base." "Okay, sir?" Wen Qian's attitude became better when she needed help. She was afraid that Imo Han would not agree. But unexpectedly, Imo Han nodded immediately. "Okay, let's try it." Imo Han agreed happily, and Wen Qian silently gave him a good person card in her heart. People have to compete with each other. Compared with Yang Yong, isn't this person much better? Good person. Imo Han asked someone to take them to the accommodation area, just like what he said last time. Wen Qian lived in a single room, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran lived in a double dormitory. When they arrived at the place, as soon as Imo Han's people left, Wen Qian immediately said to Wen Rang, "Be careful tonight. Don't sleep too deeply, in case that Imo and Yang Yong join forces to arrest us. It is necessary to be on guard against others. They are now on someone else's territory, so it is better to be careful." Chapter 62 Crystal Core Processor. When Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement, Imo Han was too friendly to them, which made it hard not to be suspicious. Wen Qian, also, you should observe each other more. If you find something wrong, go to the next door to find me immediately. Imo Han's words made Wen Qian a little worried. She left Wen Rang's room and stood at the door to look around. There were only 2 single dormitories in the entire base. One was where she lived, and the other was where Imo Han lived next door. The accommodation area of the base is divided into several parts. Single dormitories and double dormitories are in one area, which are basically occupied by the high-level management and those powerful people of the base. There is a solar lamp every 20 meters outside the house. and the environment is relatively quiet. The 4-person dormitory and the 8-person dormitory are together, and some staff members like Yang Yang's team, as well as scientific researchers and medical staff in the base live there. The remaining are the 16-person dormitory and the 30-person dormitory, which are occupied by ordinary people rescued from various areas. The dormitories for the combatants in the base are set aside in a separate area, with 30 people in one room. Everyone who enters the accommodation area needs to be tested by a professional machine to see if they are mutated, and only those with a green indicator light can pass. Such detection machines are set up at the entrance of the base and in other areas. In the middle of the entire accommodation area is the base's cafeteria. The meal standards for all personnel in the base are the same, except that the meal times are different every day, and each person's meal time does not exceed half an hour. Next to the accommodation area are the glass houses that Wenqian saw today. If she guessed correctly, they should be used to grow fruits, vegetables, and grains. Further away is the office area, where the offices of the base managers, Yang Yang's laboratory, other scientific research staff studios, medical staff's wards, operating rooms, etc. are all there. Wenqian has never been into the air raid shelter, but she heard Yixinghua and the others talking before, and they should be filled with survival supplies for the entire base. Everyone in the base needs to work, and they rotate between day and night shifts. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, and most of the personnel are still working on the construction of the base wall and the installation of the glass planting room, and some are digging wells. The entire base is very busy, and there are fighters responsible for maintaining order everywhere to prevent riots. I heard that you don't need to pay any rent to live here, as long as you obey the arrangements of the base. You can enjoy all free treatment. Wenqian roughly calculated that this base currently accommodates about 200,000 to 300,000 people. To maintain the food, clothing, and daily necessities of so many people, Imohan must be very short of supplies. No wonder he was so polite to me. He must have been attracted by her space and her ability. Wenqian sneered and planned to go back to rest. Seeing Imohan and Yixinghua coming from a distance, she waved twice perfunctorily as a greeting, and then pushed the door to enter the house. Yixinghua saw her and couldn't help asking Imohan, "Sir, don't you plan to recruit Wenqian into the base? In your opinion, can this base keep her?" Imohan asked instead of answering, which stunned Yixinghua. But no matter from which aspect, our base is the safest place in the entire Bincheng. If she wants to ensure the safety of her family, she should choose to come to us. Imohan smiled and didn't think so. Wenqian can't stay in someone else's base. She has the ability to protect herself. If you want to have a chance to cooperate with her in the future, remember not to ask her to stay in the base. Otherwise, she will run as far as she can. Yixinghua thought about what Imohan said and felt that it was right. How could someone like Wenqian be willing to work under someone else? What is the saying among young people? It is impossible to work. Yixinghua felt that Wenqian was the type of person who would never work for others. After Imohan told Yixinghua some things, he went back to his room to rest. Next door, Wenqian was worried that she would be infected, so she simply took Xiaobai into the space. She had been busy killing zombies these days. She took a break from her busy schedule to go into the space every day to take a bath and soak in the hot springs, and then feed the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and other livestock raised by her father. She had no time to do anything else. Now that she finally had some free time, Wenqian first went to her farm to take a look. She saw that the rice, corn, and other food crops she had planted before were already ripe, and her fruit trees were also full of fruits. Wenqian was surprised and happy, and went to her several small factories for a tour. The raw materials of the grain processing plant, canning plant, and garment factory had been used up, so they were temporarily stopped. However, the steel plant was still operating, and her cloud warehouse system had already piled up a lot of goods. Wenqian thought of the 100,000 mall coins the system gave her, opened the mall system, and found that there were many new products updated. Now there are all kinds of cold and hot weapons in the mall. Wenqian looked back row by row, and stopped when her eyes fixed on the last one. Crystal core processor. Wenqian was worried about what to do if she encountered the crystal core of a mutant zombie again in the future. She has a high physical strength and regeneration ability, so she can do whatever she wants. But she can't risk the safety of her family. But now she is relieved. Wenqian was so happy that she wanted to buy this treasure immediately. But when she clicked the purchase option, Her smile froze. The price is 1 million mall coins. 1. 1. 1. 10,000. When Qian took a deep breath and wanted to scold the system for being such a stinking profiteer. This is simply robbing money. She looked at her mall balance. 100,000 and 200. When she was on the fishing island before, she exchanged all the remaining mall coins for bullets. Now, except for the 100,000 rewarded by the system, she is a poor girl with only 200 yuan in her pocket. How can I live like this? When Qian opened her cloud warehouse system again in a frenzy. She originally wanted to trade the steel in it with Imohan, but now she sold it all to the system. The system recycles steel at a price of 5,000 mall coins per ton. When Qian sold all the steel in the warehouse and got 400,000 yuan in exchange, she also sold the rice in the factory. 1 kilogram of rice is 10 mall coins. She sold it for 300,000 yuan. Then she sold canned food. Canned meat is 20 mall coins per can, and canned fruit is 10 mall coins per can. When Qian sold all the inventory and got 200,000 yuan in exchange, when Qian cleared out all her belongings and saved up 1 million yuan and went to buy the big baby, she looked at her remaining 200 yuan balance, curled her lips, and then ran back to the villa to study the processor. She looked at the product manual and found that the operation was quite simple. Just throw the crystal core into the container and press the switch to run it. The crystal core level ranges from level 5 to special level, and the processing time required is also different. Level 5 is the lowest level, and it only takes 1 minute. Level 4 takes 10 minutes. Level 3 takes 20 minutes. Level 2 takes 30 minutes. And level 1 takes 40 minutes. And the special crystal core takes 1 hour to process. Chapter 63 Extending Life. When Qian plugged in the power through the crystal core that she had taken a bite of, and her brother and Gu Ren had taken a piece of each into the container, and then went out to work. She first picked all the vegetables in the vegetable garden, put them in the storage box, and moved them back to the shelf. After doing all this, she went to pick up the eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. When she walked to the rabbit nest, she found that there were more than a dozen newly born rabbits in it. When Qian's eyes lit up immediately because she saw a nest of spicy rabbit heads. When Qian happily lay on the fence and watched the delicious food for a while, then went to clean the sheep pen, pig pen, cow shed and donkey shed. After doing all this, an hour had passed. She ran back to the house and saw that the machine screen on the table had shown that the processing was completed. In the small box under the container, there were 10 more things like vaccines. When Qian quickly took them out and continued to look at the display screen on the processor, successfully synthesized the special crystal core medicine, which can bring luck to the user, skill, and greatly improve physical fitness and extend life by 5 years. Lock skill details can accurately locate the zombie's fatal point. After hitting the fatal point, the zombie immediately loses the ability to move, but the crystal core body will not be damaged. Storage conditions of the medicine: store at room temperature and avoid light. When Qian was stunned when she saw a few key words. Extend life? This really looks like what her brother said. Why is it unreliable with a pyramid scheme? And she thought that the zombie's crystal core was blown up, so the zombie was shot in the head. But it turned out not to be. It seems that the same crystal core has different effects when used by different people. For example, she inherited the regeneration ability of the little zombie, while others only have the locking ability. When Qian took the potions back to her room and put them in a small box, then she tore off a sticky note, marked the level of potion it was and what effect it had, and stuck it on the box. She planned to give 1 bottle to each of her parents when she returned home tomorrow. As for little Gu Wanwan, she would wait until she was a little older before giving her the potion. When Qian put the crystal core away, worry about the situation of Wen Rang and the others, she decided to take Xiao Bai out of the space. She stood in the room and looked at the environment of the dormitory. I have to say, it's okay. Although the room is not big, only about 40 square meters. It is a loft with 2 floors. In addition to the bedroom upstairs, there is also a study. In addition to the living room, dining room, and small kitchen downstairs, there is also a cloakroom. So strictly speaking, this room can accommodate more than 1 person. When Qian walked around the room and couldn't help but sigh. This person, he just needs to work hard to climb up. Otherwise he doesn't know how good his life will be after he has a position. Look at those dormitories with 30 people. And then look at this place. Isn't the difference obvious? Xiaobai lay at the door of the living room, drowsy. Wen Qian also went upstairs and lay on the bed. After a while, his eyelids became a little heavy, and he fell asleep unconsciously. Next door, Wen Rang and Gu Ran's room. This looks more like a university dormitory. The bed is an upper and lower structure, with a bed on the top and a table on the bottom. There are 2 wardrobes and a bathroom in the house. The bathroom has a solar water heater, which is a very good condition in the current environment. But even with such excellent accommodation conditions, the 2 still sat on the bed, staring at each other. They were very tired, but they gritted their teeth and dared not sleep, because they were worried that they would be infected. When they opened their eyes tomorrow, the person opposite them might be eaten to a pile of mincemeat and bones. The 2 of them were still looking for topics to chat at first, but 2 grown men didn't have so much to talk about. Not long after, there was silence in the house. Wen Rang was so sleepy that he thought for a moment and got out of bed. "I'm going out for a walk. You sleep for a while. I'll come back and call you." The 2 of them took turns like this and barely made it through the night. Wen Qian, on the other hand, slept until dawn and was finally woken up by Xiaobai's paw. When Xiaobai occasionally clings to people, he will sleep with Wen Qian. Sometimes he even likes to sleep on her. It used to weigh only a few pounds, but now it weighs 50 pounds. When it lies on people, it can make people breathless. Xiaobai didn't know that his body shape had changed. He just knew that he was uncomfortable lying on his owner. So he touched Wen Qian's face with his paw, trying to wake her up and let her change her position to sleep again. Wen Qian opened her eyes and saw a big cat face. She blinked and was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that she was not dreaming. Wen Qian pushed Xiaobai down, and after a while, she slowly got up. She looked at the time. It was already past 7 in the morning. Wen Qian quickly went into the space to wash up, and then went out to find her brother and Gu Ran. Wen Rang and the other 2 felt nothing except a little sleepy. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But it was not yet 24 hours after they had eaten the crystal core, so they could only continue to kill time in the base, because Xiaobai attracted too much attention. Wen Qian threw it back into the space. The 3 of them strolled along the way and unknowingly walked to the office area, where they met Yixinghua and others who had just finished the morning meeting and were about to go to eat. Wen Qian even saw Imo Han in the crowd, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, he is an executive officer of the base, but he actually eats with everyone. When Yixinghua's subordinates saw Wen Qian, they immediately ran over excitedly. "Ji Fan, goddess, are you used to staying here last night?" Ji Fan is Wen Rang's junior. He was injured a lot on the fishing island before, but looking at his spirits now, it seems that he is no longer in danger. Before Wen Qian could answer, Lin Yan leaned over again and said in a low voice, "Goddess, don't worry. Our boss has already ordered that Ouyang be sent away, and he will definitely leave within 3 days. In fact, Yixinghua and his gang looked down on Ouyang Yong. First, many of their brothers died because of him. Second, Ouyang Yong always yelled at them and didn't treat them as human beings. He wanted to lock them up with zombies for experiments all day. But he was a famous professor and expert. They were just a bunch of soldiers who could only fight and kill, no matter how much they looked down on him. It was useless. At the critical moment, they still had to rush up to protect his life. Unexpectedly, this matter was solved by Wen Qian. After they heard that Imo Han had contacted someone to pick up Ouyang Yong last night, they were so happy that they didn't fall asleep until late at night. And now they are still excited. After listening to their words, Wen Qian glanced at Imo Han. She thought he was joking yesterday, but he really took Ouyang Yong away. Yixinghua strode over and handed them 3 meal cards. "It's a coincidence that I met you. I was planning to look for you. Take it. Let's go eat together." Wen Qian wanted to refuse, but then she thought about it. She told Imo Han yesterday that she came to experience the life at the base, so she had to do the whole act. So she nodded and agreed. Chapter 64. Are you looking for death? I'll help you. Because of Imo Han, the dozen of them are the focus wherever they go. Wen Qian stayed far away from him, fearing that someone in the base would dislike him and get herself into trouble later. When she arrived at the cafeteria, as soon as Wen Qian entered the door, she felt countless eyes flying towards her. She paused and heard Imo Han behind her ask, "What are you doing?" At this time, the combatants in the base are eating. They didn't expect Imo Han to come here today, because he used to eat 3 meals a day alone in the office. Everyone straightened their backs instantly, stood up to greet the superior, and looked at the girl next to him curiously. They hadn't seen such a clean and beautiful girl for a long time. She seemed to be completely unaffected by the end of the world. Her skin was white and tender, and she was tall and curvy. The temperature today was as high as 50 degrees. Whether indoors or outdoors, everyone was sweating profusely in this steaming weather. But looking at her, there was not even a bit of sweat on her forehead. She was clean all over, and she looked like a soft and fragrant girl. For a moment, they even felt that the air in the cafeteria was purified. When Qian was stared at by thousands of people, and she understood what it felt like to be a star. The group walked inside, took the plates to get food. And Su? When Qian saw an acquaintance. It was Zhang Xiang's family downstairs. They were in 3 adjacent windows, responsible for serving food. Zhang Xiang didn't expect to meet Wen Qian here. The last time they met was when she killed someone at the gate of the base. Zhang Xiang was so scared that he had a nightmare that night and wet his pants. When Qian looked at the 3 people with interest, Zhang Yang and Su Yan used to look down on each other in the community because they relied on their status as doctors. Now the doctor has turned into a canteen auntie, and she has run into her. It's really a narrow road for enemies. And fate is wonderful. But then again, according to the current situation, it's already very good to be able to work in the canteen. Because most people are doing physical work outside under the scorching sun. While in the canteen, they don't have to be exposed to the wind and sun. And they can eat secretly at critical moments without going hungry. When Qian handed over the meal card, and Su Yan swiped it on the machine and was stunned. Everyone in the base will have a pass card, which will have personal information, such as name, age, member number in the base, and which area they live in. Su Yan knew that Wen Qian was a capable girl, so it was understandable that she could enter the base as a combatant. But at the moment, Wen Qian's card only showed her address, without any other relevant information. This means that she is not a member of the base, but a guest. What's even worse is that she actually lives in single dormitory? Su Yan was dumbfounded when she saw A0002 on the screen. Area A only has single and double dormitories, and the core figures of the entire base live there. The smaller the address number, the higher the status. And number 1 and number 2 are even more rare high-level figures. Su Yan's family of 3 was arranged to work in the cafeteria through connections. Since she came here, this is the first time she has seen number 1 and number 2. Unexpectedly, Wen Qian is among them. Su Yan was stunned and didn't respond for a long time. Wen Qian didn't know what she saw, and was a little impatient. Have you seen enough? Get your meal. Su Yan came back to her senses and glared at Wen Qian fiercely, but didn't dare to say anything, and quickly lowered her head to work. Zhang Yang and his son reacted the same way as Su Yan, and were shocked after seeing the information on the card. The staple food in the cafeteria today was brown rice, and the dishes included cabbage vermicelli and spicy fried potato shreds. Wen Qian thought about the number of people in the entire base, and felt that it was already very good to have such food. After a month, if the cafeteria can still maintain the standard of 1 meal and 2 dishes per person, then Imohan is amazing. Wen Qian took the meal tray and quickly went to find a seat. She didn't want to sit with Imohan, but if she thought so, Yi Xinghua and his people would think so even more. When Qian turned around and saw Yi Xinghua and his group huddled together at a large dining table, looking at her with pity, Wen Qian gritted her teeth and turned her eyes to look at Imohan. Good guy. A table by herself. And there was no one around. Wen Qian tried very hard to find another empty seat, but after trying for a while, he resigned himself to walking towards Imohan. When Rang and Gu ran, 2 unlucky guys followed him and sat down. They heard Wen Qian ask Imohan, "How many crystal cores have you collected now?" Wen Qian suddenly regretted it. If he had known that crystal cores were so useful, he would have picked up more zombie heads and thrown them into the space in the previous month. It hasn't started yet. The news was confirmed yesterday. Before that, crystal cores are useless. Wen Qian, comfortable. The 2 chatted and finished the meal quickly. Wen Qian said bye to Imohan with a meal card and ran away without looking back. Zhang Xiang looked at her back from a distance, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He has realized the gap between him and Wen Qian now, and it will be more and more difficult to meet her in the future. So he must seize this opportunity. Women, as long as you sleep with them, will listen to you obediently. Although he is not Wen Qian's opponent under normal circumstances, he can use other methods. All staff in the cafeteria must go through a body search before entering the cafeteria every day. For safety reasons, staff are not allowed to bring any foreign items here. However, Zhang Xiang discovered that he had a special ability in the past 2 days. Although he didn't know how it came from, he did have a space. The space is not big, only 1 square meter, but it can hide a lot of things. Zhang Xiang suspected that Wen Qian also had a space. Otherwise, how could she live so comfortably in the end times? Zhang Xiang didn't tell anyone about this, including his parents. At this time, there was a bottle of medicine in his space. He had prepared it for Wen Qian a long time ago. Zhang Xiang lowered his head and smiled sinisterly, and continued to work until noon, when he saw Wen Qian again. Although the food in the cafeteria was not very good, there was no reason not to take advantage of the cheap food in front of him. So Wen Qian planned to go home after lunch. This time she deliberately squatted outside for a while, and came in after confirming that Imo Han was not there. When Rang was asked by his junior to help with technical problems, while Gu Ran was asked by Yixing Hua to go there mysteriously. So now only Wen Qian came to eat alone. Zhang Xiang was overjoyed to see her appear alone. He immediately took out the bottle of medicine from the space, and under the operating table, he quickly poured half a bowl of medicine into an empty bowl, and filled the remaining half bowl with soup. Wen Qian found a seat with a dinner plate, and just took a sip of egg soup when he heard the system warning. Host is taking harmful substances. Please stop taking them immediately and monitor your own condition in time. Wen Qian looked at the spoon in his hand and smiled. Okay. You want to die, right? I'll help you. Chapter 65. Swallowing Zhang Xiang's space. Wen Qian had previously gnawed on zombie crystal cores without causing the system to issue a warning, and now she had only taken a sip of soup. Wen Qian threw down the spoon and looked up at Zhang Xiang, just in time to meet his gaze as he was peeking at her. Zhang Xiang was so happy to see Wen Qian drink the soup, but the next second, he found Wen Qian looking at him. His heart suddenly sank, especially after Wen Qian stood up. He felt a chill down his spine. What happened? Did she find out? This is impossible. The drug is colorless and tasteless. How did she detect it? Wen Qian walked straight to Zhang Xiang and said coldly, "Get out." Zhang Xiang was sweating all over. But fortunately, there was a glass window in front of him and people were queuing outside the window. Qian, I'm working and don't have time to accompany you. Zhang Xiang forced a smile and said in a very intimate tone with her, "Let's talk after I'm done." Okay? Okay? Okay. Your mother's head. Wen Qian was in a bad mood. If she let him walk out of this cafeteria alive today, she would take his last name. Wen Qian looked around, and after finding the door, she strode towards it. Zhang Xiang was frightened by her action and his hands trembled. The rice spoon fell into the basin, and he looked at the entrance in horror. The door was anti-theft grade and was locked now. She should not be able to open it. Zhang Xiang just had this thought when he saw Wen Qian kick the door open. She ran towards Zhang Xiang with a momentum of killing gods and Buddhas. The people who came to eat at this time were just the same group of people in the morning. They were curious about how this girl could sit and eat with the executive. But they were all dumbfounded when they saw her kick open the heavy door. The door slammed loudly, startling the staff who were squatting in the kitchen picking, washing and cooking vegetables. They ran out to see what happened. Wen Qian glanced at those people and found that one of them looked familiar. It was her neighbor in the community. She looked at the man and said, "Go to Zhang Xiang and help him get food." This neighbor had been taken to the supermarket by Wen Qian and his sister to collect supplies before. He had a good impression of her. He knew that she had some grievances with the Zhang family and that she had a bad temper. So he did what he was told and immediately ran to Zhang Xiang and pushed him away. Zhang Xiang's parents were not happy to see this scene. Zhang Yang, Wen Qian. What are you doing? This is not a place where you can mess around. Su Yan, what are you doing? You little girl? Come on. There's a lunatic here. Take her away. Zhang Xiang retreated step by step and had already retreated to the corner, shaking with fear, seeing their son so scared. Su Yan and his wife guessed that he must have done something, so they tried to stop Wen Qian from going over. Wen Qian reached into her pocket, pulled out a rope from the space, and tied up the two men. She grabbed 2 rags from the table and stuffed them into their mouths so that they couldn't shout. She dragged them outside and called for someone to take their place and continue working. Her movements were extremely quick and professional. and the combatants outside were stunned. They wanted to step forward to stop them. But then they thought of her identity, and shut up and watched the fun. No one could protect Zhang Xiang anymore. When Qian came to him unimpeded, Zhang Xiang's legs softened, and he almost sat on the ground leaning against the corner. What do you want to do? He cried, regretting it. What did you put in my soup? I don't know what you were talking about. Zhang Xiang's voice trembled. But his eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look at Wen Qian. Don't know? Then I'll help you think about it. Wen Qian pulled out the dagger on the side of his leg, and the cold light flashed, and the sharp blade pierced Zhang Xiang's shoulder. The severe pain made Zhang Xiang's eyes black and screamed. Ah! Zhang Xiang struggled desperately. But in front of Wen Qian, everything he did was in vain. Wen Qian looked at his painful expressionless face, pulled out the dagger and stabbed it fiercely, then pulled it out again, with the tip of the knife pointed at his side face, from under the eyes to the corner of the mouth. A winding bloodstain appeared along with Zhang Xiang's cry. His face was pale, and he looked at the people watching the excitement around him in despair, crying and shouting, "Save me!" Wen Qian smiled softly. Save you? Who do you think you are? Wen Qian kicked him on the knee, and Zhang Xiang immediately knelt in front of her. She grabbed his hair and forced him to look up at her. I should have killed you before you came to the base. Do you know why I let you live until now? Because in the end times, living is harder than dying. Wen Qian originally thought that killing him with a knife and letting him be relieved was a bargain for him. But now she regretted it. Such people are a waste of air in the world. Wen Qian watched Zhang Xiang crying and trying to escape from her at every opportunity. She simply cut his tendons in his hands and feet, and dragged him out of the window area by his arms. The road was covered with blood. Zhang Xiang was in so much pain that he lost his strength and begged for mercy weakly. I was wrong. I will never provoke you again. Please forgive me. Wen Qian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He continued to cry. You treat me like this because I like you, and I dare not do anything to you. Why don't you find another man to vent your anger? Wen Qian heard this and swung him out. Zhang Xiang's body hit the wall, and several bones were broken. She looked at him with disgust. If you say you like me again, I will cut off your tongue. Liking someone is a wonderful thing. But he made these two words disgusting. Wen Qian squatted down and searched through several pockets on Zhang Xiang, but didn't find what she was looking for. Just when she was puzzled and suspected that he had hidden the medicine in the kitchen, she suddenly heard the system prompt sound. It is detected that there is a space ability with the same attribute around the host. Please be careful. Wen Qian was slightly stunned. And when she looked at Zhang Xiang again, there was a smile on her face. God is really blind. Even this kind of dog can awaken the ability. Wen Qian no longer hesitated. She raised her hand and stabbed Zhang Xiang's neck with the dagger accurately. Blood spurted out. Wen Qian turned her head away, but it was still splashed with blood. Zhang Xiang opened his eyes wide, his eyes desperate and angry. Why is this happening? Is he going to die? Killed by this bitch? No. It shouldn't be like this. He just got his superpowers. His good days have just begun. He hasn't got this woman yet. The light in Zhang Xiang's eyes dimmed little by little. And finally, he fell to the ground. As his breathing stopped, the things hidden in his space also burst out. At the same time, Wen Qian received another system prompt, swallowing the same attribute ability once. The space increases by 1,000 square meters, and the space skill is upgraded. All members in the system can store materials into the space at will, but only the host is qualified to take them out. In addition, the space prosperity degree is rewarded with 1,000. Chapter 66. Has she seen him before? Wen Qian didn't expect that killing this bastard would bring unexpected gains. All members in the system can store supplies into the space, which is great news for Wen Qian, who is in urgent need of collecting crystal cores. She raised her lips slightly and went to find the things that exploded in Zhang Xiang's space. Just as she was about to pick them up, she heard a voice of hello, Chief, coming from behind. Emohan is here. Wen Qian frowned. In fact, she didn't want to see him in this situation. The footsteps stopped behind her. Wen Qian sighed and stood up. She turned her head and looked at the people in front of her in the light. Emohan stood in front of the crowd, his face covered with frost. There was anger in his eyes, and there seemed to be some other emotions that Wen Qian could not understand. Wen Qian was slightly startled, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly surged into her heart. Has she seen him somewhere before? When Qian's mind suddenly went blank. She tried hard to recall, but she couldn't find an answer. Imo Han's eyes were fixed on her face. A drop of blood splashed under the corner of her eye. Like blood tears. Very dazzling. Before the brain could react, the body moved first. Imo Han reached out and wiped off the red. The temperature of his fingertips brought Wen Qian back to his senses. And then he heard Yi Xinghua's voice. One drop. What is this? Yi Xinghua bent down to pick up the white medicine bottle on the ground. After reading a few lines on the label, his face turned black. The only sounds in the cafeteria at this time were the sobbing and howling of Zhang Yang and his wife. Because Wen Qian blocked their mouths with a rag, they could not make a complete sound. But seeing Imo Han, they still shouted desperately. They wanted justice for their dead son. Others witnessed Wen Qian killing Zhang Xing and looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know how much hatred the two had, nor how to deal with this matter. Fortunately, the executive officer appeared, and everyone was relieved. They all stretched their necks to continue watching the excitement, waiting for a result. Imo Han took the medicine bottle handed over by Yi Xinghua and quickly read the information on the label. This is a bottle of drug, and it is a very powerful one. According to the instructions, just one drop can make a person unconscious for an hour, and half of the bottle has been used up. Imo Han threw the bottle back to Yi Xinghua and looked at Wen Qian. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Okay. I feel a little dizzy, but I can hold on. She also thinks this broken drug is a bit powerful. With her physical fitness, she can still react. What would happen if it were an ordinary person? Wen Qian was ready for Imo Han to make trouble. After all, this is a base with its own rules. But Imo Han didn't say anything else. Just told Yi Xinghua, send her back to rest. Imo Han turned his head and looked at Zhang Yang and the other person, who looked at him for help not far away. When the other party met his gaze, it was as if he had seen a savior. I'll deal with these two people. Imo Han's gaze was retracted as soon as it was touched. He looked at Wen Qian again and said in a flat voice, bringing foreign objects into the cafeteria with you is enough reason to suspect their purpose. We need to torture them severely to find out who is behind it. What kind of behind-the-scenes plot could they have? They are just bad. Wen Qian knew it clearly in her heart. But she said nothing and followed Yi Xinghua. But when she passed by Imo Han, her sleeve was gently pulled. Wen Qian paused and looked at the man beside her in surprise. He lowered his head slightly and told her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you really feel uncomfortable, go into the space. You will feel better. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, said and left quickly. When she walked to the gate, she heard Imo Han sent someone to find out who arranged the 3 members of the Zhang family to live in the cafeteria. Yi Xinghua escorted Wen Qian back to the dormitory area. He remained silent and only glanced at her occasionally to observe her changes. During the time he knew Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua had almost figured out what kind of person she was. This girl has a clear distinction between love and hate, and is decisive in killing. Although she kills without blinking an eye, she will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Today's incident was indeed a problem with their base's prevention and supervision. Fortunately, the commander suddenly felt hungry and wanted to go to eat. Otherwise he didn't know what would happen next. Wen Qian's eyelids were heavy when she returned to the dormitory door. She wanted to sleep. She turned her head to look at Yi Xinghua. If my brother and Gu Ran look for me, just say I went out of the base, and don't tell them what happened. Yi Xinghua was a little embarrassed. So many people saw it. Even if I don't say it, I probably can't hide it. I can recover in an hour or two. I just don't want them to worry. Wen Qian pushed the door and went into the room. After going up to the 2nd floor, she immediately entered the space. She drank 2 large bottles of well water and went into the room to sleep. It was 2 hours later when she woke up again. Wen Qian opened her eyes and felt nothing. To be on the safe side, she went out to soak in a hot spring, then changed her clothes and left the space. The room was quiet, and when Rang and Gu Ran were nowhere to be seen, Wen Qian pushed the door open and walked out. She was stunned when she saw Lin Yan standing by her door. Goddess, are you awake? Are you okay? Lin Yan asked nervously. He already knew what happened in the cafeteria. After hearing Wen Qian say that she was okay, he quickly reported the follow-up to her. Don't worry. The 2 men have been detained. We also found out who arranged for them to enter the cafeteria. You know that person. Zhang Duo, you were looking for before. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. Both are surnamed Zhang. Are they related? Yes. No wonder. They are both so mean. Wenqian sneered. Where are my brother and Gu Ran? In the armory. The commander said that we were wrong today. And in order to make up for it, we let you choose whatever you want. But don't go too far. Wenqian was silent for a moment. Okay. Since you are so sincere, I won't empty the warehouse. I have something to do with Imohan. You go find them and ask them to wait for me at the gate of the base. I will go there after I finish talking, Wenqian said, and walked straight to Imohan's office. There was someone guarding the door of Imohan, but he didn't stop her when he saw her. Wenqian knocked on the door and pushed the door open after hearing Imohan's voice inside. Imohan glanced at her up and down and didn't ask about her physical condition, but spoke directly. You're just in time. Come and take a look. Wenqian walked to the desk, where a map of Jiangban City was placed. Imohan randomly pointed to 2 locations and asked her, Do you mind cooperating again? How do you cooperate? This is a large car modification company. And this is a large pharmaceutical company. How do you distribute the collected materials? After Wenqian asked, Imohan suddenly smiled. He leaned back in his chair and looked at her, asking back, Isn't it you who has the final say? Chapter 67. They look like bandits. Except for him. No one knows about her space. If she wants, she can just empty all the supplies first, and then tell them that someone has taken them away first. No one knows how many supplies there are. Or in other words, Wenqian says there are as many supplies as there are. Wenqian saw that Imohan didn't seem to be joking, and heard him say, Pick the ones you like. And the rest is 50-50. Is that enough sincerity? Operation time? The base will set off at 5 a.m. Wenqian lowered her eyes and thought. She really didn't stock up cars before. There was a gas station in the space, so she didn't have to worry about energy problems. The 3 cars at home might be scrapped one day. As for medicines and equipment, no one would have too much of these things. She raised her eyes and looked at Imohan. I'll meet you at the car modification company. Okay. Then I'll go first. This is back to you. Wenqian threw the dormitory room card on the table, took his map by the way, and hurried home. She was more than a day behind schedule. Her parents must be worried. Imohan glanced at the room card, replied be careful on the road, and then continued his work without saying anything else. Wenqian went straight to the gate of the base after leaving, and saw from a distance that her brother and Gu Ran had several submachine guns hanging around their necks and many on their waists. Yixinghua stood aside, feeling as distressed as he could be, with an expression of wanting to say something but holding back his heart, which made Wenqian laugh. Seeing Wenqian coming, Wenran and the others smiled and proudly showed off to her. Wenrang, look, Captain Yi is in a good mood today, so I'm giving it away for free. Yixinghua, do you think I really look like I'm in a good mood? Gu Ran, I wanted to take some more, but these are enough. Yixinghua, thank you for showing mercy. The bags behind the 2 men were full of bullets. Tens of thousands of rounds. Yixinghua just watched them stuff bullets into their bags like bandits. They were not satisfied after filling 2 large bags, so they turned around and asked him if he had a luggage bag to lend them. How could Yixinghua dare to say yes? He quickly shook his head and dragged the 2 people who were still not satisfied out of the armory. Wenqian saw that Yixinghua's eyes kept looking at the guns on Wenrang and the others. He was really distressed, but there was no reason to take back what was given, so he could only feel distressed and said nothing. Wenqian was afraid that he would cry in pain, so he quickly changed the subject. Thank you for the gift, Captain Yi. I just met with Imohan. He told me about collecting supplies tomorrow. You are the leader of the team, right? Yixinghua was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's me. Okay, I'll wait for you at the car factory tomorrow. Wenqian was about to leave after she finished speaking. Yixinghua looked around her in confusion and asked, Where's Xiaobai? Xiaobai was sleeping soundly in the space. It turned into a butterfly and flew away. Wenqian lied with his eyes open. Don't you know how powerful my pet is? No matter where it is, it can go back home instantly as long as it wants to. Yixinghua. Should he believe this? Yixinghua was confused. Wenqian said goodbye to him with a smile, and then left with Wenrang and Gu Ran. After leaving the base, Wenrang handed the gun to Wenqian, and Wenqian threw it into the space. Gu Ran gasped in fear as he watched those things disappear out of thin air. Where did the gun go? Into my space. Wenqian didn't hide it from him now. Anyway, with the system's mental control, he would never betray himself, and would never reveal the space to outsiders. I'll take you to the space when we get home. All our belongings are in it. Gu Ran still didn't react. What space? Where is the space? Wen Qian, oh? Now we can all put things into the space. Try it. Just think about throwing things in. Gu Ran tried it as she said. Sure enough, the gun in his hand disappeared immediately. Gu Ran was shocked. He put the remaining guns and bullets in it. Suddenly he understood why they could have a good life after the end of the world. It turned out to be because of this space. This space is good, but it's too dangerous, isn't it? If outsiders know about it, wouldn't it lead to a fatal disaster? Gu Ran realized the seriousness of the matter and remained silent. No. He had to hurry up and become stronger, so that he could help at the critical moment. Wen Qian didn't know what he was thinking, so he told the two of them about tomorrow's action plan, and then looked at Wen Rang. Brother, I killed Zhang Xiang today. Wen Rang was not surprised to hear this. But Gu Ran, who heard Zhang, the word had some reaction. He turned his head to look at Wen Qian and said, I have something to tell you. Yi Xinghua found Gu Ran today and told him something. He said that Zhang Duo's boyfriend was dead. The one who was beaten to death by Mo Han on the tarmac yesterday. After Zhang Duo knew about it, she cried and made a fuss all night. Everyone in the dormitory couldn't sleep because of her noise. And finally they fought. It has been more than a month since the end of the world. Who hasn't had a few deaths in their family? So although they sympathized with Zhang Duo, they were not soft-hearted enough to let her cry all night. They still had to get up early to work tomorrow. Zhang Duo didn't expect that her support would be gone. Qiao Wen finally joined Professor Ouyang's team, and she was still hoping to rise to prominence with him in the future. But who will protect her in the future if he dies? How can she survive in the base alone? After hearing his subordinates report about Zhang Duo's dormitory, Yi Xinghua was a little worried that she would look for Gu Ran again. So he gave Gu Ran a shot in advance and advised him in a subtle way, saying that the woman was not worthy of his love at all, and asked him not to believe her again. Gu Ran would definitely not believe it again. He felt a little sick when he heard Zhang Duo was named now. Wen Qian thought about it, after listening to Gu Ran's words. Mo Han actually killed that bitch's boyfriend. This is really a bit of a coincidence. The three chatted all the way, and killed zombies back home. The degree of mutation of zombies in the city is not as strong as that on the island. For the three people, it is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. They sent all the crystal cores of the killed zombies into the space. This slowed down the speed of returning home. When they got home a few hours later, Wen Chongning and Liu Mo were like ants on a hot pot, fidgeting. Wen Chongning and his partner hadn't seen them for more than a week, and they couldn't sleep well every day, especially when they didn't come back at the agreed time. They were even more scared. Wen Chongning didn't dare to contact them using the satellite phone, because the group of things outside were extremely sensitive to sound. He was afraid that the ringing of the phone would attract the attention of the zombies, and make them more dangerous. So he could only endure it. He didn't sleep all night, and waited for most of the day, and finally waited for the people to come back. Chapter 68. The whole family goes out together. The tense mood finally relaxed, and when Chongning and Li Mo's eyes were red, they turned around and wiped their tears. Wen Qian also knew that she had made them worried, and apologized softly. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, because I was delayed by something. So I came back late, and made you worried. Don't say sorry as a family. As long as you are safe. Liu Mo pulled her into the house, sat on the sofa, and discussed with her. Qian, can you take me and Dad with you next time you go out? The two of us can't stay at home all the time. And we also want to fight with you. Yes. Yes. Wen Chongning nodded repeatedly. Although we are old and not as capable as you, we can probably help as much as we can. It's better than doing nothing at home all the time. This kind of waiting is too hard to bear. They can't stand it anymore. And how can parents let their children fight for their lives outside, while they hide at home and enjoy a good life? Parents should protect their children. Even if they die, they want to die by their children's side. Wen Qian was silent for a while after listening to their words. Before going to the fishing island this time, the system had issued a task. For every zombie killed, her combat power increased by 1%. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat power of all others increased by 10%. In 7 days, the three of them killed 8,000 zombies. Because the zombies there were severely mutated, the speed was a bit slow. In this way, not counting her, the combat power of everyone else in the family also increased by 800%, including the little kid Gu Wanwan. As for her combat power, it can no longer be calculated with these data. Although she didn't get the power, Wen Qian was sure that she was no weaker than those with power in terms of strength and speed. So in this case, it should be no problem to take her parents out for a walk. If they really encounter danger, they could also hide in the space, so that they wouldn't get hurt. Thinking of this, Wen Qian agreed, okay, I'll take you with me. She took out 2 crystal core potions from the space and gave them to Liemo along with the syringe. Mom, you and my dad have injected this medicine. Liemo didn't ask what it was. He washed his hands and disinfected them before injecting the needle. Then he heard Wen Qian say again, this medicine can let you clearly see the fatal point of the zombie. Let's go to the rooftop and try it. Several people came to the rooftop. Liemo and Wen Chongning picked up the telescope and looked downstairs. Sure enough, they saw a glimmer of light in the zombie's brain. Wen Qian, when you go out tomorrow, just aim at that bright spot and shoot. Liemo and Wen Chongning were both nervous and excited. After more than a month, it was finally time for them to go out and face danger. It was hard for Wen Rang to see his parents so nervous. He sat on the sofa and watched for a while before comforting them. Dad, Mom, you can do whatever you want after you go out. Don't be afraid. We are here. That's right. Gu Ran said seriously, Uncle and Aunt. I will definitely protect you. Wen Qian pulled them back to the living room and spoke to them again. We have to go out tomorrow morning. Our mission this time is to collect supplies and zombie crystal cores. The crystal core is what falls out of the zombie's brain after killing it. It is a spherical shape like a pearl. Some are big and some are small. After extraction, it can be turned into a harmless medicine that can greatly improve body functions. If we are lucky enough to meet a special zombie, it can also bring us useful skills. Wen Qian patiently explained to them about the zombie crystal core. In fact, she didn't know much about the crystal core, because she had never encountered this thing in her previous life. In the previous life, everyone's superpowers appeared naturally, and even more than 10 years after the end of the world, there was no crystal core. And in this life, before going to the island, Wen Qian had never discovered its existence. From the news from Mo Han, they only discovered this thing in recent days. Wen Rang and others listened to her explanation carefully, and then Wen Qian told Liemo and the others, after you pick up the crystal cores, just use your mind to put them into the space. Now all of us can put items into the space anytime and anywhere without restrictions. You can try it. Liemo and Wen Chongning were both nervous when they saw her mention the space directly in front of Gu Ran. But then they thought about it. They have been working side by side outside, and it is only a matter of time before they know this. Since Wen Qian chose to tell Gu Ran, she must have her own confidence and plan. They were relieved and didn't say anything. Liemo tried to put the tissue on the table into the space, and Wen Chongning threw a bottle of mineral water into it. Both of them succeeded, and were a little excited. Wen Qian, tomorrow we will also have some people from Binsheng base. They are acquaintances, but we must be vigilant, because they don't know about the space. Everyone nodded like a woodpecker, knowing how important this space is. It is related to Wen Qian's life safety, and must not be known to others. We are going to a car modification company, and a pharmaceutical factory. I plan to arrive at the car factory half an hour in advance. Everyone should put their favorite cars into the space first, and then decorate them casually after they arrive. As for the pharmaceutical factory, Mom, you have to see which ones we are most likely to need in the future. Let's take what we want first, and then split the rest with them 50-50. This operation is a sure win. But Wen Qian is a little worried about what will happen to little Gu Wanwan. A 3-year-old child cannot be taken out for adventure, although it is possible to enter the space. The time to stay in the space is limited. Wen Qian is afraid that there will be unexpected situations in the future, so this time must be reserved. Wen Qian told Gu Ran all the factors and asked for his opinion. Gu Ran thought about it and said, leave her at home. I will talk to her. Gu Wanwan was sleeping in the room at this time. Gu Ran went in and woke her up. Gu Wanwan looked at him sleepily and soon woke up. Brother. She threw herself into Gu Ran's arms, feeling a little wronged. Why did you come back just now? I missed you so much. Brother misses you too. Gu Ran kissed her forehead and coaxed her. Sister Wen Qian said she would take us to a place to play. Shall we go out to find her? The child's attention was immediately diverted. Gu Wanwan cheered and jumped up. Okay. I want to go play. When Qian was about to take them into the space to get familiar with the environment, thinking of Xiaobai sleeping inside, he quickly reminded them. Dad? Mom? Wanwan. Xiaobai has changed a little bit recently. Don't be afraid when you see it later. When Changning agreed with a smile, thinking how much could a cat change. But the next second he entered the space. And he was stunned. This is called a little bit? Chapter 69 Mo Han is a bug. Xiaobai had woken up, had just finished pooping and buried his shit, and was sitting there with his legs stretched out and licking his butt. Several shit shovelers and dogs suddenly appeared. Xiaobai heard the noise and raised his head. Seeing them staring at his butt motionlessly, he lay back on the ground silently, and was surrounded by 4 puppies. When Chunning also didn't expect that he would see a cat weighing more than 50 kilograms in his life. He walked closer, and saw that Xiaobai's claws were as big as a human fist. It has long white fur and 1 yellow eye and 1 red eye. As it grows bigger, it looks more and more like a mutant white lion. When it saw Wen Chongning approaching, it nudged his legs lazily, and almost knocked him down. Gu Wanwan hid behind Gu Ran and looked at Xiaobai. A little scared. Brother. It's so big. Will it eat me in one bite? Of course not. Xiaobai only eats the bad zombies outside. Gu Ran picked up his sister and looked around. He didn't expect the space to be so big. It was already the size of a small village. In addition to a super large villa, there were fish ponds, fields and orchards, and a lot of livestock were raised. Gu Ran was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Wen Qian didn't want to waste his and Gu Wanwan's time in the space. So he quickly took him into the villa, arranged a guest room for them, and let them take a shower and change clothes. Wen Chongning and Liam Mo hadn't been in the space for more than a week. Seeing that the crops and vegetables they planted were ripe, Wen Chongning was instantly full of energy again. The group stayed in the space for half an hour. And finally everyone went out with a few plates in their hands, ready to eat. Xiaobai and the 4 dogs stayed in the space and made a fuss. Wen Qian had been craving hot pot for many days. She looked at the tripe. Duck intestines, yellow throat, duck blood, brain flour, crispy meat, beef and mutton rolls, potato slices, lotus root slices, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, chrysanthemum, baby cabbage, lettuce, yam, and wide noodles on the table. And her saliva was almost flowing down. The hot pot base was still half spicy and half tomato, because Liamo and Gu Wanwan couldn't eat spicy food. After eating and drinking, everyone cleaned up the dishes and stood on the rooftop to chat. The temperature outside is now almost 60 degrees. The water level that rose due to the heavy rain has gradually receded. And with it the spread of viruses and diseases. All the windows in the house are equipped with diamond nets. When Qian looked at the 2-centimeter-long mosquitoes outside the window, they seemed to be very sensitive to human smells. At this time, they were desperately hitting the diamond nets and glass, trying to fly in and suck their blood. There are basically few people left in our community. Liamo frowned slightly and spoke softly, because the young and strong people had been taken away by the base. The old, weak and sick were left at home, without enough food and the extreme weather. They quickly lost their lives. In fact, the base's approach was correct, because resources are limited, and the old, weak and sick have little labor output. Wasting food on them will not bring any hope. Anyone will choose to be with those who have a better chance of survival. Liamo watched more and more zombies in the community every day. Some of them floating in the water, some wandering in the corridor. They were all once familiar neighbors, and Liamo felt a little uncomfortable to see them become like this. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she didn't think about saving those who survived. She was not a savior, and she didn't have that much ability. She only wanted her family to be safe, and the lives of others had nothing to do with her. When Qian listened to Liamo's words, thought for a while, and said, Dad, Mom, take another half an hour's rest. I'll take you downstairs to kill the zombies. Their community is built on a mountain. Due to the terrain, part of the accumulated water in the community is evaporated by the high temperature, and the remaining part flows to other places along the road down the mountain. When Qian plans to clear all the zombies in the community. In this way, as long as the only entrance to the community is guarded, the community will be a safe area. When Qian told everyone his idea, after clearing all the zombies, I will use the community as a base. Base? Liamo was puzzled. Doesn't Bincheng already have a base? Wenqian, that's the official base. There will probably be a dozen bases of varying sizes in the city in the future. Wenqian was a little worried. So do we have to cooperate with others? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Wenqian, we are too few in number. If there is a conflict with other bases in the future, it will be difficult to deal with, excluding the 3-year-old child. Even if her parents are included, there are only 5 of them now. In terms of personal combat power, Wenqian is not afraid of anyone. But what if tens of thousands of people are holding guns and artillery to attack them? Given the superiority in numbers and sufficient artillery shells, it is difficult for them to fight back now. And the only way is to escape. Wenqian, in fact, we don't need too many people. 100 people like Gu Ran will be enough. Let these 100 people live in the community. If their loyalty can reach never betray under the monitoring of the system, then she can even let them all enter the space. Then she will be a team by herself. At the critical moment, she will release 100 people from the space to give them a big revelation and scare those bastards to death. When Rang thought for a while and asked, have you never thought about cooperating with Imohan? Wenqian had mentioned to Wen Rang about building a base before, but he didn't say it during this period. In addition, Imohan's attitude was good, so he thought his sister was interested in cooperation. Aren't we always cooperating with him? But it's impossible for us to work in his base. Wenqian thought of her past life, and she unconsciously exuded a murderous aura. Her brother was killed by the people in the base in her past life. So when she first met the people in the base, Wenqian had no good feelings towards them. If it weren't for Imohan, I wouldn't choose to cooperate with him. Speaking of Imohan, I think he is a bug-like existence. Wenqian talked about her doubts. He told me before that his ability is mind-reading. But if he only has one mind-reading ability, how could he climb to the position of the base executive? Another thing is that I have doubts about his mind-reading ability. Although he does know that I am cursing him in my heart sometimes. He is a mystery. And the biggest problem now is his attitude. Don't you think he is too good to us? You can even say that he is willing to meet our requests. It is hard not to be suspicious of a base executive officer who is so close to our team of only 3 people. But as I said just now, this is why I think he is a bug. I don't feel any hostility towards us from him. This is unscientific. Wenqian killed a combatant the first time he went to the official base. Although he was forced to do so. No matter what. They were all Imohan's people. Normally speaking, he should have the same attitude as Yixinghua. How many days did Yixinghua treat her coldly because she killed his people? It was only when she saved their lives at the fishing island that his attitude softened. But Imohan was not like that. From the beginning, his attitude was friendly. Who would be nice to you for no reason? Chapter 70. Does Imohan like you? Wenqian thought that Imohan might have used her as a warehouse. He knew that she had space and supplies. So he treated her well. If he needed it in the future, he would kill her and take away the supplies. After what happened to Zhang Xiang, Wenqian was sure that space could be taken away by others. And even other abilities were the same. But the system had notified her before. What did it say at that time? It said that because of her special situation, all her abilities were bound to her identity and could not be taken away. So from now on, she will be the only one to grab others' share. And others can't grab hers. Her situation is special? What's special about it? Because she was reborn and suffered too much in her previous life. So she should be treated better this time? When Rang listened to her words carefully and looked at each other, Liamo and Wenqian had never seen the man named Imohan. So they couldn't express any opinions. Gu Ran, on the other hand, raised his hand silently. Well, I think of a possibility. Gu Ran met the gazes of the few people. A little nervous. He licked his dry lips and whispered, is it possible that Imohan likes you? So he agrees to your request? Wenqian, Wen Rang, Liamo, Wenqian? Wenqian took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat someone up. I'll give you a chance. Give me a new answer. No. You've never been in a relationship. So you don't understand? We men will always respond to the requests of the girls we like. So you're saying that the CEO of Bincheng Base is a love-brain person? Wenqian rolled her eyes. If I were Imohan, I'd kick you right now. And, Wenqian raised her hand and poked Gu Ran's shoulder with her finger. Not all men are like you. You don't respond to Zhang Duo's requests. You're a dog licker. If you dare to use the materials you exchanged for your life to lick others, I'll chop off your hand. Do you hear me? Gu Ran was shaken by her and nodded quickly. I heard it. Wen Qian glared at him fiercely again. In short, we need territory and teammates now. But we can't rush to find people. Otherwise it will be easy to cause problems. People are not united. And it's hard to change the mountains. We can't accept all the monsters and demons. After the few people finished chatting, Wen Qian entered the space and started to pack up his belongings, sold them to the system for mall coins, and then exchanged them for 2 sets of constant temperature combat suits for Liamo and Wen Chongqing. Although they were mentally prepared, Liamo and Wen Chongqing were still nervous when they really had to go out to kill zombies. Wen Qian walked in front. Liamo and Wen Chongqing were in the middle, and Wen Rang and Gu Ran followed behind. The 5 of them walked down the corridor slowly, searching every floor. When they met a zombie, Wen Qian tied him up before he could rush up and bite them. Wen Qian was holding a bundle of wires in his hand, and he caught a zombie very neatly, which made Liamo and Wen Chongqing dumbfounded. Just, can this be done? From the 30th floor to the 1st floor, Wen Qian caught 16 living zombies. These zombies were tied up by her. She carried the wire like walking a dog and kicked them all the way down. Whenever they rushed over, she would kick them. After kicking them more than a dozen times, the zombies either had their legs or arms broken. The most pitiful one was plucked out of its head by Wen Qian's bare hands. Seeing this, the remaining zombies were actually scared and dared not attack her again. They left the unit door smoothly. This was the first time Liamo and his partner went out after the apocalypse, although they were wearing the constant temperature suits given by Wen Qian. The oncoming high temperature still hit their faces, making them feel their skin burning instantly. The zombies active downstairs smelled the human scent from afar and gathered here. But because the distance was a bit far, the zombies were distributed in different locations, so the order of arrival was also different. Wen Qian caught those who could be caught, and asked Liamo and Wen Chongqing to try to kill those who could not be caught with a gun. Several people waited for the rabbit at the door of the unit. In more than half an hour, Wen Qian caught more than 70 living zombies. They were tied together by Wen Qian, and they opened their mouths wide to bite people. Some of them were anxious and bit the zombies next to them. Dad, Mom, aim at the light spots on their heads and practice shooting. Wen Qian dragged the zombies to a position several dozen meters away, and asked Gu Ran to watch the zombies, while Wen Rang taught his parents how to shoot. As for Wen Qian, he continued to sweep other apartment buildings to catch zombies. Liamo and Wen Chongqing had never touched a gun before, so they needed more practice. Wen Qian planned to let her parents practice shooting with these dead targets today to get familiar with the feeling of shooting. Then when they go out tomorrow, they will only have moving zombie targets. The community is a bit big, but there are only 6 buildings, and the remaining 19% is green space. The more Wen Qian looked at it, the more he felt that it was suitable for a base, because these spaces could be used for farming in the future. It took them several hours to clear all the zombies in the community. When the last one was killed, Wen Qian heard the system's voice. Ding! All zombies in the area have been cleared and automatically divided into the host defense space. The defense space range has been expanded, unlocking the automatic defense achievement. After the 2 notifications, Wen Qian and his friends were stunned, because the outer walls of the community have all changed. They have become 5 meters high, and there is an electric grid on the wall. Even the main door of the only exit has changed its appearance. And like the door of Wen Qian's home, it has become a professional explosion-proof grade. Wen Qian really didn't expect there would be such a reward. In this way, the community has completely become a base, and it looks very safe. But the system brought her more surprises than that. A minute later, the system sounded again. 50 people have been detected alive in the defense space, which has met the basic requirements for the establishment of the base. The base system is turned on. 50 people will automatically become ordinary members of the base, unlock the base's primary prosperity achievement, and be rewarded with an upgrade of the base's defense system. As soon as the system finished speaking, several steel bars appeared in the courtyard of the community, and above the steel bars was an explosion-proof glass covering the entire community. These glasses formed a roof in the community garden. Wen Qian thought of the acid rain in the future and smiled. Wen Rang and the others were shocked, and Gu Ran couldn't help but say hack many times to express his excitement. The remaining people in the community also noticed this series of changes, and looked down through the windows. Some even went downstairs to find Wen Qian and the others. Just when Wen Qian thought that today's surprise was over, the system sent another notification. It was detected that 3 members of the base had a loyalty level below 80. And the system has automatically cleared them. The remaining members' loyalty is forced to rise to 19. Wenqian smiled slightly and praised, "What a sensible system." Chapter 71. The steel bars were produced in her space. Wenqian walked to the nearest steel bar to check its quality. The steel bar was as thick as a person's wrist and looked very strong. She stretched out her hand and shook it again. But it didn't move at all. This way, it would be able to withstand typhoons in the future. It was not a shoddy project. Wenqian was very satisfied and praised the system in her heart. Why are there words on it? When Rang was also checking the quality of the project. Suddenly, he found the word Qian engraved on a steel bar at the lower part. After seeing this, several people went to check the others, and then found that all of them had this word on them. Wenqian was stunned for a moment, and then thought of a possibility. This steel bar, couldn't it be produced in her space? Because it's hers, so it has her name? Then the wool comes from the sheep, and there is no waste at all. While several people were discussing, the surviving neighbors of the community appeared in their sight. More than a month of water, electricity, and food shortages made them as miserable as refugees even if they survived. Because of extreme hunger and physical weakness, they even had difficulty walking. They chose to go downstairs because they were really forced to do so. They looked at the zombie corpses on the ground with panic eyes, and looked around vigilantly, fearing that there would be more zombies attacking. They walked and stopped in front of Wenqian, and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Wenqian was very powerful, and everyone in the community knew about this. She killed zombies everywhere in the early days of the apocalypse. Now, more than a month later, she is still alive and well, and even her family is living a comfortable life, not affected by the apocalypse at all. Compared to the Wen family, they were not even alive. The leading man knelt in front of Wenqian, cowed out to her again and again, and said in a trembling voice with tears, "Please, save us." Wenqian still remembered him, because she and Wen Rang had led a group of people to the supermarket to find supplies before, and this man was one of them. "Get up and talk." Wenqian raised her hand to help him, and at the same time glanced at the people behind him. They were pale, with chapped lips, and thin to the point of being unrecognizable. "Why didn't you go to the official base?" Wenqian asked softly. "According to your age, there should be no problem." The man's tears kept falling. "My wife and I are qualified, but I have elderly parents and young children. My youngest daughter is only 2 years old this year, and she has congenital heart disease, which does not meet the base requirements. So we didn't go." The man's wife knelt on the ground and kowed out to Wenqian. She kowed and said, "Wenqian, I know your family is very powerful. I beg you, please save my daughter. I will repay you with my life. She is only 2 years old. She doesn't know anything, and her life should not end like this." The woman burst into tears. The hunger and excitement caused her eyes to go dark, and she lost consciousness. Liamo hurried forward to check, and was relieved after confirming that she was not in danger of life. Wenqian frowned. "If you want me to help you, stand up and don't kneel on the ground." The others were stunned when they heard this, because they didn't have much hope. It was unknown how long this kind of hell would last. It was difficult for everyone to protect themselves, let alone save others. Wenqian looked at the information above their heads. The system had automatically marked the identities of these people for her, including their loyalty. Some of the people in front of them were under the system's mental control, and some were really desperate. So when Wenqian, who was like a savior, said that she would help them, their loyalty soared to 100. She was their only hope. As long as she saved them, they would do anything. They would never betray her, and they dared not to betray her. Wenqian was silent for a few seconds, and said, "You go home and wait. I will deliver the supplies to you later. After filling your stomach, you can pack your luggage and move to Building 2. Building 2 is right next to Building 1 where Wenqian lives. There are not many people in the community now, so you can choose any room you want. I will open the door for you in advance." After Wenqian finished speaking, several people cried until they couldn't breathe. If it weren't for her, they really couldn't survive. Wenqian was not in the community a few days ago, and didn't know that 3 people had chosen to jump off the building to end their lives because they couldn't stand the shock and hunger. This ghost Doomsday didn't want them to live at all. Fortunately, Wenqian was willing to save them. Wenqian asked them to go back and rest, and asked Gu Ran to help send the unconscious woman back. Soon other neighbors came down and asked Wenqian for help. After meeting the survivors, when Qian found that things were not as bad as she thought. She originally thought that the remaining people must be those with little labor. But that was not the case. The 47 survivors were from 20 families in total. Among them, only 7 were over 70 years old. And the remaining 20 were children under 10 years old. And 20 were middle-aged and young people. This crowd structure was within her acceptable range. And she didn't expect them to follow her to do things, as long as they could grow vegetables in the base. When Qian took out some rice, flour, oil, grain and vegetables from the space, divided them into 20 portions, and sent them to these people, and then notified them to move to Building 2 tomorrow, and wait for her notification later. After finishing these things and returning home, the coolness in the house made Qian feel better. When the system upgraded the community's defense before, she was still wondering if it would turn the entire community into a constant temperature space. But it didn't. It seems that it is not good for everyone. We have to get up early tomorrow. So after chatting for a while, we washed and rested. At 3:30 in the morning of the next day, when Qian took her parents, and when Rang and Gu ran out on time and went to the car company, because some places were flooded and could drive. Their speed was relatively fast. It took less than an hour and a half to reach the destination. When Qian looked at the 3-story building built on the mountain and was a little excited. Such a good place cannot be discovered by no one, if the things inside have not been taken away by others. There is only one reason. That is, there are too many zombies under the mountain. Bincheng is not a big place, but it has a lot of people. There are dense office buildings and residential areas everywhere, resulting in zombies everywhere. When Chongning and Liamo looked at the hundreds of zombies rushing towards them, and their faces changed with fear, when Qian looked back at them and smiled comfortingly. Don't be afraid. I will lead the zombies away. Brother, you drive in first. After saying that, she opened the car door and jumped out, activating the skill of attracting firepower. When Chongning and Liamo saw that the zombies were running towards their daughter, and their hearts stopped beating for a moment, and their first reaction was to get out of the car, when Rang quickly stopped the people and started the car to rush in. Dad, Mom, Qian is fine. This is her combat skill. We have 3 minutes. Don't waste it. Go in and wait for her. Chapter 72 Military-grade Hummer and Mercedes-Benz RV. The zombies did not react to the roar of the car's engine, and went straight towards Qian. When Rang drove smoothly into the modification company's compound, parked the car, and hurriedly ran into the building with his parents. 3 minutes, not long or short, was enough for them to find a relatively safe room. On the 3rd floor, several people looked out through the window and found that the number of zombies nearby was far more than they had imagined. When Chongning and Liamo only saw the 100 or 200 zombies in front of them. But now, they looked at the zombies below, which were as busy as ants, and their hearts almost stopped beating. They hurriedly looked for Qian. Qian walked the zombies nearby like a dog, because she had added too much speed value on the fishing island before. The zombies couldn't even accurately lock her position, let alone catch her. After consuming 3 minutes, Qian made perfect use of the next 1 minute when the zombies ignored her and returned to Liamo and others. On the way, she killed another wave of zombies to increase her speed. When Chongning and Liamo finally felt relieved when they saw her come back unscathed. At the same time, they also realized how powerful their daughter was. There weren't many zombies in the building. They were probably the people who worked here before. When Qian came back, half of them had been killed by when Rang and Gu ran. Qian worked with them to kill the rest. After picking up the crystal cores, a group of people started to wander around the building. This car modification company has 3 floors in total, because it was originally built on a mountain. The previous flood did not affect it. Qian walked around for a while, and soon found something good in a warehouse. When Rang followed her, and their goal was the same, he said with a wow and laughed. This trip is really worth it. A military-grade Hummer modified RV and a Mercedes-Benz Arox off-road RV occupied the entire warehouse. Qian and his brother smiled at each other and walked over to look at the cars. Compared with the 14-ton Mercedes-Benz, the Hummer looked much smaller. It looked like a land battle tank, with a domineering appearance, but a comfortable and warm interior. The reception room is equipped with booths, dining tables, and TVs, and the kitchen area is also fully equipped with stoves, refrigerators, and dishwashers. The bathroom area is separated into dry and wet areas, fully meeting daily needs. Other living facilities. including washing machines, storage boxes, beds, etc., are all the best brands on the market. The Mercedes-Benz RV next to it is even more of a heavyweight treasure. The price of this car is more than 10 million yuan. And one wheel is as high as a person's chest. And the car logo is larger than a person's face. With 8-wheel drive power, 800L fuel tank, and 12 1320W solar panels on the roof. It can have enough ability to escape from dangers such as ice and snow, deserts, and tunnels. There is an independent double bedroom in the front of the vehicle, a bathroom in the middle front, a kitchen, wardrobe, double-door refrigerator in the middle, and a tatami reception area at the rear. So there is no need to worry about insufficient space. In addition, a facial recognition password lock is installed at the door. The water tank in the car can store 1 ton of water, and the central air conditioning and fresh air system are all installed. The living room has everything from a liftable TV, a red wine cabinet, and a coffee machine. It is simply a small mobile apartment, not to mention the imported marine-grade sunshades, mosquito nets, aluminum alloy automatic stairs, outdoor lighting, imported fully automatic water pumps, outdoor water interfaces, outdoor showers, reversing images, 8-way monitoring system cameras, waterproof and sandproof storage compartments, and other functional equipment throughout the vehicle. With this car, even if we can't live at home anymore, it's no problem for the whole family to drive it and live outside for a few years. When Qian decided to take these 2 RVs without hesitation, several people walked around the car several times, inside and outside, on the first and second floors, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Everyone sat together, eating breakfast leisurely while discussing the difference between driving an RV and an ordinary car. Because they had never driven such a heavyweight car before, they would definitely be a little uncomfortable. But when Qian thought about it, and thought that there were so many open spaces in the space, so they could practice when they had nothing to do. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about fuel consumption. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. And finally, there was a commotion in the distance. When Qian sat on the windowsill and looked back outside, it was Yi Xinghua who brought people. They also brought a few guys this time. And the whole car was equipped with weapons. They opened the way with guns and cannons, and finally arrived at the destination smoothly. They parked the car in the yard, and everyone retreated into the building while holding guns. But there were still too many zombies coming up. And just like on the fishing island, many zombies had their heads shot into seas. But they were still alive, seeing that the other party was struggling to retreat. When Qian released Xiaobai from the space, Xiaobai jumped out of the window, fully understanding Wen Qian's intention, and provoked the zombies in various ways to attract firepower, helping Yi Xinghua and his group escape successfully, and then returned to them with his tail erect and a step that did not recognize any relatives. Yi Xinghua knew that Wen Qian had arrived when he saw the zombie bodies outside. But after entering the building, he saw the 2 unfamiliar faces of Wen Chongning and Liamo, and he couldn't help but be stunned. When Qian introduced, "These are my parents. They were bored at home, so I brought them out to get some fresh air and practice shooting." Yi Xinghua and the others were shocked. Look at her relaxed tone. If you don't know, you might think she is out for hunting. Although they were shocked, they still greeted Wen Chongning and the others honestly. "Hello, uncle and aunt," everyone said in unison. Their voices were so loud that Wen Chongning shivered. He looked at the people in front of him, all of whom were about the same age as his son and daughter. The youngest was in their teens, and the oldest was only about 30 years old. And he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. They should have been children at home, being spoiled by their parents. But they had to come out and desperately collect supplies to save others. It was really hard. When Qian threw a bottle of well water from the space to each of them, and everyone drank while counting the supplies in the building. When Qian had already found all the car keys in advance, and after a round, he asked Yi Xinghua, "How do we divide it? You pick first, and the rest belongs to us." Yi Xinghua's attitude was quite good. He was mentally prepared that Wen Qian, the bandit leader, would leave them one car, but he didn't expect that his attitude was good. And Wen Qian's attitude was even better. She actually only asked for a 7-seater commercial modified car. Yi Xinghua was so frightened that he couldn't speak, and everyone around him was silent. Just like that, everyone was quiet for a moment. And Yi Xinghua walked to Wen Rang and whispered, "Is your sister feeling unwell today? If she has a fever, our action plan can be postponed." Wen Rang, He looked at his sister speechlessly, and she shrugged her shoulders with an innocent expression. When rang, she doesn't have a fever. She just suddenly felt that you guys are not easy, and wanted to be nice to you. Yi Xinghua. The female Yama was kind, and he was about to cry. Chapter 73. Meet the little zombie again? They found more than 20 cars here, most of which were 7-seater commercial vehicles, and the remaining 5 12-seater Toyota Coaster passenger cars, 3 sports cars, and 3 large trucks. When Qian's intuition told him that the 3 sports cars and large trucks should belong to the same group of people, because only the super rich second generation who have too much money to spend would buy such a supercar with a starting price of tens of millions. Ferrari, Bugatti, Hennessy. Each one is a global limited edition, and the total price is more than 80 million. As for the 3 trucks, they were obviously sent here for fun. The front of one of the trucks has been changed into a big skeleton, and the interior of the truck should be changed into a motorhome. But they haven't started yet, so the truck still retains its original appearance. Yi Xinghua thought about it seriously, and then asked Wen Qian in a negotiating tone. 3 sports cars, a 7-seater business car, a 12-seater passenger car, and a truck for you, and the rest belongs to us. Okay. Wen Qian, didn't I say I only want one? Yi Xinghua, you still want one? Or I'm scared. Okay. Let's do as you say. Wen Qian didn't waste time with him. Yi Xinghua brought more than 30 people with him this time, all of whom could drive. In the end, they were simply divided into several groups, with a few people in each car, and drove to the next pharmaceutical company. As for Wen Qian's 3 sports cars, because the chassis was too low, it was difficult to pass many places, so it made everyone a little embarrassed for a while. Wen Qian looked relaxed. Just throw it here first. I'll come back to get it when I'm free. Anyway, it's useless to drive back now. There was really no other way but to do this. The group carefully searched the modification company again, and after confirming that there were no other supplies, they set off for the next destination. Wen Qian took the opportunity when Yi Xinghua and others were walking in front, and she was behind to throw the sports car into the space, and followed them away as if nothing had happened. Because this trip was mainly to collect supplies, they avoided fighting with zombies if they could, and didn't want to waste time on the road. Many people at the base have fallen ill. Most of them have symptoms such as coughing, fever, and diarrhea, and need a lot of medicine. Yi Xinghua and his team drove 4 heavy trucks when they came here, plus the ones they got from the modification company, which is basically enough. If there are still extra drugs that cannot be loaded at the pharmaceutical factory, they will contact the base to send a helicopter over. Wen Qian and the other 5 drove the Mercedes-Benz 7-seater commercial vehicle. Wen Rang was responsible for driving. Wen Qian sat in the co-pilot. Liamo and Wen Chongning were in the middle, and Gu Ran sat in the back. Their car was sandwiched in the motorcade of Yi Xinghua, with tanks escorting them from all sides. For a moment, Wen Qian was so idle that she had nothing to do. The sound of machine guns and shells never stopped along the way. Although many zombies died, there were even more zombies attracted by the sound. Wen Qian looked at the large group of zombies following the motorcade behind the car, like chicks looking for an old hen, and felt a little worried. She didn't know if Yi Xinghua and his men had enough ammunition. If they ran out of bullets while fighting, she would be the one to suffer. With these zombies, she couldn't kill them all even if she died of exhaustion today. Fortunately, this group of people was reliable, and they arrived at the pharmaceutical company without any danger. There were still many zombies in the factory area. Everyone parked the car and ran into the building. After closing the security door, they began to clean up the zombies in the building. Although Wen Chongning and Liamo were out for the first time and couldn't help much, they didn't drag their feet. Wen Qian went to the fishing island a few days ago. They exercise seriously at home every day, so their physical fitness has improved a lot now. They ran with the big team all the way without falling behind. When Wen Qian and the others started to kill the zombies, they first found a safe room, hid inside, opened a window, and took out their guns to work. With Wen Qian and the others guarding the door, there was no need to worry about the zombies rushing into the house. Under the high temperature, the flesh of the zombies began to rot. Some even had maggots crawling all over their bodies, and some had their stomachs hollowed out with a big hole. But they were still alive. Wen Chongning had watched too many zombie movies before, and now he couldn't help but feel panic and nausea when he faced these ghosts face to face. He and Liamo fought slowly, but because they had been injected with crystal core medicine before, they could accurately lock onto the zombies' fatal points. So compared to those people in Yixinghua who were confused and shot around, they basically didn't waste any bullets. Yixinghua and his group soon discovered this and were shocked. But they thought about it, and it made sense. If the parents were not strong, how could they give birth to a daughter like Wenqian? They soon calmed down. Liamo was firing a gun and killing zombies, and his body suddenly stiffened. Her ears were always sharp, and she seemed to have heard something in the room. When Changning felt something was wrong with her, and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Liamo didn't answer, and slowly turned her head to look behind her. She scanned the room, and finally landed on a row of cabinets. There was movement inside. Liamo quickly called Wenqian over and told her about it. Wenqian frowned and immediately hid the two of them behind her, staring at the cabinet. It was a row of low cabinets, and adults couldn't get in at all. Wenqian thought of the little zombie she met on the fishing island last time. Could she meet another one? Let me see which naughty kid is playing hide-and-seek with me again. Wenqian's voice was cheerful. She walked to the low cabinet, bent down, and opened the cabinet doors one by one. Soon there was only the last one left. The closer you are, the clearer you can hear. Wenqian was sure that there was something inside, and she was prepared to be pounced out by the little zombie. But when she opened the cabinet door and raised her gun, what she saw was a dying little boy. The child had been hiding in there for who knows how long. After seeing Wenqian, he was so scared that he cried. Later, he found out that she was not a zombie but a human. So he went to see her carefully, trembling all over. Wenqian noticed that his thin arms were covered with teeth marks. He must have bitten himself when he was scared to avoid shouting. She reached out to carry the person out, and when she turned around, she found that Yixinghua and the others had all entered the house. Wenqian and Rangu Ran entered the house one after another. Yixinghua and the others thought that something had happened to their uncle and aunt, so they ran over quickly. The zombies outside the house were howling and banging on the door. Wenqian carried the child to the sofa and found a lot of food packaging bags in the corner. She scanned the room and saw the nameplate on the table. This was the office of the chairman of the pharmaceutical company. There was a family photo on the table. The little boy who was smiling happily in the photo was lying next to her at this moment, almost lifeless. Wenqian had just seen his parents. They had turned into two cold corpses, lying outside the door of this room. Chapter 74. You won't die. They committed suicide. The woman's arm had been torn off by zombies, and the man's leg had been gnawed by zombies until the bones were exposed. The two were probably afraid that they would become monsters like them after being infected, so they simply chose to end their lives in this way. Wenqian stared at the boy in silence. The boy looked only 5 or 6 years old. He was so weak that he could hardly open his eyes because he hadn't eaten anything for many days. He seemed to feel that he was about to die, so he spoke with great effort and spoke to Wenqian in a very small voice. "Sister, I'm dying. I'll give you something to eat." Wenqian looked at his hand and moved it, then slowly spread his palm, revealing a piece of chocolate biscuit. The weather was too hot, and he had been holding the biscuit, so the chocolate on it had melted and turned dirty. This was his last ration, and he had already taken a bite, but he was reluctant to eat the rest, fearing that there would be nothing left after he finished eating. But now, he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. He no longer had the strength to raise his hand to put the food into his mouth, and he could hardly even speak. This sister is so beautiful, the little boy thought. She must be hungry too. Right? Then give her this cookie, since he is going to die soon anyway. Children should be very unfamiliar with death. He didn't understand the concept of death, but he saw his parents die in front of him. Thinking of his parents' departure, his tears began to fall again. Liamo and others stood aside, their eyes red. Even though he had seen too many life and death, he couldn't help being touched when he saw such a scene again. Only Wenqian's expression remained unchanged. She just looked at the boy silently, at the small piece of biscuit in his hand. Just when everyone thought she would remain indifferent, Wenqian squatted down, took the biscuit and put it in her mouth. She didn't mind the dirtiness, chewed it slowly to taste it, then touched the boy's head and said gently, "Thank you for your gift. You won't die. Sister will take you home." After swallowing the biscuit, Wenqian stood up and looked at Liamo, took out a bottle of well water from the backpack behind her, and gave it to her. "Mom, take care of him. I'll be back soon." Then he went to see Gu Ran and Wen Rang. "You stay here. Wen Qian said. Put on goggles and a mask and walk to the door. Dozens of zombies gathered outside the door, banging on the door. The door was about to be knocked open, but someone opened it from the inside. The zombies lost their balance and rushed forward. Wen Qian kicked them away and went out with a knife. She activated the skill of attracting firepower and led the zombies to the distant hall. Yi Xinghua and the others saw that the zombies were all chasing her, so they quickly chased after her. Then, they saw her fighting against hundreds of zombies alone. She had cold eyes and murderous aura. Wandering among the zombies, dust flew. Blood splattered. Wen Qian looked at these monsters, who were once human beings, had living bodies, had love and hatred, had family ties, had joys and sorrows, but now became zombies, and her emotions were surging in her heart. Today, no zombie can walk out of here alive. They couldn't find their way home, so she came to help them get out of this. Time passed by, and more bodies fell to the ground. When Wen Qian dealt with the last one, her arms were numb, covered in blood. Wen Qian stepped on the pile of bodies with one foot, threw down her tang sword, took off her goggles, and looked back at Yi Xinghua and others who were exhausted. Although they were in a mess, they were still alive. And just now in the battle, Wen Qian discovered that there were people with superpowers among them. There were two people who had probably just awakened combat abilities. One of them was caught by a zombie and was about to be bitten to death, but his body suddenly turned into a ball of water. The water drops scattered on the ground, and soon gathered again to form a human form. This kind of water-based ability was the first time Wen Qian had seen it, and it was quite interesting. Another person was a plant-based one, who controlled the branches and vines to tie up several waves of zombies. But because his power was not strong enough, he was quickly freed by the zombies. Wen Qian knew both of them. The water-based one was Yi Xinghua, and the plant-based one was Lin Yan, who always liked to call him goddess. Wen Qian felt a little itchy and went over to recruit people. Is Imohan usually nice to you? She suddenly asked this, and Yi Xinghua and others were stunned. Before they could react and answer, they heard Wen Qian say again, "Why don't you come to my place? I promise that you will have 3 dishes and 1 soup with meat every meal, and the single dormitory will be warm in winter and cool in summer." Yi Xinghua, are you recruiting us now? Yes. Isn't it obvious enough? If I wasn't afraid that Imohan would come after me, I should throw a bucket of dirty water on him, say more bad things about him, and then brainwash you. But then again, when did you awaken your superpowers? Wen Qian knew they wouldn't agree, so she simply changed the subject and asked for some information. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan looked at each other and knew they couldn't keep it a secret. They were all life-saving skills that would be used sooner or later, so they answered readily. Yi Xinghua, it suddenly happened in the last 2 days. Lin Yan, me too. I thought I was still asleep when I woke up this morning. While the two were talking, Ji Fan came over from behind them. He is Wen Ranks Jr., and Wen Qian has a deep impression of him. Goddess, I also have superpowers. He lowered his voice and whispered to Wen Qian. I'm awesome. I have a space. He took out a piece of candy from the space and handed it to Wen Qian with a smile. Here. I stole it from Lin Yan's pocket yesterday. Lin Yan, I'll just say you took it. You didn't admit it at the time. The two fought, childishly and unbearable to watch. Wen Qian, forget it. A bunch of idiots. I have to worry about them if I dig them here, so it's better not to come. However, Wen Qian didn't expect that they were so defenseless against her, and actually told her everything. She sighed and asked everyone to go to the warehouse and workshop to find medicine. This pharmaceutical company is not particularly large, but it still found several thousand boxes of medicine. Wen Qian didn't cheat them this time. She already had a large number of medicines in her space, which was enough. So she asked for some that she didn't have. The children who survived in the community all had congenital diseases. Some had heart disease and some had asthma. She didn't stock up these medicines before, so she mainly wanted these this time. After everyone had distributed the medicine, they looked outside the building. The zombies inside had been cleared, but there were still many outside. So Wen Qian and Yi Xinghua went out first and drove 2 cars into the warehouse, while the others provided fire cover. After the 2 cars were full, other cars were brought in. This was repeated again and again, and finally all the medicine was moved to the car. The mission was completed, and they were ready to go home. Wen Qian was not on the same road as them, and she did not ask them to escort her. She watched them get in the car and leave. and then looked at a factory building a few dozen meters away with a faint look. For some reason, she suddenly felt that something was staring at her there. Chapter 75 Zombies, Help! Xiaobai was at Wenqian's feet, and seemed to have noticed something strange over there. It arched its back, and its fur stood up, and it kept growling in warning, with its claws and teeth exposed, ready to attack at any time. Wenqian bit her lip, and after seeing the door of the factory slowly open, and the zombies in the yard fleeing in panic, she suddenly clenched the knife in her hand. A 3-meter-tall figure slowly walked into Wenqian's sight from the factory, like the little zombie I met on the fishing island last time. Its skin was as white as a piece of paper, without any blood color. But unlike that little zombie, it had a broad skeleton, a strong body, and 2 heads on its neck. Walking from the dim light to the sunlight, it looked straight in Wenqian's direction, eating the live mouse in its hand while walking towards her. Their eyes met in ear, and Wenqian clearly saw it grinning, as if it hadn't met such a satisfied prey in a long time. Wenqian frowned, feeling that it was more difficult to deal with than the last little zombie, with more power and size. But it had only been a month and a half since the end of the world. Why were there so many high-level zombies? She didn't even dare to call this kind of thing special grade, because it was too common. Wenqian's mind went blank for a moment, and she subconsciously wanted to shoot it. But after finding that there were no fatal bright spots on its 2 heads, she turned around and ran quickly towards the room where Wenrang and others were. She returned to them as quickly as possible, and several people also heard the movement outside, and were leaning on the window to look out. After seeing the giant zombie, everyone was shocked. Wenqian didn't have time to say a word, and threw them into the space. The little boy was not a member bound to the system, so the reminder was triggered again. A wounded person with 0 attack power was detected. Do you need permission to bring the wounded into the space for treatment? The wounded person is still conscious, and the space memory will be automatically erased after leaving the space. Wenqian agreed without hesitation. After sending him into the space, she heard a loud noise. It was the zombies that kicked down the heavy security door at the entrance. Wenqian took a deep breath and turned to look out the window. The low-level zombies outside had already hidden far away. Wenqian smashed the glass with a punch and jumped out. The space in the building was narrow, and it was not easy to use, so it was more convenient to be outside. The zombies had already arrived outside the room where she was just now. They roughly dismantled the door frame and entered the room. They were a little angry when they found Wenqian outside. It did not choose to return the same way. After a few punches, a wall was knocked down by it. Looking at the prey only a few meters away from it, greedy smiles appeared on its 2 faces again. A human with such high combat power must be delicious to eat. Xiaobai launched a fierce attack from behind it, jumped up and jumped onto its shoulder, but was quickly caught by it and thrown several meters away. Xiaobai was thrown to the ground fiercely, meowed, and climbed up again with some effort. Wenqian couldn't bear to let Xiaobai get hurt. Although it was more than 50 kilograms, it was easy to deal with ordinary zombies. But facing this zombie weighing 700 to 800 kilograms, it was just a kitten. Wenqian ran to Xiaobai, patted its head twice to comfort it, set it into the space, and threw the Tang sword in as well. Then she rolled sideways on the ground to avoid the zombie's sudden attack. Although this zombie was tall, its speed was surprisingly fast. Wenqian had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time she saw a zombie with 2 heads on one body. If she guessed correctly, this should be the product of the initial zombie outbreak in the pharmaceutical factory, where everyone ate each other. It was like a container for raising goo. A group of zombies killed each other, and finally this one was left. Could this ghost thing have superpowers? As soon as Wenqian had this thought, the zombie disappeared instantly. The next second, it appeared in front of Wenqian. Teleport? Wenqian's breath was choked, and the zombie kicked her more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Wenqian was extremely grateful for the defense value that the system rewarded her through various tasks, so that she could not get hurt at all when she fell down. But her pain nerves did not disappear, so she still gasped in pain, and then found that the zombie was in front of her again. What a bastard! Wenqian couldn't help cursing in her heart. It didn't teleport just now, but chose to walk step by step to find her. Was it teasing or scaring her? Just like sometimes a cat will not eat a mouse immediately after catching it, but will it tease it for a while, and then bite it to death? Wenqian looked up at the zombie. Her eyes flickered. The zombie bent down, and 2 huge faces enlarged above Wenqian's head. It grabbed Wen Qian's arm and lifted her up, then pulled hard and removed Wen Qian's other arm. Blood spurted out, and Wen Qian was instantly pierced by huge pain. At the same time, her regeneration ability was activated. The bleeding stopped, and her arm grew back in a few seconds. The zombie had never seen such a scene before, and could not help but be stunned. Wen Qian closed her eyes and spoke in a low voice. Ugly thing. Do you know that this hurts? Zombie. Who is the ugly thing? You just feel pain? The zombie did not respond. It just stared blankly at the broken arm in its hand, and then looked at Wen Qian's regrown arm. It began to doubt whether the person in front of it was actually a human. Wen Qian thought it had other abilities and wanted to see them again. But it turned out to be just teleportation? She lowered her eyes and glanced at her arm. Her clothes and constant temperature combat suit were torn. One of her arms was now exposed to the scorching sun, and it was a little hot and painful. After the regeneration ability was activated, the system reminded her, every time this ability is activated, the defense is increased by 100% and the strength is increased by 100%. These are the buffs she exchanged for her life. The pain she endured for this must be felt by it. A dagger appeared in Wen Qian's hand, and she took advantage of the zombie's confusion to stab it in one of its eyes. The zombie was completely defenseless because she had no weapon in her hand just now. It roared in pain and subconsciously let go to cover its eyes. Wen Qian fell from a few meters away, and her body landed flexibly and steadily. The other head of the zombie stared at Wen Qian viciously. Wen Qian tilted her head and smiled at it. But the smile was fleeting. At the same time, the Tang sword appeared in her hand again. She rushed towards the zombie as fast as lightning and swung the knife to cut off its legs. The zombie tilted its body and fell to the ground with a thud, leaving a big hole. Wen Qian was even shocked and jumped up slightly. She took 2 steps forward with the knife in her hand, looking down at the ugly thing lying on the ground. I am a reasonable person. You just broke my arm, so I cut you into 8 pieces. This is fair. What do you think? Zombie. Help. Chapter 76. Don't be angry. Okay. The zombie's cloudy eyes were full of fear, and it activated teleportation again, disappearing from the spot. Wen Qian smiled slightly and accurately locked the location where it appeared. As she expected, even teleportation has a range limit, and its range is limited to within 10 meters. And activating superpowers is very physically demanding. So after just a few times, plus Wen Qian's constant pursuit, and cutting off its arms and legs, it was tired and had no strength to run. Wen Qian just said that she would chop it into pieces, so there would only be more, not less. She killed the zombie that wanted to eat her not long ago with an expressionless face. Its howling scared the low-level zombies around, and they dared not approach at all. Wen Qian released Xiaobai from the space again. As soon as Xiaobai came out, he saw the corpses all over the ground. After calling Wen Qian, he turned around and started to eat his feast. Wen Qian looked at the zombie that only had the upper body and head left, but was still alive, and fell into deep thought. 2 heads. So there won't be 2 crystal cores. Right? Wen Qian thought of this, and his eyes were full of excitement. The zombie saw it and regretted his impulsiveness. In fact, it had already had a full meal in the morning, eating up another group of people who came to the pharmaceutical factory to collect supplies. Just because it was not hungry, it did not show up when Yi Xinghua and others came. Later, after feeling Wen Qian's powerful fighting power, it wanted to eat her. But now, it has become the one being eaten. Wen Qian chopped off its 2 heads one after another, and the excitement in his eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only boredom. Pah! 2 heads for nothing. There is only 1 crystal core. Waste of resources. Wen Qian had unlocked an achievement reward when he killed zombies in the building before, for all bound members in the system. Every time they kill a zombie, the crystal core will be automatically collected into the space, so they don't have to waste time picking them up one by one in the future. After collecting the crystal core, Wen Qian released Wen Rang and others from the space. Everyone was relieved to see that she was safe. Wen Chongqing and Liu Mo circled around her, checking her from head to toe for injuries, their faces full of tears. Gu Ran stared at the zombie body parts on the ground in a daze, while Wen Rang looked at the broken arm on the ground in the distance, with a dark face and no words. Wen Qian put the car and medicine in the building into the space, and then several people drove a car home. Wen Rang drove the car. Wen Qian felt that he was angry and probably guessed the reason. so he didn't dare to say anything. When he returned to the gate of the community safely, when Qian realized that the appearance of the community had also changed. The system marked the community as her base space yesterday and upgraded the whole area. The wall material has changed, and the quality is comparable to that of a turret, and even cannons and tanks cannot knock it down. When Qian and her friends came out too early in the morning, and it was still dark, so they didn't notice the difference outside the community. Now, she saw that the name of the community originally engraved on the outer wall of the community disappeared, and the entrance to the underground garage was sealed. And she once again sighed at the invincibility of the system. In the entire community, except for a gate, there is only the entrance to the underground garage. Now that this place is sealed off, the underground garage is safe. The garage in their community has 3 underground floors, and each unit can access the garage from the elevator and stairs in the building. This was originally an emergency shelter in the city, with a large space. In this way, the children in the community can play in the garage in the future, and there is no need to worry about the noise of playing attracting the attention of zombies. When Qian was very satisfied, after several people got off the car, when Qian threw the car into the space, and the gate of the base opened automatically, they repelled the zombies, and walked into the gate, and returned home smoothly. After closing the door, when Qian saw Wen Rang rushing into the room without saying a word to her, she helped Liamo settle the little boy first, then walked to Wen Rang's door and knocked carefully. Wen Rang rarely got angry with her, and it had been like this since he was a child. Basically, he agreed with everything she said. He started working part-time after entering college, and he would transfer the money he earned to her. After she entered college, he even sent her money once a month, even though he knew that her parents would give her living expenses. So when Qian was always unscrupulous in front of him, but she was also afraid that he would get angry. She knew that her brother was very scary when he got angry. There was no response from the room. When Qian leaned on the door and listened, after hearing the sound of the TV inside, she said, "Brother, I'm coming in." She pushed the door open and saw Wen Rang sitting on the floor playing games on PS. In the game, he was killing everyone. Outside the game, he had a face like he was going to be buried. When Qian came in and didn't even look at her, when Qian suddenly felt a little nervous, she rubbed against Wen Rang and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. "Brother, please stop being angry." "Okay." Wen Rang didn't say anything. "I know I was wrong." Wen Rang paused for a second. "Really? I promise. I won't throw you into space next time." Wen Rang threw down the game controller and turned to look at her. His eyes were red, and he was very excited. "What do you know? You don't know anything. You are always like this. Always rushing to the front when you encounter danger." Wen Rang's eyes were filled with tears, and he looked at the girl in front of him seriously. After she was born, besides the doctors and nurses, he was the first person to hold her. After she started to learn to speak, the first word she called was also brother. She never knew how important she was to him. When Qian, "I can die, but you can't. I can accept my own death, but I can't accept your departure. Do you understand?" When Qian was slightly stunned, and in the blink of an eye, tears fell. When Rang saw her crying and panicked. "Don't cry. I didn't hit you. Why are you crying?" The warm tears made Wen Qian feel strange. She hadn't cried for a long time. She raised her hand and wiped her face carelessly, smiling at Wen Rang. "Brother, I won't let you die. In the last life, everyone died because of protecting her. This time, she would never let such a thing happen again. Let's become stronger together. I won't throw you into space easily in the future. So don't be angry. Okay? I'm afraid if you ignore me." When Qian tugged at the corner of Wen Rang's clothes, seeing his pitiful appearance, Wen Rang sighed heavily. He looked down at her bloodstains and cursed, "Go back to your room and change clothes. And come over to play games with me later." "Okay." When Qian's eyes lit up, and she got up and left immediately. When Rang watched her go out, he spread his hands, and then clenched his fists. He always felt that something was wrong with his body in the past 2 days, but he couldn't tell where he was uncomfortable. Yesterday, he even suspected that he had hallucinations because he saw a ball of fire bursting out of his palm. Wen Rang planned to talk to Wen Qian about this later. Wen Qian was blocked by Gu Ren after leaving Wen Rang's room. His face was as dark as Wen Rang's, as if he was going to send someone to the crematorium to rest in peace. Within a few words, the theme was very clear. That is, in the future in battle, Don't send him into the space again. Chapter 77. The whole family's superpowers awaken. The Wen family took him in and saved his sister's life. If he couldn't protect them at the critical moment and instead hid into space for refuge, then there would be no point for him to stay here. Gu Ran knew exactly what he should do. Although his strength was not as good as Wen Qian's, he also had things he could do. Wen Qian didn't think much about it when she was at the pharmaceutical factory today. She was sure she could kill the zombie, but she didn't know its superpowers and didn't want everyone to take risks with her. And she wanted to try out her regeneration ability, but she was afraid of scaring her parents. So she just threw everyone in. But then again, she was glad she did that, because if the zombie had been hiding its ability and suddenly teleported in front of her parents, Wen Qian couldn't imagine that scene. She called everyone into the space to take a shower and change clothes. After coming out, she went to see the little boy who was still sleeping. Seeing that he had no signs of waking up, she went to eat. At the dinner table, Wen Qian talked about business with everyone. The zombie I met today has begun to have some human consciousness. If this continues, it will only become more and more difficult to deal with. I have noticed that more and more people have awakened their superpowers recently. The time is too early, which is not a good sign. In the previous life, these anomalies definitely did not happen so early. Even a rubbish like Zhang Xiang can have a space. Wen Qian thinks it is outrageous. Wen Qian told everyone what he found, and the expressions of several people were a little strange. She raised her eyebrows. You won't? No one said anything, except Gu Ran. The others stretched out their hands in unison and spread their palms. A ball of blue flame burst out of Wen Rang's palm, a ball of water in Wen Chongning's hand, and a ball of white light in Li Mo's hand. Li Mo, I just felt something was wrong in the past 2 days. But because this skill is sometimes available, and sometimes not, it is not very stable. So I didn't tell everyone, for fear that it would disappear again, and we would be happy for nothing. Wen Chongning and Wen Rang nodded. The same situation. Wen Qian looked at Gu Ran. Gu Ran looked around, got up and went back to the living room to get a fitness dumbbell, and then squeezed it in front of several people. Wen Qian. Got it. It's a power system. The time when several people awakened their superpowers was surprisingly consistent. All in the past 2 days. Wen Chongning is a water system. Wen Rang is a fire system. And Li Mo is a healing system. After they found out that they had superpowers, they have been paying attention to this matter and practicing secretly. But sometimes they can't use it even if they want to. So they didn't dare to tell Wen Qian. After listening to their doubts, Wen Qian thought seriously for a while, and then said, the same superpower will produce different changes in different people. For example, in the water system, my father's superpower is to produce water, while Yixinghua's superpower is to turn himself into water. I think the reason why your superpower is unstable is that it is still evolving and has not yet taken shape. Wen Qian can say with certainty that the people in her family are definitely stronger than those outside in terms of physical fitness and potential. Since the end of the world, they have been drinking well water and soaking in hot springs in the space every day, which is unmatched by anyone. Since the superpowers are generated, they will not disappear. Next, it depends on how much these superpowers can be strengthened. Wen Qian's words made everyone feel relieved. However, Wen Qian was a little puzzled. Why did her whole family have superpowers, but she didn't? The space was acquired on the first day she came back. The strength and speed were the bonuses given to her by the system, and the regeneration was taken after she killed the little zombie. If she guessed correctly, she would go into the space and process the crystal core of the zombie today, and she should also absorb its teleportation. But why couldn't she awaken 2 more by herself? Wen Qian was very dissatisfied with this. The end of the world has begun, and the survivors are trying to adapt to this harsh environment in order to survive. Spaces like Zhang Xiang and Ji Fan should have been created in this situation because of their extreme desire. However, their space is very small. Wen Qian saw that Ji Fan only stuffed 2 boxes of medicine into the space today, and it was full. Also, there is the issue of superpower seizure. Before Wen Qian killed Zhang Xiang last time, the system reminded her that the other party had superpowers. But today, Yixinghua and Ji Fan did not remind her, which means that as long as the other party has no hostile intentions to kill her, the system will not let her kill innocent people. Several people were chatting and talked about the base. Wen Rang looked at Wen Qian. What is the name of our base? Wen Qian thought for a while and said, Xiaobai Base. Several people were surprised. They didn't expect her to name it after Xiaobai. Wen Qian smiled slightly when he saw this. Don't you think this name suits us? We are a bunch of newbies. We don't know anything. We don't have any supplies, and we don't have any fighting power. We can only stick together. TSK. It sounds like it makes people want to protect us. Wen Rang, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Protective. When others hear this name, they will probably want to rush over and kill these newbies and steal their supplies. Anyway, Wen Qian decided to call them this. After dinner, Wen Rang called her to the study and asked her to watch the computer monitor screen. This monitor was made by Wen Rang before the end of the world, and the main monitoring screen was the area in front of her house. But now, the monitor showed her the entire community and the surrounding area within 500 meters. Wen Qian re-understood what the system said that day. Defense upgrade meant. Then she remembered that the system reminded her that the base system was turned on that day. After hesitating for a while, she entered the space. In the space, there is a base system next to the mall system. Wen Qian clicked in and saw the information of everyone in the base, including whether they have superpowers and their future points. The system will automatically deposit these points into their accounts based on their future labor results, such as how much grain each person grows. 1 point for each kilogram of grain. Only Wen Qian can see this information, and only Wen Qian can operate these points. Wen Qian can use the points they earn to exchange for some supplies in the base mall. For example, liquefied gas tanks, small generators, stoves, honeycomb coals, and other items that will be urgently needed in the future, and then give them to them. In a word, it is absolutely impossible to do nothing in Wen Qian's base and wait for Wen Qian to feed you with your mouth open. The more capable you are, the more work you will do. The more points you earn, the more supplies Wen Qian can help them exchange. A sensible system will never let its host suffer a little loss. Wen Qian happily turned off the base system and planned to take them to start a pastoral life tomorrow. Cut down all the trees in the community and pull out all the flowers. Anyway, they are all dead, so there is no point in keeping them. All the vacant land is planted with land and vegetables. While people are burning, killing and looting outside, they are planting land and raising chickens. Perfect. Chapter 78. All members are white and black. Wen Qian prepared the tools and seeds for tomorrow, and then worried about the water source. Although she had water in her space, she couldn't get water from her space to irrigate the land every day. It would be great if the system could give her a well in the community. Ordinary water would be fine, not like the one in her space, which has the effect of strengthening the physique. Wen Qian just had this thought when she heard the system's prompt. The base well is located between Building 1 and Building 2, and it has been prepared. Wen Qian, you will grant whatever you ask for, right? Then I'm going to start talking nonsense. Wen Qian, I also want a laser sword for each member of the base, a spaceship, and Ultraman. The silence of the system was deafening. Wen Qian felt that if it could show up, it would definitely say to her, you want nothing. Wen Qian smiled and turned to go into the villa to process the crystal cores she brought back today. All the crystal cores were placed in the medical room by the system, including her processor. Wen Qian went upstairs and saw that the crystal cores were neatly placed in a box and classified by level. She found the crystal core of the 2 zombies and saw that it was marked as Level 2. Level 2? The level of crystal cores ranges from Level 5 to Level 1 and then to Level 5, with Level 5 being the lowest and Level 5 being the highest. The crystal core of the little zombie was marked as Level 2 last time, but this time the one with stronger combat power than the little zombie was marked as Level 2. It can be seen that the level change of zombies is also determined by the mutation situation. The current level may 5th be reduced to Level 5 in a year. Wen Qian frowned and threw all the crystal cores into the processor, then went out to clean the chicken coop, the cow shed, etc., so that her father wouldn't have to do it again. After taking a shower, the processor had finished its work. This time it was not an injection, but an oral medicine like a capsule. It seems that the system also realizes how much resources injections waste. Everyone needs a needle every time, and they have to get an injection, which is not appropriate. Wen Qian looked down at the information on the screen, which showed the crystal core synthesis rules. 100 level 5 crystal cores, synthesized into a capsule medicine. Effect, enhances the power of the player, increasing the strength by 3%. 50 level 4 crystal cores are synthesized into a capsule medicine. Effect, enhances the power of the player, increasing the strength by 5%. 10 level 3 crystal cores are synthesized into a capsule medicine. Effect: enhances the power of the player, increasing the strength by 10%. 1 level 2 crystal core is synthesized into 5 capsule medicines. Effect: enhances the power of the player, increasing the strength by 20%. 1 level 1 crystal core is synthesized into 10 capsule medicines. Effect: enhance your own superpowers, increase strength by 40%. Increase lifespan by 2 years. 1 special crystal core. Synthesize 10 capsules of medicine. Effect: enhance your own superpowers, increase strength by 50%. Add other skills, and increase lifespan by 5 years. In addition, all levels of crystal cores can greatly improve physical fitness, but the effect varies from person to person. Most of the crystal cores Wenqian brought back this time were level 5 crystal cores. Now she has 20 level 5 medicines, 20 level 4, 30 level 3 and 5 level 2. Wenqian casually threw a second level potion into her mouth, and immediately received a reminder that she had teleported. As expected, other people's abilities rely on awakening, while her abilities rely on absorption. Wenqian was depressed for a while, but soon let it go. In fact, this is not bad. If I awaken myself, I may only have 1 or 2 skills. But if I absorb, there will be no limit. What will the world lack the most in the future? Zombies. According to the current rate of evolution, it is expected that there will be many zombies with superpowers in the future. She just wanted some supernatural power to catch zombies. The more Wenqian thought about it, the happier she became. She even wanted to go out and play with zombies now. She took the potions out of the space and distributed all the medicines to everyone. Everyone finished the medicines like eating, and immediately felt the changes in their bodies. When Rang spread his hands, and the fire jumped several meters high, almost burning his father's hair next to him. When Chungning was so scared that he immediately let out the water. After a while of chaos, the living room was a mess. Liamo looked at the father and son expressionlessly. They immediately cleaned up the house with their tails between their legs, not daring to breathe. Wenqian smiled as she finished watching the excitement and returned to her room. She lay on the bed and read comics for a while, then turned her head to look at the satellite phone on the bedside, wanting to find Mo Han to get some information. There must be many superpowers at the Bincheng base. Since they have discovered the function of crystal cores, they will definitely collect a large number of crystal cores. Wenqian hesitated for a moment, picked up the phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice and then picked up, and Mo Han's voice came from the receiver. What's wrong? I want to ask about the crystal core. Didn't you say before that the harmless part of the crystal core can be extracted and injected into the body? How is your research going? Has the extraction been successful? I'm in a meeting. I'll call you in 10 minutes? Okay. Wenqian hung up the phone and frowned slightly. This guy is quite busy. Is he really in a meeting? Or is he looking for an excuse to turn him down? He doesn't have meetings every day, does he? There's chaos outside, and he's sitting in the base to have meetings. Is that appropriate? He doesn't lead the team to go out on missions. Look at him and look at yourself. They are both the top leaders of the base. Why is there such a big gap? Wenqian sat cross-legged on the bed, cursing for 10 minutes, and received a call from Mo Han. The experimental team is still researching. It is difficult to extract 100% of the harmless part. The experimental results can only reach 30% at most. Wenqian, then you are quite slow. Wenqian said oh, and didn't show off. Mo Han, what else do you want to know? Today I saw Yi Xinghua, Lin Yan and Ji Fan all awaken their superpowers. You should have a lot of people with superpowers. Right? They awakened in the past few days, but the number is not large overall. Including residents, there are only a dozen people in the entire base. There are nearly 300,000 people, but only a dozen awakened, which is not a lot. But whether it will increase significantly in the future is uncertain. Mo Han seemed to guess what she was thinking. If you don't awaken within 3 months at the beginning of the apocalypse, it will be difficult in the future. Wenqian was surprised. Why do you say that? Survival of the fittest. The gap in strength will only get bigger and bigger in the future. All those who are selected by the apocalypse are in the first echelon, and only this group of people will have superpowers. It was the first time that Wenqian heard such a statement. Chosen by the end of the world? Then what was she like? Being chosen to come back and challenge the end of the world? Wenqian laughed at herself. thought about it, and told him about her building a base. By the way, I built a base, so you must be careful when you speak in the future. Don't accidentally reveal any secrets that can't be told. And then blame me for stealing secrets later. Imohan was silent for 2 seconds and asked, what is the base called? Xiaobai base. All white and black. Wenqian didn't expect that he was quite knowledgeable, and hypocritically denied. No. Literally. All Xiaobai. There was a chuckle in her ear, and Imohan didn't expose her. Just said, well, let me know if you need anything in the future, and I will help you find supplies. Chapter 79 Mind reading is fake. Wenqian thought he was being polite, so she also replied politely, thank you. I hope we can continue to work together happily in the future. After getting useful information, she didn't want to chat with him anymore. But when she was about to say goodbye, she heard Imohan ask her, are you free next Friday? Wenqian. In this end times, you don't have to go to work or school. When will you be free? Wenqian. Yes. What supply point have you found over there? Where is the specific location? I'll go over and wait for Yixinghua and the others. I have something to talk to you about. If I have time, I will take you to a place. Then I won't go. Wenqian didn't even ask where it was and refused directly. The other party seemed to have never been refused before and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke again. Why? Why? That's a good question. Wenqian smiled. You really don't know anything at all? With his broken mind-reading ability, who would be willing to stay with him if they knew it? Imohan went over all the details of his last meeting with Wenqian, but couldn't figure out where he had offended her. Finally, Wenqian asked him, does your mind-reading ability allow you to hear everyone's thoughts at the same time? You must be very busy at the base every day. Do you get enough sleep? There are 200,000 or 300,000 people. Your ears must be very tired. He felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, holding the phone in one hand and pressing his brow with the other. If I tell her now that mind reading is fake, she will definitely not believe it. And there is no way to explain it. Imohan sighed in self-abandonment and replied, I can't hear others. I can only hear you. This is impossible. Wenqian was stunned. Why? Is she so unlucky? We haven't met before. Wenqian was halfway through her words when she remembered the familiar feeling that suddenly came over her at the base that day, and she swallowed the last two words. Imohan, it's nothing. Nothing. Imohan, it's only in special circumstances for you. Not all the time. Wenqian was skeptical. So when is this special circumstance? When I want to listen. Wenqian gritted her teeth. Do you mind if I swear? Not really. Then there's nothing to say. Bye. Wenqian hung up the phone directly. What the hell is a special situation? What kind of special situation is this? Wenqian took a deep breath, rolled her eyes, and threw the phone back on the bedside table. She was not sure how many of Imohan's words were true and how many were false. The only way was to stay away from him as much as possible. No matter how ruthless the mind reading is, there must be a distance limit. Right? She didn't believe it. The two of them were in the east and west of the city, and he could still hear what she was thinking. Imohan glanced at the two invitations on the table, sighed, and regretted the mind reading he had told her. Imohan was not in a good mood. So when Yixinghua knocked on the door and came in to report something, his first reaction was, is it the wrong time for him to come? Wenqian threw down her phone and heard her brother knocking on the door, saying that the little boy had woken up. The bedroom door had been open, but they didn't hear any movement. In the end, it was Gu Wanwan who laid down at the door and looked inside, only to find that the little brother was missing, and finally found him in the closet. When Liamo carried him out, his eyes were full of tears. It was obvious that he was too frightened and had not recovered yet. When Wenqian came over, he was curled up in the quilt, like a puppy shivering in the rain. She lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at him. When he saw her, his nervous expression changed a little. Don't be afraid. You are safe now. This is my home. Wenqian reached out and poked his cheek and asked, what's your name? The boy was silent for a long time and answered in a low voice, Fu Yuan. Wenqian looked at him thoughtfully, without asking anything else, and brought him some food. Liamo and Gu Wanwan stayed to eat with him. After the others left the room, Wenqian spoke in a low voice. This little guy has superpowers. In fact, When Qian felt it, when he was in the pharmaceutical factory. He was the only survivor in such a large place. Even if his parents tried their best to protect him, it would be impossible. Such a soft and fragrant little friend. How could the zombies let him go? The smell would make you drool. Right? But looking at the little guy's current state, there's nothing to be learned from him. So let's wait and see. When Qian went back to her room and continued to watch Country Love until 1 a.m., then yawned and went to sleep. In the dream, she beat up Xie Guanquan and hung him on the wall of the base to catch zombies. The zombies below saw him like fish seeing bait, and the scene was extremely comfortable. When Qian slept until dawn, after waking up, she had breakfast first, and then used the intercom to notify the people living in Building 2 to gather downstairs. Building 2 is designed with 2 elevators and 4 households, and the remaining 20 households occupy 5 floors. They have filled their stomachs in the past 2 days, and they don't have to worry about the zombies downstairs and in the corridors. They also have enough rest, so they look much better now. When Qian saw them downstairs, and said straight to the point, "From now on, you will all be members of the base. You all know that there is no free lunch in the world, and I have no obligation to save you and raise you. So if I find someone with different intentions here, I will kill him. Those who cheat and play tricks will be kicked out by me." Although there is a strong mental monitoring system, when Qian is still used to speaking the truth. Today's task is to clean up all the trees and flowers in the community, and then plant food and vegetables. The water source is between Building 1 and Building 2, and you can also get your daily water from here in the future. Everyone listened to Wen Qian's speech carefully, then turned their heads to look at the well. Stunned. Their community is built on a mountain. Although the mountain is not too high, there is an underground garage downstairs. How did she dig this well? Everyone was stunned for a while, silently digesting this matter. It's the end of the world. There are even zombies. What is there to be unacceptable? Wen Qian is the god sent by God to save them. Just listen to the god. Don't worry about the rest. Wen Qian looked at the children snuggling with adults. They were like a group of little quails. Their eyes were full of panic, and they had to look around from time to time, fearing that the terrible zombies would run out again. These children all have congenital diseases, and they can't run and play vigorously since childhood, and they are much quieter than normal children. This is not a bad thing in the current situation, because if it is a naughty child who yells and rolls on the ground, she will really punish them. Eat her food and drink her food and still make trouble with her? She doesn't have such a good temper. After assigning tasks to everyone started to get busy. Wen Qian originally wanted to let the group of little quails go to the underground garage to play, but they all shook their heads and stayed quietly beside their parents. Although they can't do heavy work, they can still run errands and help pass things. As for those old people who can't work because of their age, their farming experience is more complete than what is written in books. Chapter 80 Fu Yuan's Special Ability. 20 middle-aged people with their children worked enthusiastically under the guidance of 7 elderly people. They used to be office white-collar workers and had never done any physical work, let alone farming experience. So it didn't take long for the elderly to despise them for not knowing how to do this or that. One of the old men grabbed the hoe and started to demonstrate to them, and a group of young people nodded repeatedly to show that they had learned it. Fearing that his old bones would fall apart, the temperature had risen to nearly 50 degrees. Everyone was working in the shade downstairs, but they were also dizzy and sweaty. Wen Qian asked them to work, but she didn't want them to work themselves to death. As long as they didn't deliberately slack off, she would accept their rest. Everyone worked from dawn to dusk, and ate lunch and dinner together downstairs. Steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and plain water, which were things that they used to despise, now only felt sweet. They seriously felt that they were still alive, especially the older ones, whose eyes were filled with tears without realizing it. It was dark, but the temperature dropped. Mosquitoes and bats came out one after another, but the sky above the base was blocked by the glass roof, and the rest of the empty space was blocked by fine diamond nets, so none of them could fly in. There were solar street lights in the yard, and everyone continued to work with the light, dragging the felled trees into the underground garage for emergency use. Wen Qian bought some soil when she went to buy seeds before, and she brought some for them. Everyone was full of energy. After confirming that the zombies outside really couldn't get into the base, they simply took all the tents at home outside to make beds on the ground. Anyway, it was just as hot at home, and there were no mosquitoes outside, so it was so cool. Everyone got up to work at around 4 a.m. They went to bed at around 9 p.m. And after a week, they finally planted all the open space in the base. Looking at the results in the yard, everyone felt proud. After fetching water from the well and going home to wash and change clothes, they contacted Wen Qian on the intercom and asked if there was anything else they needed to do. Wen Qian didn't have any plans for the time being, so he asked them to exercise. Run 5 kilometers a day, and increase to 10 kilometers after a week. Everyone obeyed. So the next morning, Wen Qian saw a group of people running in circles downstairs. Young and old, fast and slow. The base system showed 47 residents, and there were 47 people downstairs. The elderly and those in poor health walked when they couldn't run, and rested for a while before continuing. After watching for a while, Wen Qian turned her head to look at Fu Yuan's door. He appeared there at some point, and was stretching his head to look at her carefully. For a week, he had not left the room and had said no more than 10 sentences. She hooked her finger at him, but she didn't expect that the little guy would actually run to her side after hesitating for a while. "Sister," Fu Yuan whispered, looking up at him. "Good boy." Wen Qian touched his head. "Is the room comfortable? If you don't like it, you can choose another one. That one is good." After Fu Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and looked behind him. When he didn't see Gu Wanwan, he whispered, "Were Sister Wanwan's parents also eaten by monsters?" Wen Qian, she wanted to say yes, but was afraid that the child would let it slip. Gu Wanwan was only 3 years old after all, so it was better to keep it a secret for a while. Wen Qian, no. Her parents work far away, so they can't come back for the time being. Fu Yuan seemed to be relieved and happy for Gu Wanwan. It's good that there are no parents. It's good that there are still parents. Wen Qian observed his state and saw that he was not repulsive to her, so she asked him, "Can you tell me how you avoided those monsters?" Fu Yuan recalled those horrible memories. His face turned pale again, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he didn't run away, and answered Wen Qian's question. "I hid in the closet and didn't go out. But even so, they can find you." "When you were in the closet, did you feel anything wrong with your body?" Fu Yuan tilted his head and thought about her question seriously. Body. Something wrong? He thought for a long time, then looked at Wen Qian again and asked, "Is that so?" Wen Qian slightly widened her eyes, because she saw a nearly transparent barrier appear around Fu Yuan, covering him. Wen Qian reached out and touched it, but felt nothing. She asked, "Can I come in here too?" As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, the pale white light began to expand, protecting her as well. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this was it. As long as they were in this barrier, the zombies could not sense the existence of people. But Fu Yuan was still young and his ability to control his supernatural powers was not strong. So the maximum limit of this barrier was estimated to be only 2 people. Wen Qian thought so, and called Gu Wanwan out to do the experiment. As expected, no matter how hard Fu Yuan tried, no third person could get into the barrier. Wen Qian smiled with satisfaction, and asked them to go back to the house to play. Unexpectedly, Fu Yuan did not leave. He stood there and asked her, "Sister, can you teach me how to kill monsters?" Although he was still afraid of those disgusting monsters, and would tremble with fear, but he still wanted to kill them. Wen Qian was slightly startled and listened to what he said again. "Can you take me with you next time? I'll hide well, and not cause you any trouble." Wen Qian smiled. "Not next time, but I promise I'll take you out. During this time, you stay at home and take Wanwan and the kids downstairs to exercise together. I'll teach you a few moves later. I'll take you out when you're ready. How about that?" "Okay. I'll study hard." Fu Yuan's face was full of toughness. He turned around and ran back to his room, closed the door, and stayed alone again. Wen Qian stayed at home for a week and decided to go out to play with zombies today. While others haven't extracted the harmless part of the crystal core yet, she has to improve the strength of her own and her family's abilities first. If she's lucky, she might even encounter a first-class or special-class zombie. The system divides zombies into levels based on their combat power, so there must be a physical reference. In other words, there must be a special-class zombie out there, but we just don't know where it's hiding. Wen Qian got more and more excited the more she thought about it. She turned around, changed her clothes, put on goggles and tactical gloves, called her brother, and went out. Gu Ran stayed at home, responsible for leading Liamo and Wen Chongqing to clean up the zombies near the base. and also taught them how to operate their special powers. When Qian felt the reality, after leaving the base gate and watching the zombies coming from a distance, she located the offline navigation at a food processing factory in the south of the city and said to Wenrang, "Let's go here. My intuition tells me that there will be big zombies here." Wenrang, others go to the food processing factory to find food. But you go to find zombies?